Minute on the thingy. Hi everyone, what's up? Happy Sunday. Welcome to Sunday service with Marlene. What's up? What's up? Get in here, get in here. I want to show you guys something before we start the show. Well, we are starting the show, but this is crazy. Oh, it's gonna get better. Don't worry about it. Oh Lord. What's up, everybody? Sorry about yesterday. Sorry about last night. Someone decided to play with the router. So I lost my connection. But we'll do it again today. It's fine. I tried to put it on Patreon, but come to find out, Patreon said I've reached my storage because Patreon gives you like 500 hours. Somehow I reached 500 hours. I'm like, I didn't know I talked this much. I talk a lot. My God. So I have to request permission for them to give me more storage on Patreon. Then I put the video up there. And then the video with Priscilla that we did together as a live, I re-uploaded that one. I had to re-edit because there was like one part that was copyrighted. And I'm like, I'm not letting somebody else make money off my video. So it's been uploaded. So hopefully you saw that today. So also, let me say this before we start. I want to do, well, I'm going to try because my due date is very soon. But I want to try to go live like daily. Let me see how I like it. I'm going to try to go live daily. And I want to see how it affects my analytics. I think it's funny. Hey, Diana, what's up? So let me show you something because you guys played a part in this. So I'm going to show you my back end of my YouTube. Okay. Because y'all need to start YouTube channels. Like I always advocate for people to have YouTube channels. You should definitely have a YouTube channel. So look at my stuff, you guys. Hey, Val. Good morning, Val. What's up, baby? So you guys, thank you so much for putting money in my pocket. I think it's so funny. I really think it's so funny how you can just like yap. Like America is a crazy place. Like America is not a real place. You can just run your mouth. You can just run your mouth and just make money. That's crazy. That is really, really crazy. So if you look right here, we had no views. How many views we had? So April 19th, 2024, the channel only had 6 views. Okay. Like 17, 6 views. Like it was really low, 16 views, right? So we almost had like, yes, I was laughing. So that like, there was like no views. I mean, I wasn't posting, so whatever. Okay. But in less than a few days, y'all, we have 21,000, almost 22,000 views. Okay. And then my watch time was really low. I think right here was like what? 0.8. It was 0.8, right? And then from April 21st to now, so like less than 2 weeks, I guess. Huh? Like, oh yeah, not even 2 weeks. So now we have 11,000 views. Let me see. It's too funny. Revenue is a what? Let's see. A penny. Okay. And then right now it's at $100, right? Look, you see, look at how your life. Hey Janet, what's up? What's up, people? It's too funny, Val. America is not a real place. America really is not a real place, you guys. I need to show them this because they need to laugh. Well, like we need to have fun. This is too funny. So, like here, look, a penny, 4 cents, 3 cents. I said, y'all, they're gonna take away my monetization. A penny, and like, ooh, and ooh, this was a nice day. Okay, all right, okay. So far. We are at $100. Now let me show you this too because I have lost subscribers. Like every time I speak my mind, cuckoo Aja. Ninja, what's up? Cuckoo. Okay. So I had lost like 60 subscribers or whatever, but then I gained. So like now I'm at +2. So my thing is, do not be afraid to speak your mind because you will lose some, but then you'll gain some. So hey, that's what it is, right? But let me see. Let's look at the money. Let me show you the money real quick. Okay, what does that look like? Oh, revenue. There you go. I'm like, how do you use this stuff? So you can see like how much. Okay, here was $9. Oh, I made $9.15. Okay, that's right. I think this is so funny. Okay, and this was like my earning for like the last 6 months. So can you see that? Hold on. Hey, Miriam, where's the Patreon? The Patreon is I care about Black issues. Yeah, I'm still pregnant. So okay, look. December I did well, okay? But then January I made $2.95. February I made 77 cents. March I made $21.13. April $78. Whoop whoop. And then May just got started. It's only the 5th. I've already made $22. So March, you better watch out. Okay, we're coming for you. Okay. So what they're saying over here, my live. Oh, y'all, look at these lives, y'all. I've made $99 off the live. So now you see why Tasha K is always going live. You see what Lovely T is always going live. The lead attorney's going live. You guys, you need to get on YouTube. Hey, so baby, you need to get on YouTube and start yapping your gums. So they're saying for every 1,000 views, so that's the RPM, the channel makes almost like $5. So it means like if I get 1 million views, I'll make like 4,000. Is that what they're saying? No, if I get 1 million views, I'll get about 5,000. Interesting. This is interesting. So let me see. Yeah. Ooh, this thing looks serious. These graphs look so serious. This looks serious. So you see, it was just like dead. It was just dead. Like it was just like really dead. So, oh, look at that. Y'all, Sunday service. Let's talk about the money. Okay. You better speak your mind. You better speak your words. I better speak your mind. Okay. So look at the Beyonce one. The RPM is almost $20. Wow. Maybe I should make more Beyonce de l'argent. Okay, the money. It's the money. Wow, I see why so many people will make a Beyonce video. You see, and people are like, you see, this is how you know people are fake. People say things like, oh, it's just hair. It doesn't matter. Why do you guys care so much about hair? It's just hair. Who will sit there and make a video talking about hair? But it goes to show you people are fake. People are fake. Because if talking about hair, Black woman's hair, Beyonce's hair, if it was just trivial, how in the world is this video making $20 per RPM? Per 1,000 views, this video makes $20. People care. People pretend not to care, but they really care. The next one made almost $6. That's a Beyonce one. The next Beyonce and J-Lo one was almost like $4.50. Priscilla got $2.43. That's not bad. She's not like mega popular. So I think that's pretty good. Delusional Black Woman, 54 cents. This one, okay. But wow, that's crazy. So definitely, you guys, I'll keep track of this. Hey, no ego, you changed your picture. I like this one. It's cute. Once you found trends, you got the secret sauce. It makes sense. Now I see why people talk about certain people for the money. Yeah. Because I'm like, oh, people say, oh, but why would you talk about that? Why would you talk about that? If this thing was so irrelevant, look at this, y'all. $19 to talk about Beyonce's hair. Like, that is ridiculous. This is crazy. So they do care. They like mess. People love mess. People love pettiness. That's why people say, oh, Tasha K, I can't stand Tasha K. And that's why Tasha doesn't stop. Because there's a demand for this. There truly is a demand for this. So I'm like, people say things, but I'm sure like Tasha, when she looks at her back end, she's like, yep, I'm going to keep talking about this. Because it's like, this is crazy. I'm like, wow. And another thing too, like, you know, I feel like this is why also like streamers make a lot of money, you know, because when you stream, especially like with the chat, it keeps people entertained. You know, like the chat box. That's why I keep like every time you guys type, I post your comments on the video because people like to not just hear your thoughts. Like they want to know what other people are saying. You know, it's the new, like, I mean, it's been a thing now. It's just like when there's a video, people run to the comment section, right? So if you really want your video to do well, you got to keep the comment section open. Got to have the chat open. You got to have the comment section open because it makes the video more dynamic, right? But if it's just like one person talking is but the chat, like, it's really good. I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's crazy. So, wow. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? So I will take some screenshots and I'm going to post those screenshots on the community page so you can be inspired to start your YouTube channel, okay? YouTube is crazy. YouTube is a crazy place. It's crazy how much you can, how you can just make money just like yapping your gums like this. So we'll see. Oh, look, super chats. Look at super chats. $62, almost $63 in super chats. That's not bad. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless you. But you know, like, oh my gosh, Kevin Samuels, he probably like making like 5, 10, 15,000 just off of super chats alone. That's crazy. That is really, really crazy. So, you know, let's talk about little Beyonce. So today, yeah, no, comments matter. The comments matter. The more comments you have, the more likely the video is going to go viral. If you close the comments, you are killing the analytics. Because when people are really passionate, like whether they're, let me tell you, when it comes to the comment section, people are happy, they're not happy, don't take it personal. Because the more people feel a way about the content, it means you did a good job. If people are not commenting, it's you left them indifferent. On social media, you cannot make people be indifferent. You need to get a reaction out of people. Now, hopefully you don't turn into a troll. Like, I don't think you should just make content to trigger people, right? But honestly, if you have an opinion, you should say it. But when you don't leave people indifferent, they're going to comment, they're going to share, you know, and me, I respond to comments. So when you respond to comments, they come right back. So you cannot be sensitive. Do live views? I don't know. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. I have to see. I have to learn it. You know, I'll see. But I was like, I want to see like what happens if I stream like every day. It's not my channel. Because streamers do really well, but they go like some people are on Twitch. I don't feel like going to Twitch. I'm like, this is too much technology for me. I have too much social media. I'm tired. But it's like, don't be afraid to say how you really feel. Like recently, the Griot, they're closing. The Griot's out here firing people. I don't know if you guys know what the Griot is, but it's a black, like, yeah, it's black news, right? You know, it's black news, but the Griot is really out here firing people because the problem with the Griot, where's the thing? Yeah, the problem with the Griot, is that they only want to say things that are like friendly, PC, you know, what they think people want to hear. No, give people the real. Like, and don't be afraid of people not liking you, because I promise you this. People be like, oh, you said something I didn't like, I'm going to unsubscribe. But then they'll be like, yeah, I'm not going to subscribe, but I'm going to still watch her videos, right? Like, you cannot be afraid to say what you think, because people are tired of being lied to. People are tired of being lied to. People are tired of people peeing on them and telling them that it's raining outside. Like, no, just say it for what it is. Like, if you feel the way, just say it. People might be mad at you initially, but and I'm like 2 weeks or so, they're like, you know what? I can see where she's coming from. They'll be right back because they'll miss that. Because when they go on other platforms, they're just being pandered to. And I think after a while, you realize that, you know what? This person is just pandering. They're not really telling me how they feel. So the Griot had Mark Lamont. Mark, he just saying all kinds. Hey, Nessa, Mark says all kinds of foolishness. Okay, he's not even being honest with himself. So it's like, Mark, go sit down. Michelle Obama, no, I don't. I wouldn't put her on like my top thing. You know, when I was a little younger, like I guess I kind of like looked up, like I kind of like had some esteem for her. I think it's very admirable that she went to these Ivy League schools, that she was a lawyer, et cetera, et cetera. But I think because of who she's married to, being that her husband is a politician, being that she was part of the White House, you know, she also went along with the BS. Okay, she also went along with the BS because of what she stood to gain. So she also stayed quiet. No, I didn't read her book. You know, because for me, I truly have a problem with, I don't understand how you could be African American and your husband has Joe Biden as a vice president, knowing dang well Joe Biden wrote the crime bill. I just don't understand that. And they're all lawyers, right? And like, so she goes to Harvard. I think Obama went to Harvard. Biden went to some low class law school. Okay. So intellectually, they're above him. Okay. Joe Biden is white mediocrity. People can say what they want. He's mediocre. He is the epitome of white mediocrity. Right. Even though like Trump also, you get like Trump might be a scammer. okay, in the business world. But at least Trump, he was able to build something out of something. Okay, Joe Biden has nothing to his name. In law school, he was cheating, plagiarizing. Okay, like he's a bum. He's white mediocrity. It always takes a bunch of black people for him to be able to achieve anything. It took a black man for him to be a biracial black man for him to be the vice president. Okay, it took another biracial black person for him to be able to get the vote of black people. He can never do anything on his own. So I don't understand how, because you see, the thing about Barack Obama, right? He really is. He's not like FBA. I mean, he's not. He really is not. He's not FBA. He's not ADOS. And not just that, he does not have the African ancestry of most people who were sold into slavery in America. He's from Kenya. He's not He's not of West African blood. Okay, he's East African. Okay, so he's half white. He's half white American, and he's half Kenyan. All right. When it comes to Michelle Obama, she's 100% FBA. So for me, I'm like, I don't understand how you, as an FBA, somebody whose dad had to work, your father died because he got sick with asbestos at the workplace, your mom had to raise you by herself. I don't see how you can ever co-sign a man who wrote the crime bill. Like, I really don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get how you can co-sign a man who like works so hard for black children not to integrate public schools. I don't see how you can co-sign a man who stood for black people, black children, to not take the bus with white children. I really don't get that part. I don't get it. And she just acts like, oh, no, everything is good, whatever. So this is why I feel like a lot of black people today in America, you know, they support Joe Biden because they feel as though, well, if Barack and Michelle didn't have an issue with him, he must be okay. But no, Barack and Michelle, they thought about themselves. They thought about themselves, the books they could write, the legacy they could have, the millions they could make. And I'm like, to me, you lack integrity. Because even if, let's just say, oh, that was that time, it is what it is. But at least now that you know better, how are you going to make it right? Right? I could try to forgive the crime bill, but now that you know better, how are you going to make it right? As a vice president, what did he do to influence Obama to make it right? Now that he's president, what is he doing to try to make it right? Because the crime bill is one of the most harmful pieces of legislation that has harmed a lot of black people in America. Right? So with the crime bill, you get for 5 grams of cocaine, you get 5 years in jail. Okay, mandatory for 5 grams of cocaine. Crack, 5 grams of crack, you do 5 years in prison. It's mandatory. If you have 500 grams of cocaine, then you do 5 years in prison. Like, how's that not racist? How's that not racist? How are you okay with this? So it's like, no, she also has no integrity. She has no integrity. And maybe that's why her daughters are rebelling. Okay? Because they see that their parents are fake. Maybe that's why Malaya is dropping, she dropped her last name. Okay? Because you grow up, just like pastors' kids. I think that's why a lot of pastor kids are rebellious. Because you grow up and you see, oh, my parents were preaching every Sunday, telling people not to do X, Y, and Z. Bump, up, 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 up. But when you're at the house, your parents are different people than who they present at church. And maybe that's why pastor kids are crazy. Because the parents are living a lie. You know? Yeah, she went along with it, Val. She went along with it. These people are lawyers. They are lawyers. They know exactly what's in that bill. And not just that. I'm sure Barack Obama, being a senator, he know who paid for that bill. Because we know the majority of bills that are passed in Congress are bills that the lobbyists want. These people don't think about bills on their own. These representatives, these senators, they do not come up with these bills on their own, right? They take money from lobbyists. They take money from donors. The donors tell them what bills to write. So the crime bill, I already know that it's a bunch of people who wanted to build more prisons, who needed to have more inmates, who wrote the bill, because a lot of these lobbyists are lawyers. A lot of these people also have lawyers that work for them. They write the bill and they give it to a senator and they give you money. Then it's your job to fight for it. It's your job to make it pass. That's how it goes. Like like politics in America is so corrupt. Congress is so corrupt. And that's why even me, when I think about January 6th, right? January 6th, I'm telling you this. Initially, I was kind of shocked. Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, how do you just go to Congress and just do all this like foolishness? But then the more I look back, it's like, you know what? These people are so corrupt. They are so corrupt. Representatives, senators, they are so corrupt. Like during the whole quarantine, they kept taking all these vacations. They were constantly on vacation. You look at politics today, you look at Congress today, all they care about is Ukraine and Israel. Ukraine and Israel. They're voting all these bills to send all this money to Ukraine, send all this money to Israel. Meanwhile, the American people are dying. You have senators who are making money off of Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, forcing people to take the jab, and they're getting rich off of it. There is so much corruption in Congress. So it's like, you know what? Is it really a bad idea for the people who elect these people to let them know you can be touched because we put you there? So I had to spin the block. Like, you know, is it really that bad? Because these are not honorable politicians. They are very corrupt. They are seriously corrupt. And I think for every government around the world, people need to know, if you don't serve as a politician, if you're not there to serve the people and you're there to take money from lobbyists, you're here to do stock manipulation, you're here to be a foreign agent, we're going to find you. We're going to put hands on you. And I'm like, it's good. People need to know they can be touched. Nobody's above the law. You're not above the law because you work for the people. So the January 6 people, you know, I had to change your heart about them, because I cannot sit here and be like, oh yeah, Congress people, they're honest people. They're working hard. They work for the American people. Every day you turn on the TV. Like right now, they're trying to pass an anti-Semitism bill. I'm like, an anti-Semitism bill? Like what? What are you talking about? Okay. So Jewish people are going to be the only ones who have a special bill that anything you say about them is anti-Semitic. Like, who are these people to define what anti-Semitism is? And they want to codify it into law. So now anybody on social media, anywhere you write something about Jewish people, if any Jewish person feels offended, you can be prosecuted. Like, I'm like, what is this? Like, is America now a servant of Israel? Like, does this country work to serve Israel? Is that what this is? So if any Jewish person's feelings get offended, you can really have problems. And they want to put that with the Department of Education, right? But nobody else gets that type of privilege. We don't elect these people to fight for a special interest of a minority of Europeans from Germany. Okay, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. So like you kind of think about, like, if people, like, I mean, for me, like, if initially like you were upset about January 6th, it's like you really have to think about this. Do these Congress people really serve the American people? Be honest with yourself. $95 billion to Ukraine. Our schools are falling behind. Teachers are underpaid, right? Kids are behind. We have poor infrastructure. We have, the roads are bad. The subways are disgusting. You have bridges that are falling apart. They have yet to decide how they're going to fix that bridge in Baltimore, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't want to pay reparations, but they always have money for Ukraine. And nobody's triggered by that. And even Michelle Obama, does she speak up against it? No. She's worried about what kind of movies she can produce for Netflix. She's not serious. She's not a serious person. She's one of them too. She's a black elite. When it comes to black elite, the black capitalists, the black elites, okay, the black people who go to these Ivy League schools, I really do look at them sideways. Even Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries, he took about $200,000 from AIPAC. I'm like, you're a black man. Why are you taking money from AIPAC? When has it ever been the fact that the interest of Black America has aligned with the interest of a Zionist group? Like, just look at entertainment, just entertainment alone. The majority of people who own Black art, who decide what the voices are going to be, what the message is going to be, are Jewish people. It is not a lie. Kanye was not lying. The way he went about expressing himself lacked taste, you know what I'm saying? But Kanye was not lying. All these major labels are owned by Jewish people. The majority of managers are Jewish people. The distribution is owned by Jewish people. The production is owned by Jewish people, right? And every time Jewish people like own Black people, something bad happens. Something really bad happens. So I would like, please explain to me, how does the interest of a Zionist align with furthering the agenda for Black people, right? When you have a people who read a book, the Talmud, and it calls people, like anybody who's non-Jew, it calls you a hakum. It says that your life is less than of a dog. Why would I ever align with someone whose religious books tells them that me as a Black person, I am less than a dog. How? How is that even possible? How do we, like, under what circumstances do you ever, as a Black person, have any type of alignment with the Zionist? If they can do this to these Palestinians, what do you really think they think about you? Right? When you look at you look at the relationship between the music industry and the pipeline to prison, right? Clear as day. So it's like these people don't have your best interest at heart. So why would I ever align with your interest? Why is Hakeem Jeffries taking money from AIPAC? You're Black. Why are you taking money from them people? Why? They will never invite you to their synagogue. They will never invite you to their homes. They will never see, hey, Callie, they will never see you as an equal. They're trained to believe that their religion, their religious books, their whatever, they are trained to believe that people who are non-Jew or non-white Jew like them are less than dogs. They call you Hakum. No, thank you. Thank you very much. So that's my issue with her. So it's like, I'm happy for you that you got to go to these Ivy League schools. I'm happy that you got to be the first Black woman to be first lady. But honestly, you don't have integrity. So no, her also, I don't respect her. The majority of Black people in mainstream media, I don't respect because they make concessions and they make compromises for their fame, their money, their exposure, right? Because if you were to really speak up about what needs to be done to help Black people, you would not have access to those places, right? The Black people who are celebrated by mainstream media, leftist media, are traitors. The more you betray your Blackness, the more they like you. If you start speaking honestly about real issues that affect Black people, they will not. Michelle Obama has lived in Chicago, right? Her and her husband lived in Chicago. They were residents of Chicago for a very long time. Barack was the senator for Chicago, right? And now you look at this immigration crisis, the stuff that's happening in Chicago, the violence happening in Chicago, they're quiet. Even when he was president, right? Trayvon got murdered when Obama was president. Sandra Bland got murdered when Obama was president. Mike Brown was murdered when Barack Obama was president. There's another girl, I can see her face. She's kind of like light skinned. I mean, there were so many like crazy assassinations of Black people when the Obamas were at the White House. He never really spoke up about it, right? And she also never spoke up about it. But when Trump becomes president, now they care about police brutality. But there was police brutality under Barack Obama, right? Eric Holder was Black. He was Attorney General. He did not go further enough when it came to Sandra Bland. He didn't go further enough when it came to Trayvon. So it's like you see them. They're fake. These people are fake. They're fake. This is why I don't believe that just because somebody is Black, they have my best interest at heart. No. People are driven by their personal interest first and foremost, right? I will never look at Barack Obama and be like, oh my gosh, if Barack Obama is in power, I'm going to be safe. I might not be. Because just because he looks Black or he's biracial does not mean that he thinks for Black people. He thinks for himself. They gave this man a Nobel Peace Prize before he was even elected. He gets elected, he starts killing people. Okay? So it's like, no. Yeah. So it's like you got to talk about that. Like me, that's my thing. I don't mind when people talk about Trump, but I'm like, if you talk about Trump, you also have to talk about Joe Biden because Joe Biden's not innocent. That's why I have more respect for people like Black people who talk about politics, who'll say things like, okay, I'm an independent. I'm like, okay, cool. At least you can recognize that both sides have issues, right? But when it comes to a lot of mainstream Black media people, it's always, oh, Trump. Like, no, you also have, and no, Breonna Taylor's under Trump. No, she was light skinned. Breonna Taylor's not light skinned. She was light skinned like that. I can see her face. I can't remember her name. She was shot in the back of her head. You know what I mean? Like she was sitting on the porch and the man just shot her. She needed help. The man shot her in the back of her head. She looks light skinned like that. Her eyes are like slanted. But Breonna was under Trump. But Sandra Bland was under Obama. Sandra Bland was under Obama. A stop sign over somebody not want to, and then she didn't want to stop her. She didn't want to take out her cigarette. So the man took her to the station. Within 24 hours, Sandra Bland is dead. Michelle Obama didn't say anything. Barack didn't go crazy. right? Black America was quiet. But then somehow when it's under Trump and you have George Floyd being assassinated, it's like, oh my gosh, now we want to start marching. Now we want to start going crazy because it was Trump, right? But when Obama was there and there was bad police brutality and all this bad things happening to Black people, people kept it quiet because since he was Black, people wanted him to have a peaceful, reign, or whatever you want to call it. But because it's Trump and they don't like Trump because they can't control him, they wanted everything about Trump to be tumultuous. But the same thing that happened under Trump happened also under Obama, right? It happened under Obama. We saw, you saw, there was video footage of Sandra Bland getting out the car at the stop sign. You saw her go back and forth with the cop. You saw the whole cigarette thing. And within 24 hours, she was gone. She was completely gone. Like she was like murdered. And it went nowhere. Eric Holder, he took it nowhere. Obama couldn't even bring himself to use the word racism. You understand? I'm like, you're a freaking joke. You are a joke. But for a lot of people, for a lot of Black people, because he's Black, they think he's a good person instead of looking at his actions, right? But I'm like, because people worship skin color. Because if you put his skin color aside, you would not even think you're dealing with a Black man, right? You would not. Like, what exactly was his legacy? Like, seriously, what did he really do for Black people? Yeah. If you remove his skin color, like if nobody tells you his name and his skin color, right, and you just look at everything he did and the stuff that happened under him, you would not think that you're dealing with a Black person. You'd be like, what the heck? Right? Even when it came to pardons, he didn't want to give pardons to people. He don't want to give pardons to people. Like people, I'm telling you, people just look at his skin color and be like, oh, I can go to sleep safely. No, you can't. You need to analyze this man. And just because he's the first Black president, okay, good, like whatever. But nobody is above reproach. Nobody is. Because you can't fall asleep. You got to stay woke. You cannot fall asleep. So that's why, like, for me, honestly, I'm like, when it comes to those two, I bow out gracefully. Exactly. That's what he was there for. And he was there for the banks. Like the whole crisis with the mortgage crisis, I'm going to tell you this, right? One thing, even under Trump, I didn't even know was possible. I did not know that a president could tell banks not to evict people. I was like, oh, you can do that, So I was really concerned. I was confused because I'm like, Trump told these people, you cannot evict people, you cannot charge them on their mortgage or whatever they're not paying because of the quarantine. Put that on the back end of the mortgage. I was like, I did not know a president could do that. So this whole time. So when we had the 2008 mortgage crash, Obama gave money to the banks. The money he gave to those banks are taxpayers' dollars. He didn't give his personal wealth to these bankers. He gave the American people's money to these bankers. And it's like, you didn't even do a stay on mortgages. He could have done a stay. Like, if you're going to bail people, bail everybody out. Bail everybody out. Because I'm like, I didn't even know that was possible. He knew it was possible. He chose not to do it. So it's like, when you look in terms of like fiscal policy, fiscal leaning, right? Trump was more of a socialist in that term than Obama. Obama was like more of a Republican. Because if you're gonna bail out these banks who should have done a better job managing their money, they chose to be reckless. They chose to be reckless. The American people, they just suffered the consequences of it. If you're going to bail out these banks and the CEOs are still going to get their bonuses, you have to tell these people, if we're giving you taxpayer money to bail you out, you have to also give the American people a break. Okay? Whatever they owe you on their mortgage, put it on the back end of the loan. Extend the loan. You don't have to foreclose on these people. These bankers got the money from the taxpayer. They paid themselves bonuses, and then they started chasing after people to evict them, to foreclose on them. And then so many people found themselves homeless. And that's the part they don't want to address. Because it's so much easier to say, oh, MAGA country, white people are racist. But these are the same people who voted for Obama. But nobody wants to reach out, okay, why do you feel this way? I do, I keep forgetting, but I do. So it's like the mortgage thing. It made a lot of white people go crazy because the Midwest was completely forsaken. Not everything is racism, right? So it was the mortgage thing. A lot of American people lost their homes. They started living in their cars. It was horrible. These banks had no mercy Come to find out, with like a stroke of a pen, he could have had a stay on mortgages. He could have had a stay on foreclosures. He could have done a stay on evictions. So everybody could have felt like, okay, we're all getting bailed out. But it's like every time people on Wall Street act a fool, they always get bailed out. And the middle class and the working class, they're like, well, y'all got to figure it out. The people with the least amount of money always have to figure things out. And these rich people on Wall Street, they always get all kinds of support, all kinds of welfare. And I'm like, that is not fair. So like in terms of fiscal policy, Obama was more of a Republican than you could even say Donald Trump was. Because Trump said, you're not coming after people. It's quarantine. Nobody can work. So like people didn't have to pay the rent. People didn't have to pay the mortgages. You cannot evict people. You cannot foreclose on people because it's a crisis. And then they gave people checks. So I'm like, I didn't even know you could do something like this. But a lot of people lost their homes and it made them bitter and it made them angry. So I can see why they lean towards like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go for Trump, because they were really mad at him. Because Obama ran on the audacity of hope. Yes, we can. Womp. It's going to be all about the shame. But then you get in there and all you do is LGBTQ issues and bank issues. And the everyday people, you completely forget about them. So I can see why they were upset. I really can understand why they were upset, because I'm like, it's not fair. These people mishandled their money. They get bailed out and they still get their bonuses. You had like bankers, CEOs of these banks getting like $20 million bonuses, $15 million bonuses, $10 million. I'm like, what? I thought you was broke. Y'all taking taxpayers' money to pay yourselves bonuses? And the everyday person is suffering. And it's like you see the same thing with Joe Biden. Everyday people are suffering. People are struggling, like seriously, food, grocery, everything is like, the prices are ridiculous. And every time there's money being spent, it's going abroad. It's Ukraine, it's Israel. Ukraine, Israel. And then the everyday people are saying, well, you figure it out. Because we're fighting for democracy, or we're fighting for Ukraine's. And Ukraine can go fight for themselves. What country fights a war on credit? If you don't have the money, the resources to fight Russia, stop messing with Russia. Nobody fights a war on credit. That makes no sense. You don't have the money, right? But it's like the American people have to be starved just so that Ukraine can try to see if they can win a war. If after $200 billion was given to you, you're still not winning this war, maybe you're not meant to win this war. I don't know what to tell you, right? But I'm like, how is that fair? How is that fair? And people are not triggered. People are not triggered. People are more triggered by the fact that TikTok might be banned. That people care more about a social media app being banned than they care about their own taxpayer dollars. Like, where is it going? If we're putting more money to pay for Ukraine to go to war, you're putting more debt on the American people. You're weakening the US dollar. Like, why? Why do we care so much about Ukraine? Why do you care so much about Israel? This is bizarre to me. This is so weird. So that's why when it comes to a lot of Black voices in politics, I don't take these people seriously. Because like, there's no way you can be so obsessed with Trump, but then you completely overlook the economy. You overlook like education, like our infrastructure, the US dollar. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Like, you are seriously unhinged. Like, you're seriously deranged. I'm like, this is crazy. Yeah, exactly. And we need to be honest about that. That was his legacy. He came here for that. He was elected for that. And he was elected to bail out the banks. So someone like that, I cannot trust him. Because, exactly, Ed. I'm sure like the average American is like 40 or 45 years old. And they want you to believe that you are safe with someone who's 82 or 75. I'm like, of all the people out here, y'all can't find nobody else. This is weird. Yeah, like they never, I'm telling you, like, put your emotions to the side. Every time there's a Democrat, since Obama especially, but every time there's a Democrat in power, how are the people helped? How? Okay, how? And they want to be mad because a lot of Black people are saying, oh, under Trump, they had money. It's true. It is true. Trump made it so people had money, and not just that, you could not get evicted because he put a stay on everything. There was a stay. I did not know you could do that as a president. I was like, what the heck? So a president can tell a bank, do not come after these people for their mortgage. Let them breathe. And I'm like, so Obama could have done the same thing? You could have told these banks, if you take this money, because it's not his personal money. This is American people money. This is taxpayers' money. If you take this money, you cannot come after these people. You also have to give them a break. Just like we're bailing you out, bail out the American people too. Because that's not fair. It's not fair how, that's just me. It's not fair how everything always falls on the middle class and the working class. And like the top 1%, they never have to face the consequences of their risky behavior on the stock market. That's not fair. That's just not fair. Yeah. Like, what the heck? Yeah, I'm like, that's what he did. And that's what he cared about. But even legalizing marijuana, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Like, what can you say? Oh, Obama left this one piece of legislation to make sure that, there's something there. Even Obamacare. I didn't even know about Obamacare because, I get insurance through my husband. So that's not something I have to worry about, which is a privilege, right? But even when it came to Obamacare, I did not know that Obamacare, like they call it Obama. That's not the real name, but they label it as Obamacare. But for a lot of people, Obamacare has been destructive. It has been really destructive. Right. And so like there was this one time I spent a lot of hours like watching a lot of documentaries on it and how it affected the, like everyday American people. But for a lot of people, Obamacare is a hot mess. It's a hot mess. It's a hot mess. And nobody talks about that. Like we are in 2024 and these people have not found a proper way to provide health insurance for American people. But you got 95 billion for Ukraine. That money y'all sending to Ukraine, you could have found a way to fix the healthcare system. The healthcare system is a hot mess. It's a hot mess. It is a hot mess, you guys. Okay. Obama healthcare in America is a hot mess. It is a hot mess. I don't know what the answer is. But I'm saying, if you have $95 billion to send to Ukraine so they can buy bombs and kill people, okay, you have money to sit there and find the smartest people in America, in the world, to find a way to fix this healthcare. People should not have to go broke, bankrupt, okay, to get medication or to be seen by a doctor, right? People should be able to see a specialist. They all know he's out of network. Like, what's all this? Right. There are European countries who have found a way to provide good quality healthcare for all people. Why isn't fixing the healthcare system a real priority here in America? No, they want to distract us with racism. They want you to be distracted with Trump and him being going to court. They're always in the business of distracting people. Okay. They want you to feel like the most important healthcare right is abortion right. Child, please. How many people need an abortion every single day? How many people truly need an abortion every day? But the odds of you having all kinds of other diseases, though, those are way higher. You need healthcare. You need healthcare. Oh, so they want to call abortion reproductive rights. Yeah, right. Go sit down somewhere. People need proper healthcare. And maybe if people had proper healthcare, you would have less of a need for abortion, because I do feel like pap smears should be free. Okay. Insurance, no insurance. People should be able to go get a pap smear, right? Birth control, it should be free. If more things were free and readily available, we probably wouldn't have certain issues, right? We need to fix the healthcare system. But these people don't want to fix nothing. They want to have like selective issues that they focus on. No, the healthcare system needs to be revamped and it needs to be affordable. But I did not know that even with some people, their Obamacare, you got to spend like $8,000 before the insurance kicks in. I said $8,000. Like, what regular person has $8,000? What in the world? So I was like, one day I was gonna do a video about Obamacare, but I'm like, I didn't know it was that expensive. Because like, how like every year when the insurance starts, you have to spend a certain money first. Once you hit that money, then the insurance kicks in and they start helping you out with your payment. But one person I saw, they're like, the way their thing is, they have to spend $8,000. Then after they're done spending $8,000, then the insurance kicks in. But it's like these people are mostly like blue collar workers, middle class people. They don't have it. So what happens is they just don't go to the doctor because they don't have $8,000. And I'm like, that's a lot. That's a lot. So is this even good insurance? But you are forced to have it because if you don't have it, you have to pay a penalty because you don't have insurance. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like it's really crazy. You know, I'm like, and it's sad because people should have quality health insurance. A lot of young people too. Hey, for me, by the time they get 25, 26, they get kicked off their parents' insurance. You know, but I'm like, we have real problems here in America that need to be addressed. And every day you come on TV, oh, racism, oh, abortion right, or what's the other one? I don't know. That's it. I'm like, they act like these are the two issues we have to worry about. I'm like, no, the economy is bad. The economy is really bad. Healthcare is really bad. Education in this country, public school education is subpar. It is subpar. The children their scores are average at best. Right? A lot of families too are afraid to have children because the cost of having children. So I think right now the fertility rate in America is like 1.2 or something. People don't want to have kids because it's a lot of money. You know, it's not that they don't want children. They can't afford children. But we send money to buy weapons to Israel to kill children. Like, think about this. We have a reproductive problem here. People do not want to have kids because they're afraid to have children. And we send bombs to kill children in Palestine. Make it make sense. Hey, Nails, you know, the job market too is horrible. A lot of companies will post jobs and never call people back. They post a job, but they don't want to hire people. And people be like, oh, people are lazy. Nobody wants to work. No, a lot of the jobs that are hiring are like fast food, you know, like customer service, stuff like that. Okay, cool. But you can't really have a great life doing customer service. When people are applying for career opportunities, they don't get their call back. You have people who apply to 200 jobs, 1,000 jobs. These companies are not calling anybody back. They have job postings. They put up the salary and they don't call nobody back. So it's not so much that people don't want to work, but it's like companies themselves are not truly trying to hire people. You know, and one video I saw, the guy was saying like the reason why they're doing this because they want to put pressure on their current employees. Like, hey, if you don't work harder, we'll hire somebody else. So when you have a job posting on the internet, it adds pressure to the current workers because they feel like, well, if I don't do extra work, if I don't stay later, if I'm not crazy committed, I could lose my job. They want you to feel replaceable, but they don't truly have the intent to hire people. So a lot of young people now are struggling to find career jobs, not gig economy. The gig economy is not sustainable. Uber, DoorDash, like, I mean, how much money can you make with this kind of stuff? Right? That's not sustainable. Working at McDonald's, working fast food. It's like what you can't take care of a family with these types of jobs. People need to have proper career jobs. But no, we're sending money to Ukraine. And like they don't want people to have these real conversations. Mainstream just wants you to be focused on Trump, abortion rights, and I don't know what else is out there. You know, trans people having access to women's bathroom. Because they don't really want the American people to say, what about these real issues though? The economy, what's it called? The healthcare system, the job market, right? The young people not being able to buy houses, the interest rates. Like we have real problems we need to address, but nobody wants to address them because it's so much easier to keep people distracted. So I'm like, so it's hard for me to take people seriously. But yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, they don't want that because they all are paid by lobbyists to keep things the way they are, you know? So it's like, I'm like, this is really toxic, but it's really sad because I was on TikTok, I was on YouTube and I was listening to people talk about Obamacare. And I was like, it's sad because it's not mainstream conversation. And people are really suffering with these, like with their healthcare. They're suffering, their premiums are really high. You have people who have regular jobs who have $300 premiums a month, $350, $400 a month. I said for insurance. That's just your healthcare. But what about like your dental and then like your vision and then your car? Like, people spend a lot of money on different types of insurance, like every single month. So if healthcare alone is $350 per person, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. People have to pay for a lot of insurance, healthcare, dental, vision, car, renters, homeowners. It's a lot of insurance. Like, people are always paying money towards these insurances. Don't even know what the purpose of them thing is. Like, it's pure madness. Yeah, it's really sad. And that's the thing. Like, nobody's marching for that. That's the thing that triggers me too. Because, like, in Europe, like especially in France, if the government does something they don't like, they're gonna be outside. They're going to be outside. Like, they will definitely be outside. You're not about to do this, okay? But here in America, when the government takes advantage, like, there's no march, there's no protest, there's nothing. It's like people have to learn to express themselves. Like, that's what America should be. People should be protesting. Like, the prices at the pump, the prices at the grocery store, right? The fact that all this money is going to other nations and we're not really focusing on the American people, right? Even immigration is a problem. I'm not against immigration, but it's like illegal immigration, though, it is becoming a problem. When you put illegal immigrants over the actual people, the actual citizens, to me, it's very concerning. Giving people $1,000, free housing, giving them the right to vote. Like, I'm like, what in the world is happening? There is a young man who in class, he said illegal alien, because before that's how I used to say it, illegal alien, right? And because the professor took offense to it, he was suspended from school for 3 days for saying illegal alien. Another issue that we have in our current times, freedom of speech. You are no longer allowed to say how you truly feel. Okay? Freedom of speech is at risk. Okay? You can't speak your mind, because every time you speak your mind, you're labeled something. You say this, you're anti-Semite. You say this, you're a homophobe. You say this, you're a transphobe. You say this, you're a misogynist. It's like people can't even speak anymore. Everything is almost like hate speech. Open dialogue, it doesn't exist. Like, difference of thoughts, it doesn't exist. Nobody's allowed to say, you know what, I hear what you're saying, but I disagree. This is how I see it. You have to agree. And it's like, that's not possible. But America's always like said, oh yeah, we're about freedom of speech. You can speak your mind. But nowadays you cannot speak your mind. You have to recite what you're told. You have like, yes, I agree with this. It's like, it's crazy. And when you don't agree with people, they're shocked. Like, what you mean you don't agree? I don't agree. I do not agree. And it does not make me a bad person. Right? You don't have the right to say, no, this makes me uncomfortable. You don't have the right to say that. You have to give up your freedom, give up your space, your safety, your boundaries, right? Because you can't say like, oh yeah, this makes me uncomfortable. I just don't agree. What you mean you don't agree? Because you will be bullied into agreement. Like, that's just insane. That's insane. Like, freedom of speech is really under attack in America. You can't speak your mind. Candace, some people don't like Candace, but whatever. But Candace Owens, she said that Christ is king. Right? So because she said Christ is king, they started calling her anti-Semite. I'm like, how does saying Christ is king make you an anti-Semite? Explain that to me. This is crazy. Anybody who if you support Palestine, they'll call you pro-Hamas and they'll call you anti-Semite. I'm like, what in the world? You have the right to say you don't believe it's okay to kill children. 35,000 people are dead, have been murdered in 3 months. Calling for a ceasefire does not make anybody anti-Semite. It doesn't make anybody against the state of Israel. You don't need to kill 35,000 people to find hostages. You've killed 35,000 people. You bombed the mess out of these people, and you still have not found your hostages. I'm beginning to question if these hostages are even real. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it does not exist anymore. And it's very concerning. And that's why when you get on social media, everything is skews like a specific way, because there's no freedom of speech. It's just a big echo chamber where people just repeat the same talking points over and over and over and over. But there's no diversity of thought. It does not exist. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. The moment you don't agree, you get shamed, you get canceled, you get labeled, you get taxed, you get punished. And it's like, just because I don't agree, I have the right not to agree. And I think that's the reason why someone like Candace Owens today is appealing to more and more people, especially more and more younger Black people, because they recognize the hypocrisy. Like, no, I don't agree. And so to some people, she does empower them to feel like, you know what, you can speak your mind. You have the right to say you don't agree. It's your American right. Don't give that up. Do not give it up. If something makes you uncomfortable, you have the right to say, this right here makes me uncomfortable. If you're not sure about something, you have the right to say, I'm not sure. If you disagree with something, you have the right to say you disagree. Now, what you cannot do is persecute someone, torture someone, delete someone. No, that's excessive. But people have the right to say, I don't agree. And today is like, oh my gosh, what you mean you don't agree? I don't agree. Like, what? What else is new? You know? So that's one of my main issues with a lot of Black people who are in mainstream media, who are capitalists, who are elitists, is like they teach you to conform. Okay. How do I feel about getting married to a white man? I mean, listen, people gonna marry who they want to marry. But I'm like, I don't think even Candace, if we're being honest, I don't think like a lot of Black guys would have been up here fighting to marry Candace also. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the thing. Like, were Black dudes really going after her like that? You know, because she's very ditzy. Like, she's very, oh my gosh. Like, you know, I don't think that's the type. And Candace, too, she doesn't do the BBLs. She don't have no BBLs. She doesn't have a big butt. She's not light skinned, you know? So I don't even think, if we're all being honest, I don't think that there's going to be a lot of Black guys who pursue her, because a lot of Black guys, too, are broken, right? A lot of Black men are broken. And they are looking, when they date or they marry, they're looking to affirm themselves. They're looking to validate themselves. They're looking to heal their wounds, because a lot of Black men, too, do not love themselves, right? A lot of Black guys struggle with self-esteem. They struggle with self-worth, and they struggle with self-love. So when you don't love yourself, it's hard to love a woman that looks just like you or looks just like your mom, right? That's why every time you see these NFL drafts, you got the darkest of the Black boys with the whitest of the white girls, right? Because they don't love themselves. They don't love themselves. A lot of Black dudes are broken. And when you're broken, you don't want to be with someone who looks just like you, right? But it's like, if she was light-skinned and she had a BBL and all that kind of bunch of weave and bunch of fake nails, right? I feel like then people are like, oh yeah, I like her. Because a lot of Black boys, they feel like being with the light-skinned, whatever bunch of BBL stuff, it's a status symbol, right? Now, maybe now that Candace is like, she grew up, because, you know, there was a glow up. When you look at Candace before, you know, like, I don't think a bunch of Black dudes were going to try to date a girl that looked like that. You know, you don't see Black, oh yeah, I want a girl that looks like, nah, she was very plain. She's very vanilla-ish, right? I don't see a lot of Black guys, oh, I can't wait to date her. She's on my wish list. Wump, 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 wump. Now, Candace has blown up now. She go through a glow up. Okay. Now, Candace out here looking like a little Barbie. Okay. So I could see them want to date this Black girl. But this Black girl now, she rich. She rich. She makes a lot of money. She's a millionaire, right? She has a huge platform. So I could see, like, now Black guys, oh, I want to date her, be with her, wump, 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 wump. Because now she's successful. She's very successful. She has a lot of money. She has a huge audience. So there's something to gain by dating her. But I don't think that the Candace before, a lot of Black guys will be into her, because this is everything they hate. Where's she at? Like, this version of Candace, this Candace, right? Nobody's going to put her on the wish list. But now that she looks like this, right? Or she looks like this, she looks like this, right? She looks like this. Like, oh yeah, Candace, why didn't you marry a Black man? Like, please. Okay, now she looks like this. Like, Candace has gone through a glow up. She gone through a glow up. You know, but so it's like, you know, she married the man, I guess, who wanted to marry her. I mean, now she dolls up. Like, now she does. Candace is really cute now. Candace is really cute. Like this one's really cute. This is nice. She looks good over here. Even her hair is healthier. Her hair has grown a lot. Like Candace B, she has some cute pictures. You know, Candace got really cute. She cleaned up real nice. You know, look at that. Candace turned into a Barbie. So it's like, well, she went with the man who saw her when she was at her natural self. And a lot of black men do not like black women in their natural state. It's okay. We can be honest. God is good. Right? So it's like if that white man saw her when nobody else saw her, especially when the man in her own community didn't see her, we can't be mad at her. I can't be mad at her. Because now it's like, now she's rich. Candace is really rich. What is her net worth? I don't even know. Candace is rich. Candace got money. You know? You see? Look at her. She's fancy now. Okay? Yeah. She's fancy now. She's confident. Candace got money. Candace has a whole lot of money. Okay? So it's like, Okay, about $5 million. Okay. $7 million. Okay. Yeah. 5 to 7. Yeah. So I'm like, I can't be mad at her because it's like she was not going to be on somebody's wish list. But now that she's rich though, I can see her being on somebody's wish list. Of course. But now it's too late. She's moved on. She's moved on. I mean, let me tell you something, but okay, exactly. Now she fine. Exactly. People need to stop being fake out here. So I was like, child, please. But I mean, she was not successful at first. Candace was broke. Candace used to intern at Vogue magazine. She was so broke, she didn't finish college because she couldn't afford her last semester. She was broke. Candace started off on YouTube. She had no money. Okay. Even her mom couldn't raise her. Foster care. Her granddad had to adopt her. Like, she had no money. She started from the bottom. Okay. So that white man, he saw her at her natural state with no money. Like, she broke with no college degree, nothing. And I guess, quote unquote, he built with her. So it's like, so that's why I say, like, if we're being honest, I don't see a lot of black men like, oh yeah, that's who I want to be with. She's on my wish list. Like, no, you wouldn't have said that. But now that she's bigger, she has a wide audience. She makes a lot of money. She has millions of followers. She's all over the news. She's constantly being talked about. And you're like, oh, but why didn't you be with a black man? Yeah, whatever. Why didn't you see potential in her when she had nothing? So I'm like, girl, I can't be mad at her for that. And she seems happy, and he seems to be faithful. So, it would have been nice, but sometimes it doesn't work like that. There's what you want and there's what you get. But he seems faithful. He seems like he's a good husband. They have 3 kids together. So I wish him all the best. He said, what? But her success came from playing the race card and saying wild stuff about black people on Fox News talking points. So I can't rock with that. But I'm going to ask you this though, right? What's the difference between, let's say your feelings are valid. What is the difference between Candace and a rapper? Right? Like someone like Little Durk, what does he talk about? Right? Like, how did Little Durk become famous? Like, what are his talking points? Right? And that's the part I have. That's the issue I have with a lot of black people, is that they want to sound so self-righteous. Oh, Candace talks crap about black people. She says the things that white people want to hear about black people. But so does Little Durk, right? If you're a black man and you make music about killing other black people, aren't this white supremacist talking points? Where did you learn that it was okay to talk about killing black people? Where did you learn to kill people who look just like you? Where did you learn to look at another black man and call him the N-word? And then, I smoke on Tuka, I smoke on Zaza, whatever. They kill other black people. And then they name weed strands after black people they've murdered. How are they any different? I just say people got to keep things 100, right? If you think that Candace has white talking points, white supremacist talking points, that Candace hates herself, she hates black people, no problem. I'll give that to you because I don't know that lady. Okay. And you have the right to feel that way. But my thing is, push that further. Go all the way with it and hold everybody accountable. Because most of these rappers too, the music they make are racist, white supremacist talking point. Kill the N-word. Who used to say that? The KKK? Back if it was not if it was not black people legitimizing the N-word, if you heard someone say, go kill these N-words, go slide on these N-words, make it rain on these N-words, load the chopper up on these N-words, you would think these were white supremacists. You think, oh, the Nazis, the whitehead, the what's it called? The KKK. Like, what the heck? But today we have black people repeating these things and we dance to it. But how's Little Dirk different than Candace? What does he promote? And the majority of people who listen to his music are what? They're white people. The majority of these rappers who sing about killing black people, sliding on black people, smoking on hookah, their audience are white people. When they go to these festivals, when they perform at these concerts, you look out, you see all kinds of white boys bopping and screaming and being excited at black genocide. Black on black crime. It always turns white people on. So my thing is, how is he different than Candace? Okay? Candace does what most of these rappers do. And you have no problem streaming the music, supporting the music, etc., etc. They talk about killing black people and they get Grammys. They talk about killing black people, black women being all kinds of the B words and things like that, right? And they get to make all kinds of money, drive all kinds of cars. They get to fly in private jet. They don't represent a small demographic. That is a lie. When you're able to get up there and win a Grammy, you don't represent a small demographic. That's a lie. When you're able to go to the White House, when you can go to the house of the first black, I guess, vice president and celebrate 50 years of hip hop. I don't see Biden. I don't see what's it called? I don't see Biden. I don't see Kamala Harris celebrating jazz. I don't see them celebrating black opera. I don't see them representing soul. They're not invited to dance and celebrate that art, right? When you celebrate 50 years of hip hop, you cannot say, oh, it's only a small demographic. No, be accountable and maybe make better choices with your music. If you hold Candace accountable, hold these people accountable and also hold yourself accountable. That's it. Exactly. They all do it. But you are so accustomed to, oh, it's okay for my rapper to disrespect me. It's okay for my rapper to call me an N-word. It's okay because he's black, so it's okay if he disrespect, because you have been trained to, oh, one form of disrespect is okay because you call it entertainment, right? But when it comes to politics, now you want to be self-righteous. It's all the same BS, right? Because a lot of these rappers, they pretend to be something they're not in order to make money. Candace, too, she finessed these white people in order to get rich. These people do the same thing. It's just different ways of doing it. But it doesn't matter. It's the culture. It is the culture, right? If somebody was to ask you, what is black culture today in America? It is not a culture of men who marry their wives, have beautiful children, become engineers and things like that. No, the culture is degeneracy. Okay? Today, rappers hold a very powerful place in society. The black man that used to be the pastor, the Muslim man, the leader, the protector, he doesn't exist. He died in the 60s. Okay? Today, when you talk about like what is a successful black man, he's either an entertainer or he's an athlete. They are the beacon of what black malehood is in America. People who are married, who are fathers, who pay their taxes, who are honorable, they are not what first comes to your mind when you think about a black man in America. You do not. You think about these rappers, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like we need to be serious. It's not just Candace. They do it too. But people pick and choose. Like that's the thing with me. Like, sorry, people pick and choose when they want to get offended. But she's not the only one to do it. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Exactly. So it's like, what's the problem? Because you like if this side was doing the right thing, I could be like, Candace, you lying. But if you watch Candace too, even though you feel, oh, she has Fox talking points, it is true. But is she lying though? She ain't lying. She tells the truth. You don't want to hear it. But my thing is like, for me, when I look at Candace, I'm like, she is no different than these rappers. Exactly. Rappers pretend to be something they're not. Oh, I kill people. Oh, I was in a gang. Oh, I used to move major keys. Okay. Oh, I used to do this. I used to slide up, promoting all kinds of BS. We have even Plies. Plies has never been in the streets. Okay. Plies has never been in the street. His brother was in the streets. Plies went to college. You go on his Instagram, you think he's outside every single day doing knucklehead stuff. No, he took the life of his brother and he forged himself a persona and he built an audience by being a fraud. This man never been in the streets. His brother was. He was in college. But even Plies is not proud to say, I'm college educated. He wants you to think he's ignorant because he understands that's the culture. Nobody wants to see an intelligent black man. People love ignorant black people. Exactly. Thank you. Okay. But he knew you are not going to be celebrated if you are a thespian, if you have a love of arts. Be a degenerate. People will lift you up. You know what I'm saying? That's the truth. So a lot of people are cosplaying as gangsters. They're cosplaying as misogynists. They do everything in their power to represent the gross behavior because they know degeneracy pays. When you have a little boy like J Band, you got that's a young baby right there, right? He's already experimenting with booty sex. Then he goes on the No Jumper podcast and he tries to be like, well, he didn't penetrate me. I did the crack. And like, what is happening with these young boys? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it takes to have a rap career now. You got to be a booty warrior. That's the culture. And nobody's reaching out to this young man like, little brother, what are you doing? What are you trying to represent? Because now it's like it's the thing now. What you want to be? I don't be a rapper. And he says, I have no morals, I have no ethics, I have no integrity. You understand? A young black man like this, he's already playing in booty holes. He goes on a show, on a YouTube show, 20 versus 1. He agrees for this young girl he barely knows to go give him top. That doesn't trigger nobody. But Candace says something. Oh my gosh, I am so triggered. Oh, please stop it. Stop the fake virtue signaling. You have way more issues in the black community than Candace Owens. She's the least of people's worries. The kind of filth that goes on here, and nobody says anything. These young boys are out of order. And you don't have older black guys reach out to them like you. I need to mentor your behind because you're crazy. Nobody mentors them. Nobody mentors them. They're out here beating up these girls because they want to give up a phone number. They stab these girls over phone numbers. They pick up the girls. They throw them in a trash can because the girl said no. And nobody's saying like, we have to do something about it. Like in the 90s, like 96, 97, like when I was a young woman, like I was a young girl, Mr. Farrakhan, they had like the Million Man March where black men were holding other black men accountable and talking about the issues that affect the black manhood in America. Today, nobody cares. Even an older black man, they instead of holding these young boys accountable, no, they manipulate these young boys to join their gangs, to go kill for them, to go sell drugs for them, all kinds of degeneracy. One day when we're sitting here, we see Boosie get an older woman, okay, to go do weird things to his son. He has an older woman molesting his son, and he puts that on Instagram. Nobody said, let's cancel Boosie. This is so disgusting. Oh, no. But it's like when it comes to Candace, oh, my gosh, we're so shocked. Candace does the least amount of harm to the black community. She really does. Because the stuff these rappers are out here promoting, it is pure filth. It is pure filth. And now when people hear someone like Kendrick, it's like, oh, my gosh, like this is so refreshing to actually have somebody intelligent drop bars because the music is so dark. It's so degenerate. The majority of these rappers, they die at 19, 21. They're already dead. Pop Smoke, 19 years old. He was dead. Who killed them? A 14, 15-year-old. We have 14, 15-year-olds out here who murder people. They steal cars. Like, it's horrible. But nobody says anything about that. But oh my gosh, I can't stand Candace because she has white talking points. They all have white talking points. You just pick your poison. Right? So it's like, please. Of course, you're going to call it entertainment, right? Because once you call it entertainment, it relieves you from your responsibility. right? You hear murder and you call it entertainment. That says a lot about you, right? Because it's not entertainment. When you look at the rate of people going to prison, you look at the rate of incarceration, you look at the rate of conviction, you look at the kind of crimes these Black boys are committing, it's not just entertainment. For them, it's real life. And they embody that. It's not just entertainment. Because if it was just entertainment, Black people, Black men would not be like the number one people going to prison, right? If it was just entertainment, Black men would not be the number one people to commit most of the homicide in America, right? The number one people to commit, the number one color, the number one gender to commit most homicides in America are Black men. And you look at their music, it's, oh, well, it makes sense. Because the music that you listen to is indicative of your mindset. It's not just entertainment. This is your religion. You listen to it, you abide by it, you act on it, you live for it, you die for it, right? You even go as far as you don't even take plea deals because the music tells you that it's a shame to be a snitch. Someone like Y&M Melly talk about, oh, I got murder on my mind. And he ends up doing what? He ends up killing his best friends. And these are the same best friends that he used to do his vlogs with on YouTube. The boys who are dead, they used to be on his YouTube channel. So you make music about, oh, boys, I got murder on my mind, murder on my mind. Now you have 3 murders on you. This boy's never coming home. So it's not just entertainment. It's a religion. It's a religion. That's what you do. When you believe in something, you die for it. That's why I even call you an extremist, because that's how much you believe in it. Okay? When you believe in whatever the gospel of rap is, you live your life accordingly. You embody your lyrics. You become that thing. And before you know it, you are a murderer and you are a killer of your own people. You kill your own best friends. He spent all day with these boys. They were in the studio. They ate food together. They spent all day together. And he killed them. 4 o'clock in the morning, he was sitting in the back. He smoked all of them. And you go on his YouTube channel. They're on his channel. Hold on. What's his name? That's his channel right here. Let me show you.
Time to help you.
Because I was like, I remember these boys. Because he used to vlog. Hold on. Oldest. Look at his oldest videos. You see? Guns, Glocks, all kinds of foolishness. Some of the boys are in here. Hold on. Murder on my mind. Okay, so he ends up killing people. He had vlogs. See, here he is with Lil Durk. Here he is. He had a bunch of vlogs on here. I don't know where to find them. Maybe he had them deleted. But his friends were on here with him because they were kids. They used to record themselves outside and play outside and stuff. I was like, and these your friends right here? Killed them people. So we have to stop. Even pornography. You can say, oh, pornography is just entertainment. So you start messing with pornography, you watch pornography, and before you know it, you are completely addicted. Before you know it, porn runs your life. You start having these weird desires. It becomes harder and harder for you to be aroused because now you're watching all kinds of porn. Then you want to see a man and a woman. Then you want to see 2 women and a man. Then you want to see 3 women and a man. Then you want to see 2 men and 3 women. Then you want to see a dog in there. Then you want to see a horse in there. Then you want to see girl on girl. Then you want to see men on men. It's a gateway. It's a gateway. You know? You know what I'm saying? It's a gateway. So I'm like, we cannot sit here and, oh, no, it's entertainment. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, thank you, Marco. It is not entertainment because it becomes a religion. You got to be careful what you listen to. And I wish more Black people would be more mindful of that because your mind is so powerful. Your subconscious is so powerful. And when you allow just anyone to influence you, you allow anyone to speak into you, you know what I'm saying? Bad things can really happen to you because words are powerful. Words, they help us, they mold us. Like they say, oh, who am I going to be? How do I see myself? How do I see the world? Who do I want to be in this world? How do I engage with other people? Right? They're very powerful. And you need to listen to people who encourage you to rise above. You're not an animal. You're not a killer of other Black people. Other Black men are not N-words. They are other Black men. They have a name, right? Women are not just bees and hoes. You can't just desecrate them. Like sometimes it's just so violent. And you got to really ask yourself, like, why am I even listening to this type of music? And people wonder why. When something bad happens, they will act based on the stuff they've listened to because it has molded you. It's in your subconscious. It truly is. It really is. It poisons people's minds. Look at all the young ladies who listen to Cardi B. They act on that behavior. They really do. Because that's how feeble-minded people are. People are very weak. If people were so strong and so resilient and they had their own ideals and they had their own identity, influencer economy wouldn't exist, right? But the fact that influencers are so successful lets you know that people are weak-minded. They're really weak-minded. The fact that in society today, we don't have free speech, we don't have independent thinkers because people are weak-minded. People are very weak. People are very impressionable. That's why influencer marketing is a billion-dollar business because people can't think for themselves. How can you make it make sense that somebody works 40 hours a week and they need somebody else to tell them how to spend their money? Make it make sense. A company has to pay an influencer to tell you, oh, you need this product. Okay, yeah, I guess I do. Like, what in the world? Because people don't think for themselves. They love to be led, and they also love to be misled. Okay, so I'm like, you got to hold both sides accountable. Yeah, exactly. Look at what they've done to JoJo. They've destroyed JoJo. And JoJo too, because she grew up pleasing people. The next step for her was to become part of the LGBTQ. But I'm like, do I really believe that JoJo is a lesbian? No, she's trying too hard. Because, I got to be inclusive. I got to be this. Because it's like, what else do you do? You were a child star. Now you're an adult. What else do you do? You always got to keep pushing the envelope and you keep pushing and pushing. And JoJo, she thinks she's made it because she drives a Lambo, but you can tell that she's being bullied. She's being bullied. She's not coming. It's so like she tries so hard. It is so fake. I'm like, people who are gay don't try this hard to convince other people they're gay. Okay? Nobody tries this hard. But JoJo, her life is like, since she was a baby, she was trained to please people. I don't even think she knows who she is. It is sad. It's so sad. But she does not realize that she's a slave because she drives a Lamborghini. But this is not healthy. And everybody's making fun of her because it's so cringe. JoJo Siwa, the little baby girl from Dancing Dance Mom. You know her. You've seen her. This cute little white girl. She used to be on a She used to be so cute. She was cute. And I was like, oh, but that's not enough. You got to do more than that. So now JoJo say she's a what? She's a lesbian. I don't know. She's into girls. Look, she went from this little girl to now she's looking like this. I'm like, how is this not mental health issues? Like, this makes no sense, right? What are you doing? How do you go from this to this? So they're all making fun of her because it is so cringe. She's like a WWE rainbow wrestler, Yeah. I'm like, this is so fake. I feel so bad for her. I'm like, she's a slave. Yeah, she said her mom was bleaching her hair since she was 2 years old. I'm like, this is child abuse. I feel so bad for her.
My hair since I was like 2, maybe 1.5. I'm not a natural blonde. I'm actually a natural brown. I get brown roots, so I have to dye it.
The child star's mom even did it on camera, showing no regrets.
Your hair is getting really dark. We're going to need to lighten this up. Nothing is off limits when it comes to doing what I think will benefit JoJo.
A clip showing JoJo as a toddler proves she'd already been dyeing her hair at such a young age.
And my favorite song
You see?
is You've Got the Best.
Some critics saw it as a disturbing sign, shaming the mother over bad parenting.
I have been dyeing my hair since I was like 2, maybe 1.5. I'm not a natural blonde. I'm actually a natural brown.
How can you put those chemicals on a 2-year-old? Hair bleach, like any hair product, relaxers, bleach, these things, they smell so bad. Like they have fumes. Okay, we used to get our hair relaxed. Okay, but I'm like, them things for on a 2-year-old, a child that's still developing, you put them stinking fumey bleach products on her. Are you insane? Then you make the girl feel bad because, oh, your hair is getting brown. Like, that's her natural hair color. Like, what the heck? So I'm like, you see that JoJo, she never grew up being encouraged to be herself and to love herself. Everything she does, she has to please her mom, please her dad. Her parents used her to make money. Okay, she's a freaking show horse for her family. That's all she's ever been, for other people. So I'm like, JoJo, like, are you doing this because you really want to do it? Or you think that this is the next step? Like, oh, I got to be in the LGBTQ. I have to be inclusive. I have to be queer. I need to have a girlfriend, because you think like this is the times and now this is the trendy thing to do so that you can keep having your followers. JoJo, listen, free yourself, sis. Be free. I feel so bad for her. I feel so bad for her. I'm like, this is child abuse, and she was never protected.
Get brown roots, so I have to dye it.
The child star's mom even did it on camera, showing no regrets.
You know, exploiting this baby. You know, just exploiting the child. So it's like today, when you see what she's up to, it's like, you know, I feel so bad for her. You know, nobody even knows what. I'm like, what is she doing? Look at this. What is she doing? Like, what's happening to you? Like, is she okay? She's like 20 something, like 21, 22. She's a baby. I'm like, what is going on? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's 20. Yeah, she's like 20 something. She's a baby. She's humping the ground. She's humping girls, doing the most because she thinks this is what people want from her. You know? It's so sad. But she thinks she's okay because, you know, she has money. She's very wealthy. JoJo has a lot of money, you know? But I'm like, girl, look at her. Are you really okay though? Because it's like there's something so wrong with just being a cute, pretty white girl. Like, you're pretty, you're cute, just be that. Like, why are you doing all this? Because we have a whole generation of followers, people who are afraid to be themselves. They think they have to become personas for their views, engagement, their followers. Like, this is so sick. This is sick. It's sick and it's depressing. So that's the thing. Like, it's sad. So that's my thing, is like, you know, I just feel like if you're going to hold Candace accountable, hold these rappers too accountable, because all these people, they're all cosplaying. They're all like, this is all, to me, it's like, this is all toxic. At least the thing with Candace, it's like, oh, it's politics, you know, it's not like gang, shoot, smoke weed and whatever, right? It's not degenerate, right? But I take that's why I have a lot of issues with it. Like, when I see someone like Angela Rye, for example, hold on, let me show you something. What's it called? Because, you know, like Angela Rye, Tiffany Cross, they have a podcast. It's called the Native Land Podcast, right? So these are all like...
Native Land Pod is a production of iHeartRadio.
Okay. So Angela is an attorney. Angela's a lawyer. Andrew Gillum, y'all should know him. He was mayor in Florida. Then he had the whole scandal thing. I don't know what he majored in. You got Tiffany. Tiffany used to have a show on MSNBC. She majored in like mass communication, whatever. But anyways, so overall, you have some educated Black people. But my thing is, these people too, they will never, ever, ever call out the culture. They don't call out the culture. They don't call out what's wrong with the culture, how to do better. But they'll sit there, they'll cry about Trump. They'll talk about Trump. They'll talk about Trump. They'll talk about Candace. Oh, Candace is bad for the Black community. I'm like, no problem. No problem. Let's say Candace is bad for Black people. I'm not going to argue with you. But she's not the only one, right? Call everything out, but they won't do it. Because people understand this culture, this thing is not just entertainment. It's identity, it's money, it's a lot. So it's idolatry. So if you talk about it, you're going to lose your followers. But if you people had integrity, if you really cared about Black people, you really care about the health, the mental health, the physical health, the familial health of Black people, you will call out this filth also. They will never do it. But when it comes to Trump, they have so much criticism of Trump. When it comes to Candace Owens, they have so much to say. But this rap music, you don't see it. This violence, you don't see it. Even these three, I kind of kept up with their little podcasts, right? Because every podcast they talk about Trump, so it gets old. They never address what's happening in Chicago, the violence in Chicago, the immigrants, the whatever. They don't address nothing. Right? Because I don't know, we're just supposed to just keep you focused on this. No. Let's talk about everything. Hold everybody accountable. If you're going to hold Candace accountable for being bad for Black people, keep going. Please keep going. Talk about all this promiscuity out here. Okay? Talk about female rap and what it's inspiring all these young girls to do. Talk about that. Talk about the drugs. Talk about the broken homes. Talk about all these children without families. Talk about the math scores and the reading scores of Black children falling behind. Let's talk about everything. Let's talk about how we have an attrition of Black teachers. Talk about everything. Let's talk about it all. Right? Since we care so much about Black people, let's not be hypocrites. Let's talk about everything that is bad for Black people and that makes Black people look bad. But you're not going to do it. Right? Because if she has to talk about the culture, then she got to talk about Charlemagne. She can't talk about Charlemagne. She can't talk about Envy because she's signed to Our Radio. Charlemagne is her investor. The Breakfast Club is known for bringing all kinds of scammers on their platform to scam Black people in real estate, fake real estate deals. Everybody that has scammed Black people has stopped at the Breakfast Club. Jay Morrison, Cesar Pena, you name it, him 500, all kinds of lying, degenerate, scamming ass people. They've all stopped at the Breakfast Club, but she's not going to hold the Breakfast Club accountable. So you pick and choose when you want to have integrity. You pick and choose when you're afraid and you're scared for Black people. Shut up. When she goes and she has an interview at the Breakfast Club, I think right now, DJ Envy has an ankle monitor on, right? Why don't you speak about that? But I'm sure, but you won't though, because it's easier to talk about Candace. Talk about the people close to you. Don't worry about Candace. Candace can worry about herself. Talk about the people close to you. Charlemagne, did he not grape his wife? Did he not grape his wife? Does he not have like sexual assault allegation from North Carolina from a girl who was like 15, 16 at the time? But she's not going to talk about that. Even Andrew Gillum, who's sitting next to her. How come he didn't get to be governor of Florida? Right? She's not going to talk about that part. Talk about it. He left his family. He drove for 4 hours to go have drugs and all kinds of weird fetishes with some escorts that he met. And when the police came, he was completely laid out, vomit, completely naked, vomit out of his mouth, stuff coming out of his butt, in a room with male escorts that do porn. He drove for 4 hours to go have intercourse with these escorts. She's not going to talk about that. So he was having relations with men and he was going back to his wife. He could have exposed this woman to some serious things, right? But she's not going to talk about that. Tiffany's not going to talk about that. But they'll be like, oh my gosh, Candace is so bad. You are sitting next to a man who could have given his wife all types of stuff. He's a fraud. He was deceiving Black people. Acting like he's a married man, a Christian. He's about family. He's about his wife the whole time. He's a sexual pervert. And Diddy was, when he was running for governor, all these Black people went there. Diddy was there. Now I'm like, oh, I see what Diddy supported him. Okay. Diddy was there. It was like so many Black celebrities who went there to support him. And he was okay deceiving people. Had that thing never came out and he got to be governor, he will still be having relations with these men, with these escorts and the little drug parties he's into where they put Molly in their booty, they put ecstasy in their booty, and then they proceed to have intercourse like that, right? They do all kinds of weird stuff. And he was going to go back to his wife, deceive her, deceive his children, and he was going to deceive his constituents, pretending to be a man that he's not. But she's not going to talk about that. How so many Black women are getting STDs and all kinds of stuff from messing with men who have relations with men and women and don't talk about it. They're not honest about it. She's not going to talk about that, but she's going to fix her lips, talk about Candace. Okay, Candace does not have a double life. He does. Now he's saying like, oh no, now he identifies as bisexual. So I'm like, but how can you identify as bisexual when you are married to a woman? Just divorce this lady and go live your truth. Do not hold her hostage. Okay? Exactly. So it's like, for me, I'm like, if you're going to call one person out, then you got to call all of them out because they're all trifling. Was he not mayor of thingy? I thought he was mayor in Florida. Yeah, he was. He was a mayor in Tallahassee. Yeah, he was. He was mayor. He was running for governor, but he was mayor. He was. He was 126th mayor of Tallahassee. He was mayor. Then he ran for, he was mayor for 4 years. There you go. For 4 years, he was mayor. Then he ran for governor. Exactly. Like, then he ran for governor. And when he was running for governor, that's when everything came out. Let me see. Make sure I don't show y'all some crazy pictures. You know, but when they caught him, like, you know, he had like the pills and stuff. He was completely, let me see, let me make sure. I don't show y'all some crazy pictures. Let me go back to this. Because some pictures on here have him all naked and stuff. I'll make sure I'll put that up here. Okay, I guess I can show this one. Right? But completely deceiving his wife. Completely deceiving this lady. I'm kind of, you see? See the stuff on the pillow? Doing all kinds of weird stuff. Who knows what that, like, well, I don't know where these fluids came from, but it's like stuff all over the place. So I'm afraid to play this video. I'm like, I hope the video is not too crazy. So I guess this is the man that was his lover, like that he went to meet. You know, but it was really bad. But he's fake. And a lot of you know, and I'm like, I know you have a lot of Black guys who do this, and they make their wives sick. Like, it's not okay. Like, live your truth. As people say, live your truth. Like, you know, but he was not living his truth. Okay, I guess it's not gonna be too bad. Let's see.
We're talking about a very messy hotel room with drugs scattered everywhere. Local 10 News reporter Laren Livingston is live on South Beach to show us. Laren.
So police tell us back on March 13th, Andrew Gillum was so inebriated when they got here to the Mondrian South Beach Hotel that he could not even speak with those officers who responded here. And so now we're seeing and hearing some of what those first responders saw and heard when they made it here to the hotel that night.
Reference cardiac arrest, 341, 1100 West Avenue.
It's around 1 a.m. March 13th. Miami Beach police make their way into the Mondrian South Beach Hotel and up to the 11th floor. The first knock goes unanswered. Seconds later,
Attention all units.
that's when things literally get blurry for privacy reasons. The audio also goes silent. Police encounter a man barely dressed, if at all. You can make out what appears to be Miami Beach fire rescue medics moving around the room. At one point, police direct what appears to be a nude man to the bathroom. He's questioned and later takes a seat. The call came in about a suspected drug overdose. Andrew Gillum, husband, father, and rising star in the Democratic Party, The first black nominee of a major party when he ran for Florida governor was one of 3 men found inside that hotel room. Police say Aldo Mejias came back to the room where he found Gillum and Travis Dyson under the influence of an unknown substance. Gillum, who'd reportedly been found vomiting in the bathroom, was later allowed to leave the hotel to go home. Police also released these photos showing the mess left behind: stained pillowcases and sheets, pills and bottles of pills spilled in various places. Police also removed what they suspected to be 3 small bags of crystal meth.
Police say those suspected drugs were eventually impounded. No criminal charges were ever filed, and Gillum claimed he was here in South Florida for a wedding. He has since apologized and says he never has used methamphetamines, but he did say that after that unsuccessful bid for governor, he did fall into depression, started abusing alcohol, and he has since entered into rehab. We reached out to all 3 of the men who were involved in this incident that night, have not yet heard back. We're live here in Miami Beach, there in Livingston.
And mind you, and like I said, mind you, he drove 4 hours to go do this. That's how addicted he is. It wasn't down the street because he's from Tallahassee. So if you even put on Google Map from Tallahassee, let me see. From what? Tallahassee. Ooh, Tallahassee with a trick. Tallahassee. From Tallahassee to Miami. Let's see. If you're driving. You see? Look at this. Okay. From Tallahassee to Miami. They're talking about 7 hours. That man drove his car. Okay. That's how obsessed, possessed, in love with the D. Remember the songs about I'll do this for the D, I'll drive for the D, I'll fight for the D. Think about how obsessed he had to be to drive 7 hours to be in a room with 2 other men. And you're going to try to tell us that you are bi. You are not bi. You are not bi. Because people who are bisexual, I mean, I don't know them personally like that, but I would think if you're bisexual and you choose to be with a woman because she satisfies you, right? But okay, I like men and women, but I chose to marry a woman, so that's what I'll stick to. You've made your choice. You're okay with that, right? When you drive 7 hours or 4 to 7 hours to be in a room with 2 male escort, with crystal meth, with fentanyl and all kinds of other drugs, okay, you are seriously into men. That's some serious dedication. Exactly. Like, that's not a joke. Okay. Hey, Nikki. Okay. Yeah, she said Democrats will complain about white people, but sure, we'll sleep with them. She said no. So he said Diddy was in the background. Diddy was there when he did his whole, like, when he was running for office, when he was running for governor. Diddy was there. Diddy was there. I see why Diddy was there. Hold on. Diddy was part of it. Like, Diddy had a concert for him. You see, Diddy was there. Diddy came out. I was like, oh, I see why Diddy showed. Now, like, a lot of things now in hindsight, they make a lot of sense. Okay. A lot of things in hindsight, they make a whole lot of sense. It makes a whole lot of sense. But Diddy was there. Diddy was part of the people helping him to run his campaign yeah, definitely. Exactly. Andrew Gillum had a freak off. That's exactly what it was. You know? Yeah. He said, well, you need your vitamin D. You put in those miles. I know that's right. Okay. So he drove, you guys. He drove. He did not fly there. He drove there. He drove there. So if you can drive 4 to 7 hours to be in a room with 2 other men who are sex workers, they are adult content creators and things like that. Those 2 boys, they're escorts. Like, if you see their pictures, like, they're always naked with the strap. They have their, like, really thick, luscious booty out, etc., etc. Like, he drove to be with those men. So I'm like, you can't tell me that you're bi. You're gay. You're gay. But you understand, like, for politics, as a black man, politics, Democratic Party, you know, it helps to have a black wife and the black children. You're using these people. You're not into her. Because I'm assuming, like, if you're bisexual, you know that you are into men and women. So you would have told her that also, like, hey, I'm bisexual. And not just that, if you made up your mind to be with her, you would commit to her. But you were actively looking for men. You drove to be with these men. Like crystal meth. Crystal meth, y'all, that's the crystal. Have you ever seen the consequences of crystal meth on a person? Okay. This is what crystal meth does to people. It is a serious drug. Crystal meth is nothing to be played with. Okay. So this is the kind of stuff he was doing in that room. Like you guys, crystal meth is scary. It is seriously frightening. It is a frightening drug. Like, stick to weed. Okay. But it's a horrible drug. So he was up there doing that with those boys. Okay. So it's like, no, you are a weirdo. So when you see, when you look at the podcast, the Native Land podcast, and you see them trying to talk about Trump and, oh, racism and Candace is bad for Black America, I'm like, Angela, shut up. Please shut up. You're sitting next to Andrew Gillum. Okay, like you have, when it comes to integrity, when it comes to standing up for Black people, you don't even have a pinky toe to stand on. Okay, because this Andrew Gillum here, he's very dangerous. He's married to a Black woman. And look at what he does. Look at what he's doing. And I'm sure he probably begged her to stay with him so he could still have a modicum of a career. But how many Black women are contracting STDs right now? Let's see. Let me see. You see this? Do y'all see this? Let's read this. Don't to worry about Trump. Worry about the man sitting next to you and his lifestyle. Okay? But let's read this, y'all. Y'all can see this. The rate of HIV and AIDS in the Black community is startling. African Americans, who only make up 12% of the U.S. population, account for nearly half of those living with HIV. I wonder why. More specifically, Black women represent 61% of the new HIV cases among all women. The popular suspicion has been that many infected Black women have contracted the virus from their Black male companions who secretly have sex with other men, also known as the down low. Okay. But a new study shows that the correlation is flawed. Okay. Dr. Kevin Fenton of the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, explains the misconception and talks about prevention. You see this? You see this? But then she's going to sit around, because I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny, but the kind of behavior that Andrew Gillum has displayed is the equivalent of biological warfare. This is biological warfare because he has children with that lady. So they have unprotected sex. They've been had unprotected sex. They have like 3 babies. I'm not going to show their faces because they don't deserve this. And he went on the Tamron Hall show and he showed the faces of his kids. I'm like, but for what? They don't deserve to be attached to your mess. Okay? But I'm like, he has unprotected sex with his wife. He's been had that. And I'm sure he was into men even when he was having sex with her. But this type of behavior, it is biological warfare. You are taking disease agents. You expose yourself to drugs. You do drugs with the pipe. You do drugs with the whatever. You do drugs with needles. Okay? You put drugs in your butt. Then you go and you have relations with men and you come home and you sleep with this Black woman. You know what I'm saying? Something really, really bad could have happened to her. And how do we know he doesn't have the virus? We don't know. Because today with the pills they give you when you do have HIV, they help with your viral load. This man could have HIV. I would not be surprised. I mean, look at this. Look at me. Who's to say he doesn't have HIV? A lot of people today live with HIV. You would not know. If they don't tell you, you wouldn't know. So it could even be the fact that his wife also has HIV. We don't know. We don't know. But would it be like far-fetched to think that she could have been exposed to the virus? No. Would it be so far-fetched to feel like, oh, he could also be, he's been exposed to it, or even that he does have it, but he's on current medication, so his viral load is very high? After all, Magic Johnson is still alive. Okay? Magic is still alive. So anything is possible. He could have HIV. We will never know. Right? And he brought that home to that black woman and to the children. Anything could have happened. He could have cut himself. The kids could have cut themselves. Anything could happen. You never know. Does all this nasty stuff that he kisses his kids on the forehead, kiss the kids, all saliva all over the place like that. We don't know. But you sit next to this man. But you want to fix your lips to talk about Candace Owens. You are not serious. You are not serious. And you need to fear God. You seriously need to fear God. This man is sick. And his wife should have divorced him. She should have ran for her life. Run, sis. Run. Because he'll do it again. To drive 7 hours to go play with a man's booty. Oh, yeah. You are a booty warrior, all right? Look at all the drugs. There's even this one picture, you guys. Look at this. Look at all this. We don't know what this is. Is it vomit? You know, is it from his butt? Like, you know, where is this body fluid coming from? We have no idea. This could have been vomit. It could have been discharged from his private. It could have been discharged from the back. We don't know what this is, but it's a lot of fluid. It's a lot of fluid. And then after that, they let him go home. And he went home to his wife. So he was messing with this boy in the behind. Then he goes on to this lady. How sick you are. How sick you are. Okay? But you want to sit here and talk about Trump. I know you lying. Trump might be a scammer, a thief, a man who loves to file bankruptcy, and a man who don't like to pay his bills. But my goodness. My goodness. You want to talk about somebody? You're going to talk about somebody. Okay? I'm like, you want to talk about Trump. Like, when it comes to Trump, you can say Trump is a racist. I'll give it to you. You can say Trump, he likes to file for bankruptcy. He don't pay his bills. I'll give it to you. But you can never say that a man don't flip Trump upside down and did all kinds of nasty stuff to him. No. You can say Trump is a misogynist. Yeah, sure. No problem. But this right here is giving Hunter Biden. It's giving Hunter Biden. And it's always these Democrats. They're just so toxic. Yeah. Hey, Mark, this is insanity. This is insanity. These people are insane. Okay. And they sit there every day. They want to talk about Trump and Trump. I'm like, y'all are so, you're bored. Okay. Go find you another grift. Because you don't care about black people. Because me, there's no way I could work with Andrew Gillum. I'm so sorry. I mean, if he apologizes, he feels that's fine. But me, no. And I'll tell his wife, sis, you need to run. This man has a serious addiction. And he's using you as a shield. He's using you as a shield. Even now, doing a podcast with 2 other black women too, once again, he's using them. He's using them to restore who he is and to continue to lie to himself and continue to deceive people. This is atrocious behavior. Imagine your husband getting caught in this type of mess. I'm like, you guys, I can't show you all the real, he was laid out. I'm talking like naked, laid out, his private laid out, stuff coming out of his mouth, stuff coming out of his behind. I will not lie to you. We just can't show the picture on here. Okay. And I was like, oh my gosh, you drove 7 hours to do this? 7 hours to be fondled in the back. And you want to talk about you identify as bi. No, boo-boo. No. You are full blown. Okay. And so it was so disgusting. Then he was released to go home to that black woman. Hey, babe. But y'all want to sit here and talk about Candace. You don't have room to talk about Candace. You can say a whole lot of things about Candace. But this right here, you can't say that about her. Oh, Candace plays with drugs, methamphetamine, crystal meth. He's out here playing with crystal meth. He's out here playing with all kinds of stuff. You cannot say that about Candace. And the majority of these black Democrats, they are so fake. They have all kinds of addictions, all kinds of issues. And they'll make you think that, oh, you have to fear the white man. Shut up. I have to fear you. You're black and you're a liar. Okay? You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. You're insane. You are sick. You are truly sick. If you can do this to your wife, what you gonna do to me? That is so dangerous. That is so dangerous. Like I said, he could have HIV. Because he got caught. It only came out because he got caught. But is this the first time he's been doing this? No. He's been doing this. So how do we know this man does not have HIV? Yeah, he's a monster. He really is a monster. He's a monster. So I'm like, please, go somewhere. Y'all crazy. Y'all really, really crazy. Okay. So what happened? Hold on. let's move on with what's it called? What's it called? Sunday service. Y'all don't let anybody bamboozle you. I'm telling you, question everyone, and think for yourself, because people out here, they are true liars. Like, they are really sadistic. Like, they just lie. They're so dishonest. They're dishonest with themselves. They are dishonest with their spouses. They are dishonest with their fan base. They don't fear God. They really do not fear God. Yeah. Like, this is really sad. Okay. So next, what are we talking about next? Hold on. I was going to show y'all this. We're talking about what? Oh, let's start with that. So now let's get into the show. The show's going to get started now. Let's go. Because I didn't get to... Okay. We're going to start off with Jeannie Mai and... Let's continue with our show. Welcome to Sunday service, okay? The show officially starts 2 hours later. I'm going to talk about Jeannie Mai and Jeezy. So Jay is clapping back. Jay said, one thing you're not going to do is lie on me. Okay, so Chronicle Speaks, she made a video. So let's see. Let's get into it. Hold on. Make sure I put my phone. Okay, hold on. Forgive me. I need to get better at doing this. Hold on. All right, let's go.
If you've been getting scam texts like these, it means your data was probably leaked online somewhere. His house looking like a no-limit soldier carrying around a rifle. We're hearing stories from Jeannie saying that he locked their daughter in a room all night and caused her health problems. And Jeannie has also stated that Jeezy has placed pause on her, causing her to fear for her own life. Now Jeezy is fighting back, no pun intended, showing proof that Jeannie tried to use in vitro fertilization to try to keep the two in a relationship when Jeezy stated that he already filed for divorce. And because Jeezy continued with the divorce filing and did not want a baby, Jeannie unleashed the beast. We have the fertility calendar. Text stating that she possibly was the hostile one in the relationship. Text from the fertility doctor and an unwanted picture of Jeezy's feet.
He did tell you about the feet.
We are going to get into this story and so much more. But before we do, please be sure to subscribe to this channel and hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss out on any news regarding this story and so much more. Now let's get back into it. So Jeezy and Jeannie Mai probably didn't in a million years imagine that their alleged fairy tale romance would end up in divorce court.
So there is a picture... I was like, did I not tell you this girl don't drop hot oil on this man? But this is Jay's foot. So I guess she burned him or something. This girl is crazy. So yeah, this is crazy.
Let alone a vicious custody war between the two. But one thing that we've learned from these couples is that you can never make them your couple goals. And lastly, many of these celebrities are not as happy as they would make you think they are. Simply put, a lot of them are doing it for the gram. And that's exactly what Jeezy seems to be stating Jeannie is doing. So without further ado, let's start these court docs off right, because we've got a lot to unpack. So Jeezy starts off by saying, first and foremost, to be clear, the petitioner has never held the respondent against her will ever. Petitioner has never struck the respondent with a closed fist across her cheekbone and eye, or punched or choked the respondent in any manner whatsoever. Petitioner has never pushed the respondent down any stairs. Those allegations are completely unsubstantiated. The petitioner does not own an AK-47. The petitioner specifically denies that he has left guns and bullets all over the marital home. The claims by the respondent are entirely fabricated and staged in an intentional effort to destroy the petitioner's name, brand, and reputation because the divorce action was filed. These false allegations are by the same woman who attempted to have a second baby with the petitioner naturally for over a year when she did not become become pregnant after the petitioner told her in June 2023 that he planned to file for divorce, the respondent then contacted their same doctor about in vitro fertilization. The petitioner's permission was required. The petitioner had to contact the doctor directly in August 2023 to let her know that he would not be participating in the fertilization of any additional eggs with the respondent. If the petitioner were so violent as the respondent claims, why would she want to have a second child with him? If the petitioner were so irresponsible and created such an unsafe home environment for the party's minor child, why would the respondent desperately want to have a second baby with the petitioner? The answer is because the petitioner is not violent and the petitioner is not irresponsible. Further, the petitioner has not created an unsafe home environment for the party's minor child or for his oldest daughter who frequently visits the marital residence and enjoys spending time with her little sister. The respondent should be ashamed of her false narratives and the turmoil that she's caused to both of the petitioner's daughters, all because the petitioner declined to have a second baby with her and the petitioner decided to file the divorce action. From 2021 until 2023, right before the petitioner filed the divorce action on September 14, 2023, the respondent publicly sang the praises of the petitioner as a husband and a father on her Instagram page to her 3 million followers. The statements in the respondent's motion and response are complete fabrications and entirely false. It is the respondent who has a hostile and volatile temper, while the petitioner has a very even, measured, and calm temperament. The petitioner has never initiated any violent contact between the parties. The respondent was the admitted aggressor in the party's relationship with a host of anger issues that the respondent detailed herself in an interview with the Lovers and Friends podcast on YouTube, January 10, 2023.
I didn't notice that I had a hot temper until I got with Jeezy, and here's a person who is my equal and I really respect. And when I would spew some of my old habits and he was like, like that's not flying here. And also it would trigger him to come back at me with things where I was like, who the fuck do you think you are?
So we're going to skip around a little bit, and this is where it gets a little juicy. Almost immediately, the respondent, Jeannie, introduced strife, physical and emotional abuse, and volatility into the party's marriage. The respondent is used to docile men who allow the respondent to curse at them, to strike them in their face, and to flirt with other men openly. Indeed, the respondent admitted to each of the 7 marriage counselors that the parties utilized before this divorce action was filed, just like she admitted in her interview with the Lovers and Friends podcast on January 10, 2023, that she has a really hot temper. The respondent further admitted that if the petitioner ever called her out on anything she did, her first reaction was to say to the petitioner, who the do you think you are? So this is the reason why Jeezy filed for divorce. We never knew why before, but he goes into that here. He says after...
Sorry, because she's saying a whole lot of things, right? So the people, these two people, they've been together for less than a year or like less than 2 years. They had 7. Did y'all hear this? They had 7 marriage counselors. How do you go through 7 marriage counselors in like less than 2 years? You're some crazy people. Okay. And then it says like she's used to men that she can beat up. She's used to men that are docile and stuff like that, which is what I told you guys in the other live, right? Because I need to say this like in an intelligent way. I do believe that some women are victims of domestic violence. I really do. I do believe that there are women out here who are getting beat, traumatized, financially abused. I mean, you name it. I believe that. I will never say I don't believe that, right? But when it comes to social media, and these women who are bosses and boss bees and always talk about being independent and things like that. And I like me a thug, as I've gotten older, listen to me carefully. Okay. As I've gotten older, I have come to recognize and respect the fact that some women are attracted to unstable relationships. You know what I mean? There are girls out here who want a man to be crazy. It turns them on. There are girls out here who want a man to act a fool. It turns them on. They like the thug type, the one to snatch you up, to cuss you out. It excites them. And then it makes them want to go have like crazy makeups. You know what I'm saying? Like they're really into that. There are people, when there are women out here, when they're having intercourse, they want a man to I'm like, what the heck? I had one of my subscribers tell me that, oh, Marlene, I likes it when he, I'm like, you want him to, she was like, yes. I'm like, oh my gosh, like you're all crazy. Like BDSM is a thing. People who want to be spanked, people who want to be beat, people are like, oh, call me mistress. Like, yes, mistress. And they start crawling. You're like, what in the world? What in the world? People are weird. Okay. People are like, why do you want somebody to spank you? There are people who want to be spanked. There are people, they want you to use a whip and then you spank them. Look, I'm like, this is just too much. Okay. There are people who use handcuffs. people who do harnesses. I mean, you're like, oh my gosh. So I'm like, the older I have gotten, I understand that some people, they like it toxic. Because to them, toxic keeps it interesting. And those are two, to me, in my head, that's my head. Those are two different people than a person that's going through physical abuse, sexual abuse, right? That's one particular set. Then you have another set of people, they actually want it to be toxic because it excites them, it turns them on, it makes them feel like, oh, he really loves me and stuff like that. Like it's very bizarre. You see? Yeah, it is very bizarre. It is so bizarre. People have all kinds of weird kinks out here. Okay? So, I'm like, okay, that's that. And I said to y'all, whether it's her, me, I'm going to tell y'all this, right? Jeannie Mai, Keke Palmer, who else is out here? Even maybe Cardi B too. But a lot of these girls, they like toxic men. It turns them on. It turns them on. When the thing happened between Keke Palmer and Darius, I told y'all, I said, y'all, don't just look at these pictures because most likely these two are in there and they whoop the mess out of each other. And that's just how they like it. You know what I mean? But because Keke wants to have sole primary custody, now she wants to release clips where Darius is the aggressor. But play the entire footage of the home security camera. Play it all. And we're going to see you putting your hands on that boy too. That's why as soon as it went to court, it got really quiet because she came out with her stuff. Darius came out with his stuff. When they went to court, it got really quiet because whatever he has, it's going to make her look horrible. Because who Keke is on social media and who Keke is outside, it don't make one. You understand? These are people who are paid actors and actresses. They are paid to be something they're not. Okay? They understand manipulation. That's why they're so good at it. They are here to manipulate your perception of things. And so that's why the older I get, I wait. I don't say, oh my gosh, look at what she said. Look at the picture she just put out there. I was like, no, give it about a week. Because you always need to wait for the other party to respond. Don't just be, oh my gosh, she's a woman, I'm going to take her side. No. There are a bunch of wild banshees out here. Okay? So you have to wait. And that's why another thing I've learned too, wait for people to go to court. Because when people go to court, everything's going to come out. If someone does not want stuff to come out in court, they want sealed court records, they want to do it behind closed doors, they want to do mediation, somebody is hiding something. Right? Because when you have nothing to hide, let's go with this thing. But it got real quiet. Have you heard from Keke? Have you heard from Darius? No, because she knows. Darius has receipts. The way her mother talked to Darius, you know that Keke's just as toxic. Okay? You have an issue with the boy going to a football game with his daddy on Sunday. But you had no problem leaving the baby with him for 2-3 days for you to go twerk on Usher. So when you twerk on Usher, he's a good parent. He can watch the baby. Right? But when it comes to him taking his son to football and he told you he going to take that boy to a football game, you knew. Not all of a sudden, oh my gosh, he's too young to go watch a football game. Okay? Oh my gosh, you can't watch the baby. Girl, shut up. Shut up. Okay? There's a reason why Keke is a multimillionaire actress who chooses to have a baby with a light-skinned Mexican who works at Planet Fitness as a gym instructor. It don't make no sense. She intentionally goes for boys with no money so she can control the relationship. We're not stupid over here. We are not stupid. And you didn't think he was going to fight back, but he did. Right? Now, here you have Jeannie Mai and Jeezy. I was like, me, girl, bye. Okay? You are so abused and traumatized, but he's the one who filed for divorce first. That is bizarre. You have money. You have access. You have connections. You have friends. You have an audience. Okay, when he was filing for divorce, you were posting about his book on your Instagram, talk about, oh, how much you love him and you're proud of him, and something is bizarre. It's so bizarre. We have seen you mistreat Freddie. You went on your show so many times. You called that man all kinds of Mitch this, Mitch this. We've heard Freddie say he gets no love, no sympathy, no compassion from you, so he has to get it from his mother. You made the divorce crazy. You were manipulative. You didn't want to pay. Right? His wife was pregnant. You weaponized your audience to go bully that girl for 9 months. She barely got to enjoy her pregnancy. Okay, girl, bye. Okay, you a whole felon. You are known for stealing cars. You're like she's not innocent. She's not this little poor meek Asian girl that's like, oh my gosh, the black man is coming after me. Girl, shut up. You're just as crazy as he is. And I told y'all this. I said it's the same thing with Kim Kardashian and Kanye. Kanye recognized this family right here, these women here, they don't respect men. They don't respect men. They walk all over their men. So Kanye recognized, if I want to be respected, I got to start being crazy. Because a lot of these women out here, they don't respect it. If a man is kind, he's calm, he's a gentle soul, they will walk all over him. They will dog walk that man. Because they don't know how to respect people who are meek, who are nice, who are kind. So these crazies, in order for you not to lose your whatever, you gotta be intense with those girls. And they like it like that. They really do. Child, Kiki knows what she's attracted to. Because even his older brother, like Darius, his older brother is part of Insecure. Remember, like what's the guy? The guy from Insecure? Hold on, what's his name? Right? Saranis Jackson. There you go, right? He's from Insecure. He got his co-worker pregnant. Right? He got his co-worker pregnant. He then claimed the baby. Okay? So it's like, child, please. They're a hot ass mess. They're a mess. And she met Darius through this one. Okay? So she knows what the family tree is about. Older brother, baby brother. Okay? So it's like, girl, he's a personal trainer. What can he do for you? Okay? So for a rich woman to go for a man like that, you know she wants to control the relationship. She wants control. And plus, if you ask me, she wants the genetics too. Listen, a lot of people want to have light-skinned babies. It's not just black men, black women too. People fetishize these light-skinned babies like really, really bad. Okay? So I'm like, girl, bye. There's no reason for her. You even had the interview where it's like you have Steve Harvey telling her, like, Kiki, you need to date better. Okay? This is too much. She's like, no, I like the dusties. I like the broke ones. Okay?
You know, I don't like to mix millionaires. I just need some simple stuff. You know, I don't like to mix my industry business with my personal life. I'm just laying low in private, love.
Uncle Steve ain't trying to get you with no billionaire. He trying to get you with somebody that has a plan to have something. That's what I keep trying to get you to do. You can't quit bringing these.
Uncle Steve love billionaires. I'm gonna just tell y'all, he do. Anytime I see Uncle Steve out, he's like, "Now I got this guy. He's got a net worth in there. I just need."
I done had this talk show 7 years. You ain't ever heard me tell one woman to do nothing she just said. 7 damn years. I have said direct opposite. But little Miss Fast over here.
I'm hitting up all these women.
Little Miss Fast over here don't listen. Then when she go make the mistake, then she come back, I did that. You didn't do a damn thing I told you.
I did, Steve. Okay, so tell me what I need to do, Steve. What I need to do, apparently.
I said, this is what I told you. You need to make 2 lists of what you will accept in a man and what you will not accept in a man. Okay. No man is going to be all of what you want. He does not exist. You take the don't list and you make sure that the don'ts don't outweigh the do's. There are some deal breakers and there are not. Now, you can find a nice guy, but he has to have a plan. He don't have to have $1 million yet, but he has to have a plan to get somewhere close to that. Because you make a lot of money. What you cannot do is be taking care of nobody else. So what you can't give nobody your lifestyle.
Yeah.
He got to come in here with a lifestyle that you can put it together with. That's all I've ever said.
Okay, well, Steve, I'm with that. I'm with all those things. That's exactly me. But like you said, we don't know the hour or the day or the month. So
is he?
Dating is good, you know.
Uncle Steve.
I hate when they put music on this stuff.
They're done. Because the gag is, I don't have time for games.
Yeah, and this is what she does every time. The thing about Kiki, that's how I know she has a personality disorder. If you notice with this young lady, anytime it's time to get serious, she starts becoming theatrical. I don't know if you've observed that with her, right? But every time people are having serious conversation, people are holding her to task, and people want her to be more mature in the way that she thinks, she starts being this whole theatrical black drag queen that's in her. Like, there's a black drag queen in this girl, okay? Doing too much. Like, we're being really serious. Like, stop doing this. Yeah, it's like there's a drag queen in her. She thinks it's cute. I'm like, we're having a serious conversation here, right? But for you to meet, what's it called? Where's the picture? Okay. For you to meet Sadonis, whatever his name is, right? He is known for doing God knows what. He got a girl pregnant, the girl Dominique from Insecure. He got her pregnant, did not claim the baby, right? So whatever. Then you see this one over here. The only thing he has going on for himself, I guess you could say his genetics, because some people do fetishize genetics, but he's a personal trainer at Planet Fitness. Okay. Why does a woman who have all this going on for herself, who's making millions of dollars, who talks about being a strong, independent Black woman, why would you go have a baby with a personal trainer from Planet Fitness? If it's not because you are trying to control the relationship, you want to be the man in the relationship. And not just that, she wants to control everything. Because if you go with someone that's equal rank to you, you're going to have to learn to communicate, compromise, you're going to have to be very mature. But when you're with someone like Darius, who only makes Planet Fitness money, and you come with all these millions, you expect him to be submissive to you. Act just like a toxic man. They use their money to put you in a position of submission, right? Like, it makes no sense. But every time people ask her serious stuff, it's time to talk about serious question, she turns into a drag queen. Like, what are you doing? Like, what the heck is this? Matter of fact, let me see her birthday. When's she born? Let me see. What's her sign? Because I need to know. August 26th. What does that make her? Virgo. Okay, she's a Virgo. They're very fake, y'all. Beyonce's a Virgo. Okay. Jada Pinkett's a Virgo. Okay. Like, they're just, Virgos are just so fake and conniving. They're always so fake. With these people, it's like, child, let me check your pulse. Are you alive? Okay. So it's like, no. Yeah, it's like, be honest. But they struggle with being who they truly are, because they will always want to be perceived. Giselle from Housewives of Potomac, okay, gives you an idea. All right, cool. So I'm like, why would you do that?
Okay. I don't know what scene that was from, but put the gag in. I don't have time for games. I said, all right, little Eartha Kitt.
They're done. Because the gag is, I don't have time for games.
Okay. I don't know what scene that was from, but
she has plenty of time for games. So that's why I said, for me, when it comes to these women, honestly, I've gotten to a place when it comes to these females on social media, many of them are just a persona of who they think their female audience wants them to be. When they're off social media, who they truly are, only God knows. And many of them are unhinged, they're toxic, they are violent, they're loud, they're bullies. So it's like, let's wait for more information to come out. Okay? Because the more you wait, the more you know. The more you know, the better you can start to decipher what is truly happening. But me, honestly, I've always felt like Jeannie was a bully, a liar, manipulative, and toxic. Because her mother is hella toxic. Her grandma was toxic. So you can't come from a lineage of toxic matriarchy and somehow be this awesome lady. No, it's not possible. No, it's not possible. When Jeannie told her mom that she was sexually assaulted, her mom didn't even believe her. It took her mom 10 years to believe her. Just that's the environment she grew up with. That's the matriarchy that she had. They're you were unhinged. Okay? It's not loyalty she was looking for. She was looking for submission. Anyone who has a lot of money, who dates people with no money, you're not looking for loyalty. You are looking for submission. You're going to make the person addictive to your lifestyle. And once they are addicted to the lifestyle, they can't leave because they can't do this without you. It's the same thing with Diddy and Cassie, right? Part of the power that Diddy had over Cassie was the lifestyle. She couldn't afford this without him. That's why she spins the block and she sues for like 30 million, because she still wants the lifestyle, right? Cassie confessed to being tricked out, played out, pulled out, okay? Like the stuff she confessed that she also took a part in, it's like, it's a lot. Like, girl, it's a lot, okay? But she still came back because she wants money, because she needs that lifestyle. And that's what abusers do. They get you hooked to the lifestyle. They get you hooked to the money. They get you hooked to the drug. It's not for loyalty. People who want loyalty from you, they don't mind you being yourself. You know what I mean? You get somebody, oh yeah, be loyal to me, but be yourself. I don't mind you being yourself. Be loyal. But when you want someone to always, like, you want to be their entire everything, they can't question you. They can't argue back. They can't clap back. They can't disagree with you. No, you want utter submission. You want a toxic form of submission. So it's not loyalty. It is submission. You want submission, right? Because if you are somebody can make as much money as you and be loyal to you, but they will be their own person. I'm loyal to my husband, but I'm my own person. If I don't agree, I'm going to say I don't agree. Like, what the heck? What this is, right? But when you are fully dependent on a person and they know that you are fully dependent on them, especially financially, you can't say anything. And that's a toxic form of submission, but you're looking for submission. You know? I don't know. She acts like she always like goes into like this weird drag queen mode. Like, it's very bizarre to me. You know what I mean? So that's it. That's what she wanted. So I'm like, you're not deceiving anyone over here. Anyways, let Chronicle finish what she was saying. But yeah, so Jeannie and Jeezy, they had 7 marriage counselors. That's crazy. These two had no business being married.
The decision to file for the divorce lightly or on impulse. The parties had sessions with 7 different marriage counselors, other therapists, and spiritual advisors, and to no avail. Nothing worked. Ultimately, the petitioner went to get the divorce documents drafted around his late mother's birthday, who passed away in 2021. The verification to the petitioner's complaint for divorce is dated June 15, 2023. Besides the fact that respondent intentionally started an argument with the petitioner on the same evening when his mother passed away in 2021, the respondent has consistently demonstrated throughout the party's short marriage a lack of love, respect, and congeniality towards the petitioner such that he could not stay in the marriage anymore. Nonetheless, the petitioner did not rush to file his complaint for divorce, and he asked his attorney to wait about 90 days before filing. Therefore, the petitioner told the respondent that they really needed to work on their marriage, and if things did not change soon, he would be filing for divorce. Instead of trying to improve their marriage, the respondent unilaterally decided a couple of weeks later that she would contact the party's reproductive endocrinology and infertility doctor to start the process of IVF implantation of another embryo to have a second baby with the petitioner. Based upon petitioner's information and belief, the cost for the IVF pregnancy is about $20,000 to $30,000. The respondent paid for all of these fees on her own because she desperately wanted to have a second baby with the petitioner, even after the petitioner shared with her that he had a complaint for divorce prepared and that he would file for divorce if the marriage did not improve. I'm Jeannie Mai over there like it. You don't give a damn. We don't give a fuck.
So he told her he's not interested in her using his sperm to go have a baby without his consent. She's like, well, I'm going to do it anyways. He's like, well, I'm letting you know I'm filing for divorce. So when she told her she was surprised, she wasn't surprised. She knew. So she rushed to get the IVF going for the second baby.
Sis is over there doing what she want to do. She really don't care what's going on. Now, it goes on to say, ignoring the petitioner as she would usually do, the respondent began getting the shots necessary for the IVF process, and she started taking the prescribed medicines necessary to produce a viable egg, as if this process would somehow change the petitioner's mind about filing for divorce. The petitioner wanted the parties to seriously work on their marriage to get it back on track, but the respondent's primary focus was having a second baby. The respondent, who has always been the most rational, stable, mature party in the marriage, explained to the respondent that there would not be another IVF pregnancy. Apparently, the respondent still did not believe the petitioner until he sat her down in August of 2023, and they called the endocrinologist together to let the doctor know that the petitioner did not agree with the process. The petitioner advised that he would not be fertilizing another egg with the respondent. If the petitioner were such a violent, irresponsible alcoholic as the respondent has attempted to paint him as in her court documents, then the respondent would not have wanted to have a second baby with the petitioner. Let's talk about the guns. Now, we spoke before, and Jeannie was pretty much stating that she didn't feel safe with her daughter, Monaco, being around Jeezy because he has guns everywhere. There was a gun beside the bed. He walks around like a no-limit soldier with an AK-47 on his back, and she wasn't feeling it. So her attorney sent a letter to his attorney pretty much saying, before he can get Monaco again, we need a picture of a safe showing that all of the guns have been put up, including the gun that was beside the bed in the basement. So he speaks about that here. The petitioner sent the photos of the 4 guns and the safe to his counsel on April 1st, 2024, and his attorney sent the photos to respondent's counsel on April 1st, 2024. In response, respondent's counsel sent a photograph of a large gun on the floor in the guest bedroom on the basement. While the petitioner does not own the gun in the photograph, that particular gun was removed from the marital home before the respondent moved out with the party's minor child on October 11, 2023. The photograph was clearly staged because the petitioner did not leave the gun in the middle of the floor. Petitioner explained this to his counsel, that particular gun was not at the marital home anymore, but had been moved to another property that the petitioner owns. So after that, Jeezy was like, I need to see my baby. Where is my baby? And Jeannie's attorney pretty much sent an email to Jeezy's attorney stating that they cannot move forward and they need to get a consent temporary order in place. Jeezy is excited to see his daughter. He hasn't seen her in a long time. He sent the pictures of the guns. He's ready to get everything started. So he sends his caretaker to the home that both he and Jeannie Mai shared in California. Caretaker's outside waiting for hours. I'm ready to get the baby. What's up with the baby? Unbeknownst to not only Jeezy, but the caretaker as well, Jeannie no longer lives in this house. All the furniture is gone. The 2021 Range Rover he bought her, everything. In other words, according to Jeezy, Jeannie is playing gatekeeper with their baby. Okay, so this document is 153 pages. I wanted to point out the important parts to you, so take a listen to this. The petitioner owned firearms long before the respondent asked him to marry her and all throughout the marriage. The alleged concern about petitioner's ownership of firearms and gun safety only became an issue after petitioner filed for divorce against respondent. The petitioner has always exercised gun safety, and he would never put the party's minor child or his older daughter in harm's way. And y'all take a listen to this right here. When the respondent left the marital home on October 11, 2023, with the party's minor child, her last words to the petitioner were, "You will never see Monaco the way you want to see her. Get your 7 lawyers together because you are going to pay me." Now let's continue. There are so many false, fabricated, exaggerated, and self-contradictory statements in the respondent's motion and response that it is impossible to respond to each and every single misrepresentation. Clearly, the respondent is making an intentional, concerted, and strategic effort to damage the petitioner's name, brand, and reputation. The respondent has been instantly successful in her mission. She wants the goodwill that has taken years for the petitioner to build in the community destroyed, and for what? The posture before this honorable court, to win in the court of public opinion. How much will it ultimately cost the petitioner financially in sponsorships, endorsements, brand deals, and the like, because the respondent has labeled the petitioner as a gun-toting alcoholic abuser who has no regard for the health, safety, and welfare of his own baby girl. Seems like the respondent would have initiated this divorce action herself if the petitioner were such a nightmare of a husband. Yet with allegations and no proof, the respondent has single-handedly damaged the petitioner's career with a single court filing. Hopefully, once the truth is revealed to this honorable court, the petitioner's fight to be an active dad will not all be for naught. Now, according to Jeezy, Jeannie Mai is the mother of his child. He does not want to go tit for tat with her, but because she's put this disheartening, untruthful information out about him, as a businessman, a father, a person, a friend, a family member, he's ready to go for it. So he goes and he says this about her. Specifically, very soon in the marriage, the respondent began to demonstrate signs of manipulation and control. As soon as the parties, who were newlyweds, moved into their new marital home in Atlanta, the respondent's brother and the respondent's mother all moved into the party's marital home without any regard for the petitioner. Then the maternal grandmother's best friend.
So here is, let me show y'all this. Here is a text message that Freddie, even because they were on TikTok, I think it was on Instagram, people were going back and forth. So Freddie responded to someone who was saying, oh, he's jealous because Jeannie moved on. And Freddie said, I upgraded from trash to treasure a long time ago. Best decision I ever made. Congratulations on being truly happy. Is an awesome feeling. Love my little family. Because it also seemed not only was she abusing Freddie, because Freddie married this hold on. Freddie married this white girl right here, right? And it seems like Jeannie was even having an affair on Freddie. So it seems like she was cheating on Freddie. So she was cussing him out, abusing him, mistreating him. And on top of that, it seems like she's also having an affair on Freddie. So the wife, because she kept you guys, if you remember those days on The Real, she would go there, start crying, do all kinds of stuff, weaponizing her audience to go bully Freddie. And she tried to convince people that Freddie's wife was a homewrecker, right? So Freddie's wife responded. What'd she say right here? The full, no, full screen. Okay, well, you can see this. Let me show you this, right? Hold up. Okay, so she said, I don't want to fight. I just want to speak my piece. I didn't take someone's husband. There is so much more to the story. Employee overheard Jay talking to one of her co-hosts' husband about some very explicit, detailed things regarding another man. Okay, Jeannie. Okay, Freddie stayed through a lot. She isn't being honest. She was long done before I came into the picture. They were no longer speaking or living together. In his head, it was over. He has done everything to make it work, and everything legally was set in place to move on. The way it's being played out isn't the truth, though. Okay, let me see if I can read it from here. Okay, blah, blah, blah. The way it's being played out isn't the truth, and she always says enough to lead people down the she wants them. Okay. Sorry to vent to you. Freddie wants me to stay silent, but he's also stronger than I am. He's also not being called the things I am. He says we know the truth, and being quiet will hurt her more. But I don't want to hurt her. I never wanted to hurt her in the first place. If she was truly heartbroken, I would have walked easily. But she wasn't. When the person she left him for didn't work out, he was already moved on. Okay. Let me see. Let me see how this goes. So there's a part that's like missing, right? So even when it came to Freddie, hold on. Okay, let's see this one here. So it seems like Jeannie be lying, okay? All orchestrated by her and still happening after all these years. Every time something happens with her, we get bombarded by trolls because of the narrative she led people to believe. Listening to what go live, that troll life, create fake accounts to attack people if that makes you feel better. But let's set some facts straight. Since she won't publicly clear our name and own her lies, let me just let you in on a little news flash. She asked for a divorce. She is responsible for her own action. All Freddie is guilty of is moving on quickly. He moved on a couple months after she filed for divorce. Big damn deal. I probably should have waited until the divorce she drug on was final, but unfortunately I didn't. I probably shouldn't have, but been emotional and wrote her, okay? Wrote her publicly, but I was sick of her shenanigans, and I did. No one cheated on our hand, okay? So something here about what? Hold on. Let's see how this goes. Okay, unfortunately I didn't. I probably should have waited. But publicly, I was sick of her shenanigans, and I didn't. No one cheated on our end. So get over it, people. There's zero tea here. She just led y'all to believe there was. She moved on, and hopefully she's truly happy. She's not talking about Freddie anymore, so that's nice. About damn, Freddie has never looked back and never spoke on her name. He doesn't care. Meanwhile, she used her platform to destroy us and present a sob story for attention. Everything she does is for strategic attention. You are all just her little sheep. She's got you fooled. Let her be happy. Let us be happy. Leave people alone. We aren't the least bit interested in what's going on in her life. So stop adding us. We do not care. Okay? So it's like, girl. Okay? Jeannie's associate told Media Takeout that Jeannie, despite her very friendly appearance on TV, like I told you, she looks like this very sweet, like innocent Asian girl, can be very angry and aggressive. The friend explained, Jeannie is not the sweet lady you see on TV. That woman can be aggressive and very disrespectful. No way that Jeezy will put up with her for long. Okay, hold on. Okay. Source tells ET that the 45-year-old rapper, whose real name is Jay Wayne Jenkins, and the former co-host of The Real weren't on the same page when it came to certain family values and expectation. They had different views, and each felt like their needs weren't being completely met. The source explains. So Freddie has been talking, but you can't say that she was a mistress, though. Because, Nikki, if you watch the show, you could tell that, what's her name? Jeannie was never into Freddie. Okay? She never was. I think if you are very familiar with Asian culture, success to them is marrying a white man or marrying a white woman. But for a lot of Asian women, they've made it when they've married a white man. Okay? So I do feel like her growing up feeling like a failure. She didn't finish high school and things, going to prison for stealing cars and stuff like that. Part of being a successful Asian girl is to have a white husband. But she was not really into the white boy because she's not about that life. Okay? She's into hood stuff. But that's not classy. That's what she said. I like to have my white meat on the main side and my black meat on the side, right? There's a lot of Jeannie. There's a lot to Jeannie people don't know, right? But she was never in love with him. She didn't like him. She treated him like he had the pest. It's that when a woman is married to a man and she says, oh, I don't want to have kids with him, that should tell you all you need to know. She's not really in love with him. She just wants to have a companion. She just wants to feel like I have something, I checked off a box, etc., etc. Why would you marry a man and you don't want to have kids with him? That makes no sense. Okay? You are doing it for society. You're doing it for your culture. You are doing it to check off a box. Because as soon as she met Jay, now her ovaries are throbbing. Her fallopian tubes are throbbing. Now she's planning IVF. She's saving eggs. She's saving sperm. Okay, that just lets you know she did not love Freddie. But in her culture, yes, Chelsea, she was stealing cars, Chelsea. She'd been stealing cars. But because she's Asian and she's sweet looking, the judge kept being nice to her. So she would go for like 2 months. She used to go to county. But the judge kept giving her chances and she kept doing it. So I think after like her second bust, like her third bust, the judge got tired. Then he sent her to prison. But her first 2 times, she was going to county for like 2-3 months. Her last time she went to prison and they gave her 18 months. Because county, county is like the police station. Like, like you stay at county, like you're not processed, like, you know what I mean? But the third time, they sure did process her and they shipped her butt to prison because she would not stop stealing cars. Okay? Like, if you watch The Real, you should know, because one time they were all going in on Chris Brown. This is how it happened. They were all going in on Chris Brown and Chris got upset. So he went and pulled all their criminal record. So he pulled for Adrian. Adrian stole clothes or something. She stole some clothes or like little jewelry she stole. So she did it one time. I think Lonnie Love also stole something because he found that out. And then when it came to Jeannie, she stole the cars. Because I was like, what the heck? I was like, you steal cars? What is wrong with this little Asian girl? Okay, so like Fast and the Furious, okay? That's what she's on. So that's why I said she's not innocent. This little girl, she been outside. But because she's Asian, the thing about America, Chelsea, in America, everybody has stereotypes, right? When it comes to Black people, unfortunately, like we're always like the criminals. It's hard for Black people to rebrand themselves, right? But when you're Asian people are usually like thought of like being submissive, being smart in school, being really nice and things like that, right? Like even in the movies, like you'll see like when they put an Asian woman, she's like nicer, she's submissive, but when it's a Black girl, she'll be loud, aggressive, etc., etc. America runs on stereotypes. So when you're an Asian person, especially if you're an Asian girl, even if you had run-ins with the law, you can always rebrand yourself because America likes to see Asian people as submissive, kind, cultured, their food, blah, 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 blah. But this girl, she's been outside. She's been outside. So part of her rebranding herself, right, as this successful Asian girl is to have a white husband, work on TV, change her mannerism, you know, like she acts like those poshy Asian girl. The whole time she ratchet. Okay, she hella ratchet. Okay, so it's like me, I'm like, nah, girl, you dangerous. Like, seriously. Okay, so that's what happened. But Freddie was not what she wanted. It was like what society expects from a very successful Asian girl. And most likely her mom was not going to be okay if she brought a black man. But once she makes enough money and she's really wealthy and she's much older, she's like, well, I can do what I want. I do what I want. Right. And what she wants was a black dude. She is Vietnamese. Okay. That's what they're into. All right. That's what the majority of Vietnamese girls are into black boys. Vietnamese, Filipino, Cambodian, Laos, Thai. They're really into black boys like that. But when they want to have access to like white people stuff, they'll go marry a white man. But that's not really what they're into though, because they find that to be boring. They like to be outside on some knucklehead stuff. They like to be outside. So I've always looked at her sideways. She is a little gangster. She's not scared. She is not scared. Because she's so tiny, she's so petite. Oh my gosh, Jeannie is so innocent. She is not scared. I think on the real, the one that's like probably like innocent was Tamara. You know, Tamara is very sheltered. Like she grew up very, very sheltered. But this one, nah. They like that foolishness. Yeah. Y'all like Chris was really upset because they kept talking about him. He went off. He said, you, Adrian, didn't you steal clothes? I think she stole Claire's or something. I forgot. Y'all got to look into it. Lonnie Love, she stole something else. I can't remember. But Jeannie had me floored. She kept stealing cars. Because remember, she ran away. She ran away like what, 14, 15? She ran away. That's why she didn't finish high school. Yeah, they really are. But because Jay is black and he's in hip hop, he's in rap, I put on for myself, you know, like he has that demeanor. So people will see him as a gangster. People will see him as like violent and stuff like that. You know, it's a stereotype and he plays right into that. That's his persona. You know what I'm saying? That's his persona. Her being Asian, she can play the little sweet, you know, Asian girl like, oh my gosh, I don't know, mean black boy. I'm so scared. Right? Because she gives off that very like white experience type of thing. Like, oh my gosh, like, why is he doing this to Jeannie? Right? But the thing is, the real Jeannie, though, she ratchet. She's outside. Like, you know, like they down for whatever. Like Vietnamese girls like to be outside. They really do. You know? So I'm like, girl, we need to stop. Okay? So she didn't really care. She didn't like Freddie. She didn't like Freddie. You know? She didn't like him. They both married to reform their image. They both did. They both did. They both use each other. He's 45. She's 42. You know what I mean? What else they got going on right now? Nothing. So this marriage was a way for them to put their name out there and come out as a power couple. They both did. Because when you see how can people who've only been married for 1 year have 7 marriage counselors? 7 marriage counselors? This is ridiculous. You have no business getting married. They had no business getting married. So what will drive them to get married? Business, clout, like, you know, being a power couple, writing books, having like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what they wanted. Yeah, they both, it's the same thing. When you think about it too, not to be offensive, okay? Please don't be offended, right? But it's the same thing. If you think about Ashanti and Nelly, why? Right? You could say, oh, they were soulmate. Yeah, soulmate my behind. Okay, but think about this. Nelly is 50. Ashanti is 40 years old. Why would they be together? Because they have nothing going on right now. So to some extent too, them coming back together, acting like teenagers, it increased their stock. It makes people interested in them again. Their engagement is going back up. There's a love story. There's a baby, right? You think if Nelly had something going on or Ashanti really had something going on, she'd let this man spin the block and make her a baby mom at 40? Heck no. Heck no. They understand. You know, these people are entertainers. They're not like the rest of us. We don't care if we're famous. Like, what the heck? But these people, like, they need clout. They truly do. They need clout. They need constant validation. They need to be in the news because they have concerts to sell. And then they have a lifestyle to sustain. The rest of us, we live within our means. When you live within your means, you don't need to clickbait. Okay, like, I'm fine. But when you're a celebrity and you have all these expenses, an entourage, taxes you haven't paid, all kinds of liens against you, you need money. So it's like Ashanti and Nelly. Like, Nelly's 50 years old, right? If he dies at 70, the child's gonna be 20. Like, what? Who has a child at 50? Like, what is this? But it's a great way for them to get their name out there again. Like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. So this is what people do when they get to a place where their careers are no longer relevant. People are not interested. People are not checking for them. What they do? Get engaged, get married, have children, because they know people love pregnancy. People love pregnancy. People love pregnancy shots. People love baby reveals. People love that stuff. And then you can start selling books. You can start selling tours. You can release an album, etc., etc., etc. Right? People love babies. People love babies. They love babies. They love a pregnancy. They love to see a pregnant woman rub her belly. People just love that kind of stuff. So that's what they do. So Ashanti and Nelly, Jeannie and Jeezy, these are middle-aged people trying to act like teenagers in love because they need that engagement. All of them, they're not innocent. Do not fall for this. Do not feel sorry for these people. They're crazy. Hold on. Is this on? So let's keep going. Hold on.
Marital residence for 2 to 3 months at a time. No one checked with the petitioner to see if this arrangement was agreeable. Moreover, if the petitioner did not agree fully and completely with respondent on any issue, the respondent would not hesitate before cursing at the petitioner and aggressively slapping the petitioner in his face. Really? One of the first such times was very early in the marriage in the fall of 2021 when the parties were discussing the petitioner's finances. The respondent did not agree with what the petitioner was saying, and she aggressively slapped the petitioner in his face with her entire hand. Jeannie said, "I don't use half-handed slaps over here. I slap you with my entire hand." On another occasion, on or about January 18, 2022, the parties were in Miami on a private yacht with several of petitioner's friends. While petitioner went to utilize the restroom, the respondent gave another gentleman her phone number. The petitioner actually witnessed his wife putting her cell phone number in another man's phone. After she had been flirting with the same man all day on a yacht, the petitioner waited until the parties left the party to discuss the matter with her. I know that's right, Jeezy. He said, "You know what? If you're going to lie on me, I'm going to tell some lies on you too." Because I honestly don't see Jeezy.
You see, she smacked the man. She slapped the petitioner. She slapped this dude in his face. These people are crazy. These people, they were toxic, you guys. They were toxic. They were really toxic. They were toxic people who had no business being married. And the only reason why they got married because they wanted that clout so they could start selling books and selling this and having People magazine covers. We will not fall for this.
Sitting there, letting all that happen. Jeezy done got slapped. Jeezy done got punked. Jeezy done everything but what Jeezy said he would do in them raps. The petitioner did ask the driver to step outside of the vehicle because both parties are public figures, and the petitioner was not familiar with this particular driver. Petitioner, being a concerned husband, simply asked respondent about the incident and inquired into why she would give out her phone number, particularly after they had previously discussed a similar incident on different occasions. During this specific incident, while the petitioner was in mid-sentence, instead of respondent utilizing her verbal communication skills, she instead turned around and slapped the petitioner in his face so hard and aggressively that the petitioner's reflexes was to get respondent's hand out of his face. The respondent later apologized for flirting with that man and voluntarily changed her cell phone number. And this is her apologizing about that night. "I get that you aren't in a good space with me. I hate it, and it hurts very much, especially when you told me, and I agreed that we should be friends even when we have turmoil. I am trying to stay out of your way, so tell me how I can do that to give you your space, even when I don't understand how this rumor just plummeted us back."
So this is Jeannie writing a text message to your boy after she gave another man her number. And you see, and even on the video on TikTok, she said she would trigger him. She said that. She said, "Oh, I would trigger him to see how you." She said, "I would trigger him." She said this. I'm like, girl, you crazy. You are these people. I'm like, and they do all of this because they want to have crazy makeup sex. You know, there are people who like that stuff. They like when they fighting and then they be out here like, you know, having all kinds of crazy sex. He picks you up. He knocks you against the wall. He pulls out your underwear. People are crazy. People have all kinds of weird kinks out here. Because my thing is, if you really, that's why I said, who was it? Oh, yes. You know who else did that too? You know who else did that too? Cassie did that. Cassie did it because Cassie would go to like little, what's his name? Kid Cudi's house, right? Cassie would go to Kid Cudi's house to make Diddy think that she was doing something with Kid Cudi. So then Puffy got upset and Puffy went and he burned the boy's car. The boy was inside the house. All of a sudden, his car is going up in flames. And I was like, you crazy toxic people, stop involving people in your toxicity. Because you want to make your crazy toxic boyfriend jealous and you involve other people. But this could have gone really bad for little Kid Cudi because he could have gotten killed, right? So it's like you claim you're afraid of this man, but you trigger him by flirting with other men, knowing he has a temper on him. Like, what exactly are you up to here? You okay, little girl? Grow up. Like, if you really, hey, Kev, I saw your message earlier that you had to go to church, right? You know what I'm saying? But my thing is think about this. I'm like, what woman you know is truly afraid of a man? She gonna go stand beside him and go flirt with another man right in front of him. You ain't really scared. You like it when he acts cuckoo. You like it. You truly do. Because when you are scared of someone, you don't trigger the person. You stay out their way because you know they're crazy. Right? But you having this, that's why I said, even with Cassie too, even with Cassie, I don't think she was all the way innocent. Okay? Diddy took that stuff way too far. But Cassie also, she was not innocent. Because why would you get Kid Cudi involved when you know Diddy's insane? He is insane. The man's really unhinged. Because he would have killed that boy in front of you. Okay? That's like they're toxic. These people are really, really toxic. So now here you have this one. She know Jay is crazy. She know he got guns and AK-47. You know he has a temper on him. You know that 10 years ago, he grabbed his son out the shower. He broke the shower glass. He knocked his son on the bed and he said to the boy, I'm going to put a bullet in your head and take you out of here. Okay? So a man like this, why would you even try that stuff? Why would you flirt with another man? Why would you put your number in another man's phone? And you are doing this where he can see you. Like, what exactly are you after? What kind of reaction are you after? You want to see him act like an animal, right? Because it turns you on. Because otherwise you wouldn't try, but oh, my man, he's crazy, so I'm not even about to try that. But why is a married woman giving her phone number to other dudes right in front of her husband, knowing damn well the man got AK-47s at the house? Are you insane? That's I'm like, no, some of y'all, I'm like, I don't take y'all seriously sometimes. Because you provoke, you know he's crazy. See, me, I would not even date Jay because I know he's crazy. I grew up listening to his music. I'm not messing with this man. He is crazy. BMF and I put on for my city. Thank you, sir. I need a nerd. See, I stay with nerds because it's safer for me over here. Okay? But I'm like, he crazy. He is like Lil Durk. I would not even date Lil Durk too. Because what? People gonna come in here and start shooting us in the bed. Next thing you know, you out here like Tony Montana. Pop, 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 pop. I can't live my life like this. It's too scary. I barely opened the door for the mailman. Okay? No, I'm scared. Not to knock me upside the head with a freaking gun. Exactly, Mr. Snowman. Okay, I'm about to be Mrs. Snowman. I don't think so. No, I want to live. I need to live. Okay? So she messaged him and she wrote this text message. Okay, I get that you are in a good space with me. I hate it and it hurts very much, especially when you told me, and I agree, that we should be friends even when we have turmoil. I'm trying to stay out of your way, so tell me how I can do that to give you your space. Even when I don't understand how this rumor just plummeted back to square one underneath the pile of everything you are holding against me from 3 years ago. Just ask, please. I don't ignore me. So maybe he's the one she was having an affair with. Because 3 years ago, was she not married to Freddie? So it seems like she's having an affair with him. Because remember, the wife, Freddie's wife, said she left Freddie for somebody else. and it didn't work out. So maybe her and Jay had tried it, they fell out, and then they rekindled their stuff. So maybe just ask, please don't ignore me or further break the spirit of our home. Our love made this household. It's literally like turning off the heat in every room. Why would her own kids want to be here? Whatever she's saying. Child, Jeannie, you are too much for me. Hold on. Let me see.
Back to square one, underneath the pile of everything you were holding against me from 3 years ago. I just asked, please don't ignore me or further break the spirit of our home. Our love made this household. It's literally like turning off the heat in every room. Why would our own kids want to be here? One home, Jay. One home is what we are fighting for. You and I make that home. I get that you need space and peace, and I deeply respect your ask. This situation will soon pass. What I am doing to fix myself has begun. So in this time, how can I give you the space you need without us living like strangers or ignoring simple things like text? Remember our wishes when we were in a good space? It shouldn't be all thrown away because of the challenging moment. We deserve to give each other the positive sides of ourselves, what they wish for, our actions in between these moments. Feed the love we are fighting to have. Here's my new number. Although I brought it upon myself, it was a very humbling process to see how accessible I was to everyone around me. All said, I have learned, and each inconvenience around this continues to punish me. Please see this one mistake as the child in me who learned a very hard lesson to become the wife and woman she is today. Now, Jeezy continues to say, on the third occasion on April 14th, 2022, the parties were at the Ritz-Carlton.
How you gonna say, please see this one mistake as the child in me? So you recognize there's still a child. This girl is 40 years old. Talk about there's a child in me who learned a very hard lesson to become the wife and woman she is today. You are crazy.
Hotel in San Francisco. Before the trip, because the respondent moved her brother, her mother, the maternal grandmother's best friend, and her husband into the party's marital home in Atlanta without petitioner's knowledge or consent, the petitioner was unable to spend any quality time with his wife alone, and the parties were still basically newlyweds. The petitioner asked the respondent if they could spend some quality time together in their California residence. The respondent agreed. But when they arrived, the respondent's family members were there too. The petitioner then asked if they could get away to the Ritz-Carlton in San Francisco. The respondent agreed. However, once the parties arrived at the Ritz-Carlton in San Francisco, the petitioner saw one of the respondent's family members in the elevator. The parties got into an argument about this trip. There was no choking or pushing, nor was there any violent physical contact. Hotel security was called because the respondent became very loud. The parties ended up resolving their issues the very next day. The respondent joined petitioner on a flight to Las Vegas, where petitioner was performing at a pre-scheduled event. By April 16, 2022, the respondent was posting pictures of the party.
So if you remember also, and the incident when Jeannie did her lawsuit, her response thing, and she put the guy from the security at the Ritz, like what he wrote incident report, but she said she was afraid. Remember the part, like she asked the guy to stay with her. She wanted the guy to go to the room with her also because she said she felt afraid of Jay. She didn't want to be alone with him. So can he come up with her? So the man told Jeezy, okay, like you need to go downstairs and we'll bring you your stuff. Right? So go downstairs, we'll bring in your stuff, but she does not feel comfortable with you going upstairs and being in the room with her. So then Jay went downstairs, and I guess they sent his 4 Louis bag downstairs, whatever, right? But she didn't tell us in her lawsuit, in her claim that she made, that the very next day she flew to Vegas on a private jet with Jay. So how do you go from, oh, I'm so scared, don't leave me, be next to me, I don't want him in the room with me because I don't know what he might do to me, I fear for my safety, and the next day you both leave on a private jet together to Vegas? Make it make sense. That's the same thing I said. You claim that he left baby Monaco in a room, a 2-year-old, like a 2-year-old by herself. He locked the door for hours so he could go perform, and the child was by herself. And when you found that out, you didn't call the police, you didn't call CPS, you didn't call your attorney to file a motion for an emergency hearing? Because how can you leave a 1-year-old by herself and you lock the room and you leave her in there for hours and you go performing? That makes no sense. But then you're still holding on to his sperm so you can have IVF without his consent. Something here is bizarre. Something is very bizarre, you guys. Something is very bizarre because it makes no sense.
The parties while they were in Las Vegas. By April 18, 2022, the respondent was apologizing to the petitioner for her behavior. And by April 19, 2022, she was apologizing to the petitioner again. And in the text message proof Jeezy provided, it says this. This is from Jeannie. Every time we are in the same vibration, we make sense. Our whole story makes sense. Our journey before us makes sense. There is never a doubt except why we didn't meet earlier. When we are one, let's take this time to back up and adjust our lens of who we are to one another. I'm not just your wife. You are not just my husband. I have no right to harm you or treat you any less than you deserve. And same you to me. The same way I keep.
So why would she say, I have no right to harm you or treat you any less? So you've been harming him. Because this is after the Ritz-Carlton. This is after the Ritz-Carlton, you guys. This is happening after the Ritz-Carlton. So a woman who was so afraid and so scared, she doesn't want to be left alone with him, blah, 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 blah. No problem. Sure. A few days later, you are texting him that I'm your wife and I love you. Hold
Expedia
on.
helps you find the right time to book.
Sorry, y'all. My bad. It's Expedia. Oh, Lord. How do I get out of this? Okay. Like, look at keep track of the timeline here. So after this incident, you're now texting him. Hold on, where are we going with this? 1834. Okay. So now you want to message this man and talk about, oh, I should not harm you. So you've harmed him or treat you any less than you deserve. So you child, make it make sense. Hold on. Because her words here are very telling. Very telling.
Are one, let's take this time to back up and adjust our lens of who we are to one another. I'm not just your wife. You are not just my husband. I have no right to harm you or treat you any less than you deserve. And same you to me. The same way I can't harm Monaco because she isn't just mine. There's a lot we have to learn. I really believe that if we get it down, we will be on our highest selves we have never experienced before. I ask that we both need accountability. I just realized we are each other's accountability. Like your friend Barry said, if one of us fail, we both lose the greatest thing he gifted us. He can also take it away. Thank you for taking such sweet care of me and us. My wounds feel comforted. I hope I tended to yours the way you needed to. I love you, Jay. The next text proof says, I am willing and defiant to heal my love, that I can promise on my daughters, my soul, my family. I just can't do it alone. And I don't want to either. Meeting you on November 28th changed my life forever. You taught me love. You showed me a vision in marriage I gave up on. How I know you are my heir is that I get up needing to breathe you and fall asleep needing to feel you every single day. I am refraining from calling you now. That's how much I miss my king. You would never get anything done if I carried on about you the way I feel. I love you, Jay, in every action of the word, and I want to show you every day we have. So Jeezy is pretty much showing all of the events that happened after what she supposedly said happened in the Ritz-Carlton. And like he's saying, look, if I did all of that to her in the Ritz-Carlton and she was so afraid for her life, why is she speaking to me like this now? Jeezy goes on to talk about the golf carting incident. So let's get that cleared up. So on June 19, 2022, it was Father's Day. Jeezy had his whole family over, his dad, his stepmother, his sister, his daughters, everybody. They were having a good time. All of his children, they were having a very good time. So they're drinking wine during the day, chatting it up. Jeannie ends up gifting him a golf cart. And on the front of the golf cart, there's a tag that says, Great Dad. So after everybody leaves, they decide to go around on the golf cart. He's never driven one before. He does not know how to make a left turn. He makes a left turn. Both of them fall off. He sustains injuries. She sustains injuries. But Jeezy is like, why is she using the pictures from her sustained injuries and saying that this is pretty much what happened to her at the Ritz-Carlton? She's saying, I've been abused by Jeezy. And then she posts these pictures. She has these pictures come up. No, if you really read into the document, she had those bruises because they fell off of the golf cart. And he had the same bruises. But then she goes on to say, hey, you were intoxicated. We got to do better. So he's saying that wasn't the truth. I had some wine, but I was not intoxicated. Now let's get into Jeannie Mai and these pictures of Jeezy walking around with what they said was an AK-47, and he's going to explain exactly why he had it in his hand. Now it says the video shows the petitioner's nightly routine. He usually checks the house and all doors before setting the alarm and going to bed. Because petitioner's safe where he keeps his firearms is located upstairs, the petitioner is seen coming from upstairs with his gun, setting the alarm in the marital home, and retiring to the basement with a cup of tea, which is where the petitioner began sleeping when the divorce action was filed. To protect himself and his residence, the petitioner took one of the guns with him in the basement. No one else was at home with the petitioner on the evening of September 27, 2023. The respondent has no other angle to keep the petitioner from exercising parenting time with the party's minor child to try to paint the petitioner as an irresponsible gun owner. Nothing can be farther from the truth, and for the record, the petitioner does not own an AK-47. Now, Jeezy is supposed to be able to communicate with his daughter on FaceTime on Mondays and Wednesdays, and he said that Jeannie has not adhered to that at all. He did get to see his daughter on April 8th, and when he got her, he said she was cussing like a sailor.
But now she's starting to mix Vietnamese. Like, she popped out the other day saying, "What the hell?"
He said it was a time when Mama Mai had Monaco, and Mama Mai went to Popeye's Chicken and left the baby in the car. He said it was another time when Mama Mai had a piece of plastic over her face and was showing Monaco how to pretty much delete herself with plastic if she suffocated.
I cannot talk. I can die easy. You see that? That's how you try to kill the people like that. You know what I mean? But don't do it with your grandma.
And speaking of deletion, let's get into this. It is quite audacious of respondent to remotely allege any physical abuse by the petitioner when it is, in fact, the respondent who is physically, verbally, and mentally abusive towards the petitioner. Respondent's failed attempt to control petitioner has exasperated respondent's desperate attempt to assassinate petitioner's character. Since the inception of the party's marriage, respondent's erratic behavior and jealousy towards petitioner's work schedule caused imminent problems for the parties. In fact, respondent's behavior was so capricious that she would often threaten to end petitioner's career when he refused to yield to her demands to cancel appearances and professional obligations to stay home with her and the party.
So she told him, if you don't do what I tell you to do, I'm going to ruin your career, which is why she released all this stuff. Like, you know, so I'm like, you two, these two are crazy. They are really crazy. They are seriously crazy. They are very toxic. They are seriously toxic. These two had no business getting married. It is a freaking sham. It is a sham. Because just like Priscilla, just like all these women empowerment guru, whatever you call them, they want their female audience to put them on a pedestal so badly. They are willing to trick, to lie, deceive, manipulate, you know, all of that, just so that other girls can be like, wow, couple goals. Oh my gosh, she's on my mood board. Oh my gosh, I want to be like her. Because I'm like, this is pure madness. This, like me, somebody tupples my behind down the staircase and I'm a millionaire. Oh, you better believe you're going to hear from my lawyer. You might have to throw me down the stairs. What if you break my neck? Like, what in the world? But because you divorced Freddie. And now it's like, okay, you're going to divorce Jeezy. So like, yeah, it's embarrassing. And people are going to say things like, oh, you see, she can't even keep a man. We knew she was toxic. Da, da, da. So you're so afraid to have to deal with people's opinions of you. You are willing to keep up with a sham that has this much level of violence and volatility to it. You are crazy. When I tell you these influencers, like they're like, oh my gosh, these influencers are so obsessed with their image, their persona, their brand deals, their engagement rate, that they will self-harm. This is a form of self-harm. You're going to stay in something toxic because you are afraid of people saying, oh yeah, she can't keep a man. That's her second divorce. Then so be it. I'd rather be divorced than to be toppled down the staircases. Like, you about to kill me. I'm not living with someone that walks around with an AK-47 every single night. Like, this is weird. Yeah. This is pure madness. They're both crazy. They were both really crazy people. All of this for their image. Yeah, like I'm like, I cannot see myself doing it. It's like, you're human. Okay, you made a mistake. Like, this is just not working out, you know? But it's like, if he really tossed you down the stairs, you know, like, oh my gosh, you know, he walks every day. That's his routine. Like, every night he walks on an AK-47 to walk around the house. That's just weird. That is really weird. Get a dog. Okay, get you a dog. You don't need to walk around with an AK-47. Like, what happened to having dogs? I have multiple dogs if you want to. Have pit bulls. Have a Rottweiler. Like, are you really about to walk around here every night with an AK-47 around a child? This is weird. But no, you put up with all this because you want your Instagram feed to look a certain way. That's just sick. Hold on, you guys. Oh, volume. My bad.
Party's minor child. Although petitioner was empathetic towards respondent's mental well-being, the ultimate decision to end the party's marriage came after respondent admitted that while taking a bath with the party's minor child, she had considered drowning herself and their daughter. Baby, if what he's saying is...
What did he say? That she told him she considered drowning the baby? Y'all playing dirty. You two are really dirty. They are going low with this. They are seriously going low with this. They are truly going low. Yeah, right here. So, respondent's mental well-being. The ultimate decision to end the party's marriage came after respondent admitted that while taking a bath with the party's minor child, she had considered drowning herself and their daughter. Girl, what in the name? Y'all crazy people. Do y'all see this right here? It's at the bottom right here. I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. Oh my Jesus. These people are crazy.
And it's true, Jeezy was going through a lot, getting punked, getting beat, and child just getting put out of his house. Had the whole family not only in the house, in the California house, and also in the hotel. He couldn't escape them. Child, you have to let me know what you think about all of this going on with Jeezy, Jeannie Mai, and their little baby Monaco. Leave a comment and you know how we do. We'll talk about it down below.
So these two are crazy. And they have decided to go low. So if you go low, I'm going low. Okay? If you go low, I'm going low. Because I'm like, they have decided to be very destructive because they're toxic and they're being exposed. And I do feel like he was the one that she was having an affair with on Freddie. I think he was her lover. He was her lover turned husband. Okay. So there you go. These two are insane. They are truly insane. They had no business getting married. Absolutely not. So that's Jeannie and Jeezy. Now let's talk about this one over here. Hold on. Okay. Now we're going to go back to the little bit of the toxicity. Now let's talk about this. We're going to go back to Priscilla. They're very demonic. These two are crazy. So Priscilla and BTaylor are still going at it. So let me tell you what I found quickly. Let's go. What is this one?
Why would you do that? You need to get the fuck out.
What's this one again? These people, they be cursing a little too much sometimes. Let me see if I can just play the audio. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. This is part 2. I think I'm on part 1, right?
What they don't realize is that I was the one being abused in this situation.
Child, these two are crazy.
Hurt people. That's just the bottom line. I'm sorry that people feel like I'm cold, stoic, or whatever. And when people feel like you indestructible, they try to find a way to make you weak. They want to find a weak spot. They want to tear you down. This is what the public is doing. These people are miserable. And I stand high.
Okay, sorry, y'all. Hold on. We're going to get
this. Why would you do that? You need to get the fuck off the live. Get the fuck off the live and care about my feelings. And she was screaming loud. Now, people couldn't hear her because I had her in my ear. And so I put my hand on my head. And and she gonna say, so you just gonna block me? You gonna block me? And I'm like, I didn't block you. Everybody who was watching that live saw that I did not block her. My hands were nowhere near the phone. But let her tell it, I absolutely did block her. I absolutely did block her in her mind. And so she said, I'm gonna come to your house. And yes. I'm gonna come to your house and we gonna talk about this. I'm like, no, you not. Right? And so I hung up and she called me back to back 3 times. And I kept declining the call. And that's the day that she went on this rampage. That same day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm such a horrible parent though. I'm a horrible parent. But why did she leave her 2 kids with me to go get drunk with Yanni? Girl, she was with Yanni on Yanni's birthday, and I was at her house, and she left her 2 kids with me and my daughter, and she was fucked up. She didn't even come back till 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 a.m. I'm about to put my bonnet on. And the only reason why she came back then is because I called her and like, where you at? You know you gotta be at work. But my child needs to be taken away by CPS, but you're gonna leave your kids with me. Okay.
So maybe it was just from hurt, hurt talking.
Well, no, this is from control. This is from control. The girl wants to control me. And I'm going to tell you, the good thing about this is I ain't got that girl in my life no more. I'm happy that she ain't in my life. So however she ain't in my life, I'm good.
I'm just glad that you are in a space of, peace, because I was really worried. I was really worried. And like I told you, I cried at the part about Amaya because I feel like kids should never be put into whatever adults have going on. And with me being a mom, it just made me feel a kind of way. But you're so strong. I think you're a lot stronger than I am, because if it were me, I've gotten delivered from fighting. I just fight in the spirit now, but I don't know, how I would have taken that. But I can definitely say that I'm proud that you have taken the high road. That is commendable, P.
Listen, I display loyalty, honor, integrity. I walk that way. I don't have to do to somebody what they do to me.
You know the thing that's so funny about Priscilla? The way Priscilla just lies so comfortably. Like she's such a cult leader. Like she really, really is. Like this girl really is running a cult. I walk with integrity and honor. And I'm like, y'all really don't fear God. You truly don't fear God. That's why they'll talk about all types of other things but God, like, esotericism and the cult and the this and the that. You are crazy. She said you cannot turn her husband with drugs. The way BTaylor tells it, she'll tell you nah. She still calls herself heterosexual. Okay. So I'm like, Priscilla is something else. She really is something else. She said, I'm learning. It was nice to get some heat off the Libras for a minute. No, we can be air signs. We can be really crazy. But I wasn't surprised. I was like, it makes sense that they didn't get along. Like Aquarius, Libra, it's hard. It can be really hard, child. It can be hard.
One thing I understand is make sure when you dig a grave for somebody else, you dig one for yourself, because you just might fall in first. Okay, so I don't have to do what she's doing to me. Y'all don't see me doing this. You don't see me low blowing or nothing. I don't have to do that. One thing is, I'm not getting bent out of shape over no lie, right? If you got the phone number, do you need the CPS number? Because clearly you ain't got it. You should have been called. Okay. Yeah. So what I need? Oh, right here. Okay. So yeah. So the thing is I'm good in my spirit. Okay. I'm good in my soul. I walk a tight line. Yeah. I live my life to the highest accordance of what should be. Okay. I don't just talk one thing and do something else, right? A lot of people want to find the negative in somebody. Right. They want a person to be bad. A lot of people are so ashamed about how they live their own personal lives. And when they see somebody that's on display like myself, and I stand high, I speak a good thing, right? A lot of people think about others in terms of perfection. I never presented myself as a perfect person. Right. I never have. And what people want to do is try to take my humanity away, but they see that I achieve a lot. They see that I overcome a lot. And there's a subconscious thing in them that wants to look at me as superhuman or somewhere. And one of the reasons why is because the things that I say, if you research them, you find out that they're the truth. Even if you want to deny what I'm talking about, right? You can't deny the truth that I've spoken. Well, what happens is that my batting percentage is so high. My batting average is high. And they don't like that. So we got to find a flaw. There must be a flaw in Princella because I've displayed the flaws. See, I don't come online with makeup all the time. I don't come online with weave all the time. So it's like, I've shown you me. Well, damn, you can show us that. There must be something. Something has to be. There's no way that you got a person like this that ain't hiding something. So it don't matter if what she said is the truth or not, because people want to hear. That girl can say anything and people gonna believe it. That girl can say I was eating dog food out of a fish bowl. Because you know what? They would believe it, right? Mm-hmm. So now you have to ask yourself, do you try to contend with people who believe what they want to believe? Because I'm looking at people. Listen to me. Now, I teach women about male psychology. Baby, men are blatantly dogs. They blatantly doing silly stuff and showing you that they can't love. They showing you that. And you know what? The women still can't see that. They still believe in romance. Well, if you can't see what's right in front of you, what the fuck am I going to do wasting my time trying to convince you of something that you can't see? You can't see what's in front of you.
But I'm like, she swears this doesn't. The thing with Priscilla and her grift, right? She swears the thing that applies to toxic men do not apply to toxic women. Right? You teach these women how to be careful, how to watch out for a toxic man. Okay, no problem. But why don't you also teach them how to look out for a toxic woman? Because my thing is, then the girls will realize, like, you know what? There is no gender to evil. There is no gender to evil, right? A man can be evil, a woman can be evil. Like, so you need to teach them how to watch out for everything. Because if you do, they'll see it in you, right? Like, girl, it applies to everybody. There are toxic men. There are toxic women. You can be in a heterosexual relationship, be with a toxic man. You could also be in a lesbian relationship, and you can find yourself with someone who's really toxic, even though she's a woman. You know, because it really is about the character. It's not about their gender. You know, there's no gender to evil. Like, anybody can be diabolical. That's why we have men prison and we have women prison. Anybody can be satanic, demonical, diabolical, misleading, manipulative, like insidious, like just sick AF. There is no gender to evil. So you have to learn. The most important thing is not to just focus on the gender, is to really have discernment. Have discernment so you can identify evil in anyone's gender, anybody's ethnicity, anybody's culture, because most importantly, you have to know how to keep yourself safe. And there is no safe gender, okay? It does not exist.
So I'm not going to waste my time. If you want to believe I ain't shit, then believe it. But I don't even... Listen, I don't even know what that girl said. Because you know what? I didn't watch her video. I did not watch nothing that she did. And guess what? from what I was.
See, like, look at this. You know, I was reading something yesterday. I forgot what it was, but read this for a second, right? It says 61% of bisexual women and 44% of lesbian women surveyed in 2013 reported some type of intimate partner violence, IPV, compared to 35% of straight women. So it's like, if you are a lesbian, you are likely to encounter violence from your partner than if you are actually in a heterosexual relationship. Look at this. Intimate partner violence includes emotional and verbal abuse, physical abuse, stalking, sex assault, and more. There's another thing I was reading yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. So like this notion of like, oh no, if you're LGBTQ, if you're whatever, you're going to be safe. Safe where? Safe where? Okay. Your life might be in danger. Let me see if I can find this one. It was what? This is what I wrote. I wrote this. I can't even lie, you guys. Please don't judge me, but this is what I wrote. I wrote aggressive. This is what I wrote. I said aggressive lesbian who target heterosexual women. God forgive me. Okay. And then I got this one. There you go. I got this right here. And make it bigger so you guys can read it. Okay. Okay, so hold on. So it says, so Susan Rose, PhD, National Violence Against Women Prevention Research. In Missouri, Nikki is dying. Nikki, I really think that there are some aggressive lesbians out there who just like to go after these little heterosexual people. Like, I really do. I do. Okay, please don't judge me, but whatever. That's what I wrote. Okay, what is lesbian partner violence? Partner violence in a lesbian and gay relationships recently have been identified as an important social problem. You see this? It's an important social problem. Partner or the violence among lesbian has been defined as including physical, sexual, psychological abuse, although researchers have most often studied physical violence. Well, how common is lesbian partner violence? About 17 to 45% of lesbians report having been the victim of at least one act of physical violence perpetrated by a lesbian partner. The types of physical abuse named by more than 10% of participants in one study included disrupting others' eating or sleeping habits, pushing or shoving, driving recklessly to punish. Priscilla, you were accused of doing this one right here, okay? Slapping and kicking and hitting or biting. Sex abuse by women partner has been reported by up to 50% of lesbians. So they don't understand boundaries. They don't understand that no means no. You see, these are women doing this to other women. So like a woman is capable of sexually assaulting another woman. She can like not care about whether when you say no or not. If she wants it, she'll take it. You see this behavior? Psychological abuse has been reported as occurring at least one time by 24% to 90% of lesbians. So like this notion of like, oh, let's be together, we'll be better with like, we don't need men. It's like, girl, she can beat you behind worse than a man. Okay. The research usually has been done with mostly white middle-class lesbians who are sufficiently open about their sexual orientation to have met researchers seeking participant in the lesbian community. Subsequently, these findings may not apply to women who are less open, less educated, or other ethnic backgrounds. I think if they had Black girls in there, it'd probably be worse. If they had Black girls and Latinas in there, it'd probably even be more violent. Why would a lesbian batter another woman? Lesbian who abuse another woman do so for reasons similar to those that motivate heterosexual male batters. Ooh, so a lesbian can act like a man. You don't say. Lesbians abuse their partners to gain and maintain control, just like a man. Lesbian batterers are motivated to avoid feelings of loss and abandonment, right? So when you say you want to leave, they're going to start whooping you behind. Therefore, many violent incidents occur during threatened separations. Many lesbian batterers grew up in violent households and were physically, sexually, and verbally abused and or witnessed their mother being abused by the fathers or stepfathers. Okay. How is lesbian partner violence different from heterosexual partner violence? There are several similarities between lesbian and heterosexual partner violence. Violence appears to be about as common among lesbian couple as heterosexual couples. You don't say. Because they said people had to be open. So I guess a lot of Black women and Latinas are not really open about their sexuality. So that's why. But I'm sure if you include minorities in there, it probably going to start getting worse. Okay? All right. In addition, the cycle of violence occurs in both types of relationship. However, there are also several differences. In a lesbian relationship, the butch, physically stronger, more masculine or wage earning, you see, money, member of the couple may be as less likely to be the victim as the batterer. Whereas in heterosexual relationship, the male partner, usually the stronger, more masculine, wage earning, is most often the batterer. Some lesbian and abusive relationship report fighting back in their relationship. Of course, you're a woman, better fight back. In addition, a unique element for lesbians is the homophobic environment that surrounds them. This enables the abusive partner to exert heterosexist control. Yeah, find a way to blame the man over the victim by threatening to out. Priscilla, you did this to BTaylor girl. The victim to friends, family, or employer, or threatening to make reports to authorities that will jeopardize child custody, immigration, or legal status. The homophobic environment also makes it difficult for the victim to seek help from the police, victim service agencies, and battered women's shelters. Okay. So how often is lesbian partner violence reported to the police? There are significant barriers to lesbians seeking help. Lesbian victims seldom report violence or incidents to the police because many fear prejudicial treatment, and in many states, domestic violence law fail to protect same-sex partners. And also, society does not want to believe that lesbians are beating on each other. Okay? Because it's like, we got to keep this place like it's a land of unicorn. Also, in cases of same-sex violence, police often assume abuse is mutual and believe an abuser claims that the abuse is mutual and are more likely to arrest both members of the couple. Battered Women's Agency also may not be open to serving lesbians. Okay, so now you know. So he said, in other words, just like men. Yeah. Same playbook Priscilla used. Yep. That's why BTaylor so hurt. Yeah. So it's like there's no safe haven. You can find a crazy partner in any relationship. Okay. But I'm like, this number to me is a lot because 61% of bisexual women and 44% of lesbian women surveyed in 2013 reported some type of intimate partner violence compared to 35% of straight women. Okay. So, hello, somebody. So, Priscilla, we will not be bamboozled.
I was told, she said that was the last time that she was going to talk about me and that she was doing that she was trying to get away from me. I was the groomer and all that. But then when I came on somebody's panel, guess who showed up? She followed me everywhere I go. So if I'm so bad, why you keep following me? Why you keep trying to get my attention? What is the deal, right? So I ain't showed up. I ain't been online. I have not gone to watch anything that she did. You know why? Because I don't care. When I moved on, I moved on. I meant that. And so I got a new girlfriend. It is what it is. Thank goodness my new girlfriend got some sense and ain't emotionally unstable because I can't deal with it.
And remember what we read is that they struggle with separation. So lesbians, bisexual, and lesbian women are more likely to start getting violent when you talk about separation. So, and like they said, violence comes in many forms. You have physical violence, you have financial violence, you have emotional violence, right? And I would also say, like, even playing with somebody's image is a form of violence, right? Because if you say, oh, well, I'm going to expose you to your followers because you left me, et cetera, it's a form of violence, you know? And so I do believe that when it came to their separation, they have both been violent, right? When BTaylor does a 3-hour live exposing everything about Priscilla, the mattress, the daughter, the this, the this, and that. It's a form of violence because she's going after her brand. She's going after her image. She's going after her reputation. And this only happened because Priscilla called BTaylor a pump and dump. She called her a pump and dump. And then now she has a new girlfriend and she's going from panel to panel to panel telling people how great her new girlfriend is. And that makes BTaylor feel some type of way. Okay. Now, this one, Priscilla too, she's also violent because she took the girl out the closet. She exposed the girl out the closet. She keeps like calling her an aunt, that she's irrelevant. She doesn't matter. She's bitter. She's this, she's that. Her new girlfriend is so much better. So you see, what they both don't know how to handle breakups. Okay? Because this is really violent, if you ask me.
Okay. So is this something that you're going to keep sacred from off of social media with that new girl?
Absolutely. Nobody's gonna know who this person is. You know what I'm saying? The fact of the matter, here's the thing. The only reason that this other thing was even public at all is because she was being dragged by the manosphere. Right? She was being dragged by the manosphere and she was looking for somebody to save her and help her. So she came to my platform, right? She came to my platform and I practically, quote unquote, saved her from the manosphere. But let me tell you, Project Pat didn't lie. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Hey, That's why I fucked up. Man, I should have kept letting them nut in them. I should have, Listen, baby, look. I ain't playing. Look, it's a chick right now online. She got gonorrhea in her eye. She got gonorrhea in the eye because she let somebody put some nut milk on her face. Hey man, let me tell you something. I ain't going out. Shit. you ain't got to worry about me helping damn other one. If you want that, baby, go ahead.
I'm about to slide off of this chair. Oh shoot.
Okay, so that's part one, huh? Now let's do part two.
Used in this situation. But that's because I'm the stronger of the two, because I got the platform, my message is what it is, and clearly I am stronger. This girl was putting me through so much emotional abuse. It was unbelievable. She liked to watch shit like baddies on, she liked to watch people fighting.
I never saw that before, but I heard about this show. I don't watch TV.
One time out the blue, I ain't never did nothing to this girl. One time out the blue, she just told me, if I ain't love you, I'd have been beat your ass. She like to fight. She that type of motherfucker, right? So no, seriously, she that type of motherfucker. So I'm like, you know what? Let people.
What you did to her, P?
Maybe my head was too good. I don't know. But let me tell you something. Baby, let me tell you something. I'm just so glad. I thank God that this happened. I'm telling you. I'm so glad. I thank God this happened because, this girl is out of my life for the rest of my life. I'm so happy.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad though that it never got physical with either of you.
Well, listen, baby, the only reason that it didn't get physical is because of me. Because of me. Now, just imagine, two people like her, baby, they've been fighting. But the only reason that they ain't no fight is because of how I'm handling it. That's the reason why it ain't no back and forth online. Because of how I'm handling it. Wow. I mean, so, here's the thing. Like I say, people can believe what they want to believe. They gonna do that anyway. When a person, let me tell you something, when a person don't like you, there ain't shit that you can say or do to make them like you. If a person don't like you, there ain't nothing you can do to make them ever be on your side. I got enemies. I got people that hate me.
Wow.
I got people that want to see me fail. So they will take any thing and run with it. It don't have to be true. The truth don't matter. Look at the world. Show me where the truth matter. Men been showing women the truth the whole time, and guess what? The truth don't matter because they got a whole thing on TikTok right now. I'm convinced.
But do you see how the stuff she says is really dangerous though? Like you can see that she's not even just a narc. She's a sociopath and a psychopath. She's like, the truth doesn't matter. I mean, low-key, high-key, she ain't lying. So she understands. She don't have to be in the truth. She just has to be believable. Come on, that's very telling. Like her psychology is frightening. Her psychology is really frightening. She said the truth don't matter. So as long as she can keep the people that she needs to keep believing in whatever she's selling, so they can give her the $250 for the webinar, she's good. She's really good. The truth does not matter. I'm like, that's some scary stuff.
Said if a woman like you, you don't have to lie to her. She'll lie to herself. I'm convinced that you don't have to lie to a woman because if she like you, she will lie to herself. Baby, the truth don't matter. Don't. Only what people want to believe matters. And when the sooner we learn that, the better off we'll be. I'm not going to sit up here and try to convince nobody of shit. If you want to believe I'm a villain, then I'll be that in your mind. I'll be that. But I'm not going to waste not an ounce of sleep. I'm not going to miss a meal worrying about what another motherfucker think. Because guess what? They ain't paying my bills. Right. They not licking no peach cobbler. They not doing a goddamn thing. Look, I'm the one doing all the peach cobbler licking shit. I'm the one doing all the goddamn work.
Well, whatever you got, you might want to be mindful about who you do that to, because clearly.
No. Yeah. That Peter Wecker, man. That Peter Wecker juice got these bitches, man.
Well, I am glad, either way, I'm glad that, you are in a happy space with the young lady that you're with, and that you're not allowing this to affect you, because that takes strength. Because I don't know, if it were me, I would just be probably out of.
See, she would too. See, what she want to do, because people see the world through the lens in which they see themselves. See, doing what she did, that would have hurt her. See, she was trying to do something she tries to view me through the lens she view herself. What hurts you, sweetheart, don't hurt me. Because, you care about what people think about you. I don't care what people think about me. I'm not monitoring the videos. I'm not monitoring the tags. I'm not monitoring it. See, she would be monitoring it, though. Right? See, every time the manosphere talked about her children, she always say, don't bring the children in it. I don't give a fuck what happened. Don't bring the children in it. But what did she do to me?
Brought up Amaya.
Exactly. What she's trying to do is hurt me in a way that she knows pain hurts her. Right? Mm-hmm. So anything that she can say, she gonna say it. It don't have to be the truth. She gonna say whatever. Baby, if she told y'all that I had a bionic Peter Wecker that I detached and was, baby, if she told y'all that I had secretly had a penis and I was actually a man and that I adopted Amaya, baby, everybody would believe this shit. They would. And just so y'all know, Amaya is adopted. She is a whole man. She is a trans. Baby, they'd have been eating that shit up.
No, I'm gonna say this, because when you came on to the live, you came on a little bit late, but I kind of gave just my insight on a couple of things. There were times where my lip dropped to the floor and it sank, because I'm like, wait a minute, if there was a breakup, cool, and I understand you may be hurt, but some of the things, it was just a little bit too much, even in regards to things that were sacred between you and her in terms of sex. My thing is this: if you think a lot of women want and he now, Can you hear the echo? You may have to send another request to come on, P. Hold on, y'all. Are you there, P?
Yes. Told me. First and foremost, I ain't no damn victim. I'm a power player. I'm the queen maker. I make power moves. I'm not no victim. That's why I ended this shit. So I'm going about my life. I don't owe nobody no explanation about shit.
Right.
Okay? I moved on. That is what it is. And if the motherfucker want to say whatever they want to say, baby, say it.
But what I was saying, P, is it's going to make more women curious because anybody knows whether you are married or not, or in a relationship or not, if you talk about sacred things, it's just going to make more people inquisitive about it. So, yeah. But at the end of the day, I think something happened with the live. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's happened. It is what it is. I'm sending both parties love and light. And I just, you know, hopefully everybody can just kind of move on amicably. Hold on. I don't know what happened. It keeps.
No, because a phone call, every time a phone call come in, it do this echo thing. So anyway, but first of all, I don't owe nobody to take no accountability to what you think I'm supposed to take accountability for, right? I'm not taking accountability for no goddamn lie, okay? I'm not, period, okay? If you think I mistreated her, then that's on you. That's not the truth, though. That's not the truth. And I'm not accepting accountability for no bullshit, okay? That's it. I'm just not doing that shit, okay? Now, say what you want. I don't give a damn about that. I don't care. I don't give a fuck if nobody take her side. They can take her side. I don't care. Baby, I'm above this. I am moving forward. And I'm going to leave demons in hell. That's it. I'm going to leave a motherfucking demon in hell.
I understand.
Y'all can go over here and trauma bond. I'm not trying to trauma bond with nobody. Y'all can go cry together, okay? Cry me a river, but I'm not going to join you. I'm not joining you, right? Y'all go over there and be sad. I understand, right? Y'all go over there and cry.
Why are you talking?
I was doing wrong too. You know what? You're right. We should women are no better. Let's keep sucking dick. Go. Yes. Have all of it that you want. Have as much of it as you want.
Hey, bro, I'm sorry. Why are you like this? Hey, I can't. I just cannot. I can't. Well, I was looking at one of the comments, and I wasn't gonna address that part. But they did say that there was something mentioned that I guess she stated that you and I fell out, but I don't know.
We did not fall out. This idea that we fell out, that's just some more stuff. Because at the end of the day, let's keep it a book about the conference. Okay. The last time I spoke to you, you was gone for 6 days or whatever because you had to go in your prayer room or whatever the case may be.
Out of the country. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, there was Nico was trying to reach you. I think she was trying to do a meeting, and I think it was getting to be too many meetings for you, and you had to separate yourself from social media or whatever. But at the end of the day, it was like, okay, well, maybe this ain't the right time for this.
Right. But my thing though, it was never mentioned on my end, you know, so I didn't understand why that was mentioned publicly. You see what I'm saying? Like, why was that mentioned by a party that wasn't even a part of it?
Well, she wasn't even a part of it.
I didn't understand.
Creating bullshit that ain't even true.
So that's what we're trying to explain to y'all. There was no beef.
Right.
He and I. There was no beef. I go on these spiritual sabbaticals, y'all, where I shut down from everybody. So it was just kind of crazy. And for me, I was quiet for a little bit, but I'm like, why is my name in something that I ain't even got a dog in this fight. Like, where is this coming from? Because I never even mentioned about it and didn't want to mention about it because I didn't want people to stop purchasing tickets. You understand? Like, I would never come up against nobody's bag, but somehow my name was mentioned. But no, I'm an Aquarius, sweetheart. I'm not a Pisces. I'm an Aquarius.
Yes, yeah, so yes, she did lie, because me and Dr. T are not having no beef. We did not have beef.
So it's the link up of like the toxic Aquariuses. It's the link up. So this one right here, she's an Aquarius. This one right here is an Aquarius. So it's these people are crazy.
But when she found out that Dr. T wouldn't own the conference no more, and that she felt like Dr. T wasn't no threat, because she assumed that me and Dr. T wasn't talking no more or something shit just because Dr. T wasn't on the conference. And that's when she started trying to reach out to Dr. T on some messy shit.
I didn't want to get involved in the drama, so that's why I was just like, let me, I don't, first of all, like I told you, I don't get in people's personal lives. Like, that ain't, I'm all about, building the divine collective, the divine feminine, so that ain't happening.
Here we go again with this freaking divine collective and divine feminine. Shut up, you fucking quacks, you charlatan. Skylar said these women are not straight. They are bi. No true heterosexual woman will find herself eating cootie cat. I agree with Skylar, because this is weird. This is weird. Or maybe you've been heterosexual, but you've been thinking about it, but you were just too afraid to act on it. Because I don't understand, Elena, how can somebody turn you out in 2 weeks? Because honestly, when I first heard BTaylor, Priscilla, I thought they were together for like 2 years. Like at least more than a year to like 2 years. Oh, okay, cool. I can see, right? So I'm like, okay, maybe she pursued you. Hey, Jen, maybe she pursued you for like 6 months to a year. So eventually you gave up, like, because it was so much pressure. But I'm like, in 2 weeks, this is only a 6-month-old relationship. Like, you guys move so fast. And in 6 months, they experienced a gamut of Sorry, you guys. It's my heartburns. They experienced like a gamut of emotions in 6 months. 6 months. All of this is happening within 6 months. Like, even Jeezy and Jeannie took their time. Like, y'all crazy, right? And so within 2 weeks, she turned her out in 2 weeks. And I'm like, that's crazy. 2 weeks? You couldn't even like fight for your sexuality a little bit. So if you had gone to the penitentiary, you would have been turned out in like a day. Cause like what? I mean, at least try to fight for your clitoris. I'm like, the integrity of my clitoris. You will not attack my clit. Okay? No, she didn't even put up a fight. Imagine that. If she had been locked up, like, think of Orange is the New Black. Okay? I'm like, think of this girl is crazy. You are crazy. Are you insane? I'm like, think of like Orange is the New Black. Okay? You didn't even try Crazy Eye. Like, you wouldn't even fight Crazy Eye a little bit. You're not gonna try to fight. You ain't trying to fight a little bit. You gonna let Crazy Eye get to you? Girl, you are crazy. Oh, I'm fighting for my clitoris. You will not touch my clitoris. Okay? So I'm like, if you made it to the penitentiary, okay, and they're like, girl, this cootie cat is mine. He'll be like, okay, I'm scared. Nah, we fighting. We are tussling. Okay? You ain't about to turn me out. Okay? I said, girl, 2 weeks. She better not commit crimes, because if she goes to prison, she don't have what it takes. Like, you do not have what it takes. Yeah, Black people are really obsessed with sex. Okay? This is pure madness. Okay? I'm like, if you had gone to prison, you would let Crazy Eye get the best of you. Okay, she's like, I'm going to fight inside, outside the jail. You're going to have to kill me. I'm about to take my clitoris. Okay? Just like you're not about to chew on my clitoris. Okay? You will not. What is wrong with you? Gotta fight for your clit. You must fight. I'm fighting about. You're not touching my clitoris. You are not. Okay? What is wrong with you, child? I'm like, what in the world? Okay? What in the Orange and the New Black is going on here? You would have let crazy get to you or this one get to you? You better learn to fight. Like, okay, what you finna do? When you gonna give me this clitoris? When? Where's Crazy Eye? Let me see Crazy Eye. This one. Okay, she gonna be like, so when you gonna let me take this clitoris? When is the clitoris gonna be mine? I said never, never, never. Or I'm fighting all the clitoris warriors out here. Girl, this happened in 2 weeks. So I said, if you go to jail and you go to prison and you meet Crazy Eye, what you gonna do? Be like, okay, fine. Girl, you can just have it. No. I will die for my clitoris. I am fighting for my clit. Okay? All clit matters. Okay? You go respect my clitoris. What is this? In 2 weeks, BTaylor done gave this lady access to the clitoris. And next thing you know, she was chewing, do all kinds of weird stuff to her private parts. Okay? This is madness. Child, BTaylor, you better never break the law because you don't have what it takes. Okay? Because Crazy Eye gonna look at you. You gonna be like, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna call you. Gonna be like, okay. Girl, no. Okay, here, Crazy Eye. Okay? BTaylor, you better never break the law, sis. Because you don't have it in you. You're not a fighter. In 2 weeks, the girl don't turn this woman out. So it's very bizarre. I was like, this is bizarre to me. Okay? So now, let's go over here. Okay? Here comes BTaylor concerning Libra. This Libra got me, I don't know, man. When Libras fall in love, it gets really concerning. Okay? So he said, when you say no, she gonna start slapping her head. Yeah, that's what Crazy Eye does. It's like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. But BTaylor didn't even put up a fight. Child. She didn't put up a fight, y'all. And that is concerning. Okay? So let's go. My Lord.
Up on TikTok. No empathy. Exactly. You showing no empathy hurt my feelings. Baby, trust me. Trust me. I done had some great experiences with men too. Okay. So to sit here and say I'm mad and bitter about something, like that's all ego right now. That's all ego talking right now. She's addicted to drama because she brought this to the internet and she's mad that I'm addressing it. So now she's gaslighting the situation and saying, oh, this is what she wants. This is what she wants. This is the drama that she needs. No.
Libra, what is wrong?
My ego is showing, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, your ego is showing, Libra.
And I have been quiet and I don't do this. But what you're not going to do.
I don't do this, but then you go do this. Oh, shit.
Trying to paint a picture about me.
Okay.
Emotional people don't use their brain. And no matter what you do, they will find an issue with it. That's what I'm saying. They'll find an issue with it. So what is it better? Like even the last time I talked to her, she's trying to push me to tell her, fuck you. That's what she's trying to push me to say. Well, why don't you just say what you really want to say? Why don't you just go ahead and tell me, fuck you, this, that, and the other one? And I said, I'm not trying to say that. I said, that ain't even came across my mind. I said, don't try to push me to say something. Well, she said, well, I just need to hear that. Clearly, I just need to hear that.
Because I said that because she clearly was saying all this stuff. So I'm just saying, okay, well, get rid of me. Say that. Stop trying to, 1 minute you want to be friends. 1 minute you want to kiss on your girl, be all frivolous and shit like that. And then the next minute it's, it's too much for me. It is. It's a back and forth. That's playing with people's emotions. And then now it's like, I'm the one that cut her off. She wants to look like the winner.
But she is the winner, BTaylor. She got your ass. I don't know, Libra. Y'all got to learn to admit defeat. Like she defeated you. She got your ass. Because she can throw you out. Then she can come back into your life. She can block you. Unblock you. She can throw you away. She can call you back. She plays with you. And it's like you don't have, it's like you don't have boundaries. Because I'm like, you don't know how to block somebody. How can Priscilla break up with you, but then she can show up at your house and start kissing you? How can Priscilla, dog you, like just say all kinds of mean things about you. But if she calls your phone, she has access to you. Girl, like where? Like Dora, El Mapo. Okay, where is your self-esteem? Dora, the explorer. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's like, where is your self-esteem? Because it's concerning at this point. She does whatever she wants to do to you, and then you let her have access. I don't understand why you haven't blocked this lady already. Block her phone number, block her on all social media, and on top of that, change her number. Why does she always have access to you? So she won. She can talk about you all kinds of ways. She calls you an aunt. You know, she says all kinds of crazy stuff, and you're still available. I even feel like if Priscilla called you today, you would pick up. If Priscilla came to your house right now, you would open the door. If Priscilla wanted to kiss you, you would let her. Like it's insane to me. Like she's mean to you. And it's like you're just so obsessed with, oh, I need to be next to her. Like, why are you so obsessed with being next to her? Yeah, like you don't want to use the block button, like because you feel like, oh, I'm missing out on something. She's not a good person. You know, she's not nice to you. She's mean to you. Like she bullies you. Cut her off. For real. Yeah, I don't get this. Priscilla, you said, oh, you were afraid to break up with her because you didn't know how she would react to you breaking up with her. Then when she breaks up with you, you're like, well, this is what you wanted. Why do you care how it happens? She loved, oh, I'm so happy for you, girl. Enjoy your new girlfriend. Go away. Like, go away. Start your life. Change your number. Block her. Get a new number. Go about your business. Right? This is what you said you wanted. You wanted to break up with her, but you didn't know how to break up with her. I'm like, this is crazy. She breaks up with you, then you let her come into your house, you let her kiss you, she treats you badly, but if she writes you a song, okay, you know, what's it called? Metro Boomin wants some more. You save the songs in your phone. Like, girl, what are we doing? Yeah. It really is like you're in, I really think you are in love with her. Like I'm trying to be funny, but I think you're in love with this lady. Because this is weird. Nobody should be open to being treated this way. It's not okay. A man or a woman, like you should never allow people to feel like whenever they want, they can have access to you. They can kick you, roll you, dog you, and then they can just call you and say, oh, nothing happened. Kiss you, oh, nothing happened. Like, girl, like this is madness. I think it does. I don't think she blocked this lady. I don't think she really blocked her. Because I really feel like she's in love with her. Because to me, it's like, if everything you said was true and you are truly done, but you just didn't know how to leave. And now that she gave you a way out, deuces, I'm out. You're sick. You are truly sick. You will never hear from me again. Like even dead people will hear from me. I don't even know what you're going to be, but you're not going to hear from me. You're insane. She's very toxic and you keep entertaining her. It's like you want her attention. So I'm like, you're still in love with her.
She wants to look like the winner, and I'm gonna let her have that.
But
I am done with that. I'm gonna let Priscilla be the winner. I'm gonna let her tell her audience she had to get rid of me. I'm emotionally.
And when you think about it too, even Priscilla's like dominant personality make her the winner. Because when it comes to social media, Priscilla knows how to play this game. She really does. She knows how to play this game. She knows how to talk to these women. She knows she's really good. She's very, very manipulative. She's really good. You're kind of like starting out. Like you're trying your best. You know what I'm saying? Like you're trying your best. Okay. But you can't win with Priscilla, BTaylor. You don't have what it takes. She's a different type of animal. You don't have what it takes. Right. And the more you try to take her on, she just obliterates the mess out you. And like, child, Priscilla's something else. She really is something else. So the best thing you can do for your sanity is admit defeat. The girl, she played you, whatever. Take your L, go about your business. Because this social media game, you keep playing this game with Priscilla, it's going to be really bad for you. I can tell you that. You're not going to win. Because she's something else. She really is something else.
Unstable, that I'm like this unstable person, that what I'm saying doesn't matter because I'm emotional. Yep. So it's putting people out there to think like, oh, it don't matter what, you know, BTaylor is saying. She's just emotional. Don't listen to her, guys. She's just emotional. She's just an emotional wreck. She's just an emotional wreck. So don't listen to nothing that she's saying. I am upfront, and I am addressing shit that was addressed earlier. I have a right to defend myself, and that's what I'm gonna do. Those who want to blindly look, I told God before I open this live is that I'm not here to expose nobody. I don't do that. I don't do that because of emotions, because I'm mad or hurt or whatever. Hurt would be, and bitter would be putting out our business and telling details.
That's a form of excessive hurt, but you are hurt and you are here to expose. But I don't even think God cares about your foolishness. God don't care about this, BTaylor. There are babies dying in Palestine. You put yourself into this mess. You are choosing to go on live, right? Because you are hurt. I don't know what is so wrong with like saying like, yes, I'm hurt. You know, I think the first cure to being healed is recognizing the problem. If you can't be honest about the fact that you are hurt, then it's like you are in serious denial, just like you probably were in denial about your sexuality, right? Like you seem to be in denial a whole lot, but you are hurt and you are bisexual. Okay. So it's like, yeah, you're hurt. You're seriously hurt because you bought into all this crap she was feeding you. Okay. And then you let her turn you out, and then you let her take you out the closet. Yeah, she looks very silly. I'm like, just admit, like, yes, you're hurt. Why wouldn't you be hurt? Like, come on, like, make it make sense. He said God left her on red. Like, for real. Like, God's not trying to worry about this stuff. There are babies dying in Palestine. This is not that serious. Nobody asked y'all to get involved in this mess. You know? Yeah. But I'm like, you make no sense. Like, you are seriously hurt. It looks like you're about to cry right now. You know? And Priscilla, when she talks, it's like she gives no Fs. So if you are a sensitive person and you're trying to have a social media back and forth with someone who really has no feelings, you're going to cry every time because you are really emotional. Like, you're very sensitive. Priscilla don't care. Priscilla said the truth does not matter. It doesn't matter. Priscilla don't care. Priscilla has her logic. She has her mindset, and she going to stay consistent. She does not care. She does not care. And you care too much. So the more you can go back and forth with her, you're going to be really, really sad because she doesn't care. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. Exactly. She said the only way to be in Aquarius is to move on with your life and act like they never existed. Exactly. Because, girl, we have a weird detachment style. Like, you know what I'm saying? She said, if another woman can play you like this, you ain't ready for the big leagues. She's really not. You know? She really isn't. She's very sensitive. She's really, really sensitive. And that's why someone like her, she should not like easily fall in love with people. You know, she has to learn that. Like, she needs to learn to gauge how much love she gives and how fast she gives it, because she gives too much too soon. You know, and then you find out that the person was just playing with you. Like, it was just a game. But you were really honest with your feelings. Like, you have to gauge. Like, if you are a sensitive person, do not give too much of yourself too soon. Because when they leave you, it's really going to hurt. Because it was just a game. Priscilla, I think Priscilla's a game. Like, you knew she had 2 girlfriends. She had a husband and 2 girlfriends. Why would you give her so much of your heart so quickly? She's crazy. She's crazy. You like what?
About a conversation and manipulating it. But I know the real shit behind the closed doors, and that's what it is.
You're very sensitive, sis.
For the sake of my own mental health, I have to let this go.
So she reading out our text messages.
There needs to be a ton of time that passes between each time we speak.
Look how she go back and forth.
I can't do it any other way. I can't tolerate the turmoil. It's unnecessary and very stressful. You shouldn't want that either. I say you shouldn't want that either. I wish you well and all the best on your journey. It's okay to call and say hi every now and then.
Why?
I'm not obligated to. I don't want anything from you or for you to feel like I need to use you for anything, because I don't. I don't use and discard people like you claim.
And there go Nico being messy, stay single.
Yeah. What Skylar's saying here is true. Skylar said men have been playing BTaylor. So I guess she kind of expects that coldness from them. She has 2 baby fathers. I don't think she was expecting another woman to be this cold, because part of the Black sisterhood is the only bad guy is the Black man. You see, that's how you start having blind spots. Because when you go into a cult that tells you your only enemy is the black man, when you get around other black women, you put your guards down because you bought into the lie that black women are safer. It's like, no, nobody's safer. Okay, nobody's safe. Because the most important thing is you must take your time to study a person's character. Because what makes a man toxic, it's not his genetics. A man is not toxic because he has a penis. We can say a man is more likely to be aggressive because men have testosterone. Testosterone does make men aggressive. That's why when you look at bodybuilders, when women go into bodybuilding and women start taking on these Ren and these hormones and these, like, you know, these steroids, right? Women are going to become more aggressive because they are increasing their testosterone. We all have testosterone. We all have estrogen. Men have more testosterone than estrogen, right? So the testosterone in men does make them more aggressive. Yes. Right. But it does not make them a bad man. You're not a bad man because you're aggressive. Like, you need testosterone for like exercise, going to war, all that kind of stuff. Right. But the thing is, a woman can be also toxic because it's her mindset. But your mindset, like how you treat people, it's your character. It is a function of your character. It's not your hormones. It's not your gender. Having a penis does not make you bad right away. Just like having a vagina does not make you innocuous. You can be a dangerous person with a vagina. There are a lot of women who pimp out other women, like Mama D, Scrappy's mom. She was a female pimp. Like, what the heck? How can a woman sell other women? And even one of the girls that she was pimping, she's the one who took Scrappy's virginity away. So he also got molested. Scrappy was raped by a woman. You know what I'm saying? But there's no safe gender because you have to look at a person's mindset. And it takes time to know a person's character. It takes time. You can't just say, oh, she's a woman, so I'll put my guards down. Girl, she might be crazy. Okay? Like, take your time and get to know people. So I think with her was, oh, Priscilla is about woman empowerment. Priscilla speaks to women. Priscilla tells you what to avoid in a man. You know, Priscilla does sell this image, just like Oprah Winfrey, another Aquarius, right? Priscilla does sell this image that, oh, if you're around me, you'll be safe. I will teach you how to avoid men. I will teach you this, and that. But the whole time, though, you got to ask yourself also, how come Priscilla knows so much about these toxic men? Because maybe she was raised by them. She was groomed by them. And psychologically, she is one of them, right? Because how do you know so much? How do you know so much about toxic men? Because she's one. She's one. And when you look at her career from being with Tommy Sotomayor, being a moderator for Tommy, being a car salesman, being part of the Nation of Islam, like all the stuff she's been through, you can see how she developed this mindset, and psychologically, she's a toxic man. So her packaging is female, but the inside is a toxic black man. But because you see her as a woman, you say, oh, she's a black woman. You say, okay. So you completely ignore her psychology. But look at how she talks. Oh, this B got busted in the eye with the gonorrhea because she let this man put the cum. I'm like, what? She doesn't even talk like a woman. Like, I'm like, who talks like this? Right? These hoes, suck the dick and I eat the. I'm like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Okay. So that's why she knows so much about these toxic men, because she was raised by one. She was raised by plenty. She is a product of their grooming. And now, because she has the packaging of a woman, she's able to infiltrate these women. Like sheep, like I say, what, wolf in sheep's clothing? It's like some psyop operation. You know, and that's the thing. And that's why it's always like, and if you realize this, if you think about this, people who are most harmful to you are people who look just like you. Because you don't think that. You're like, oh my, I see myself. Yeah, right. You see yourself, whatever, right? But it's a lot easier to have people who look like you deceive you. Most black people are deceived by other black people. Most black people are hurt by other black people. It's usually not white people who hurt you. It's usually somebody who looks like you. Because you feel like you're safe, but it's like, no, you're truly not. You're truly not. She's crazy. So I feel like that's what really hurt her, because she bought into the notion that Black sisterhood, I'm my sister's keeper. You know, we're in this together. We're going to go attack the manosphere. We're going to go be against these black men. No. She said, I'm sad I know their name, you know, but it's like your gender does not make you bad off the bat. Just like your skin color does not make you good or make you bad. It's who you choose to be. It's your mindset. And we need to start focusing on that. Yeah. You know, all people target, yeah, all of them, you know, and Black women have to learn to have discernment. And the sooner they like what is going to truly keep Black women safe is the day they give up on skin color and gender. When they get out of the Black sisterhood, when they renounce the Black sisterhood, when they renounce this notion of like idolatry when it comes to Black women, stop putting Black and woman on a pedestal. Okay? Being your skin being Black is not a virtue. You didn't have to work for it. It's not like you were born Black, wump you wump. Okay, you have a vagina. Oh my gosh, okay? Your character is what you should be proud of because you have to work hard to have good character. But anybody can be born Black. It's not that hard. Anybody can have a vagina. It is not that hard. But having good character, now that part takes a lot of work. And that's what we need to we need to celebrate people for. It's their character because that's something they had to be intentional about. But nobody decides, oh, am I going to be born Black or white? No, you just show up and you're Black. You show up and you're Black with the vagina, right? But this is how a lot of Black women are able to hurt so many other Black women because in the church of Blackness and the Black sisterhood, it's idolatry. You worship people just because they're Black women, not because they're actually good people. Like, is this actually a good person? No, she's just a Black woman. So because she's a Black woman, we put her on a pedestal. It's like, no, you're crazy. That's idolatry. Yeah. Because the thing, a man, because he's stronger physically, his form of abuse is going to be more so physical because that's the thing that comes naturally to him. A woman, because she's less stronger than a man, her strength comes in her mouth. So when she wants to attack you, she will ruin your reputation, right? Women are more verbally abusive. Men are more physically abusive because it comes natural. It's a lot easier for a woman to start rumors about you, lie on you. But most women, when they're mad, they go straight for your character. They go straight for your reputation. They go straight for spreading lies about you. A man, if he's really upset, if he's mad and crazy, he's going to get physical or he's going to use money, right, to punish you. I was like, this is pure madness, but we have to start teaching people, like, you need to take your time, listen to people. Don't just look at the outside, the branding, like, oh, the packaging. Packaging will always deceive you. Packaging will always deceive you. You got to look at what's inside. What's the engine like? Okay. And it takes time and you really have to listen and you have to observe. But I'm like, you're not safe with anyone based on gender and skin color because anybody can really hurt you. Anybody can hurt you. And if you put your guards down, it can be really bad because women can be violent. And all this right here is violence, because it's like, it's crazy. It's really crazy. But like you see, they're violent, but because they can't fight physically, they're going to use social media to hurt each other as much as possible. If they were men, they would have showed up and got physical. But because they're not men, they're women, what they will do is yippity, yippity, yap, 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 have clicks over here, click over here, social media, live after live, TikTok after TikTok, passive aggressive, subliminal, right? That's their form of violence. Yeah, she's exactly like Nature Boy, So, and also because Priscilla was part of the Nation of Islam, they be on that that fake woke, that black wokeness stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, they're crazy. They are really crazy. Yeah. And they're not going to stop. If they were men, they would have fought already and it would have been over. But because they're women, they're going to go back and forth. They're not going to stop.
Nico is in the comments being messy. So since you want to be messy, I'm going to tell y'all about the scammer Nico.
And then I sent her.
So be careful who you give your money to.
I sent her a bouquet of fruit to back up what I sent. To let her know that I mean no bad blood.
Why would you need to do that?
And that's being taken negatively. That's being taken negatively.
Why would she need to do that? I can't even watch it because I'm not about to even entertain that. But why even do that? And Nico the scammer, just look up her name. Just look up her name, look up her history, look up Lipstick Alley, look at people that used to be friends with her. Just do your research, people. That's what I was trying to warn people about. So she want to get up there and talk her shit. I'm going to talk mine. Nico, you didn't like me from the beginning because you wanted to get close to Priscilla and needed me out the way. Because where there is light, there cannot be darkness. Where there is light, but when you work with somebody that's all about money and not the message, and a grifter, never been about women. So she wanted peace because she don't want a narrative out there that she's hurt a woman. She don't want a narrative out there that she did shit that men would do to women. She don't want that. You know how many men have warned me, came in my inbox, women have warned me and said, you need to be careful because she is just like the man she talks about. And if you don't have the eye to see, you will not see. If you are leading, if you're being led blindly and you're blind and you're just following, you're not going to see what I'm saying. You're not going to see what I'm saying. You're not going to see what I'm saying. People know how to strategize. People have been on the internet for a long time and they know how to push and sway a public perception about somebody. They know how to discredit somebody. Be careful giving your money to people. Money carries energy. Okay? And all I did was say, be careful who you work with. But maybe she is a reflection of her shadow side. Maybe she's a reflection of her shadow side. She's a reflection of her shadow side. So just be careful because y'all go follow Dr. T. Dr. T be dropping gems. There was all three of them working together. Y'all go follow Dr. T. What happened to Dr. T? Y'all go follow Dr. T. It ain't just me that see the spirit on Nico.
Hold on. So Dr. T is the one we saw earlier. Okay. This is Dr. T, another crazy Aquarius. This thing right here. Okay. This one right here is Dr. T. But the thing is, Dr. T is not siding with her other Aquarius. Okay. So I'm like, I don't know what makes you think Dr. T has your side. But Dr. T, she gonna go where the money is. She gonna go over here. So this is the one called Dr. T right here. So she's saying like, oh, go listen to Dr. T. She drops gems. She's exposed Nico. But I'm like, Nico is with her. Nico is with Priscilla. Dr. T is with Priscilla. So ultimately, she's going to bend the knee to this side. So you're on your own. You're on your own, BTaylor. These girls, these girls do not have integrity. Like, girl, you're crazy.
What happened to Dr. T? Y'all go follow her. She's actually an oracle and a healer and a prophet like I am.
Okay, so now BTaylor says she's a healer, she's a oracle, she's a whatever. Girl, these people really get on TikTok and label themselves healers. You've healed what? Who have you healed? I'm like, they're a bunch of charlatans. Y'all need to go get some real jobs, okay? Stop it. Like, you're a healer of what? Who have you healed? You're not even healed yourself. Like, they're insane. Like, she calls herself a healer. That girl, Dr. T, calls herself a healer. Yanni calls herself a healer. You are healers of what? What are y'all even talking about? Girl, if you want to heal people, go to med school, okay? And actually graduate. You healed nothing. You create more confusion, okay? You create more confusion. You create more madness. You cannot heal people of nothing. You have barely healed yourself. These people are crazy. I'm a healer. No, you are a misleader. You've misled yourself. How can you heal people or claim that you have healing abilities when you yourself can't even get over this breakup? You are only with this woman for 6 months and you are not even healed from this. You're still crying about it. So how can you heal anyone? My goodness.
Why do you think she separated herself and said some subliminals of like, be careful who you follow on the internet? Some people just want, so just be careful. Just be careful. Because you on there shaping a perspective like I'm this emotionally unstable person that's just mad and emotional because you cut me off. That's something that a man would say. That's something that a man would do. Oh, she just... kids away from me because she's bitter. What that sound like? What that sound like? What does that sound like? Please. Dr. T disses herself for a reason. Okay? And that's not to just bring her in this, but y'all go follow her new page where she's starting over, where the energy is different. The energy is different over there. And I had to apologize. This is how much I'm not a victim. I went to Dr. T and apologized to her because there was some misperception and mess going on. And I didn't know which way it was coming from, but it was coming from the other lady. And she also forgave me and apologized and said, I see you. And I told her, I see you. So the credit financial scammer lady, yeah. Yeah. Her new page, I follow it. It's Dr. T. I think it's just, I don't know. I just say Dr.
Oh, my Lord. Okay. So now, hold on. So now let me show you this. This is what Anton was saying about BTaylor. Okay. And then when I say sometimes these women actually do need patriarchy, don't think it's a joke. A lot of these girls, they need patriarchy. They're crazy. Hold on. So now here you have Anton. Where's my history?
Yo, BTaylor, I see you in the chat. Check this out.
Hold on. Be back.
Taylor, you know what's so funny about you? You want me to be honest about you? Look at your avatar right now. Look at your avatar right now, BTaylor. Check this out. BTaylor, if you spent more fucking time working your ass off and getting good content out there, instead of live streaming and dropping videos sporadically here and there, doing that shit in your car, yeah, I studied your shit. If you actually did the things that she did and you worked your ass off, you'd be big as fuck. You'd be a legend. You'd be great. You'd be big as, you would be great. You look better than her. You can articulate yourself better than her. You're smarter than her. Get the fucking work, BTaylor. Instead of spending all of your time worried about what this fucking lady is doing, spend all of your time on how it is that you can build. You know what the difference is between Pearl and you, BTaylor? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Y'all want some truth today? I got some fucking truth for you today. The difference between me and you, BTaylor, is when me and you talk on the phone, it ain't the same as when me and Pearl talk on the phone. Because when Pearl talk on the phone to me, she like, Anton, what do you understand about this? Is it this and that? Is that? And then she'd be like, oh, let me give you this tip that I realized because I was looking at your videos and let me show it is how you can do this because I hate it when you do this and you'll get more traction with this. And then I do that shit and I implement it and I get more money and then I add value into her. And then when you and me talk, you be like, Anton, I don't know because I talk to my family and I don't know if I should be fucking with you because they seen a video that you did about me. What the fuck? You look better than her. You're doper than her. I'm trying to put you on. I'm trying to get you together and all of this shit. And you sitting here giving me all your energy about her instead of
more of what you love.
Spend all your energy on how you can build your own shit. I spend more time chasing you and she spends more time chasing me. Think about that shit. I spend more time chasing you. And Pearl spends her time chasing me so she can try to get some game and some insight and add some value into my life. And you sit here fucking talking about her. If y'all spend more time focused on the things that actually matter, you would blow the fuck up. You would blow the fuck up. What part of this that I'm telling that's not true? No, don't get sad. Let's be real. If you spent more time dropping fucking videos, BTaylor, look at Pearl's. Stop looking at what she says.
You know, me, like I said, I'm not a big fan of Intel myself, right? But it's like he's telling the truth though. In this case, when we're talking about BTaylor, he has a point. See, had BTaylor focus on herself, focus on her brand. If she had, instead of trying to be an oracle, a leader, a visionary, a healer, how about you just stay focused on what is your vision for yourself? What do you want for your life? You see, being consumed by the manosphere, being consumed by, oh, let me go align with this girl so we can go attack the manosphere, being consumed with Priscilla's gravity, because she is in her orbit. Like, she is like a planet that is like pulled by Priscilla's like gravity. Like, you really are in her orbit. You know what I'm saying? You are worried about Priscilla, like Priscilla's daughter, Nico, and who's Nico. All this stuff is nothing more than distraction. You know what I mean? And now look, you're suffering. You can't move on with your life. Had you focused on yourself, your YouTube channel, your vision, your business, your children, you would not be in this quagmire. Like, this is like what is this? A net of crab. I don't even know what this is. Focus on yourself. Oh, sorry. Focus on yourself. Focus on yourself. Put your energy into yourself. You see, and that's the thing. When you really have something going on for yourself, when you are focused on your course, when you know what you want, it's so much harder to get distracted. It is so much harder to get distracted. And now it's like, if somebody's going to come in, you're looking for someone who's coming to help you build and go further, right? But her and Priscilla, it was just foolishness. Because she's focused on nothing. You are focused on nothing. So that's why within 2 weeks, somebody turns you out. Within 6 months, all of this is nothing but distraction. So I'm not a big fan of Anton. Anton has a lot he needs to work on himself. But he saw something in her, and he was really trying to tell her, focus on yourself. Focus on your YouTube channel. Build your brand. Focus on your stuff. Like, be focused on your work. Because when you're not focused, then now you're getting pulled into Priscilla's universe. And now it's like, look at this. What do you have to show for it? Nothing but drama, embarrassment. Now you're like, you don't even know if you're straight, if you're gay, if you're bi, all this confusion, right? You're also being exposed for leaving your kids to go get drunk with Yanni, right? You're a disheveled, emotional mess on the internet. You see, and I'm like, sometimes some of y'all need patriarchy because you're too emotional. You know, you gotta stay focused on the business. And that's exactly what Simone told Megan. Stay focused on the purpose. What is your purpose? Don't even know what your purpose is. But now you want to be a healer. Why? Have you done what you're supposed to do? When you look at your money, your bank account, your career, your house, your children, can you really say, okay, I've achieved everything I need to achieve? No. So why are you so worried about other people? Focus on yourself and you wouldn't be here. Now you're being pulled into Yanni's orbit. If that relationship falls out, you're going to be pulling somebody else's orbit because you don't really know what you want for yourself. You're not focused on yourself. If you were focused on yourself, all of this never would have happened because it serves no purpose. Your relationship with Priscilla, it served no purpose. You two only got together because you wanted to go after the manosphere. The manosphere is fine. Now they're all laughing at y'all because you guys are going at it. You are exposing each other. You're being mean. You're being vile. And you're being violent towards each other. And the manosphere is laughing at y'all. They're making videos. They're just laughing. Because that was never a noble purpose. Like doing stuff just to hurt people, it never ends well. Never ends well. There was nothing productive. There was nothing, oh, let's start a business. Let's hire people. There was nothing productive about you two coming together. There was nothing holy. There was nothing godly, like ordained about you two coming together. Y'all just got together because you were both frustrated with these men and you wanted to hurt these men. But instead of actually being successful at hurting these men, now you guys are hurting each other. And now they're making fun of y'all because y'all looking crazy. Looking crazy. Yeah, it really is embarrassing. You know, because you like, I'm like, what is this? Like, y'all just insane. You are really insane. Yeah, don't laughing. But I'm like, he told her. Because I was like, I know this girl. That's why I was like, I've seen this girl before. So when I saw all this drama, I was like, you see, had she listened, the first thing that came to mind when I recognized who she was, I said, you see, had you listened to Anton, you would not be in this mess. Because you would be out here, oh, I got to post my content. I got to respond to my subscribers. I got to work on my brand deals, etc., 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 right? But no, you're not working on yourself. You're out here being pulled into Priscilla and her toxicity. And I look at you. You're a victim. You see? You got to be focused on yourself. Like, you need to stay focused on your course. Like, you have something you want to do. Make it come true. Like, focus on yourself. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really sad. So I hope I don't know. I hope she heals from this because, you know, she's really confused. But I'm like, Anton tried to tell you though. Anton tried to tell you. Let me see, what else is he saying? Because he's just like yelling a little bit. So I'm like, I don't know.
And look at her channel. Look at how often she drops. Look at the time that she drops. Look at her thumbnails. Understand her algorithm. Understand how it is that we can teach you the whole fucking game, but y'all so busy being distracted on things that don't matter. What we talking about? I did a whole live stream inside of the Patreon showing you my back end, showing you how much money I make, giving you the game on the algorithm, how you can make way more money when it comes to this content creation shit. And y'all sitting here trying to have conversations about Pearl. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, these women need to learn to focus. They don't focus on what truly matters. So now, hold up. We're not done, right? What else we got? Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So now let's go to this one. Okay. Okay, let me play. Y'all, this is Sunday service. We're going to make all the rounds. Okay. So here we are with this one. So here we are with our good sis, Yanni. So I need Yanni to talk to me also. Tell me what's happening. Let me see if I can pull this up. View all. I'm like, because y'all crazy. They truly, truly lack direction. Where is it? I played this. Where is she? Okay.
I literally had no chin. It was just. And she came up on the scene dropping gems. Like, let's be real. Like, I'm not here to be a hater. I'm here to keep it. Hey, boos, and delete. I'm glad you don't know what's going on, and I think that is wonderful. But last night, I supported my girl, BTaylor, on her YouTube channel. There's just been a lot going on, and I wanted to tell my side, my vantage point. I'm not really here to talk about Priscilla and BTaylor's relationship because honestly, they don't have nothing to do with me. Okay, so I don't know if you guys caught this live yesterday. Let me blow it up. Okay, so BTaylor made a video saying my truth in experiencing Priscilla the Queenmaker. She gave her truth about her relationship and her experience with Priscilla the Queenmaker. Now, if you're unaware of Priscilla, she started going viral. She started getting big. I would have to say within the last year, maybe year and a half. And she came up on the scene dropping gems. Like, let's be real. Like, I'm not here to be a hater. I'm here to keep it real and to keep my integrity intact. And so when she popped up on the scene, she was dropping some knowledge, and I was really gravitating towards her message during that time. I liked a lot of the things that she had to say. I agreed with a lot of the things that she had to say. There were some things that I felt were extreme that I didn't really resonate with, but then there were other parts in her message that I just really liked. So again, I don't know, I'm able to like content creators and not fully agree with every little thing they say and every little thing they do, but that's just part of me being who I am and them being who they are and just us, you know, having differences. But she was one of those content creators that popped up on the scene. And when she originally popped up on the scene, it was about women's empowerment. And y'all know I'm all about that. So I really took a liking to her content, and overall her message during that time. So this is when things started getting weird. I would say, let me pull it up because I got it on my phone. I can't show you the email because when women send me things, they send me things in First of all, I feel honored that you trust me, because like, damn, you trust me, and that says a lot. And I really do feel like honored that you trust me with information like this, because this is a lot. So I won't be showing the email. This was shared with me, and I am keeping it discreet. But basically, I got an email starting August 26th of 2023, and it was a woman that was coming to me, and she wanted me to expose Priscilla the Queenmaker for who she really is. Now, I have to be honest with you, I didn't feel comfortable doing that because I liked her during this time. I just got to be honest. I liked her. I liked what she was saying. I liked her message. There were some things, again, that I didn't agree with, but it had not reached that point where I didn't see the information in this email. I wasn't able to connect the dots at that time. So I got an email saying that Priscilla the Queenmaker is a cult leader, and that there's an ex-cult member, I'm not going to say her name, that barely escaped. And she also shared some of the brainwashing tactics and everything like that. So this was shared with me, like I said, August of 2023. Now, again, during this time, I don't trust everything that people send me. I don't believe everything that people say. I believe in two sides to every story, and I'm not just going to hop on, your side of things just because you're telling me something. So I didn't say anything. I didn't speak out. I kind of just kept quiet about it. And I know a lot of y'all were like, Yanni, why are you acting so weird when it comes to Queenmaker? And it was because I had these emails, and at the time I didn't know what to believe. And then I wasn't trying to persuade you to support someone when I have these emails and I don't know what to believe. And I'm just like, damn, I'm really big on protecting Black women, and protecting Black women sometimes means being quiet and observing and discerning the situation from the distance, from a distance or in the shadows. So that's what I started to do. So I started watching.
But this part, I don't agree with this part, because if you say that you're really about protecting Black women, the woman who sent you a message about an email about Priscilla running a cult and other women barely escaping, those are also Black women. So why do you choose to stay silent and, I'm going to protect, be Priscilla and be quiet and observe? Because she has a bigger following. So it's like you're ranking which Black woman you want to protect. Because if you get an email and somebody's about, it's a cult, people are barely escaping, even if you think you want to protect Priscilla or whatever, because you don't know what to believe, ask Priscilla. Ask her. Why are you just giving her immunity based off of what? You don't know her. She's the person on TikTok. So it's like, I'm like, this is serious. Because if there's really a cult, because I don't know what to believe. If you don't know what to believe, then go ask Priscilla. Hey, Priscilla, I received this email and I would like for you to bring clarity. It's like the news people, right? They don't know what to believe. So that's we reached out to Marlene to see if she wanted to give her side, but she said no. But it's like the news, they will reach out to people no matter what the allegations are. The news people, they will investigate the allegation and they'll give the person that's being accused a chance to respond, right? So let Priscilla know, like, listen, I'm getting a lot of emails from ladies claiming that you're running a cult and that this particular person is claiming that she barely escaped. Now, I protect all Black women, so it puts me in a very uneasy, uncomfortable position, because what if there really is a cult? What if there isn't? So I would like for you to give me more clarity. Like, let Priscilla answer. Then based on how she answered, then you can know how to move. But it's like, it's weird to me because you made a choice, and the choice was protect Priscilla. But I'm like, based off of what? Because you don't have a personal relationship with her, so why do you want to protect her first? Because of her following. And that's one thing I've noticed about this whole protect Black women movement. It's always about protecting the rich, the famous, the most acclaimed, the blue checkmark Black women. But when it comes to like the everyday Black women, nobody really cares. Because if you really say, I'm here to protect all Black women, when there are allegations, they have to be explored. Because God forbid something real really is happening. Right? Because I don't understand that part. I mean, listen. Why would you say, I'm going to protect her? But what about the people who are emailing you? Right? What if they're telling the truth, though? What if they are? But you want to protect Priscilla based off of what? Her persona, because she has more followers than you? Then it's like, no, then at that point, you're not about protecting Black women. That makes no sense to me. Because I'm like, this is real. Like, even what's her name from Love and Hip Hop? Mimi. Mimi was raised in a cult. You know, you have the boy, Nature Boy. He was running a cult. Like, there are a lot of cults out here that are abusing people. It's not so far-fetched. It is not so far-fetched. We have seen pastors. We have seen the Catholic Church. We have seen like Jeffrey Epstein. Like, you'll see a lot of notable people with great careers. Some are attached to religion, you know, and then they are running a cult. So I'm like, it's not so far-fetched. Like, it's not so crazy. So ask her. If she has nothing to hide, she will answer. Don't be afraid to ask people. Now, if they don't want to answer, now you know, okay, I gotta dig a little deeper, because why is she not answering? But I'm like, based off of what you decide that, oh, Priscilla is the one that you're gonna protect. You all know that lady. And that's the thing. Y'all just go off of people's like for how many followers they have, the blue check mark, how many views they have, and y'all allow yourself to be impressed. Because you worship like, child, please. I can't. This ain't me. That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
Watching her content more, I took a liking to her content based off of her viral moments. I didn't take a liking to her based off of her live streams, so I was never in those live streams. There were some things.
Exactly.
There were some things that were said in BTaylor's live last night that I did not know. But now it's all starting to make sense to me because of the emails that I was getting, and then BTaylor opening up to me about her experience. And then my own.
But it would have made more sense to you a lot sooner if you had asked Priscilla herself. Like, this is crazy to me. like I'm like, this is crazy to me. I don't know how you get an email about a cult and people barely escaping, and you don't decide to like, let me look into this, because this is crazy. What if this is true? But I'm like, Priscilla's a big woman. She's a grown woman. You can ask her. Why you can't ask her? Like, that's just weird, because you're putting her on a pedestal, and that triggers me.
Own observation, because I just got to keep it real with you. My own observation, like I said, I really enjoyed her messaging when she first popped up on the scene, but then things started getting weird. Y'all, like her lives, like
Sharks, let's get right to it. Creole Essence has the liquid gold of the Caribbean.
I don't follow her on TikTok, but she would like pop up in my For You page newsfeed, and some of her live streams started to like get weird, and I started to see a change in her messaging. I started to see a change in her behavior. I started seeing like a difference. And with me seeing those changes, her changes started to align with the emails that I got a year ago. Now, how does BTaylor and me play in all of this? Well, me and BTaylor were starting to form a friendship outside of social media. It wasn't something that I was posting all the time. Like, we didn't post hanging out all the time. We didn't make it known that we were getting close as friends, because we know that the internet can be messy, and we know that the internet can pin us against each other. So we felt the need to hide our friendship for that reason. And then it became more real when she found herself in this relationship.
Okay. I'll call BS on that. That's just me. Okay. I'll call BS on that, because the only reason why you would hide your friendship with BTaylor, because BTaylor was Princilla's girlfriend, right? So if you are in a, okay, this is me. Y'all tell me if you think I'm wrong. Okay. If off the bat, we know that Priscilla is bisexual, but right now she's more in her lesbian bag, but she's bisexual. She got a husband. So let's say she's bisexual, but she leans more lesbian. Okay. BTaylor told us that she was heterosexual, but then Priscilla turned her out. All right. So now you have a lesbian who is dating a girl who's traditionally heterosexual, right? So now I could see how Priscilla will be jealous. Like, okay, because some girls, they're not lesbians, but they'll mess with lesbians because they're curious or they're brokenhearted. You know what I'm saying? So I could see Priscilla being jealous of that, right? So now you are in this lesbian relationship with the woman who's more of a lesbian than you. Then you become friends with Yanni. And you say, okay, Yanni, for us to be cool, let's hide our friendship. But is it just a friendship, or is it more than that? Right? Because it's weird. Why would you hide it if it's not the fact that she is somebody's girlfriend? She's dating a lesbian. She is dating a very possessive, territorial, manipulative lesbian. Because if y'all not doing anything weird, why do you need to hide it? So this notion of like, oh, because of the internet, Yanni has taken some very strong positions on the internet. So this whole thing, the hen is gonna put us together against it. Like, I don't know if I buy into that. It could be true. I don't know if I really buy into that, but it does seem like BTaylor had to hide that she was friends with a woman because right now she's dating a woman that's very insecure, territorial, and possessive. Huh? Because I'm like, why y'all some grown ass woman? This is America. Like, why do you need to feel? Sorry, why do you feel the need to hide your friendship with BTaylor? It's bizarre. And when we heard Priscilla earlier, she said BTaylor would leave her boys with Priscilla to go get drunk with Yanni. So she knew about you, Yanni, right? So I'm like, that's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. Because if it's just a platonic friendship between two women, I don't see why you would need to hide that. Like, I don't know. It's very bizarre. This is very, very bizarre. Because I'm like, if y'all just friends and there's nothing more to it, why hide it? Like, who cares? People hide stuff when there's something they don't want people to know. So my thing is, what is that? Right? You're grown, she grown. Everybody got their own internet. You live your life, she lives her life. You pay your bills, she pays her bills. But it's like to sit, we don't want the internet to put us against each other. Like, I don't think the internet even cares about what you guys do. I don't know. But I'm like, it's very bizarre to me. So I don't know. I call BS on that. That's the thing. Because why would you hide it? Why would you hide it? I mean, if we're just friends, like if there's nothing more, like there's just friendship, like why would you hide it? I'm sure BTaylor has other girlfriends, like other female friends. Does she hide them from Priscilla? So why is she hiding you specifically? What's the problem? And the whole time you think you're being hidden, but it's like Priscilla knew. She was like, y'all were getting drunk until 4:00 in the morning, and then eat to the point that BTaylor forgot she had to work the next day. So I'm like, I call BS on that. Yeah, exactly. Like if me and Skylar are just friends, why am I gonna hide it for? I have nothing to hide. Unless there's something you don't want people to know, then that makes sense. Right? But to say, oh no, we had to hide it because the internet. You guys are not on the Kardashian level of fame. Like if you are Kardashian level fame, you are what's it called? Selena Gomez type of famous, Beyonce type of famous. Then I can understand, like, yeah, because people at that point people care about y'all. But it's like your level of notoriety, BTaylor is I don't see people caring that much. But the reason why y'all had to hide it, it probably was because of Priscilla, because Priscilla's very jealous. So what exactly was y'all up to? Like, come on, we grown. If you're gonna say a thing, say it all the way because it's weird.
Relationship with Priscilla the Queenmaker, and she was going through all of this. Now it's crazy. So the timeline for me was when Priscilla the Queenmaker came onto my platform, and a lot of you ladies, y'all remember that live stream. I didn't keep it up, and I did not keep it up because of BTaylor. A lot of women were like, oh, you hating on Priscilla the Queenmaker. I don't understand why you didn't keep the live stream up. Like, you just a hater. Yanni's a hater and all of this stuff. And the real reason why I did not keep that live up was A, the things that she said were extreme. B, BTaylor has a real job, sis. She got a career. She's a journalist. So me keeping her up when I know she's under corporate and the things that were being said. Now listen, if I was
okay, so protection. She protected BTaylor. Because BTaylor is corporate. Okay. But BTaylor's on TikTok acting a fool. So where is this care for her corporate career now? Because she did a whole 3-hour live on her page. She's on TikTok back and forth. She's turning her TikTok live to show that she's outside getting drunk, receiving drinks from men. So did she really care about her corporate career? I'm so lost, because if you care about your corporate career, you would not be doing any of this. So I'm like, make it make sense, right? Like, yeah, I'm like, who corporate? Like, corporate what? Like, somebody who cares about her corporate career is not going to act like this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, what? Like, what? I call BS on that. Like, I really do call BS on that. I don't believe this. if you really care about your corporate image and your corporate career, you are not going to get close to any of this mess. This is nuclear. This is nuclear, like, level type of, like, toxicity. No, she don't care about her career.
I was grimy because I could have made a lot of money off of that live stream. That was a viral moment for me. I'm just being honest with you. Real talk with Yanni and the Queen Maker. Come on now. Okay. But I'm a hater. I didn't say nothing. I didn't respond because honestly, I thought the shit was funny. I was like, damn. So
she missed out on a money-making opportunity because she wanted to protect BTaylor. Okay, no problem.
And a lot of y'all are journalists weird. She don't feel comfortable sharing that part of her life with y'all because y'all docs. So you don't need to know where she's a journalist. You just need to mind your business because y'all messy. So let me get.
This girl's been missing for 3 days. I'm writing a book. Maybe people.
So yeah, I didn't feel comfortable leaving that up. I did not. I was protecting BTaylor's job. I was protecting her career. I was protecting her kids and their stability. I know a lot of y'all don't care about that type of stuff. Y'all only concerned about yourself. So that video got put back on Patreon for that reason and that reason only. It had nothing to do with her coming onto my platform and giving her opinion. It wasn't about that. I just didn't want to be responsible for someone's livelihood that has 2 kids. Okay, all right. So that's why that video got taken down. That was the only reason why.
But you guys go out to drink until 4 o'clock in the morning and you leave the babies with Priscilla, who does not know how to take care of kids. Y'all funny. We're funny.
That video got taken down, and that video will remain on Patreon to protect, again, BTaylor's career. And if you watch that live stream, there was no way I could edit that video because I thought about it. I was like, damn, is there any way I could edit this video and repost it? But unfortunately, the whole time, the entire duration of Priscilla talking on my live stream, it was BTaylor, and then it was Priscilla, and then it was me, and it was just no way for me to like break that up or chop that up. So I just decided that I'm gonna just put it on Patreon and just leave it at that. And those that really wanted to watch could go and watch. So that's how all of this kind of started. Now, this is where I drop off from BTaylor a little bit because me and her were, life gets busy. She got 2 kids. I'm doing my thing. She doing her thing. And we're not connecting as much. And then apparently that was around the time that she got into that relationship with Priscilla. I didn't know anything about that. I don't follow Manosphere. So I didn't see none of the live streams about Priscilla and BTaylor getting into a relationship because my timeline is not generating that content for me because I have completely detoxed the Manosphere. So me and BTaylor, we meet up for tea. We were talking about linking up, so we finally meet up for tea. And then we meet, I'm sorry. Let me go back because I'm jumping. The brick lady situation. Me and BTaylor were working very closely with the brick situation because it was a story that happened here in Houston, and BTaylor was on the story. It was also a part of her job, and she was just sharing the information that she was getting from her network with me. And she was giving me updates on the steps that were happening in real time off of social media. So me and her were connecting through that. And then during that time that we were connecting, she's like, oh, girl, by the way, you know how girls are. Oh, girl, by the way, me and Priscilla Queen Maker, like, I'm dating her. Y'all, I was shocked because I was like, what? Like, it was so random. And I was like, really? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I was like, all right. So, and I was just asking her.
So, what's her name? BTaylor is telling people that she's dating Priscilla. But in her 3-hour live, though, she said Priscilla is the one who exposed her. But she was already telling people that she was dating Priscilla. And it sounds like she was like kind of happy to say that she's dating Priscilla because in her eyes, it's giving Priscilla as a celebrity. So she's bragging like, oh my gosh, I'm dating Priscilla. Okay, the Queen Maker. You want to clap from that relationship, sis. It's okay. Tell the truth.
I go, what is it like dating a woman? I'm pretty sure like every girl has that question. And at the time, she was just telling me like, oh, it's going well. Like I like it and everything. And that was in the very beginning when they started their relationship. So I was in full support. Like I wasn't saying like, oh girl, you need to stop talking to her. Like, and I had the emails, but again, like I'm not going to jump to conclusions and just take a one-sided story because that's not how I operate. So at the time.
So you didn't tell her that you had the emails and she should check, like she needs to be careful just in case they're true. You said nothing. Okay.
Everything was going well with her and Keith, the Queenmaker. So nothing, and I didn't feel comfortable telling B about the emails that I got because her experience with her was different at that time.
But why wouldn't you feel comfortable telling her? You are about protecting Black women. Yanni, you make no sense, Yanni. I'm so sorry, baby. Like, I do like you, but you really make no sense. You say you are about protecting Black women. You have a bunch of emails where people are alleging that Priscilla runs a cult. Priscilla is like out here. People are barely escaping. Now, one of your close friends is letting you know, hey, I'm dating Priscilla, the Queenmaker. And you say you love your friend. You're not going to say, okay, friend, I'm happy for you. But just to let you know, here are some of the emails I received. They could be true. They could be completely fake. Right? But I just want you to be aware. They could be true. It could be fake. But there's no way my friend is going to date someone that potentially runs a cult. And I'm going to be like, well, I'm not going to tell her. So are you about protecting Black women or you not? Because you got to let her know. Because then, God forbid, something bad happens, you can say, you know what? At least I told her. Because if she's a journalist, look, this shit makes no sense. My head hurts. Okay, my head really hurts. If BTaylor is a journalist, if BTaylor is investigating Brick Lady, part of BTaylor's job is to do research, right? So it's like if my friend is a journalist, I'm like, girl, this is what I know. Now, you know how to get to the bottom of stuff. So here's the information. Get to the bottom of it, right? And I hope it's a bunch of BS. But if it's not a bunch of BS, I want you to know as early as possible because I don't want you to get caught up in a situation, right? Make it make sense. She's a journalist. Why would you keep information from her when it's like it is her job to get to the bottom of things? Like it's something don't add up in my head. Y'all tell me what you think. Right? But if you say you're protecting Black women and you have a bunch of emails where people are calling out Priscilla for doing this, and that, now your good girlfriend is letting you know, I'm heterosexual, but I'm trying a new lesbian relationship out. You're like, girl, I'm happy for you. But just to let you know, I did get some email a few weeks ago, a few months ago, alleging that Priscilla is doing things that are nefarious. All right. So I can send you what I have. You decide what you want to do with this information. But because you are a journalist, I do hope that you get to the bottom of this. Whatever you find, let me know as well. So I know what to do with this moving forward. Right? That's it. Because God forbid. But you say nothing? Girl, this is weird. This is very bizarre.
Time, right? So now back to us meeting up for tea. So this was a few months later. We met up for tea and things changed. And she was nervous to talk to me about Priscilla with me and about her experience and what she was going through because she didn't know where I stood with Priscilla. I don't know if she thought that I was like a blind follower of hers or I don't know. Like she just didn't feel comfortable because of the nature of her followers. And she didn't know where I stood.
Hands-on programs for hands-on people. ECPI University.
But I've always
and to be honest, I didn't feel comfortable telling her about the emails because I didn't know where she stood. And so I don't know, it's like God brought us together that day. We had tea and then she just spilled it. And she was like, I'm like trapped. Like I was like, what? So she felt trapped in this relationship. She felt bound to this relationship. She was afraid to leave. And y'all, it was the craziest thing. And it's like I empathize with her a lot because her following is cult-like and they see her as a god. And she was afraid to leave because, everything was so public. And I didn't know how public things were. Because again, I wasn't seeing that content. My newsfeed was not generating that content for me. So after she told me, I was like, oh my God, this is so bad because the public's involved. Her followers are very protective over Priscilla, like in a God complex type of way. So I completely understood her position. And then, she opened up to me about her daughter, which I'm not going to speak on at all. So she felt trapped. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to say to you. The only thing that I did do was at that time, I was like, well, I guess it's time for me to show you these emails that I've been getting regarding her. And that's when she just started opening up to me more about her experiences with Priscilla the Queenmaker. So now I have emails Now I have BTaylor who's telling me her personal experience, and now things are starting to align and things are starting to make sense. So I've been sitting back and I've been quiet. I haven't been saying anything. I've just been observing and discerning. And one thing that I can say is when she first came up on the scene, her message was one way, and now her message has completely done a 160. Another thing that I noticed is her behavior has changed a lot. I don't like how she talks to her followers. I felt the same way about the Lapeef Network. I didn't like how the Lapeef Network was disrespecting Black women on their platform during their live streams. And so I feel the same way with the Queenmaker. Like she talked to y'all crazy. And y'all, the reason why I'm really talking about this, like aside from all the tea, the drama that's currently being spilled, is why is it that Black women cannot identify when a person switches up? Why can a person come into your life, tell you everything you want to hear, pretend like they advocating for you and they're there for you and they really there. Then their behavior does a complete 180. They start talking to you bad. At first they was uplifting you, and now they shaming you. Now they are belittling you. They're emotionally and verbally abusing you, and you sit there and you take it. That's what I was sitting back watching. I was just like, why is she talking to y'all like that? Why is she talking to y'all crazy like that during her live streams? And y'all just sitting there like, I wish somebody would be yelling at me and talking crazy to me in my motherfucking house where I pay bills, talking to me crazy. Y'all women, y'all. She sounded like a man and y'all sitting there eating that shit up. Sis, that should not be. If someone comes into your personal space and they are coming in, right? They telling you everything you want to hear. They're uplifting you. They're speaking life into you. And then all of a sudden they switch up and then they start speaking down to you. They start shaming you. They start belittling you. Why are you not detaching? Why are you not unplugging?
Hey, Shad, what's up? But this, like what Yanni's talking about right here, I think that just speaks to Black culture overall. I think in Black culture, abuse is tolerated. It's not just a Priscilla thing. I think Black culture overall, abuse it's okay. Like we know how to identify when it comes from white people. We know how to stand up against it. But like Black on Black crime is okay. It's tolerated. It's celebrated. It's accepted. Like you can go to a Black church. The pastor will talk to people crazy. You know what I'm saying? You can go to a Black church. They'll cuss you out because you're not giving enough money. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the culture. You know, like even in the household, a lot of Black parents are accustomed to talking to their kids crazy. People talk to their kids crazy. When there's conflict, people talk crazy to each other. You know, when it comes to the music, a lot of artists, Black artists, they talk to people crazy. I'll kill you. I'll rob you. We have there is a culture of abuse. You know, so I think you become okay with it. Like it's not okay. But it's okay. Like, it's not okay, but it's okay. I don't know how to say this. When white people do bad to Black people, we recognize it, we call it out, we shame it, we fight, we rebel. But then when another Black person abuses another Black, we're like, because we're so accustomed to it. You know, somewhere in there, we have legitimized Black on Black abuse. You know, talking like even for the smallest things, like look at these hairdressers, like look at most Instagram hairstylists, go on their website to book, look at their policies, look how they talk to people, and people still book. Don't you dare come in 5 minutes late, wump, come with your hair washed. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the culture. It's the culture. You know, we are accustomed to being mean and it's okay. Like, oh, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's all over the place. It's in the music. It's in customer service. It's in the service industry. It's at the church. You can go to a Black church. I'm telling you, the pastor will cuss you out. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. You're not giving enough money. Okay, we're doing this for y'all. Yo, go to church. Don't make it seem like you are ungrateful because they're helping you. Like they're doing something for you. Like that's just how it goes. You know, like you'll have Black senators, Black representative. You will ask them, "Oh, Senator, what can you do for me? Can you help me?" What's the one from South Carolina, the Black guy? I forgot his name, from South Carolina. One of his constituents, the Black guy, asked him, like, "Oh, how can you help us with X, Y, and Z? He's like, man, leave me the F alone. I said, huh? How can a senator tell somebody, leave me the F alone? It's normal. It's so normal. That's why people feel comfortable. Like, it's the culture. People don't even give it an afterthought. Like, was that even necessary? No, people just talk to people reckless. They just, yeah. It's so normal. Like, it is normalized. We don't care about, like, I mean, I get it. People say, oh, facts don't care about your feelings, whatever. But we just don't even care about the soul of a person. It's like when somebody is Black, we're like, I could just treat them any way I want to. We don't say, you know what, that's a brother, that's a sister. I got to be mindful, like, their feelings. Like, I got to respect the person, the soul of the person. The soul of the what? That don't matter to Black people. We don't care. We do not care. We don't care. And that's why when we fight, it goes so far, and it goes so far so quick. We go from 0 to 100 in like 2 seconds. Like, it goes too far, right? Because we don't care. So I'm like, it's not just Priscilla. That wouldn't be fair. It's all over. Most Black people who, Clyburn, remember that one time when he told that boy, leave me the F alone? I was like, how can you say this to him? What is wrong with this old man? Okay? I was like, what is wrong with this dude? What is wrong with this man? How can you talk to this man? Is like, I'm like, you cannot do this. You know? But like Clyburn, he talks to people crazy. He doesn't care. He told that boy, leave me the F alone. And he's been acting this way. Like, and they keep voting for him. They keep voting for him. Right? You got Tiffany, what's her name? What's the one from Mayor Tiff? What's her name? Teflon Tiff, right? Hennard. Another one. She talks to them crazy. Like the way oh my gosh. The way she talks to these people. My goodness. Right? You have Coach Stormy. Coach Stormy talks to people crazy. And these girls are paying her like all kinds of money. You know what I'm saying? Like, Black people are really comfortable being disrespectful to other Black people. It's the culture. It's the culture. Even Funky Dineva, he'll talk to you crazy, you dirty bitches. Oh, whoa. Like, it's the culture. It's the culture. It's the culture. The one thing they respect, the one thing the culture respects is money. It's money. When it comes to money, they'll bow, be nice, be whatever. But when it comes to like the soul, like the sanctity of another Black person, they don't care. They do not care. They do not care. They'll talk to you in ways you're like, wow. That's why I say even sometimes, if you want to be honest, sometimes you'll meet nicer white people than your own people. Yeah, we don't care. We do not. So I'm like, it's not just Priscilla. I'm like, even in churches, pastor will talk to people crazy in the church. But like, let him not reach his goal. Like, don't give enough money. See what happens. Don't give enough money to the pastor. The way they're going to cuss your ass out, you don't even know. What? You're crazy. You are crazy. Right? The music you listen to, they call you all kinds of names. N-word, bees, poor, broke, like, and people still listen to them. Right? Like you, like a hairstylist, she gonna charge $300, $400, $500. That's a lot of money. She gonna cuss your ass out. She's not even gonna give you water. She gonna be late. She gonna write these crazy for you're trying to give her $500. Whatever. She don't care. That's the culture. Like, that's the culture. People, it's okay to be, if you're Black, you have permission to be abusive, to talk crazy, and people put up with that. Look at Atlanta. When Keith Lee went to Atlanta, look at the food scene in Atlanta, and nobody complains because these Black people accept it. They put up with it. You got to wait 2 hours to eat. They cancel when they want to. They close DoorDash when they want to. And all these Black people in Atlanta, they all put up with that. So when Keith comes there, like, oh my gosh, Keith, thank you so much. We've been suffering. I'm like, why don't y'all stand up for yourselves? right? Because black people are accustomed to being abused. Because, okay, well, you know, we have to stick together. Da, da, da. So because of that, they put up with the most, like this is the most disgusting behavior ever. Like, you are mean to your own people. If we want to be real honest, black people treat each other worse than the way white people treat each other. Like, white folks, if you complain, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. How can I fix that? Okay, we heard you. Do you want free shipping with that? Like, you know, if you tell a white person you don't like something, they're gonna fix it, especially if you're paying. But over there, like, girl, what you mean? Like, what? like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. So I'm like, it's the culture. It's the culture. And then it's like, you don't even feel like you have the right to speak up for yourself. Like, what you mean? What? And you have to accept it. So it's the culture. Abuse is normal. Like, it's so normalized. You don't even realize, like, it's not okay, because that's just how it goes. It's all over the place. Black politicians, black pastors, black coaches, leaders, I mean, entertainers. It's okay. Like, that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you talk to people like you're crazy, and they accept it. The only person they won't take it from is a white person. But if you're black, they'll let you talk to them crazy. So I'm like, it's not just a Priscilla thing. Like, it's not just her. It's the culture. Because I'm like, Clyburn, he's crazy.
Why are you not removing yourself? No one should be able to come in and do you like that. No one should be able to play in your face like that. So I had to sit back and watch that. And then I had to sit back and watch that. And then I had to sit back and I got the emails. Now I got BTaylor and her experience. And I'm just sitting back watching black women get talked to just horribly, and just women glued to the abuse. I'm just like, so that's another reason why I'm making this video is, black women, it's time for you to break that cycle. Okay? No one should be able to come in and woo you and sweet talk you, and then all of a sudden switch up, like literally night and day, polar opposite as to how they first introduced themselves, and then you don't detach from them and what they got going on.
But even that too, it's the culture. I don't understand. Like, I don't know. It's so crazy. Like, politicians do it all the time. I'm not trying to be funny, but Democrats do it all the time. They make promises, then they switch up on black people, and they still vote for them. It's the culture. Like, a lot of these black celebrities, they talk a good game, but then they switch up. Nobody says anything. It's the culture. Like, it's the culture. Like, I'm like, people don't even have, I don't even think people have the empowerment they need to know that you have a voice. You got to use your voice. I don't think they know. Because I'm like, it happens all the time. People say one thing to black people, and when they get what they want, they switch up. You know, if they don't get a Grammy, they're so pro-black. Once they get the Grammy, they're gone. If they don't get MTV Music Video of the Year, they're like, oh, because I'm a black woman. You know what I'm saying? Once they get what they want, they switch up, right? Like, it's always like that. Oh, vote for me. I'm gonna fight the racists. Then as soon as you vote for them, now they're fighting for the Jewish people. They're fighting for the Chinese. They fight for everybody but you. Like, I think, especially in America, I think black people in America are used to being lied to and being sold a bill of goods, false goods. They just like, I don't know. I just feel like after a while, okay, fine, whatever. You become accustomed to being an afterthought. Like, I think you just become accustomed to it. And after a while, like, you don't even have the self-awareness. You don't have the tools. You are truly not empowered to say, you know what? This is where I draw the line. You're not, because you're told it's about your blackness. It's about the black woman. You're constantly told to put yourself behind a movement, behind this, behind that. You're not really told to put yourself first. Because if you start putting yourself first, like, no, I really don't agree with y'all. I want something else. And it does not involve black people. Oh, how dare you say that? Right? You're not encouraged to put yourself first. Black culture does not encourage people to put themselves first. Like, what's actually in my best interest? You're constantly told to think about the group, the community, the black sisterhood, the black thing. So it's like, after a while, it's like, okay, sure, whatever. because you don't truly matter. You only matter to help other people. You only matter to cheer for other people. You only matter to make other people rich. Everything is always one way. It never comes back this way. You know what I mean? So I'm like, it's the culture. It's not just Priscilla. Priscilla just understands the culture. And so she delivers a product that matches the culture. That's it. You understand? She understands the culture. She understands the toxicity of the culture. She understands these weird power dynamics of the culture. And she just created a product that matches the culture. You know, that's it. The culture does reward people who are mean to other Black people. They make all the money, they drive all the nice cars, and then they call you broke. Right? Look at Ari. Ari is always on her Twitter, on Instagram, calling everybody broke. Right? Calling everybody broke. You have Jada Wada. She wears designer, like very luxury clothes, but then when she sells her clothes, it's low quality, and these Black girls buy it. Right? They buy it. She's like, she wears nothing but the best. But when she makes her clothes, she doesn't say, you know what? The same way I enjoy wearing nice things, let me make sure I make a nice product for Black girls. And she don't care. She don't have to care. They'll buy it. They'll buy it. You know? So I'm like, it's the culture. And because Priscilla's crazy and she's tapped into the culture, she understands. Even when she had her live on Friday, because I didn't play the beginning, but she had like all these rap songs. I swear she was sounding like Boosie. You would have thought it was Boosie. I was like, what the heck is wrong with this girl? But she understands the culture. She understands how mean, toxic people are celebrated. We don't celebrate people who are nice, gentle, kind, loving, patient. You know, we don't celebrate those. We are bullied. We like bullies are the ones running everything. So the culture is for the bully. Bunch of bullies. Like they're all bunch of bullies. Oh, Lord. It's mean.
Because it was cool. Like, listen, it was cool. Like I said, when she first popped up on the scene, but she started saying some weird shit. Like, we need to protect white women. I don't need to protect nobody. White women, I need to protect white women? Like, what? And y'all just sitting here eating this shit up. Y'all, it was killing me. And I felt like I could not say nothing. So I just like, okay, I just got to sit back and watch them be verbally abused and further manipulated like a man would do you. Like a man would talk to you crazy. Like a man would belittle you and talk down to you and like take hits at your self-esteem. Like a man would, right?
There's one simple rub ritual that anyone can use to get rid of back pain almost overnight. Once banned,
she disarmored you. That's what she did. She disarmored you and you trusted her because she was a woman. And a lot of y'all not gonna understand what I'm talking about because you haven't been seeing those live streams where she's been talking to women crazy. I wish I would come on here and talk to y'all like that. I have more respect for you than to talk to you like that.
Even the Lapeef network, it can get really toxic because the kind of man who joined the panel on Lapeef network is low vibrational. I'm like, these dudes are clowns, right? But these Black girls keep showing up. They like, people can't disrespect you where your presence is not there. Like if you're not somewhere, they can't disrespect you. But if you show up every night to be part of the Lapeef network to talk about some men who got a bunch of kids, don't want to get married, none of them make $100,000, like it's a BS. You know what I'm saying? It's BS. You know, one time they had they have another one called Fight Club, whatever it's called. I don't know. I was bored that day because I had one time I couldn't sleep. I had bad insomnia, and I got on, and I think they thought I was one of these girls. Child, it was hilarious because I handled these men by myself. But I'm like, why would you go on there? Like seriously, these girls go on there every single night. They go on there every single night. And I'm like, these dudes, they have nothing to offer you. But once again, when you have a culture that teaches you that abuse is okay because it's coming from people who look like you, then I guess you're gonna keep showing up. But it's like you deserve better. And a lot of Black people truly, truly have to ask themselves, like, does the Black community truly meet your needs? Like the current state of Black culture, especially here in America, right? Does it truly meet your needs? Right? You gotta ask yourself that. And if it doesn't, it's okay to find another community. Like seriously, because it's very unhealthy. It is seriously unhealthy, and it's seriously yeah, I share this stuff with Kevin. It's like, you know, but you keep showing up. You show up over and over, so they think you like it. If a lot of these girls stop going to Lapeef Network and they stop jumping on those panels, right? They be like, wow, like, we need them back. So they're going to change their behavior. But if you keep showing up to be abused, well, what's the incentive for the men on the Lapeef Network to try to be more gentleman-like? They're at their worst behavior. And many of them, the thing about these dudes on Lapeef Network, many of them, they're frustrated. You know, their money's not right. They're on child support. They don't have the careers they want. These people are like in a bigger scale of society. They're completely irrelevant. They're not high achievers. They're not competitive. They made so many mistakes, and it eats at them. They're angry. And what do most black men do when they're not where they're supposed to be? They blame a black woman for that. You know, you got to stay away from bitter people. Bitter people will get you nowhere. And I'm like, the majority of the guys who go on the Lapeef Network are bitter. They're so bitter. They're so bitter. They don't know how to compete. So I'm like, why would you go and be with a man that's frustrated? No, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's wild to me. I'm like, why are y'all on these panels? Even with Kevin Samuels, like, these girls kept calling on the show. Why are you calling on the show? If you stop calling, he has no show. If you stop calling, he has to change the way he's talking to you. But no, they want to keep showing up to be mistreated. It's like, girl, I don't know what to tell you at this point. You're crazy. But it's the culture, though, so I do get it. I really do. And I pray that with time, like, more women, like more black women become self-aware. Like, you know, I deserve better than what the culture is currently giving me. Because you have to learn to value yourself. And not just that, you got to protect your heart. Got to protect your heart. Got to protect your heart. Got to protect your mindset. And you got to protect your feelings. You can't just let people talk to you crazy just because they're black. That's unacceptable. No.
I'm never going to come on here. I may be upset. Right? But I'm never going to talk to you crazy and disrespect you. The hell? I would be no different than these men. And that's like, ooh. So I had to sit back and watch that and watch y'all get talked to crazy. And I'm just like, what's the difference between Anton and this woman over here? They literally doing the same thing. And see, when you stand on what you believe, when you stand on who you are, when you stand in principle and integrity, that shit don't waver for nobody. It don't matter what gender, it don't matter how much you like a person, it don't waver.
But even Anton, the way Anton talks, like he like calls women hyenas and things like that. Anton just does that disrespectful stuff because he wants to prove to his black degenerate male audience that he's that type of dude. Because even his wife, he'll call Rita his B. I'm like, how can you call your wife a B? He's like, oh, my B no, you know. And I'm like, he's just, because Anton also, he performs because he has a very degenerate, low performing audience. That's why they truly believe that Anton's a millionaire. Right? Like, nobody who's really successful, who's really like making money and doing well is ever going to tune into the Anton morning show. Like, they have MSNBC, they have CNBC, you know what I mean? Like, there's all kinds of podcasts for very serious people. You know, Anton caters to ninjas. You know what I'm saying? He caters to ninjas. He does not cater to high quality, educated, poised black men. Because no black man is going to sit there and look at a man call his wife a B. He calls Rita a B. My B knows, my B knows, my B. I'm like, what the heck? How can you call your wife a B? Like, you're crazy, right? Or like the way he entertains a lot of these girls, from Six the Goddess, BTaylor. You know, he's always in these weird, intimate settings with these other girls, but he's married. Where I'm like, if you were a real serious businessman, right? If you were a man that had true corporate experience and you were part of those like very successful men, you'd be like, yo, you are exposing yourself to a lawsuit. It's not a good look. It's not a good look, right? It's not a good look. But when you want to prove to a group of broken, degenerate, bitter, unattractive, unaccomplished men that you're that dude and you can do all that, you put yourself in these situations because that's what you care about. You're not a real businessman. Right? Does everything have to be on camera? No, it don't. Right? So it's like, make no sense. right? They cater to a specific group of black men. The ones who don't read books, the ones who don't go to school, they're not really educated. Like they're in between. These are the type of men Anton caters to. But you're not about to go see someone who's like, I don't know, in finance or a software engineer at Google. He's not listening to Anton. Okay, like that's a joke. Like, no, that's not happening. Right? So it's like Anton is performing too. Because what self-respecting man will come on his platform and call female bees and hyenas and all kinds of degenerate, crazy stuff like that? You know, it took Anton 10 years to get to do 2 years at community college. Anton is not bright. He's not bright. How can it take you 10 years to go through community college? Like, that's like the basic, like that's like basic English, math 101. It took you 2 years to get through that? Boy, stop. You're crazy. You're crazy. Right? So it's like you can tell, like you can, like, you know, like let me show you something. So I mean, hold on. So here you have Anton. Look, the stuff on his head. Like, he's so silly. Then you have right? Then you have this guy here, Dr. Uberman. Like, look at the difference. Like, look at the difference. Right? Like, look at men. I'm being serious, you guys. I'm not trying to be funny, huh? But I'm like, look at men who are actually educated. He has a PhD, right? He has a PhD. He's from Stanford. Look at a man that really has his education, the top, because what else get after a PhD? At a prestigious institution, making a lot of money, right? Look at the stuff he talks about. So this is Dr. Uberman. Okay, so he's a doctor too, right? Look, identity, mindset, leadership, finding your purpose, build your inner strength. Okay, look at the content. As a man thinks, so shall he become. Okay, sleep and mental health, MAA, strong, pain-free back, sleep, creativity and learning, vaping and youth. Like, you know, look at the top, like how to improve your sleep, life loss, determine your needs, peptides. You know, none of the content involves disrespecting women. Because when you're a man and a man's man, you focus on improving yourself as a leader, right? You focus on your strengths, your weaknesses. And that's what really makes you attractive, because you're focusing on yourself, right? Let me see some of his 5.4 million subscribers with just 228 videos, right? Let's look at his most popular: assess your mental health, dopamine, mindset and drive, build inner strength, finding your purpose, fasting for fat loss and health, nutrition, diet and exercise, alcohol and your health, build strength and stamina, right? So like here you have these people over here, they're working on themselves and how to improve themselves, how to become better men. They're not even focused on women, because they don't, I mean, not that they don't matter, but in becoming the man that you're trying to be, you need to be focused on yourself, right? Okay, cool. Now let's go over here to Anton's channel, right? Okay, look at Anton. Anton has 245,000 subscribers with 4,000 videos. It took him 4,000 videos to get 245,000 subscribers. You see this? And then look at his content. Okay. All right. And look at his views. Nothing that empowers you to become a better man. You see who's educated and who's not. You see who truly understands like what manhood is about and what manhood is not. And he has multiple channels. But it's like nobody cares, because this content does not build you as a man. I think he has like multiple channels. If I'm not mistaken, he has like a bunch of channels. He has this other channel. Let's see this channel. This one too, 290,000 subscribers. And it took him 3,500 videos to get something like this. That is pure madness. Right? And then you look at his videos. It's like, look at this. And look at his views. Let that woman suffer. Woman like Amanda Seals. Don't feel sorry for women. The hoes in the Miami. Black women. Womp, 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 womp. Look at the views. Right? So that's how you know the stuff he says and who he truly is. It doesn't match. Something is off. Right? But you look at Dr. Uberman. He does not bash women. He doesn't even talk about these people. Don't even care. He talks to other men about how to be better men. So 5.4 million subscribers, only 228 videos. Anton has had to work 100 times harder to only get even, like, he doesn't even have a fraction of this man's followers. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? And this is why society at large has a harder time respecting Black men. Even recently, he's out here like doing some kind of crazy exercise. I forgot, but he's out here like working like crazy, right? And if we look at his stuff, okay, but I'm like, he's done a lot. So 287 million views, almost like 288 million views since like he joined in 2013. Okay, cool. Let me look at Anton. Okay. Anton has joined YouTube 2 years before him, 92 million views. All this work, you got to do 3,500 videos. I mean, this is crazy. This is really crazy. He definitely has a struggle channel, you know, because of like who he is and who he caters to. But he's not, he's not, like, I'm like, even in the landscape of YouTube, like, he would not be considered a leader of men. No, he's a leader of bitch assness. Like, I don't know how to say this. Like, but it's like, you know, so I'm like, why would you even waste your time jumping on these panels with people like this? It is a waste of your time. These are not men. These are just broken boys who want to come to social media and act like they're somebody. But in reality, they're nobody. Yeah, because, I mean, he calls her a B himself. He calls Rita a B. He said, oh, my B. No, that's how he talks about her. That's how he refers to her. So I'm like, why are y'all even on these platforms with these dudes? They have nothing to offer you. I mean, he can pop up if he wants to. We talked one time on his channel. I'm like, I'm not intimidated. Like, this stuff, this pseudo intellectual stuff, it works with some people. Me, it doesn't work with me, right? Because I'm like, what the heck? Yeah, he calls her a B. He calls her a B. Like, he calls her, oh, my B. My B knows. I'm like, because he tries so hard, because he's catering to these degenerates in his comment, because, you know, they pay for his Patreon. They pay for coaching, you know. He has a low vibrational male audience. Let me put it that way, being polite. And he makes money off of them. Okay.
Don't waver for nobody. So I'm just seeing the same behavior, and I'm just like, why are y'all sitting up here taking this? I like, it was, y'all, craziest thing I ever saw in my life. That's the craziest thing. So, yeah, this is my point of view. This is my perspective. This is what I've seen. Then last night, after that live, there are more women coming out. I got a DM on Instagram. I got, I guess there are women from her book club. There are, there was a woman that I talked to last night that went on the retreat with her and some other girl. And everybody can't be lying about one person. Like, there should not be a trail of survivors, because these people are, y'all want to say they grown? Okay, they grown. All right. But there shouldn't be a trail of survivors. There shouldn't be a trail of survivors at all. We're talking about a woman that is supposed to be for women. She's supposed to be for women's empowerment. How is she leaving a trail of survivors behind?
Yo, is today the day?
With the whole Black Girl Luxury that happened recently, some type of retreat, and so I was listening in on that conversation as well. And y'all, all the women I've talked to, they have opened up to me about the situation. It's the same thing. They all connect. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So I don't know what else to say. I'm only making this video because I'm tired of people asking me where I stand. Will I collab? No, I'm not. And then also, after a while, I started laughing because a lot of y'all may say this is messy, but I'm gonna just keep it real because this is my platform. Y'all wanted her and Cynthia G to collab. Girl, that shit was never gonna happen. And you wanna know why? Cynthia G, she specializes in male pathology, right? The male brain and how it thinks, how it operates, how it socializes. If she is exhibiting the same pathology as a male, what made you think that they was gonna collab? Come on now, really? And you don't think Sin is the type of woman that can't discern? Come on now. I knew that shit wasn't gonna happen when y'all was asking. Come on now. Come on now, come on now, come on now, come on now. Exhibiting the same behavior. And y'all thought that they was gonna collab. That was never gonna happen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was I had to say it because it's the truth. That was never gonna happen. So stop pressuring that woman to collab with that woman because that's not gonna happen. All right. Nature Boy had a retreat too. It is what it is. So yeah, that was never gonna happen, and it didn't need to happen. It's just, it is what it is. Cards, they lay where they lay. And yeah, so this is my side of things. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that the internet knows nothing about. And to be honest, it was supposed to stay off the internet. But there was one person that brought all of this to the internet. One person. It wasn't BTaylor. It wasn't me, because I've been silent for over a year. So there was only one person that brought all of this to the internet, all of it. And me and BTaylor were trying to take the high road. We're trying to take the high road. We're trying to take the high road. And every live stream on TikTok, it was just like poking the bear, poking the bear, poking the bear, talking to y'all crazy, talking to y'all crazy, talking to y'all crazy. So here we are. Okay, here we are. So that's my opinion. I don't think this has a, and I said this last night, this does not reflect same-sex relationships. It doesn't. This reflects unhealed people in relationships. This situation. And this can happen with a man and a woman, a man and a man, a woman and a woman. It can happen with a white man and a woman. It can happen with a black man and a woman. It really just comes down to that. But another thing that I want to touch on too, Black women, y'all got to stop bullying women in these spaces. Y'all are silencing them. They don't even feel comfortable coming out, speaking their truth and their experiences when they're experiencing abuse. Because y'all are creating these cult-like communities and movements in these online spaces, and in the process, more of what you love. You're silencing the very women that you're creating the movements for, which is why I'm not a part of no movement no more. I'm tired of the bullying, the shaming, and then y'all not creating safe spaces. Y'all, I'm convinced y'all don't know what it's like to create safe spaces. That's why I'm not doing another movement with y'all. It's like, it is what it is. And I've been wanting to say this for a while, but I had to wait. I had to be patient. I had to let things play out. But y'all keep bullying, like y'all create these movements and then y'all bully women in these movements. And then it's protect Black women. It's not. You don't know what that really means. You don't.
But neither do you, though, Yanni. Neither you. You also don't know what it means. Because you protected her too. You protected Priscilla. Okay. You protected Priscilla until somebody you knew and you cared about was getting hurt. But when you were getting emails from people you didn't know, you didn't care to explore to see how far this thing goes. So I don't think you also know how to protect Black women as well. Maybe the ones who are close to you, but is that good enough? I don't know. But yeah.
Your way of protecting Black women is control. And like I said, you know different than a man when your way of protecting a woman is control. That's what men do. So that's why I'm just like, I can't do these movements no more. Like I want to be a believer, but I keep seeing the bullshit. Like I keep seeing the bullshit in these spaces, and it's aggressive. It's aggressive, and I'm just like, I'm living a peaceful life. I'm living a soft girl life. If I'm not about to be met with aggression in these movements from women, like leave me alone. No. So I just, and it's not just Priscilla's group. Like I've seen it with Sprinkle. I've seen it with Black Girl Luxury. Like with the whole Black Girl Luxury. That's not really luxury. I don't even know why you saying Black Girl Luxury. That's not even luxury. That's why I'm like, listen, I'm an outcaster. Leave me alone. I don't want to be involved in none of this stuff. It's giving mean girl behavior. It's giving, I'm gonna bully this girl because she not doing the movement or living the lifestyle that the movement promotes in the way that I do. So I'm gonna bully and shame this girl because I'm better, because I'm doing it the correct way. Like, girl, what? Like, it's y'all. That's why I'm just like, leave me alone. Like, it's too much. It's then like now the new.
And you know why I think like these things always end up toxic? Because these girls, they're not coming together for love. Like it's not based on humility. It's not based on love. It's all based on ego. Everybody is so egocentric. People are so full of themselves, right? They're so focused on gender. They're so that's why they keep getting played, because they're so focused on the gender of a person as opposed to the character of a person. And if you have movements that are based on bags, based on luxury, based on the hatred of men, based on who has the better body, who wears this type of weave, this is all ego. It's all surface level stuff. It is all vanity. So eventually people will turn on each other because you're vain. That's what vain people do. They're not deep. So it's like, of course you're going to turn each other because it's all superficial. Everything is superficial, right? It's based on ego, more ego, more ego, and more ego, and more pride, and more pride, and more pride. Like the day you actually start having movements with people based on virtues like values and stuff, you'll probably have better luck, you know? But black girl luxury, like it's a whole movement about black women being excessive consumers of white people trinkets. They're obsessed with white trinkets and they find their value or their worth in how much money they spend on perfume, how much they spend on bags, how much they spend on shoes. How can you expect such people to truly have a lasting bond? It's BS. Like clothes bring you together, shoes bring you together, perfume bring you together. Like you're crazy. I'm like, these people are crazy, right? It's not going to last because everything is based on aesthetics, you know? So what about the day you no longer have money? Do you get pushed out of the Black Girl Luxury Club? Okay. So when you don't have money, you have to go do what? Get into debt? Become a sex worker? Become a sugar baby? So that way you can continue to buy those things? Imagine somebody telling you for you to belong as a Black woman, you constantly have to spend money. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. That is crazy. So I'm like, the day y'all actually start movements that are based on like, you know, godly values like family, love, you know, humility, forgiveness, compassion, then at that point, I think you'll have something that lasts a lot longer and they won't be any bullies, because when people are humble, they don't bully people. When people are full of themselves, full of ego, full of pride, they think they know it all, got to have the last word. Yeah, they will bully people because how dare you challenge them? Because there's no humility. You lack humility. I'm like, I think that's a big thing. Where there is no humility, bullying will arise because these are all a bunch of bullies. You come together because you hate men. Why do you hate them? There's no need to hate. When you have hatred for a person, they've already won. You're a slave. You are a slave. That's why I always say, like, you can dislike a person, you can be disappointed, but never allow anyone to make you hate them. That's giving them too much power. You're giving them way too much power. Hate is a powerful emotion. And the thing about hatred is you constantly have to maintain it. It takes work to hate someone. You have to remember that you hate them. You got to remind yourself that you hate them. It's too much work, but not worth it. Let these people go. Forgive them. Let them go. Don't hate anyone. It's not worth it. It's not worth your time. Because the more you hate someone, it consumes you. It like every day you think about it. You wake up, you think about it. You go to sleep, you think about it. Like it takes work to hate people. It is so much easier to forgive and let go. You see, that's why I said about BTaylor. If she could just accept that she lost, I got played, I got embarrassed. Better next time, right? She would be so much happier right now. She'd feel free. Take accountability. Accept it. Accept it for what it is. Take your L's. And next time, have better discernment so you don't get caught up by another Priscilla, right? It's okay. You can't win them all. In this fight between you and Priscilla, you lost. It's okay. It's fine. Let her have it. And you will feel so free. But it's like, no, you don't want to. Okay. So every time she makes a video, you're going to make a video. You're going to forget about your kids. You're going to forget to eat. You're going to forget about your job. You might even get fired from your job because now this thing is consuming your life. Consuming you. And that's what hatred does. Hatred will consume you. It's an all-encompassing fire. It will consume you. And you will lose so much. You're going to lose so much. You're going to lose yourself, your health, your mind. You could really have a nervous breakdown when you hate people. They're not worth it. Nobody's worth that much energy. No one is worth that much energy. I'm like, it takes energy to hate people. You know, like, please go somewhere. Okay. Because eventually what you know is, even if she was able to do something to you and get away with it, one day someone else will get her. It's just a matter of time. Don't worry about it. But don't let it consume you. Like hatred, I'm telling you, it consumes people. Then you become crazy. And then she won. You know, let her be. Let her go. Like, this is crazy.
The new shame among women is, first it was if you did anything nice for me, complimented him, if you did anything nice or you gave him anything, you were a pick me. And now it has went from that extreme to the next extreme, that if you're even interested in men, if you prefer men because you're a heterosexual woman, then you now are getting bullied and shamed. And it's just like, where are women able to truly be themselves and be authentic and be true to themselves? It ain't in none of these movements, because y'all keep bullying women out of who they really are and what they really like and what they really desire. Y'all don't know how to support women where they are, and then you don't know how to support women that are different from you.
Can you keep a secret? The girl's been missing for 3 days. I want you to take me under the bridge.
Want to do their own thing, and it doesn't mirror you. It doesn't. Maybe it doesn't even align with you. You don't know how to like support women. They're not gonna always do what you do in the way that you do it, and that's okay. And you gotta see, is this woman a great fit for my lifestyle? And if you feel like she's not, because she's not mirroring the things back that you would like her to, then you just disconnect. It don't have to be, oh, let me bully this girl, let me shame her, let me guilt trip her, let me make it seem like she living her life wrong. She living her life according to how she wants. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I just be seeing these movements, and it's all about controlling women. I'm here to free women. And freeing women means finding yourself first. Then once you find yourself, creating the life that you desire. You can't create the life that you desire until you find yourself. So a lot of you are trying to create the life that you desire, but you're having a hard time because you don't know yourself, and that's normal. That's all part of the process. So you got to find yourself first. If you are confused, and I said this last night, the reason you're confused is because you have all these people in your ear giving you advice. You're doing that mindless scrolling on your phone, and you're taking in all of these opinions and unsolicited like advice, right? And you're taking all of that in, and it's creating confusion in you. It is. It's creating confusion in you. So, and then you just keep taking it in, and then you're just taking in all this information, because and then the information it's conflicting to one another, and then it's so conflicting that you can have 5 point of views, and they're all conflicting with each other, and it's just creating confusion and chaos in your mind, and it's driving you insane, and then it's creating depression because you don't know what to do. You don't even know how to live your life because you're confused. All this chaos, you have to drown out the noise. You have to go out here and seek your own experiences to truly find yourself and know yourself, and then create the life that you desire. But it's not going to happen before then, and it wasn't meant to. It was meant for you to live your life, have your experiences, and then create the life that you desire. That's why every woman needs to go through that phase where they're not really tied to anyone or anything. They're just out here experiencing and exploring life for themselves, so they can figure out what they like, what they don't like, what's for them, what's not for them. And then once they get done doing that, then they can create the life that they want. But a lot of people, a lot of women, and listen, I've done it. So this is coming from someone that did it first. I did it the wrong way first, right? I was creating my life based off of what people were saying online. And that wasn't true to me. That wasn't authentic to me. It didn't even align with my desires. It didn't align with what I really wanted. It didn't align with any of that. So I did it that way. And I disconnected from that because it wasn't me. It wasn't true to me. So I was trying to create my life based off of all the advice and, you know, all the things that women were saying, even some of the things that men were saying. I was trying to create my life off of that. But I decided that that's not me. That's not true to who I am. And so I had to disconnect from that phase. And it was a phase for me. And that's the thing. You go through these phases teach you. They teach you. And so that phase taught me that I'm going to always remain true to myself. And I'm not going to create a life based off of what somebody else is out here saying. I'm going to create my life based off of my own experience, which will involve me putting myself out here outside of my comfort zone. It will involve me solo traveling. It will involve me going out alone.
Okay, Yanni, you're just rambling now. Okay, so y'all, this was Yanni and her side. I'm like, y'all just crazy. Y'all are really, really crazy. Y'all are really, really crazy. The sisterhood. So yesterday, we're watching this video yesterday. We didn't finish this video because someone was playing with the router. So now this other video that I found, we're going to move because this getting boring. We're going to move into this video. Where's the video? Okay. We're moving on to this video because we were talking about this yesterday, but the live got cut because someone was playing with the router. So there you go. So this is a conversation about high value men. Okay. We need to talk about this one because this one made me feel away. We move on. We must move on. Because Yanni's just rambling and we getting bored. So let's go.
Adriana Mason on Vogu, and here we talk about all things womanhood and soft life living.
So yesterday we realized that this one, she is the daughter of April Mason. So let me put that out there. Okay. So if you guys don't know April Mason, like she gives, I guess, dating advice to Black women. But I don't even know if she's married herself, but somehow she gives dating advice, how to find a man, how to find a husband. Oh, so she used to be overweight. Okay. So this is her mom. All right. So I was like, yeah, I felt like she looked like the lady. So here they are together. Okay. So if you feel like she looks like April Mason, that's because that's her mom. So we realized that yesterday. Oh, here she is. I guess she was a lot younger here. Okay. All right, cool. So where is she again? Okay, so let's get back to this. Let's go.
Today, we are back by popular demand on how to secure a high value man as a single mom.
Okay.
A lot of people always have something to say about women with kids, dating, what we deserve, what we're not allowed to have, and all of these limiting beliefs and limiting things that couldn't be further from the freaking truth. So first things first is I want to talk strongly on, let's understand what a high value man is. I don't even like having conversations about the whole high value this, submissive that, blah, 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 blah. But I want women who are truly interested in trying to figure out, you know, how do you marry a high value man when you're a woman with kids? I really want our women to have a place of reference to go to. So a woman who did it, helping other women do the same thing. But the first thing we have to do is identify what is a high value man anyway. There's a lot of people saying a lot of.
Let me see this. Give me a second, you guys. Where is she?
We are back by popular, further from the
116.
Saying a lot of different things. In my opinion, a high value man is a man who shares the same values that you have as a woman. He's a man who has integrity, who has character, who is a provider, and him being a provider isn't a particular number. It's not necessarily him being a 6 or 7 figure earner, because those are two different things. But it's whatever money he has, him being the type of man that wants to use his financial resources to take care of his family. That is a high value man. Now, if that definition is different for you, you might want to exit stage left because you're not going to like the rest of this video.
No, no, I don't agree, but I'm not exiting the video. I'm not exiting. I'm with the mess. Let's go.
You're not. A high value man has nothing to do with how much money he makes, but simply his character as a man. I've seen so many men who make a crap ton of money, but have piss poor character and would make horrible husbands because they're not compassionate. They're not emotionally intelligent. You know, they're just not nice. They lead with their finances, their power, their greed. And honestly, they don't have room for women in their lives. They don't have room for a wife
So those are the type of men that we will be going for, or we should be going for, when we're talking about anything in the realm of high value anything. Now, I recently taught a course on this because, again, this is a very popular question that a lot of women have. And for most people who know of me as someone who, you know, was a teen mom at 17, I got married while I was a single mom anyway. So when I did get married the first time and had 2 more kids, he was a single dad, I was a single mom. I think sometimes we forget that for every single mom, there's a single dad. So I got married as a single mom the first time, divorced because we did not match what we actually wanted in a partnership. And that's our fault for not solidifying and truly vetting each other properly before bringing more children into this world and before getting married. So
it's like, so she said she got married, but they broke up because they didn't solidify. So you see, a man cannot make a lot of money, and it doesn't mean that y'all go work. Because I'm like, to me, I don't know. I was listening to her yesterday. I was like, girl, you're crazy. You are really, really crazy. It's very dangerous to tell women that all you need to look for in a man is that he has good character, he has integrity, and he has like, I don't know, the same values as you, right? Because I do feel like part of a man's value also in this world is the fact that he's able to compete and he's able to provide for his family with some measure of ease, right? So you cannot take money away from the definition of a high value man, right? If you're looking for a girlfriend, like if you're a woman and you want a female friend, a best friend or whatever, I understand talking about like, oh, her character, her having the same values as her. She has like these, I would say like little soft skill thing. Like, yeah, that's cute because that's your friend. She's a female friend. If we're talking about you being in a romantic relationship with someone, being married to someone, being the mother of somebody's child or children, right? There is an expectation for this man to be a provider. Okay. He has to be able to provide with his family with ease, or at least he has to have the intention to be able to be in a position where he intends on financially providing for his family. I don't think there's anything honorable. That's me. I don't think there's anything honorable by removing financial expectation from a man, because eventually you will resent him. If you're a woman and you make more than your husband, you're going to resent that man. I don't care how nice he is, how gentle he is, how loving he is. I mean, you have Jeannie and Freddie over there, so you saw how that ended up, right? But a woman will have a certain amount of respect for her man when he's able to make more than her. Yeah, I'm like, it's not possible. It is not possible. You will, if you make more than your husband and you still have to come home and take care of your house, take care of your children, and do all the wifely stuff, like even have sex with him, whatever, you're going to resent him. You are truly going to resent him. Like you're going to resent this person because you'll feel like you're picking up more of the slack than he is. And that's just not fair. And so it's like low-key, high-key, you become the husband and he's the wife. And that's what Gabrielle Union said. Like every time she was the breadwinner, she cheated. Now, I don't think it's okay to cheat on your husband, but I can understand where she was coming from because you resent him. And he like, and you know, I do believe that also like sex matters, whatever. But it's like if a man is constantly depending on you, right, it's going to be hard for you to be turned on by him. Like, how do you get turned on sexually when you are taking care of a man? How does that turn you on? Yeah, but I feel like having good character though, Elena, that should be for him. Like, you're not doing me a favor by having good character. Because if you are anybody in the society, anybody in the world, period, but anybody in society, if you go around having bad character, you're going to end up in prison. You're going to end up in prison. You're going to end up exposed. You're going to end up being an outcast. People are not going to mess with you because your reputation will precede you. So when a man has good character, or even a woman has good character, people should have good character, period. But it's first and foremost, it's for you. You're not doing me a favor. You know, so I'm not going to be like, oh my gosh, he has such good character. He should have good character. Does he want to go to prison? Right? That is the bare minimum. Do you know what I'm saying? And I don't even think I'm like, oh yeah, he's a good man because he has good character. Like, that should be the bare minimum. Okay, maybe like you're good because you take care of the poor, like you do above and beyond. But I'm like, I don't know. I guess like maybe society is so depraved now that we are shocked when people actually have good character. But I'm like, that should be the bare minimum. You should be a good person. Why do you want to cheat people? Like, I'm so confused. Like, why do you want to cheat people? Why do you want to lie? Like, what? Like, why do you want to be dishonest? Like, that's just so, like, that's so ratchet. Sorry, you guys, let me fix my back. Right? Why would you want to deceive people? Like, why would you want to be known for someone who's unethical? Like, seriously. I'm like, that's the bare minimum. I'm not going to celebrate a man for having the bare minimum. Let your yes be yes, let your no be no. You are too grown to be playing games. You are too grown to be deceptive. It is the bare minimum. Like, I'm like, what the heck? I'm not impressed by that. Yeah, I'm like, that's, to me, that's just the bare minimum. Like, I'm like, you should be honest. Like, it takes effort to be a liar because you have to remember all your lies. It is so much easier to be honest. Nobody has to struggle to remember the truth. Like, oh, let me see what I said yesterday. Because what in the world? I'm like, this is just so basic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, to me, it's a waste of time. It takes effort to lie to people. Because then you got to remember what you said, who you said it to. And it's like, what the heck? Like, you got to keep track of your lies. That's too much. Okay. Being deceptive. You're going to be exposed. You will be exposed. And believe it or not, the world is small. The world is so small. Like, the world is big, but it's small at the same time. You keep lying to people, you're going to realize that one day all of these people know someone that knows someone. They have somebody in common. They're going to expose you. You will be exposed. I'm like, nobody gets away with anything. You'll be exposed. You cheat over here. You cheat over here. One day it's going to come out. And if it does not come out, it's going to show up on your STD exam. You're going to have a disease. So when you think about it, it's like, for your own peace of mind, for your own safety, for your own enjoyment, you should be a good person. That's the bare minimum. I'm not going to celebrate you for being a good person. Like, that's what you should be. Right? Yeah, like, I'm not impressed by that. But that don't impress me. That's the bare minimum. But I do feel like being somebody's husband, right? It's an honor because you're saying like, yeah, now I'm crossing over from boyhood into manhood. And you should prove yourself worthy. You have to prove yourself worthy because she has to be able to trust you and lean on you. And my thing is, when you marry a man, you take on his last name. The children take on his last name. It's a big honor to give up your last name to go take somebody else's last name. You're going to take somebody's last name who can barely pay the water bill? Like, make it make sense. That makes no sense. You know, it's an honor to become someone's husband, to become somebody's leader. Why would I go and put myself under submission of somebody who can barely take care of himself? That makes me an idiot. That makes me an idiot. I'm not a bush woman. I'm not doing that to myself. That makes no sense. Some of this is just crazy. I was listening to my girl, you are insane. That's the bare minimum. Good character, that is the bare minimum. What else he got to offer? It's like saying like, oh, for a man to be attracted to a woman, especially with black men to black women, she got to have a fat ass. That's the bare minimum. Because most black women have big butts. Next, that's all you care about is how big her butt is. Like, go look at that. I'm like, okay, you want a black girl with a big ass? Like, we all have big butts. Like, what in the world? Like, what else? What else do you want? I'm like, child, please. I was like, what?
So after my failed marriage, I remarried.
Okay.
I remarried someone that the world would consider to be a high value man because of his profession, because of his leadership, because of his character. And it's the main reason why I think a lot of people come to me for just the perspective of like, girl, how did you do it? And there wasn't anything like in particular. There is no like 3-step.
And you see, she's saying like money doesn't matter. Character matters. So her first marriage was with someone who just had character. What happened? They got divorced. Her second marriage, she said, oh, I married someone that people, society, even herself included, will consider high value men. Has she divorced this man? No, she has not. So how you gonna sit here and tell other people that money don't matter? You married someone with just good character alone. You got divorced. Like, hello, somebody. I'm like, girl, what is you saying? So the first one did not have a high. He didn't make a lot of money. It wasn't enough. You divorced. This new one, he makes a lot of money. Society respects him, and you're still married. I wonder why. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, child. I'm like, I wonder why. I wonder why. Because good, I'm like, you do not pay bills with good character. You're not going to pay your mortgage with good character. You're not going to pay your water bill with, oh, I got good character. No, the people that need their money, they need their money. They want their money.
That rule of what to do, the key is knowing what a high value man is, because we meet a lot of high value men all the time, but we associate the word high value man with like an extremely wealthy man, so we don't give them the time of day. You've probably come across a lot of high value men just in your friend circle, a guy that you might have friend zoned who's nice to you, he's there for you and your kids, he's reliable, you know, he's financially stable, he takes care of himself, he respects you, he respects his mother, he respects people in general, he's generous, he's kind. That is a high value man.
No, it's not. It's not enough for a man to just take care of himself. A high value man is a man of high value. It's not just a man that has good people skills. No. A man can be like, and all this, oh, he's good to his mother. Yeah, he could be good to his mother and horrible to you. You're not his mother. Nobody can say, oh, that was my ex-mom. But you can say that was my ex-wife. You know what I mean? I'm like, child. Like, I'm like, it sounds like you're looking for a girlfriend. Like you want to turn a man into a bestie. Like, no. Your man needs to be a man. Now, of course, he should be nice. I mean, like, he's nice to his mom. Okay. There are a lot of guys who are nice to their mom and they're horrible to their wives. Like, that doesn't even impress me anymore. Oh, make sure he treats his mom good. Just because he treats his mom well does not mean he'll treat you well. Like, it doesn't mean that at all. Sometimes he loves his mom so much that he gonna abuse your behind for his mom. I mean, that's just crazy. But I'm like, oh, he's nice. He's open door. He's generous. Yeah, those are, I mean, like, I guess like in terms like if you are a Christian, you read the Bible. That's kind of cute, whatever. But my thing is like in a capitalist society, a man needs to be able to be a strong provider. You can't just say like, oh, he can take care of himself. It's not enough for him to take care of himself. Okay? Like, we're talking about a husband. He needs to have surplus. Like, he needs to have financial surplus. Like, he does. He really does.
Like, we confuse these traits and we overlook them all the time because we don't know how to properly assess value to those traits in a man. Like I said before, you can meet amazing men who make $50,000 to $60,000 a year that are still considered high value men.
No,
because it's not about the money.
No. A man who makes 60 to 50,000, yeah, James, you work with me. A man who makes 50 to 60,000, no, he is not a he is not a high value man. Hold on, it's a wicked thing. Let me show you this passage. I think I found it, right? Okay. You see, like, even if I take a Christian approach to this, right? Even in the Bible, okay? Even in the Bible, what does it say? A good man leaves an inheritance for his children. Oh, not his grandkids. But a sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous. Like, even the Bible, I mean, if you go with the Christian, right? Not everybody's a Christian, but if you go the Christian route, right? It does tell you, right? That Proverbs 13:22, right? It tells you a good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children, but a sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. Okay? A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. So to me, it's like, if you are a man, if you're a man and you are a father, you're a husband, you have children, and you only make $50,000, we cannot call you a high value man. Even the Bible wouldn't call it high value men, because it's like, what can you leave for your kid? What do you have? Like, what surplus do you have? Because like I said, $50,000, like $50,000, $60,000, when you're done taking out, when they take out all the taxes, Social Security tax, Medicare tax, whatever's out there, 401k, whatever, federal taxes, state taxes, county taxes, maybe, I don't know. But when you make 50 to 60 after taxes, like, what is your net income? What is your net income? If you are like, that's why I say I don't even understand like why we're trying to make excuses as to why some men are not making like at least 100,000. Because even when you make 100,000, right, that's your gross. Your net that you bring home might only be like $80,000 because 20 grand is gone between like federal taxes, state taxes, county taxes, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever, Social Security.
I have a gift.
Oh, thank you, Jordan.
I haven't really eaten any.
No.
There's like 24 mini donuts in there.
Oh, that's a lot. You like your new haircut?
Yeah.
Okay, that's new. You look different. My son brought me some donuts. Okay. So it's like when you take out all the taxes, how much does he really make? Let me not indulge. Sorry, you guys. I am pregnant, right? So it's like, how much is he going to make? So it's like he has to fight. He has to fight to be a high earner because otherwise his family will be living a life of poverty. So it's like, how do you, okay, how can you say to a woman, oh, I'm here to help you have a soft life, You will not have a soft life if your husband does not earn enough money. And you will resent him. Like you're going to resent the person. I don't care what anybody says. You are going to resent that person. Because, and especially when you're able to see what other women are able to have or what other women's husband are able to do for them, you will resent him because he doesn't make enough. He doesn't make enough. Doesn't make enough.
It's about, again, character. So can a woman with children meet a man with great character who is kind, who is generous, who's financially stable? Yes. When you put it that way, it makes no sense to believe that a single mom couldn't. Why wouldn't she be able to meet a man like that? There are a lot of dads. My husband was a dad. He is a dad. He has 2 sons who was looking for whatever he was looking for when he met me. Whether or not I had kids or not was not a bad thing. He actually preferred to be with a woman that had children. Now, he preferred to be with a woman who had children that was closer to his kid's age. I have one child that's closer to his 2 sons' age and 2 younger ones that are just much younger than my stepsons. Okay? Yeah. But
you look like
he wanted to be with a woman with kids because he wanted someone who would be able to understand what it means to be a parent. Somebody who was already in the routine of taking care of someone other than themselves, because it would give him an idea of how he would be taken care of by her. A lot of men think like this. A lot of men can care less if you have kids, but more of what type of woman you are. Are you kind?
But even here too, I think she's being dishonest. I think a lot of men will care if you do have kids. I think a lot of men will care if you do have kids because it changes the dynamics. And there's a child that has to be provided for, right? Now, and I think people will also care to see how well the child, if it's a single mom with 1 child, if it's a single mom with multiple children, and even also, you will care, okay, she has kids. For some people, it's a deal breaker. For some people, it's not. But you definitely want to know, like, okay, are those kids well behaved? Because if there is a situation where the mom really has not put discipline, there's no structure with the kids. If you come in as a man and now you have to put discipline in order, it's going to be a lot of friction and resentment because these kids are like, well, you're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do. Right? Can't tell me what to do. Vice versa. If you date a man that has children too, or a child or children, if he has not given them structure and discipline, when you get with him also, you're going to start putting discipline in order. And then the child will dislike you. Like, oh, well, you're not my mom. You can't tell me what to do. Got to think about that part. So for some people, it is a deal breaker for many reasons. Number 2, I do feel like, what's I going to say? Because she said, oh, the man, he liked the fact that she had a child, or she had children. He liked the fact that she had children because he wanted he wanted someone that had children whose children were closer to the age of his children. I said, okay, maybe for good reason or not. Or it could also be, oh yeah, there's icing on it. They're like small strawberry thingies. But I'm not Nick Avocado, so I'm not going to eat them. I'm not doing a mukbang. with donuts, right? But I'm like, one of the reasons why he could have been okay with it too, because like maybe he wants someone to help him take care of his kid. Because that's another thing too, though, because you have to be fair. Because if a man says, if you marry a man, or you date a man, or you're pursued by a man, he has children, and he says, "Oh, I want a woman that also has children." Make sure he's not trying to use you for daycare. Because if he wants you to watch his child, take care of his child, you know, because like, so now you go from having 2 babies or 1 child to 2 or 3 kids, right? And so he's going to put that child on you as responsibility. He definitely needs to make a lot of money, because that's not fair to you. That is not fair to you. Because you got to be smart. You know, you got to be, sometimes people feel like, oh, it's a compliment. It could be a scam, right? Because it's like, think about the work that you're going to have to do, not just for your kid, but also for his child, because you can't treat kids differently, right? You can't. So you're going to have to love that child, take care of that, just like you would your own child, right? So that might be something like, some days if his child is sick and he can't take up from work, you might have to take up from work. So I'm like, initially it sounds all cute and dovey, but it can turn into a liability where now you are responsible for that child. You might not be able to go to work. You might have to do extra things, like, because he might be, the reason why he wants you might be because he's looking for a babysitter. Not saying that's what this man did, but I wouldn't put it past some people, right? Or some people might marry someone that already has children because they want to have that family dynamic for their custody battle. So you have to be sure. You really, really have to be sure. But don't let people bamboozle you with, oh, he has good character. Oh, he's really nice. He's really gentle. Because maybe he's doing that to scam you. Okay? But I don't think any woman should take away don't take away the financial requirement of a man. Don't allow him to scam you just on, oh, he's nice. He treats his mom nice. Oh, he's very friendly. Oh, he's generous. Oh, he's always reading the Bible. Oh, he volunteers at church, because he could be scamming. Okay? He could be scamming you romantically. And then once you get married, everything's going to fall on you, because all you cared about was, oh, he's nice. He's nice. He's nice. No, you need to make sure he knows how to be a provider also. Make sure. Even if you don't mind taking care of his child, no problem, right? But make sure he has the means to take care of his child without it being a burden for you. Trust me. Okay? Because a lot of scammers will get you with their good manners, their good attitude, but the whole time he's lazy. And once you marry him, everything will fall on you. Everything will fall on you, because he's not a man who likes to compete. Okay? He just gets around by scamming people with his skills, like his people skills. Oh, he's so nice. Oh, he's so friendly. Oh, he's so this. Oh, no. Go find a way to make more money. You're crazy. You are really crazy.
Are you feminine? Are you in tune with your emotions? Or do you like to be unbothered and act like you don't care about nobody? Are you affectionate? Are you nurturing? Are you loving? Are you supportive? Are you understanding? That is the category, a list of things that they're looking for when they're looking for a wife. If you have all of those things and you just happen to be a mom, then you just happen to be a mom. You being a woman with kids is not your sole identity. And until we really realize.
But it's a big part of your identity, because you got to take care of your kids. And you have to make sure your kids are okay. You know what I'm saying? And one thing I think a man has to give you peace of mind of is, like, he can take care of your children. Like, he can provide for your kids, and they can have a great life. And also when it comes to your kids going to college, you know what I'm saying? He got to be able to make sure they can go to college. Like, that's a big thing for me. Education matters. He has to be able to invest in the education of the children. Even if he can't buy you everything you want, but he definitely needs to be able to take care of the kids. Like, the children have to be able to be successful. You might even want to live in a particular, let's say we're not even asking for cars and big houses, right? But I'm like, at least make sure that he can put your kids in a good zip code. Because, based on your zip code, the school, you know, the child goes to school. So it's like you want your children to go to good schools. Like even if you can't do private school, you just want to do public school, but you want to be in a good zip code so that your kids can have a great education. Because if he makes $50,000, think about where you're living. Think about the other people there, the kind of families or lack of families that are there. Think about the crime rate that's there. Think about the school district. Do you want your kids to go to that school? Then they're going to turn your kids into some bad people, right? So at least like be able to make enough money that we can live in a great neighborhood with a great zip code where our children can go to great schools with great teachers. You know, that truly matters. Because what's the point of having a family if the children are not going to be successful? And the school matter. They really do matter. The worse the zip code, the worse the school district is going to be. The better the zip code, the more lofty the zip code is, more likely you have better schools with better teachers who actually care about making these kids successful in school, you know? So I'm like,
Realize that we won't be able to date in the way that we want to. Some people think that a woman who has standards, that's a single mom, has some nerve to have standards because, you know, we're a woman with children, but we have to have standards for the very reason we've made our mistake, so to speak, with choosing the wrong person. We don't have any more like room to make the same mistake. So we have to know our values. We have to be, you know, very intentional with our standards. We have no room for error anymore. Truly, it's all about perspective because.
And part of your standards is he has to be financially able. You cannot say, oh, if he makes 50,000, 60,000, that's not enough. That's not enough. He has to take care of himself, take care of you. The kids, there's like what, 3-4 kids. We can't make it. We can't make it on 60,000. No.
Men who make good money, and good money is relative. I 100% would have been with a man that made $50,000 a year if he was family oriented, if he was respectful, if he was emotionally intelligent, if he actually wanted to be a dedicated husband over any man.
But how can you be? I don't. Hold on. Wait a minute. How can you be a dedicated husband when your wife is out there working more than you? How are you dedicated? If you only make 50 to 60,000, then whatever is missing in the household, you're putting that on your wife, on top of the kids, the house, the cooking, the whatever. Like, no, you're not dedicated. Because I'm like, if you were dedicated, you will not be content with 50 or 60. Because it's like, then how much pressure are you then putting on your wife? No. If you're dedicated to your family, you cannot go to sleep with lack in your household. Like, I don't know if I'm making sense here, you guys. Hopefully I am, you know, but I'm like, if you're making just a bare minimum to escape the poverty line, I don't know how you can say that you are dedicated to your family. Let me see. I'm gonna play this one after this, because I will find the video. I'm like, that makes no sense. Because if you are dedicated to your family, you cannot stop. Yeah, you cannot stop until the needs of your family are met. You see, and that to me is a good man. Not just because you're friendly and you help I guess, yeah, sure. But you're good because you say to yourself, as a man, as a husband, I cannot sleep if my children. So you give it your all. Then I'll be like, okay, like that's a good man. Because he can't go to sleep if his family is lacking. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you guys? Because just saying like, oh, he has good manners, oh, he's kind, he reads the Bible, and what, nah, that don't impress me. You read the Bible, but you can sleep and there's no food in the fridge. You read the Bible and you can sleep and your wife is working 40, 50 hours a week, but you are a wicked person. You are wicked. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it really does, Elena. It is not a joke. So I'm like, to me, it's like, even if we're not multimillionaires, we should at least you should have enough money that you can live in a great zip code, because the school district, the quality of the school district is linked with the zip code. So if you live in a horrible zip code, oh my gosh, your kids are, by the time your kids get to middle school, high school, they will be unrecognizable because the influence at school, everybody can be influenced. And young people, when they're teenagers and their hormones, they struggle with their identity. So if you put them in a bad school district, bad things will happen to these babies because it's not a good school district because of the zip code. Right? So I'm like, how can the father be okay? Oh yeah, I'm okay with, I'm a high value man, but my child goes to the worst school district in the country. You're not a serious person. Then he's not a good person. Because to me too, like money definitely matters. So I'm gonna sit here and lie. Money matters. Okay. There's no romance without finances. Money matters. But I feel like a father, a husband and a father, right? His job is to have a vision for his children. Right? You should have a vision for your children. You should be like, you know what? This child, I recognize this talent in this child. I recognize this gift in this child. I recognize this in my child, right? And as a father, you need to have a plan for how your kids are going to be successful based on their gifts. So you want them to go to the best school district. You want them to have the best summer camp. You want them to be able to apply to great colleges and have the GPA, the SAT, the statement letters, whatever they need, right? To be able to go to college, whether they get a scholarship or not, right? But are you a good father if you don't have a vision for your children? You are responsible for these young people. You have to make sure that your kids are successful people. And that starts with their school. Where are they going to school? I'm like, the school districts, it matters. So if he can't even afford to put y'all in a good school district, that your children can have the best possible education, the best teachers, the best counselors, like the best everything, I know I have a problem with that. I really do, because school matters, y'all. School truly does matter. So many good kids went left because they went to the wrong high school,
Man making $300,000 a year, but just wanted a trophy wife. That's not what I wanted. I wanted someone who actually wanted to be a husband, who wanted a wife.
But then how does he want a wife, but he doesn't want to provide for this? I'm like, I don't know, me, that's crazy to me. Like if you say he wants a sex partner, he wants a babysitter, he wants companionship, that's fine. But when you say a man wants a wife, then he understands that there is a sacrifice that comes with it. He cannot be complacent. You cannot say you want to be a husband, but you're complacent. No, you're playing games. Like, go somewhere with that. Like you're playing games. You are truly playing games. If you want a wife, if you said, I want a wife, in your mind, you understood like, okay, that means that from now on, I'm responsible for her. I'm responsible for the kids. Like that's in your mindset already. So it's like whatever level you're on with your competitiveness, you got to double, you got to triple, you got to quadruple, because now you're somebody's husband and nobody forced you, right? Nobody forced you. And my thing is, I'm gonna even say this, like when it comes to saying like, oh, this guy makes $300,000, but he wants her to be a trophy wife. I don't know. The way I look at it, I don't really see a problem with it. I don't know. That's just me. Because for me, it's like, if he's going to give you the provision to be a trophy wife, why would you not take it? Like, what do you have to do when you're a trophy wife? Get your hair done, get your nails done, be pretty, be skinny, I guess, work out, take care of the kids. Sure. If he can have enough money for me to be a trophy, okay, sure. I'll just sit there and be pretty. But I'm not about to put myself, you make 50,000 and I have to struggle with you. I don't know. I like struggle, like encouraging people to struggle. I don't think it's cute.
I wanted to be with somebody who, was financially stable, who shared the same beliefs as me as it pertained to the role that we have in our marriage, like what my role would be as a wife and what your role would be as a husband. Someone who was okay with being a provider because they are providing for themselves anyway. Someone who was okay with being a great father figure to my kids. Like a man that has those traits, I don't care how much money he makes. He's considered high value because of his character.
No.
200, 300, 4,000.
No. Oh my gosh.
Leaders and
no. You're not high value because of your character. You can be a good man because of your character, but you're not high value. Hold on, you guys. I hit something I was supposed to.
SD, the trad life. Hey ladies, welcome back to my channel. If you're new. And good money is relative. I 100% what is truly realizing who you are as a woman and tapping into the best version of you, the feminine, authentic, kind, gentle, understanding, compassionate version of you.
But how can you be feminine if you have to work like a slave? I'm sorry, y'all. How can a woman, sorry, I'm eating you guys. Sorry, I'm pregnant. But I'm like, how can a woman be in her feminine energy when she has to work like crazy, come home, take care of the house, help her husband to pay for bills, etc., etc.? How can she be? How can she be in her feminine energy? She's struggling. She is struggling. He barely makes enough money. You're not going to be feminine in nothing. You're going to be so masculine and so tired. It's not even a joke. You're insane. I'm like, she,
That is how you get a high value man to marry you, whether you have kids or not. It's truly no secret, but a lot of people don't talk about this because they don't realize that what they are saying is a high value man is actually very incorrect. Like really incorrect. And again, I get, not being sure if a man will want to be with you because you have kids. Again, we forget that there are kids. We're single moms. Like, we didn't become single by ourselves. We didn't make the babies by ourselves. There are men who will appreciate you, who do make good money because they have to. They have kids. It's truly 100% about perspective. It's the reason why, like I said earlier, my husband and I made a course about this, teaching this, and so many women, oh my goodness. It's like I gave them the blueprint of how to operate and date as a woman with kids who's looking for a high value man. But like I said,
girl, you don't know how to date a high value man, nothing. Yeah, I'm like, to me, honestly, what she's teaching women that have kids to look for, is how to be, I don't want to say pick Misha, but that's really what it's giving. Like, it's giving desperation. I'm not trying to be funny, but that's crazy. Because I'm like, there's no way you can say you're going to be feminine with kids and a man that makes barely enough money. She will not be feminine. She'll be stressed out. And the only reason why she's accepting this because she has children and she feels like no one is going to accept her. Because it's not possible. A man is not good if his wife is constantly stressed out about money. He's not a good man. You cannot say that a man is good if like his wife has to pick up so much slack. Then what's his purpose? What's his purpose? How's that okay? No, I'm gonna let her finish though. Hold on.
Like I said, a high value man to my husband and I is not just a 6-figure earner.
But that's to your husband. You and your husband don't matter that much because society has a proper definition and income matters. It matters. It truly does. Or she will be miserable.
It is 3 archetypes that a man has to be in order to be considered overall a high value man. One is high virtued. Another is high earning. And the other is physically appealing. Because who wants to be with someone that they're not attracted to? Not me. So getting a combination of all those things is what.
So attraction matters, but money does not matter. Girl, if you have a complex about your beauty, just say that. What the heck? You crazy.
Truly makes the high value man that you're looking to date and marry. But you have to have your blinders off. You have to have the realistic, mind frame and expectations of what you should be looking for to find that guy. Just because he doesn't make 6 figures does not disqualify him from being a high earning or high value man.
He doesn't have to make it now. But I'm like, for me, it's like he needs to have a plan. In the next 2 to 3 or 2 to 5 years, like how does he plan to make it? Children are very expensive. Children are very expensive. That's something I don't know what she's talking about. Kids are seriously expensive. And little people, they grow so fast and they eat so much food. Okay. But I'm like, I don't know how somebody can be a high value man and the wife still has to work like a slave. I just don't get that part. I don't get that part. It's like, sorry. I feel like it's just a nicer way of like rebranding, settling. Like just, he's good or he's nice or he goes to church. It's like, okay, look, just focus on the soft side, I guess. Don't focus too much on his ability to provide, to compete, because I don't see how anybody with children can tell someone, you know, what you need as a man. He's a good man. He's nice. He takes care of his mom. He takes care. It sounds like people in the South, like, you know, I'm like, no, he needs to make more. He needs to add more to that. That's not enough of the table.
And the same way that just because he does make six figures does not mean he's a high value man. There are some great men who are high value that make six figures, but there are also some horrible men who make six figures that don't need to be nobody's husband, including yours.
And that's fine. But like, okay, it's like saying like, oh, you know, when you drive a car, you can get into a car accident. Yeah, that's why we have car insurance. I'm saying like, but you're not going to not drive a car. You know, like there are plane crashes that happen. You're not going to not take a plane. Okay. So it's like, yeah, you have men who make a lot of money who are douchebags. Learn to avoid those. But that's not a reason to not seek someone who makes great money so that you can have an easy life or an easier life, you know? The freak. I'm gonna still drive my car. But I know that you do have car accidents, and some of them are very lethal. People die. But that's not a reason to not drive. You know?
It's all about what you value. So
and you need to value finances. If you're a young woman and you're in high school, you're in college, like I can see like you don't care about money too much because you're still young. But when you get to a certain age and you have children, you have to care about finances. Absolutely.
Hopefully you found this video helpful.
No, we did not. Just like yesterday too, I was telling the story yesterday because some of y'all were not here yesterday. This lady reached out to me, like she's really sweet, really reached out to me, and she told me that her husband had passed away. And I was like, oh my gosh, I feel so bad for you, right? Because I'm like, it's sad. You know, he passed away like during COVID, whatever. And then she said that, you know, ever since the man passed, she's been very sad. Like it's been 2 to 3 years. Like she's very, very sad. And I was like, wow, that's a lot. You know, that's a lot of mourning. Okay. But then she tells me that the man, when he passed away, you know, financially, he did not leave her and her child in a good financial position. Like there's still lots of debt. You know, she's scared financially somehow because he had children before and he has a child with her. Somehow he put the other kids are on his 401k, but her child is not on the 401k. So when he passed away, the pension people, they gave money to his other children. Her child did not get anything. You know, he used her credit, like he used her, he used her credit to get some debt, whatever. Those debt are still unpaid. And, you know, I was like, you know, y'all, you saw Priscilla. So I'm an Aquarius. I could be a bit of an asshole, but I was like, you know, if my husband left me in poverty, if my husband died suddenly and he left me in poverty, especially if he forgot to put our kids on his 401k, I'm not crying for him. I know it sounds harsh, but I can't cry because what time is there to cry? You know, there's a crisis. You left me in a hot ass mess. I don't see myself wasting 2 years of my life crying for someone who left me in poverty and who left me in debt. And now you're gone to a happy place. You don't have, you know, because I'm like, wherever you go, there ain't no bills up there. You're forever sleeping. You're like Sleeping Beauty in your little coffin over here, right? And you left me to deal with all this stress. Like, I don't see myself crying for someone like that for 2 to 3 years. I don't think I would have cried more than 2 weeks. And I would have got myself up, cleaned myself up, and find me a new husband. Because I'm not staying by myself suffering and figuring this out. I'm going to go get me a new husband. I'm not crying. What is there to cry for? I don't know, it sounds harsh, but that's just me. I'm crazy. You know, I feel like you cry for a husband who dies and leaves you rich. Okay? You have life insurance money. You have 401k money. You have a house with a bunch of equity. You know, you have these savings accounts. You have bonds. You have stocks. Now, yeah, I'll cry for a husband like that. Oh, my husband. He was so good to me. He was such a great provider. You know, yeah, because you with the money you have left me, you have given me the freedom, you know, and the time and opportunity to cry for you. You know, but I'm like, yeah, because you need to, because like, imagine you give away 2-3 years of your life mourning someone who's left you in poverty. You can't, because you got to get to work. You need to figure out a way to get out of this. So you don't have time to cry for him. You know, like, because it's not fair. Because he's dead and he's in a happy place. Dead people don't worry about bills. Dead people don't worry about creditors, debt collectors. Okay? Who goes and collects bills from the dead people? Make it make sense. Okay? But you're here. You still have to take care of the child. You still have to pay your rent or your mortgage. You still have to pay. I don't have time to cry for you. If anything, I will be really upset. I'll be seriously be upset. So I'm like, you need to stop crying for him, because honestly, what did he do for you besides put you in problems? I was like, get yourself together, okay? Find your sexy. Go get you a new husband. I'm not even playing with you guys. Like, this is pure madness. This is pure, yeah. It's not okay. Hold on, let me read your comment. Like, hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I cannot. Yeah, because they don't want to compete. A lot of black men are lacking resources. So for her to say that, we need to accept the man that, and I'm like 50 to 60,000 after taxes. He's only at 30,000. You can't take care of a family with that. No. You know? Yeah, you're gonna die. You're gonna kill yourself. And when you die, he's gonna go remarry. He gonna put life insurance on you, and when you die, he will go remarry. Like, no, you're crazy. You know? I cannot sit here and cry for someone who leaves me in poverty and in debt with a bunch of bill collectors. I cannot cry for you. I will not, because this is not okay. And now you're dead. You're resting forever in peace for eternity. Okay? Okay? But now I'm sitting here like trying to figure out, James is my husband. That's why he's messing with me. Okay? All right? No. And I told her, like, you know, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, because I know I'm an asshole and sometimes I can be very shocking. Okay? But I cannot cry for this. This is not acceptable behavior. So why are you wasting 3 years of your life crying for a man who honestly was wicked? And that's what the Bible talks about. You're not supposed to leave your family in poverty. You know? Y'all saw the proverb. It says that a good man, you leave an inheritance for your children's children. He left you in debt. So no, we are not crying for him. You need to go find you a new husband and go about your business. Because 3 years you wasted crying for someone who left you in poverty. No, he's not worth it. He took enough of your time when he was alive. That's just crazy. That's really crazy. I'm like, oh no, that's just crazy. I can't cry for you. Oh no. Oh no. So let's play this one from last time. Okay. Let's look at this video, because I agree with this man right here. I'm on his team. This one.
Talking about, oh, I'm not a man.
You're not.
If I'm going 50-50 with my woman. It's hard, brother. You sitting up here, your nice house, your nice jewelry, nice cars.
Hater.
Oh yeah, man. You gotta do 100%. How? How, brother? If I'm making $14 an hour, what you expect? You know, you still on there. Oh yeah, man. 100%. You're not a man. You're not a man. How? I'm still working. I'm still providing, right? So what makes me not?
Who are you providing for with your little $14 an hour? And you see, oh gosh, hold on, wait a minute. Right? Who is he providing for with $14 an hour? Why do you even, I'm not trying to be funny, but why do you even want to have a woman if you only make $14 an hour? You should be by yourself. You should be by yourself until you figure out how to take care of somebody else. But part of being a man is taking care of a family. So you're not a man yet. You are a male, I guess, right? But it's like you're not making enough. And we're not supposed to feel sorry for you. It's like, oh, look, he only makes $14 an hour. Let's be kinder. Let's lower the standard. Like, no, you got to figure this out, bro. If you got to go to school, well, I mean, I don't know, but you're going to have to fight. And that's part of being a man, is like, you have to fight. You want people to lower their standards so your feelings are not hurt. No, that's not manhood. Like, you're insane. You're not serious. Hold on.
Not a man, because I'm going 50-50 with my woman.
Yeah.
And brother, I applaud you because I understand that it is hard out here, but we are men, so we have to go harder. I'm not saying or trying to speak down to you, my brother, by any means necessary. I'm not. But I want you to be reminded of something that our fathers didn't teach us, that we must go hard and that we shouldn't get into a relationship with a woman until we have direction.
But who are you to say that?
A person that cares, a person that loves you, a person that's been in your shoes and understands how it feels when we can't give our family what they truly deserve. We have to go hard. Now, give me one moment. I've been in your shoes. And when I was in your shoes, I stayed in my lane. I lived where I lived. My woman didn't work. She nurtured to the children till I got this. And I'm trying to give you the cheat code. Do what you need to do so you can feed your woman. And while she's nurturing the children, she can also nurture your dreams and your goals. Now you can be successful. Now you don't have to say, I'm working for $15. Now you can say, I got employees that I'm paying that's working for me for $15. I'm trying to elevate you. But men get so caught in their emotions and their pride. And the first thing you want to do is feel attacked. Get the wisdom.
This is coming from a rich man.
Right now.
And you see him, you see this brother right here, because I'm team over here. This is my team, right? He's not saying, oh, you know, it's okay you make 14. Because after spending time with you, you're actually really nice. You know, you're a nice person. I can see you try your hardest. You know, he's like, try harder. And that's why men do not come to women to assess their worth in society. Because women have a tendency of having these pink colored glasses on, right? And they make excuses for stuff. The girl we just saw, the lady's daughter, she would have said, oh, you're a good man. It's okay. I can put up with your $14 an hour because you're a good man, right? This guy right here, being another man, says, no, that is not enough. That is the bare minimum. That's why especially when it comes to like high value men, women are not the ones who really assess whether a man is high value or not. Other men do. Okay? Other men do. Because if you let a woman assess what a high value man is, she'll be like, oh, it's about his emotion. It's about how he treats his mom. It's about whether or not he goes to church on Sunday. Womp. Because these people live in fairy tales. They're not pragmatic people. That's why the majority of women, they don't solve problems. They're not solution driven. They just talk about the same issue over and over and over again. Right? Men get straight to the point. And you see, when you sit with another man, F your nice personality. Nobody cares how nice you are and how you open doors for all. I mean, it's cute. I mean, God bless you for that. But are you making enough as a man to take care of your family? No, you're not. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? No. You need to find a way to make more. Go harder. Go harder. And that's the thing. Men that have a certain drive, they cannot put up with men who have no drive whatsoever. It triggers them. How are you okay with your wife suffering like this? You know what I'm saying? He has to have resources. Because I'm telling you, I'm like, any woman lies to herself. If her man does not have enough resources to take care of the family, she will resent him. She will. And like, it's just nature. It's just like human nature. She will resent him because no woman wants to take care of a man. No woman does. She doesn't. She doesn't.
It's coming from a rich man.
But right now,
but this is coming from a rich man.
How did I get here?
Yeah.
But how did I give you? And I'm giving you the steps. This is if you put down your ego, if you put down your pride. Brother, am I saying anything wrong? I'm saying men should be men.
But you saying we're not men. You saying we not
yet.
Brother, any man that makes an excuse can't be a man completely.
Preach.
You can be a male. A man comes with responsibility.
Exactly.
And it's hard. To be a man, it's hard, brother. It's not easy. That's why the respect you want from your woman that you don't get, I get from mine.
My woman respect me.
Hold on.
My woman respect me.
You think she respects you.
My woman respect me.
You think she respects you.
Brother.
You think she has she ever raised her voice at you?
No.
You're lying. You are lying.
Does she cook for you every night?
Of
brother?
course.
You're evil.
So she respects you, cooks for you every night. Does she clean the house?
Of course.
She cleans the house and you got her working 16 hours
You're
a
wicked.
day.
You're wicked.
Oh.
Painful.
That sounds like slavery.
No, it's not.
Brother,
Yes, it is.
you got her cooking every night.
I don't have her doing anything. She does it because she wants to. We in the trenches together.
The trenches together?
That's what we in.
Lie.
Brother, do you know anything about emotional abuse?
Yo, preach.
Explain it.
Emotional abuse is when you pour all your hurt and pain onto a woman, and just because you can't see her scars, you think it's okay. If I had a conversation with your woman, she'll probably start crying. They tired. They not built to go through what they're going through with you. She didn't choose you to struggle.
But again, who are you to say that?
Brother, a brother that loves you. And again, I'm trying to give you the cheat code. If you put yourself in a position, right, you work. If you have to get 2 jobs.
Yeah.
If you have to get 2 jobs, you grind, allow your woman to do what she does in the home. If you have a business idea, you have her nurture that. Hey, baby, it's going to be a little hard for the next 2 years. But if we move like this, we're going to be good. You keep saying,
Kevin,
who am I to tell you?
No, hold up, Kevin. It's not just because he's a rich man. No, like this brother here, let me tell you something. This brother right here, if I met him when I was younger and he only had 50 and 60,000, if we were like back in college, I would not have an issue being with him because he refuses to be mediocre. And that part, that's what turns me on. You know what I'm saying? That's what I like. He is like, he's driven. He's competitive. I don't expect you to come out your mom's vagina with $100,000. No. But it's like the fact that you have a black man who understands that like part of being a man is not running away from responsibilities. It's like King Kong in this. I'm King Kong to this. Okay. That's like that. That's like his like that. I appreciate his drive. I appreciate the fact that he's competitive. I appreciate the fact that he knows like, listen, the sky's the limit. Why would I put a limit on myself? Why would I sit here and see my wife suffer when you go, you see other men can do more for their wives? And that is where I say, oh, that's a man that has compassion. You know what I'm saying? Like if you say, oh, a man loves his mom, okay, you love your mom, but you don't mind your wife suffering, cleaning, cooking, whoa, then you don't care about other women. You just care about your mom. Because if you care about your mom and you care about the woman group, you'll be like, you know what? This ain't even right for a woman. This is not okay. I'm a man. Why am I not gonna compete? Why am I gonna put my woman in front of like, oh, there's trouble coming, and you put your wife right in front? Like, she's a woman. She needs to be behind you, not in front of you. How can you be a man and you're okay with your wife making more than you? Make it make sense. Unless she's like a mega celebrity, then it's like, okay, that's kind of hard because she has a very, very special gift, right? But nonetheless, you should still compete also. You know, if you marry, like, you know, some women will make way more than their husbands because they're very famous, right? So we understand that. But that's not something that happens all the time, right? But it's like, you're like, oh, but okay, what you want me to do about it? Well, it is what it is. Oh. So you see this? You've lost. You have lost in life. You are defeated. And because you're defeated, you lean on your, I have good character. I go to church. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're scamming people. Oh, I want to be a pastor. Because you don't want to compete, because you have accepted defeat. This dude right here, he's defeated. Because how can you really make $14 and be like, okay, I'm content, I've arrived? You're defeated. So your whole life, $14 is that's your peak in this lifetime? That is your peak? Oh my gosh. Like, I'm like, that's crazy. That's really crazy. What kind of man, like, every year you don't have new goals. Every 2 years you don't set new goals for yourself. You don't want more for you. You don't want your children to see you out there like fighting to be successful. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because, he's a good dad. How he going to be a good dad when the children see how much work mommy is doing? How are you a good dad when the children can see that mommy makes more than daddy and daddy sleeps all day? Or daddy just reads the Bible all day? That don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. His back must be strong. Like, that's real. Like that should be your thing. Like, my commitment to my family is like, it's my everything. But you cannot sleep if your wife, like, the needs are not met. How can you sleep? I just don't get that part. I really don't. You know, yeah, you gotta be competitive. If it takes you going back to school, go back to school. If you have to do more like certifications, go take the certifications. You know what I'm saying? If you have to read about the stock market, then start reading. Right? That's why I don't take a lot of the manosphere. I don't take them seriously because many of them don't even make six figures. Like one time I got into it with this guy on TikTok, you know, because he's always, every Sunday, he's on TikTok trying to give Black women dating advice. Right? Then he was, I don't know what they were talking about, but I was saying like, you know, I don't know what it was, but I was saying like, oh, I'm an engineer, you know, I'm an engineer. My wife is an engineer. My wife, my husband is, I am too, because we're both math majors. So I was like, my husband makes over six figures. You guys, when I tell you he lost it, I was like, and he's like in his 50s. His name is Classic. He goes by Classic on TikTok. Classic lost it. But mind you, when he does his live every Sunday to coach these Black women on how to find a Black man, he always says, facts don't care about your feelings. Facts don't care about your feelings. It's funny how people don't care about feelings until it's their feelings being involved, right? So I'm just typing like, because I feel like if you're going to have a panel, you cannot expect people to come in there and worship you. Like, I'm not going to worship you because a lot of people on social media, you don't impress me. Plus this Chinese app, I don't care. What kind of man sits on there and does live every Sunday anyways? Like, this is just weird. So he was like, so he got really mad because he was like, just like this guy, oh, you don't have to make six figures. Six figure doesn't make you. That I work on a plant and I work 16 hours, like 12 to 16 hours a day, and I don't make six figures. And I'm like, okay, Classic, what do you want me to do about that? Right? Employment is at will. Nobody's forcing you to work 12 to 16 hours and you don't even make, oh, that's how it started. That's how it started. I remember how it started. I remember now. We were talking about people who work 12 hours. If you work, if you work like more than 12 to 16 hours, right? And I was like, to me, honestly, sorry, you guys. Oh, Lord. I said, unless you are in the medical field, if you are a nurse, if you are a doctor, right? Like those types of people who work like 12, 16-hour shifts, they make money. So I get it. But anybody who needs to work 12 hours a day to survive, like that is not a flex. That's what I said. Working 12 hours to make money is not a flex unless you are in the medical field. Or maybe like if you're also like in computer, maybe like like engineer, whatever. Sure. But just like a regular paying job, you're working 12 hours, 12, 16 hours. Okay. To what? To make basic money. So he got really upset. He was like, oh, I'm on a plant with the guys and we work really hard and I don't make six figures. And I was like, but Classic, what do you want me to do about that? I'm not going to feel bad for you because employment is at will, right? It's like, I can't get mad at your employer for requiring you to work 12, 16 hours and you're not making 100,000. That's on you, right? Because you should have found a way to evolve. But it's like you want people to feel sorry for you because you work 12, 16 hours on a plant. Womp, I'm not going to feel bad for you. Right? I'm like, I don't know how can you be on TikTok live for like 6 hours every Sunday and you have yet to figure out how to make 100,000? Should you not be using the time to work on your resume, to go to school, go to college, get a master's degree, right? They wear these suits. They try to be these fake Kevin Samuels and give these Black women advice on how to find a man. But they themselves, they haven't even found a way to be competitive in a white man society. You know what I'm saying? Like me, if I'm in my 50s and I don't make, imagine in your 50s, you don't even make 100,000 gross, but you got time to sit on the internet to tell these girls how to find a husband, how to be with a husband. Like you know, focus on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, go focus on yourself because you're wasting time. Why are you doing a live for roses that cost 1 penny on TikTok? So he got really upset. But I'm like, it's so funny because he always says, ladies, facts don't care about your feelings. But when it came to his feelings, though, he lost it because money is a sensitive issue for people who don't have it. But I'm like, you're 50. Like, how long can you work? I'm like, how sustainable is it for you as a 50-year-old man to work 12 to 16 hours a day? It's not sustainable because you have to sleep. You have to eat. You got to take care of yourself. You got to have social time. You can't work 12 to 16 hours. How long are you going to keep doing this? You know, so he was so upset. I guess he exposed himself. I thought he was making 6 figures. I didn't know. But he got so upset. He was like, I work 12 to 16 hours on a plant and I don't make 6 figures and I work hard. And I'm like, everybody works hard. You are not making enough. Then y'all need to go out there and compete. So ever since then, I stopped joining his live because I recognize that he is highly emotional. He's very sensitive. They love to put these women in their places. They love to school these women. But yet when it comes to them and their finances are not together, say something about them not making 6 figures, they lose it. Right? Because they haven't figured out how to be competitive in a white man's society. And instead of sorting that out, they resort to focusing on women because they're defeated. And that's how I recognize these black guys. They are defeated. Because I'm like, if you are really successful, if you are where you're supposed to be, if you are surrounded by other very successful men, you don't have time to go back and forth with these ladies, trying to tell them how to find a man. Da, da, da. And they love to give marriage advice to black women, but none of them are married. I'm like, why don't you lead by example? Make it make sense. Yeah. They can sit there all day and give advice to women. They don't even know how to get a better job. They work 12 hours, 16 hours. Their back is tired. Their muscles are tired. Their ankles are hurting. Their blood pressure is high. Okay. They're probably about to get prostate cancer. They're not married. They got multiple kids. They're not married, but they want to tell you how to find a husband. Child, bye. Okay. Why aren't you somebody's husband? They're not successful in any relationship. They successfully get people pregnant, but they marry no one. But I'm like, how can you be in your 50s? You sit on TikTok, you give dating advice to people, and you don't have and you don't make 100,000. Like that's the bare minimum. It's not that hard. It is not that hard. Employment is at will. If you work a job that requires you to make 12, do you work 12, 16 hours? You work that hard to not even make 100,000. But you want to worry about these women? Get you a career mentor. You need someone to mentor you. You need a mentor. Exactly. You know, but you want to sit here and focus on these women. But your money ain't even right. Like I'm like, let that sink in. Your money's not even right. That's why I don't take these dudes on these panels seriously. I don't take them seriously. They're defeated. That's why they have to retreat to social media to talk about women, talk about wigs, talk about their behavior, because they are defeated. Nobody respects them. Nobody takes them seriously because they don't like to compete. They are just happy getting on, getting by. That's it. And they want women to lower their standards for their mediocrity. You do not compete. Come on, how can someone like Kai Cenat, who's a high school dropout or whatever he is, okay, be a multimillionaire? How did Kai Cenat figure this out? And you in your 50s, you can't even figure out how to make 100,000. Make it make sense. Like, please. They're ridiculous.
A man that's been in your position, a man that has risen above your circumstances. And I'm coming back down to say, this is what you do. You're not a man until you move like this. Yeah. Most males will die, never experience what it feels to be a man and to be complete respected by his women and children because he didn't step into that true king place. Brother, it's hard. I understand. It's difficult.
But do you understand though?
Brother,
do you understand?
Brother, if I didn't understand,
there's no way possible you could understand.
Oh, crazy.
No way.
Why do you think that, brother?
Look at you. You on the net flashy. Yeah, man. You're not a man if you're not going 100. Your woman don't love you because you're not paying 100% of your bills.
She can't.
Dang, who's to say that?
Brother, you will never know what it feels like.
And my thing is, if this woman was not in your life, you dumb, how would you pay your bills? If this woman was not in your life, would you not be paying 100% of your own bills? So why is it such a foreign concept for you, for him to say you should be able to pay 100% of the bills? If this lady was not in your life, how would you take care of yourself? What would you do? Or you would lean on your mom and her social security check? You would lean on your grandmother and her veterans money? Like how would you take care of yourself? You homosexual. And that's what you call a homosexual. Like, how would you take care of yourself? That's correct. How can you be a man and you need a woman for you to take care of yourself? What in the world? I'm like, I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But I'm like, it's really giving like this is a lesbian relationship because this is weird. This is so weird. So it's like now you have two female energies taking care of each other. Of course he will. He's the wicked type. Because I'm like, if this lady was not here, how would you take care of yourself? You would have to pay 100% of the bills. So why are you acting brand new? Like, why are you making this man talk too much? I'm like, I'm so confused. Yeah. So like they present male, but the inside is feminine. They want to be taken care of. So you enter into a relationship like that with this type of person. Low-key, high-key is giving lesbian because you're both feminine. He wants to do the bare minimum. Like you're not serious.
Truly experience your woman until you're able to remove.
Are you with my woman?
Brother.
Are you with my woman, brother?
Brother,
are you with my woman?
Brother, listen.
Exactly.
I almost called you a woman.
You got your woman, I got mine, brother.
Brother, right now, you're dealing in high emotions. You're not even allowing me to finish my sentence,
For
brother.
what? You finished your sentence.
Bro, do you like Chinese food?
No.
Do you like chicken?
No.
So you don't like nothing?
No.
Let me give you a gem, right? Just a gem, brother, please. And may you take this with a divine understanding heart, because I know how sometimes when we get triggered, we can't hear the love in a message because we feel triggered, we feel ashamed. But I'm saying this, if you truly love your woman, right? If you truly care for her, all I'm saying is go hard for her. And you going hard for her won't last. I know some brothers might be like, I live here, my rent's $1,400. I live here, my rent's $2,000. I live here, my rent's $5,000. I understand. But how would you be living if you didn't have that?
Exactly.
All I'm saying is if she loves you and you love her, go hard for her. And then you say, baby, look, I'm going to go hard. You stay home. You nurture the children. You nurture the company. I'm going to focus on bringing in this money. So if you're playing your position and she's playing her position, you won't be struggling for too long. And I'm coming from a place of love, but most men have never been loved by a man.
What I'm hearing you say is overwork myself until I'm dead. I can't no longer enjoy this woman. That's what you're saying.
Is your family worth that?
That's what you're saying.
But how can you even enjoy having sex with a woman when you only make $14 an hour? Now, how are you proud to even get on top of a woman and do all the gyration business when you only have $14 an hour? You only make $14 an hour. Are you not embarrassed? Enjoy. You think you deserve to have sex when you barely make enough money? You make $14 and you're thinking about having sex. You see this? And this is the type of people that get people pregnant. Like, this is crazy. How am I going to enjoy this woman? You know what? Child, nah.
Is your family worth going to war for?
Of course.
So, brother, you taking on another job to provide for your family's every need.
But if I continue to work like that, I won't be able to enjoy my family.
Man, brother, your family wasn't created for your enjoyment. They were created for you to lead them and guide them to be in a better position than you. This is for your lineage, not just for your personal emotions right now. And sometimes as men, we feel neglected. Sometimes as men, we feel neglected.
You're a funny guy. You know why? You're a funny guy.
Oh, praise.
Because at the end of the day, it's a family. You know, we supposed to be together, laugh, smile, pray together.
Oh, praises.
Not me overwork myself till I have a heart attack.
You see how when he talks like that, he sounds just like the other girl, the girl with the glasses. Oh, it's about going to church. It's about being a good man. It's about, you see how they both, like, she's a woman, he's a man. You see how they both sound the same. So that just lets you know her husband, who he is. You see how he sounds like you see how they both sound the same? Oh, it's a family. Let's enjoy each other. Let's read the Bible. As long as he's nice to his mom, as long as he helps you with your kids. Of course, he works the bare minimum. He makes the bare minimum. Of course, he got time to help with the kids. Okay? You see this? That's why I'm telling you all this goofy stuff. Oh, I want a man who reads the Bible. No, you don't. Read the Bible what? They have the Bible in audibles. Okay? He can work out and listen to the Bible. Me, when I tell you like this Jesus stuff, I'm a Christian, but this Jesus stuff, I'm a different type of Christian. Let me say that. This Jesus stuff, this Bible study stuff, we read the Bible. I want a man according to God's will. Oh, shut the hell up. I want a man who's willing to die for his family. Find down the Bible somewhere. I don't need you to read the Bible with me. I can pray for the both of us. We straight. Go work. Go compete. Go figure out how we're not going to be poor people. Go figure out how you're going to be able to send my kids to college. I'm not like to read the Bible. Oh, let's pray and meditate and manifest. Let's do what? You are crazy. Yeah, it's bizarre. I'm not reading the Bible. Y'all, you think me and James are doing Bible study? Goofy shit. I'm not doing that. You're crazy. That stuff is emotional. It's emotional scammery. If a man wants to read the Bible with you, girl, he about to scam you. He's lazy. He is so lazy. We're going to sit here and read the Bible. Then we're going to go to church on Tuesday. Then we're going to go to church on Wednesday. Then we go to church on Friday night. Then we go to church on Sunday. Like, that's all he does is go to church. Y'all going to be broke. Child, we ain't reading. I'm not reading the Bible with you. You can put your headphones on, put on Audible, go work. Work out. Like, nah. I don't do Bible study. You crazy. You are really, really crazy. You are not going to scam me. Yeah. They use Christianity to be lazy. Okay? Exactly. Even the Bible says go to work. Go to work. The Bible calls you wicked when you don't want to work. The Bible says they will take from the man who has and they'll give it to the one who has more because you don't know how to multiply. Exactly. She said, true. Bible says if a man does not work, he don't eat. Go to work. Go to work. You are crazy. Like I said, every time I see these women on social media do Bible studies with their husband, I said, look at this. Look at this. Look at these clowns. People want to be spiritual so bad. I'm like, he's reading the Bible. What does that prove? That proves nothing. A man does not prove his worth by reading the Bible. Even Jesus didn't read the Bible. He was out there doing it. He was out there doing it. Go somewhere like the Bible. We're not reading no Bible. I'm not reading the Bible with you. Okay? Wake up before me. Read the Bible if you want to, but I'm not doing it with you. Or go to the gym. Go find you some business. They are true. They truly are. Because people make excuses for them. It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just madness to me. I'm not reading the Bible with you.
But who's supposed to sacrifice?
What do you mean?
Who sacrifices for the family can strive, brother?
I'm already sacrificing.
What's that?
What do you mean?
8 hours? While your woman is sacrificing 8 hours, coming home, having sex with you, cleaning, cooking, taking care of the children.
I don't make my woman do anything that she does, brother.
Yes, you do, because you're not going to do it. The reason why she does it because you don't step up to do it. Yes, you do. And you know the problem with him too is that he's jealous of this one. He's jealous of this man. He's jealous. He's envious. So because he's already jealous and envious, he refuses to listen. You see, if he had a good heart, he would be proud of him. And if he was proud of him, he would actually receive what he's saying. But because he's jealous and he's envious, he can't hear. Because he has an ugly heart. You don't have a good heart. And that's the heart of a lazy man. You know what I'm saying? He's a lazy, I'm serious. He's jealous of him. The house, everything, it triggered him. He's very triggered. He's triggered to see someone who looks like him, maybe about the same age as him. And this man figured it out and he didn't figure it out. So it triggers him. Because he looks at this brother and he sees like, wow, this is, damn. I didn't even know this was possible. But you see, because he has an ugly heart. If he had a good heart, if he had a loving heart, if he had humility, he would have said, brother, I am so proud of you. Please pour into me because this is the life I want. And that's the difference between somebody who's jealous and envious and somebody who could like, you know what? I see what you have is very beautiful. I would love to have it. Please teach me your ways. You need a mentor so badly. You meet someone who can mentor you and you won't be aggressive because you're jealous. You're jealous and you're envious. So you can't receive what he's saying because you're triggered by all the success. Like, wow, like this man really has money. You know, this guy, I won't even put it past him to come back later and try to rob this man. right? Because I'm like, if you were humble in your spirit, you'd be like, wow, like, I'm so proud of you. I heard what you're saying. I'm going to try to do better, but can you help me? You see? And that's why a lot of people, they don't evolve. No, yeah. Nobody should speak struggle over their life. They're like, it's not good. You know? They were very wealthy. And Abraham was not sitting there reading the Bible all day. He wasn't reading like all the scriptures all day. Isaac was not reading scriptures all day. Jacob was not. No, they were working. People have to work. Joseph was working. Okay. So it's like, no, you're full of it. Like, oh, we're going to read the Bible. We're going to do the what? He better go work. No. Mm-mm.
I mean, you don't have to. It's in a woman to make sure that her man
And if
her
she said
children
she
are
didn't
good.
want to cook today, I'm gonna say, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
What about tomorrow?
Okay, brother.
So again, who are you to tell me I'm not a man because I'm not going 100%?
What do you consider a man?
What do you mean?
What is a man to you?
A man that gets up, goes to work,
Mm-hmm.
a woman that gives his woman what he can.
And he says what he can. You see, that's a thief. He's a scammer. Because he should have said a man that gives his woman what he should give her. You know, anybody can give people what they can. That's mediocrity. You should give your woman what you should be giving her. That's how, like, just like you have some men out here who think like they're doing you a favor by not cheating. I forgot who was it. Who said, like, I forgot who it was. It was one of these celebrities. He was like, oh, I don't cheat on her. And I'm like, boy, that is the bare minimum. Like, people should celebrate you because you don't cheat. Are you slow? Why would you marry someone if you still want to cheat? Then be by yourself. Oh, Tyrese. It was Tyrese. Thank you. It was Tyrese. He said, Tyrese said when he was dating the other girl, Samantha, whatever her name is, he was like, I didn't cheat on her. My other relationships, I used to cheat. And I'm like, Tyrese, you being a faithful husband, that is the bare minimum. Why would you get married to cheat on someone? We're not going to congratulate you because you're not cheating on your wife. Like, boy, what? What are you? Like, I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Okay. Oh, she should be glad I never cheated. I was always a cheater. But when it came to her, I didn't cheat. I'm like, that's the bare minimum. Also, as a celebrity, if you go around here cheating, it's on you because you can get sued. So you're not doing anybody a favor. You did yourself a favor by being faithful. That's a lawsuit you avoided. So we're not going to congratulate you for doing the bare minimum. Like, how do we celebrate a man who's married for not cheating? Like, you are sick in your head. Like, you're truly sick. You are sick. I'm like, you are truly sick. You are truly mediocre. Now, oh, I didn't cheat on Samantha. Like, child, what?
Provides for his family what he can.
Mm-mm.
Okay. But that doesn't sound like a man. That sounds like a boy trapped in a man's body because a man doesn't make excuses.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do what we
Where
can.
was
We
the
do what we
excuses
want.
at?
We don't do what we
Where were
can.
the
We do what we
excuses
want.
at, brother?
We do not, brother. We do not
telling
do
you.
what we can. We do what we want. Well, we are a reflection of God, brother. A man is a reflection of God.
Correct.
A man does for his family what he wants.
Yeah.
A man puts in real work. A man wakes up just to serve God and his family, brother.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
And for you to die for your family tired is a privilege.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
Yes, brother.
When you get paid,
praises,
and you paying 100%, what do you do for yourself,
brother?
What do you do for yourself, brother?
Brother, when you have a wife and you're taking care of this great woman, because you chose her.
Correct.
So you're going to choose a great wife. You're not going to choose a evil wife unless you're an evil man. And when you're doing for this woman 100%, guess what this good, loving, nurturing woman going to do for you? She going to nurture you 100%. Now she's more softer, brother. Your food tastes better because it's filled with love. You're not looking at your woman tired. You're not looking at your woman crying because she's exhausted.
And imagine what kind of wicked man must you be that you say, oh, I'm with this woman, but I'm only going to give her 70%. I'm going to withhold the other 30%. And you're a cheater. Because why are you here? Like, seriously, why are you here? Why are you in this relationship? If you feel like she's not deserving of 100% of you, why are you here? Why are you having sex with her? Why are you wasting her time? Let her go. Because what you won't do for her, somebody else will. Go find you the woman that you want, that you feel like her, I could give her 100%. Because for me, what that says is she's not really your type. She ain't really your type. She's not really what you want. She's what you could get. You're not about to waste my time. Because we have seen men, when men really want to be with a woman out here, they go above and beyond. They'll even go rob a bank. Okay? But, sorry, if you are in a relationship with a woman and you give her just the bare minimum and you would hold the rest, you know you have more in your tank. Like, you could do more. You could truly do more, but you do just the bare minimum. Then you know she's not the one for you. Right? She's not the one for you. She's the one you could get. She's the one that's like, companionship. Like, you need someone to sleep with. You don't want to be out there having to pay for stuff. So you put up with her. But if you really found the one you truly love, you will go crazy. So I'm like, if you're a woman and your man is saying this kind of stuff, I hope you understand that he's not really in love with you. He's wasting time with you. Because the day he finds the woman that he's really in love with, he will be unstoppable. Because when you love people, you don't say, oh, let me give them 30, let me give them like 60%, I'll keep 40. Love doesn't do that. Yeah, he doesn't love her. He needs her because he can't pay all his bills. And he needs somebody to sleep with. He wants somebody in his bed. He wants someone to do nasty stuff with him. But it's like he's not in love with her. She's not the one. She's not the one. But he will take advantage. He's going to scar her, abuse her, play with her body, all kinds of stuff. But she's not really the one. Because if he was really in love with her, he will give her 150%. And we've seen it. So that's why he's talking like this. Because he's not in love with this lady. That's why he don't mind making $14 and being with her. But if he found the girl that he really, really could be with, he will go find another job or 2-3 jobs just because he doesn't want her to leave.
You've seen your woman smiling and having the patience, the divine understanding to play with and be with the children. She's not impatient, brother. So all I'm saying is I understand your frustration because I know it's hard out here for men. I understand it. But you got to become more stronger and more harder than your circumstances. So if one job isn't taking care of your family, get another one. And if that one doesn't take care of your family, get another one. And then tell your wife, this is the plan, baby. I'm going to go hard for 2 years, 3 years, but this is the plan. And if we execute this, if you nurture this correctly with the knowledge and information that I give you, we'll be successful.
But he knows this. She's just not the one he wants to do that for. I'm starting to understand him a lot better now. I'm getting this one. This lady he's with, she's like a rest stop. You know how you drive on the highway for a long time and they have a rest stop between your next destination? Like this current woman he's with, she's a rest stop. He's resting. He's resting. He's going to save his energy. He's going to figure it out. He's resting because he hasn't really found the one he's in love with. Or maybe the one he's really in love with right now, she's not looking at him. So currently, he's at a rest stop. Okay? He's resting. Because I promise you, ladies, if he found the girl that he loved like that, like he loves her body, he loves her mind, he's obsessed with her, child, this man he will go above and beyond. If he had to go enlist in the Marines for her, he would. He would. We have seen men go to prison for women, steal cars, sell drugs, kill, lie, everything, start wars over one woman because that's how much they're in love with her. Right? When a man is truly in love with a woman, he gives her everything. Even stuff he can't even afford. He'll find a way to go afford it. Pawn shop, debt, you name it, because that's how much he loves her. But this one, she's a rest stop. He's resting. He's resting until he can find the one that he really wants. Once he has the money he needs to get the one he wants, he will know exactly what to do to keep the one that he wants. He's not stupid. He's playing dumb right now. That's what he's doing. He's not stupid.
We get out of this situation. So again, brother, I'm just a man that loves you. And majority of us men have never had fathers. And if we did have fathers, they weren't strong, brother. We've never seen our mothers love correctly. So we're repeating what we've seen. We've seen women go hard for so long. We believe it's in their nature to go hard. The queen should never be in the battlefield.
But you're still in no place to say that a man is.
I'm telling you, a man who makes a woman suffer, he doesn't love her. I kid you not. I kid you not. Yeah. Yeah. Like if his type, like let's say his type was like a Ari or what, or a Jada, like, child, you would think you would have to tell him all this? You wouldn't have to. Right? But this one, she's a placeholder. That's his rest stop. So right now he's just resting. Right? But I'm telling you, if he had the one he wanted right now, oh no, this guy wouldn't have to tell him that. Because he'd be at work right now. Exactly. She said people on Catfish remortgaged their homes for women they ain't even meet in real life. Men will go above and beyond for who they want, and like they will. They truly will. They will even steal from their employer to give the woman some money because that's how much he doesn't want her to leave. So if a man has you out here struggling, he hates your guts. He really hates your guts. He hates you. He really hates you. He hates you bad.
Is not a man because he's not paying 100%.
So what do you consider that, brother? Because a man is a provider.
Of course he is.
A provider 100%, brother. You can't do 50% of your job and tell me that you're a provider. You're trying to provide. So you're trying to be a
So what
man.
do you think about 70-30? Since 50-50 is an issue.
Brother, do you need your woman to provide for you 30% of the time? Or are you that, excuse my language, are you that weak of a man that you can't provide for your family?
So once again, I'm not a man and I'm weak because I'm not paying 100%.
Brother,
it's hard out here, brother.
Brother, what man says it's hard?
The ones that know it is.
The ones that, so what about the men that are taking care of their women? What separates you from this man?
They're just at that point already.
They're at that
So
point,
when I'm
right?
at that point, guess what? It's a different story.
Are you striving to take care of your woman for 100%?
Who's to say I'm not?
I'm asking.
But you can't say I'm not.
Oh, praises.
You're there saying, oh yeah, man,
brother,
you gotta pay.
Brother,
I'm striving for it.
Are you striving?
I'm striving for it.
So you're not the brothers I'm talking about.
But it seemed like you
I'm
just
talking
on
about-
every brother.
Brother, I'm talking about the men.
You on every brother.
Man, all praises due to the Most High, man.
You know, you seen Minister Society, right? Don't nobody want to hear that bullshit, Sharif.
Hey, brother. You know, sometimes, brother, you know, we just got to give all praises due to the Most High.
Oh, no, they never
And be
do.
mindful of some of the things that come out of our mouths. So if I offended you in any way, shape, or form, I apologize. But, brother, a man is one that can uplift his family as a whole, or is striving like yourself to do that. I'm talking about the men that are comfortable living off of women. And most men are triggered because they gotten comfortable allowing women to provide for them, brother. They're not looking for wives. They're looking for mother figures. And the sad part, our women are the ones that turn these men the way they are. But why do they do that? Because they've never had a strong man to lead and guide them into the right direction.
Okay, so now let me play this one for y'all, right? Let's go to this one with Pastor Vody. Let's play this one again.
They're correctly pointing out that men have lost their way. They're correctly pointing out that men have been feminized, that a lot of what men were supposed to do has been taken away from them. But their answer is not to sort of restore traditional manhood.
Right.
Their that they're getting a lot of the diagnosis right, and they're getting a lot of the prescription wrong.
Yeah.
They're correctly pointing out that men have lost their way. They're correctly pointing out that men have been feminized, that a lot of what men were supposed to do has been taken away from them. But their answer is not to sort of restore traditional manhood.
Right.
Their answer is to almost take advantage of the failures of the system. So be as promiscuous as you want, nail as many chicks as you want, go out there and experience life and and never settle down, never have kids, never take on obligation. Because after all, that's what the world wants of you. Now, what do you make of the state of men right now? Because it is true that across the country, men are in crisis. I mean, they're not going to school as much as women. They're not in the workforce as much as women anymore. They're not getting married. They're addicted to pornography. I mean, these are serious crises.
Yeah. And part of that is, you know, when you take manhood and try to look at manhood in isolation, you've already got a problem. The God who created us, he created us male and female. And so you cannot understand maleness apart from femaleness, right? You have to understand what it means to be a man, first of all, by what it means to be made in the image of God. And second of all, by what it means to be made as this counterpart to a woman. And this idea that God created us to be priest, and prophet, and provider and protector. God designed us that way. And when you take us away from that, like, you know, we're bigger than women, we're stronger than women. You know, we have all of these things that allow us to take advantage of women. They get pregnant, you know, we don't. We can just walk away from it and, you know, leave them with that. There are so many things that if left unchecked, they do allow for this toxic version of masculinity. And so what we have to call men back to is this understanding of manhood that is outside of themselves. And you being a man is not just about who you think you are.
See? And that's the problem with the other young man. You know, it's like being a man is more than just you. It's more than just taking care of you and what you want. No, it's not, right? And I'm like, you know how earlier I said I don't want to read the Bible with my husband? Like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't. If my husband was to go to a church with Pastor Vody or like do like ministry with Pastor Vody, yeah, go read the Bible with Pastor Vody. I'm not reading the Bible with you. Okay? You need to read the Bible with other men who can hold you accountable. Well, I'm not reading the Bible with you. I'm a woman. We're not going to see this stuff the same way because I'm going to see fairy tales and Jesus walking on water. I don't want you to get comfortable. Okay? You need to go read the Bible with Pastor Vody. You don't need to read the Bible with me. I have nothing to teach you. Ooh, Lord, no. Yeah, no. Because if you go read the Bible with Pastor Vody, as a man, exactly, that's my point. Thank you, Bridget. That's why I don't want to read the Bible with you. Because me as a woman, when I read the Bible, it's fairy tales and Jesus walking on water and Jesus feeding the poor. We're going to get something completely different because of our gender. I'm a woman. So I'm going to get the whole like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, Jesus. You know? Exactly. When you as a man, you read the Bible, you need to get a sense of purpose, a sense of duty, a sense of sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that's why you as a man, you should go read the Bible with Pastor Vody. You know what I'm saying? Read the Bible with Pastor Vody. You are a young husband. You need to go read the Bible with men who have been married way longer than you. Because they'll know how to talk to you. Like this thing we read, this is how it applies to your manhood. This is how it applies to whatever. You know what I'm saying? Not me. No. Go read the Bible with Pastor Vody. Not me.
Or even who you want to be. It is about you pointing back to the one who made you. It's about you pointing back to the purpose for which he made you. And it's about you pointing back to the relationship that he intends for you to have with the opposite sex. And, you know, one of the things you mentioned is men not wanting to be married. That's an incredibly important part of the picture of what it means to be a man. This idea that we would be in a relationship, that we would be the head of a household, that we would be, like I said, priest, prophet, provider, protector within that context. All of that gives us not only purpose, but it gives us greater understanding of what masculinity is all about. And it also keeps it in check and it protects women. That's the irony of all of this. You know, people are fighting against the patriarchy. People are fighting against marriage. People are fighting against traditional roles. And the result is you leave women unprotected and you leave men unchecked to do whatever they will with those women.
So,
and when the brother was checking him, he was getting triggered. When the other brother was checking him, he was getting triggered. Because you don't want someone to call you out on your BS. Because this woman, you know how to bamboozle her and get her to accept your mediocrity. Another man comes in the room. He's like, no, this right here. He said that's emotional abuse. You see, that's why I say like there's a need for a healthy patriarchy because men recognize BS from other men. They recognize it. They recognize it. He's like, this is emotional abuse. You are emotionally abusing her. Just because she doesn't have scars that you can see visibly does not mean that she's not being emotionally abused. Right? That's why I always say, like, these guys you date, these men you date, let them go through your brothers, your cousins, your uncles, your fathers, your deacon. You'll see. They'll tell you something that you don't see because you're not a man. You can be like, oh my gosh, he knows the Bible. He quotes verses. Girl, please, that impresses you because you're a woman. But that's not going to keep you safe. A man can memorize the Bible front and back, and he will hurt you. He will hurt you. You know, because he's not there yet. He's not there yet. But when, like, and that's what Priscilla said. Priscilla said, no matter if you treat a woman bad, if a man treats a woman badly, she will convince herself that it's okay. Isn't that what Priscilla said? She said, the truth does not matter. Because no matter how badly you treat a woman, she can lie to herself and she can convince herself that, oh, this is good. But to another man, a man can't lie to another man unless they're both criminals. But if you have an honest man and a deceitful man, it's not going to go. Because he recognizes this guy is full of ish. Go somewhere.
Let's say that you've talked to many, many young men, obviously, across the nation. And let's say that you're faced with a young man who's been brought up in a family without a father, just by a mom, somebody like you when you were young. And that person is saying, listen, I've had a rough life. I haven't been able to get ahead. My opportunities are limited. And now you're asking me to take on all of these burdens. Make me the case that I should take on these burdens.
Yeah, first of all, that's what you were created to do, right? Secondly, it's what you yearn to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if a man is honest,
Mm-hmm.
men don't yearn to just sit in their mother's basement and play video games.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when we sit in the basement and play video games, we like to play those kind of video games that simulate, the actions and activities of masculinity, right? And so that's the first thing I want to say to him. You were made for more than this. There's a God who created the world and a God who created you. And so I want you to come back to that. The second thing that I want to say is that, don't buy the lie that says you have to have it all figured out before you can begin to exercise any kind of manhood. Nothing could be further from the truth, right? I don't have it all figured out. You don't have it all figured out. But this process, even this process of growing as a man, is part of what God has put in place for us to figure it out, right? The other thing that I would say is you're not called to do this by yourself. The Bible says, like, iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. We need each other. We need other men. We need other men in our lives to mentor us, to disciple us. We need men when we're younger, to corral us, to check us. We need that. So those are some of the things that I would want to talk to a young man about, and ultimately to point them, again, to the God who made them, and to point them to Christ, who wants to redeem that manhood. Christ, who is the ultimate picture of manhood.
All of the stuff that you're saying, the feminist movement says, obviously, this is antiquated. It's not worth it. It's patriarchal. It's discriminatory.
Amen.
When you're calling on men to do all these things, what you're doing is you're taking away female initiative. You're robbing them of their individuality. How do you respond to the feminist movement that makes claims like that?
I respond by saying that kind of manhood is a protective entity. It's a protective force, if you will, that allows women to flourish. Mm-hmm. Listen, if men are unchecked,
mm-hmm.
women are not going to flourish. They're going to be victimized.
Yep.
And that's exactly what we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing women being victimized
mm-hmm.
by men whose masculinity is unchecked.
Yep.
They're not being trained. They're not being discipled. They're being told that all of the things that real masculinity is about are the things that they need to jettison. And as a result, they live more like animals.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I agree with all of this. I come from a traditional religious background.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm an Orthodox Jew. We take all of this, what we're talking about right now, incredibly seriously.
Yeah.
And my religion essentially tells me that practice precedes belief, right? I mean, we are big into you perform these commandments, and whether you believe in these commandments or not, you are going to perform them, and then the belief comes later, right? There's whole sections of the Talmud that are devoted to this idea that basically before you believe, you got to practice, you got to do the things, and then when you find yourself walking in the ways of God, then you realize that the ways that you're walking are in fact God's ways, and then it means something to you. We're a society without patience, though, and that wants the belief very often to precede the actual action. And so what we forget is that if you're not acting in a godly way, you are acting by definition in an ungodly way.
Yeah.
And so if you do that, then you will end up in that belief system as well.
It's not just impatience. It's also arrogance. You know, we don't believe that we need anybody to teach us. And as you were talking about that, I was thinking about in the New Testament, Ephesians chapter 6, right? You know, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and your mother. It's the first commandment with a promise that it may be well with you and you may live long in the land, right? And then verse 4, fathers, do not provoke your children to anger, but bring them up in the discipline and instruction of the Lord. What's interesting about that is before the text talks about the relationship between husbands and wives, and it's pointing, you know, to the gospel. It's assuming, you know, that you're Christian, but that section right there, it really points to law. The idea that children, when they're being brought up, they have to be taught how to behave before they believe. Exactly what you're talking about here. And in order for that to happen, you've got to have a structure, and not just a structure, but that structure of the family actually has to have a direction. Otherwise, children are just sort of left to their own devices. So again, this goes back to what we're talking about with the idea that we need structure, that we need order, that we need leadership, that we need mentoring, that we need discipleship, but that we also need a standard.
You know, one of the things that is so odd about sort of the current moment is that we constantly say what we pursue is.
And it's like, and you know, like Pastor Vody said, we need a standard. And whether we want to be honest about it or not, how much a man makes also sets the standard, because daddy has to be competitive. Like, how can children be motivated to get straight A's, or to want to have A's, or to want to be on the A and B honor roll? You know, how can children be inspired if daddy is happy being mediocre? If you're okay making 50,000, but there's barely enough food, there's barely everything is always the bare minimum. How can the children be inspired to be like, wow, I want to be just like daddy? Daddy is defeated. You're not even inspirational to your own kids. So I'm like, you cannot say that a high value man only makes, he can make 50, 60 as long as he has a good heart. Man, bump that. You think when you go out with your kids and you're constantly saying, no, we can't afford this. No, we can't afford that. No, we can't afford this. You think these kids going to even look up to you like, what the heck? What's wrong with this man? Why don't you have money? Why don't you have money? Why do you never have money? That makes no sense. That truly makes no sense. And that's why a lot of children, right? A lot of children who grew up with like spiritual, like hyper spiritual parents who were always in the church, who never worried about money, who never worried about finances. These kids, when they get older, they hate the church because all they saw at church was a bunch of broken, defeated, broke people who never have money, but they singing all day. They're in church all day. They're begging all day. They panhandle all day. That's why so many people don't want to go to church, because the church is full of losers. Okay? You have to pray for everything. You want new shoes? Oh, let's pray about it. You want this? Let's pray about it. Meanwhile, they have friends. They see stuff on social media. When those people want stuff, they just go and get it. They don't pray. Right? They don't pray. They just go and get it. Why are we praying for this? Like, it makes no, kids are confused. The Bible talks about you can walk on water. You can raise the dead. You can do this. But my mom, she always has to pray to get stuff. She always has to wait for someone to give her charity. You know, the children, they grow up, they resent the church because it's like, these people are not self-sufficient. Meanwhile, you have a bunch of unbelievers. They buy what they want when they want. They don't pray. You know, and it hurts the kids. So they get older. They're like, man, bump this church business. It's a waste of my time. That's why more Christian kids now are more secular. Because they see that people who are secular, they're go-getters. They go out there, they get it, they work hard. You know, they don't need God for everything. When you are super spiritual, you pray, like you are always praying. It damages the children. Because how can you say that you serve this powerful God, but you can't even make groceries? It's embarrassing. How can you say that Jesus walked on water, but it's like you, like every time the power gets cut off? Like, I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, this is just shameful behavior. So the kids, they grow up. They're like, I don't want nothing to do with this, because this church business, it represents like people just go there to be mediocre. It's mediocrity. It's full of excuses. You always have to pray. You're told that money doesn't matter. You know, oh, character matters. Oh, shut up with your spiritual religious ass. No, people want to win. People want to enjoy life. People want to be self-sufficient. People want to be able to, like, you know, if I want to treat myself to a trip, I got the money. You know, so that's why a lot of people are leaving the church, because it's a place for broken, defeated people who gave up. You gave up. And the majority of people who are always like super spiritual, hyper spiritual, they are defeated. They gave up. Oh, I'm not worried about this world. I'm waiting for Jesus to come. Shut up. He's not coming. Okay, that's what you're waiting on. He is not coming. Definitely not coming for you. Okay, like, go somewhere. It's just bizarre. It's very bizarre. It doesn't make sense. God is so powerful. God has this. God has this. And mommy, you came and buy me a pair of tennis shoes? Like, make him. How can you tell your child that God is powerful? He's the creator of the universe. And then your child asks you for a little game that's $50. You don't have it. Meanwhile, all his friends have it. You know, you can't even buy your babies new shoes every 3 months or 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Everything on them is the thrift store. It's used, reused, passed down. But you talk about God is good. God is the creator of the universe. And Jesus is the Messiah. Oh, shut up. Like, be quiet. Like, please be quiet.
Diversity. We want diversity, and we have to recognize other people's diversity. But what we've actually done is we've flattened human beings into androgynous widgets who apparently have the same level of development from the time they are one to the time that they die. And so we treat children like they are adults, but they are genderless adults who can make full decisions about everything on their own at the age of 5 without any sort of previous roles or structures. And that's not the way that life actually works. I mean, as you are pointing out correctly, in my view, life is a series of roles, and those roles are provided to you by your biology, which was implanted in you by God. And that is the way that society works. And when we sort of arrive on this earth and we're told, make your own way without any of those structures, you're no better off than, there's an actual phrase that's used in Hebrew called Tinok Shenishba, a baby born in a forest. The idea is that a baby born in a forest has no actual moral obligations because there's no structures around them. It's literally the biblical excuse for not being responsible for your own sin. And we've created an entire society of babies in the forest by deliberately removing the parents and the home and the church and structures from around them. And then we wonder why people are wandering around aimlessly.
And they're insecure, and they have more problems with mental health than any other generation has ever had before. You know, I'm sure you remember the famous experiment. It's been done a number of times. You take children out for recess, you know, and there's no fence, and the children all stay huddled closely together by the building. But the minute you put a fence, the children wander all around the yard and play. The idea there is those boundaries make children safe. And it makes children feel safe. And we have a bunch of children growing up without boundaries, and they don't feel safe. And here's a news flash. If they don't have boundaries, they're not safe.
Our friends over at Genucel sold out of their dark spot corrector, and our listeners have been begging for a restock. Well, great news. Just in time.
Okay. So that was my little, it's not okay. It's really dangerous. I'm like, you cannot sit here and talk about this, because even if you yourself as a woman, you are okay with struggle love, it's not okay for the kids. It's not okay for the kids, because to have a certain amount of income or wealth, it provides a fortress for the children. You know, if you always say no to your kids, they're going to find a way to get what they want, and it's not going to be a good way. You know, you can't always say no to children, right? You can't say, oh, we don't have it. Child, they're going to find a way, because they want things too. Like, their friends have stuff. They see stuff on Instagram, on TikTok, whatever. You can't always say no to young people. You know, some days if they have good grades, like, you know, you have to give them nice things too. Not all the time now. Hold up, wait a minute. But you should be able to give them things, you know, once in a while. Like, I appreciate you, because that's also love language, right? But to always say to kids, I don't have it. We don't have it. We can't pay for this. It's either the water bill or the this. Oh, child, no. Absolutely not. So this is the hold on. This is the name of the video with Pastor Vody. Okay. If you want to watch the entire video, that's the name of it. Let me see. Right? Then oh gosh, I was talking about my Megan and what's her name? Like now we gotta move on to Megan and B Simone. Because I need to talk about these two. Because here you have another religious zealot. Because Megan, she is a religious freak. She needs to be stopped. Remind me later. Hold on. What do I have here? Let me get to this one. Let me play the audio. Megan, where you are? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Let me see. Let me play this just a bit.
He wants to use you for his.
Okay, now she should be back in my story. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Oh, let me see. Okay, I remember something. Hold on. If you guys remember this, because we watched this a long time ago. Let me see if I can find it. You know, that's why I'm like, these boys, oh, he reads the Bible. Bump the Bible. Hold on. Where's that couple we had that one time? This guy. Remember this fool? Some of y'all new here, so you probably don't remember him, but the rest of us do. Okay.
And hadn't even said anything to her. Right. They were a little like, okay.
Met my knight in shining armor.
You did.
I work out every day, so I'm ready. I am ready for this.
You ready, Tatiana?
Yes.
All right, we in this thing. So was it triggers that was pushed in the journey?
Yes. There were definitely things that happened between us that reminded me of things in my past that
let me see. Because this guy, this another man, because she was like, oh, he reads the Bible. He reads the Bible. He reads, well, shut up. Let's go.
So was it triggers that was pushed in the journey?
Yes. There were definitely things that happened between us that reminded me of things in my past that a light went off where I was kind of like, you know what, this might not be, even when we were dating, that reminded me, you know what, I remember telling her one day, I was like, I don't think this is going to work. And I told her, and the one crazy thing about it was, we were by her house and I lived like 40 minutes away. And this time, after we had that conversation, I basically said, look, I might go my own way.
Yeah, he was done with me.
He was done?
Yeah.
Done.
I had been withholding information.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Gotta be careful, man.
I thought I was protecting his heart. Right? But you know,
that's what she called it.
Yeah, that's what she called it. Lies and trying to just be deceitful, it eventually comes out.
Come
you know
out.
What I'm saying?
My mom's always say what happens in the dark comes to light.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
And so it did come to light. He was like, I'm done with you.
This is interesting to get to the place of being done when your journey started out where you knew that she was the one. And so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna ask y'all, if there was a title, if it was a movie and they named the movie after your love story, what would that title be?
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Man. It could even be like
Fire.
Man on Fire. It could even be like a Romeo and Juliet, though, because for me, I felt like I had met my knight in shining armor.
You did?
Yes. But then
you see how women get to see knight in shining armor. Like, girl, bye. That does not exist. Oh my gosh.
I got to that death point, like hit rock bottom. And the only reason I was able to crawl out of that was God.
And that was during the dating phase?
That's through the whole relationship.
Okay.
I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, because we had got year 7 and it was.
Everybody talk about that. The 7-year itch.
Yeah, that 7-year
I thought
itch.
7 was supposed to be like a good thing.
Yeah. No, I was itching all over, man. It was tough. It was really tough to even be in the same household tough to be in close proximity, close to be in the same zip code.
It was like that?
Yeah,
You didn't
Y'all
know,
just couldn't stand each other's presence?
No, it was like, because when I met him, I was like, oh, he's so kind. He was different. Okay. He was different. And then when the,
what do you mean different?
And that's what that girl said. Oh, as long as he's kind, as long as he's generous, as long as he reads the Bible. By the time they got to year 7, he wanted to throw her ass out the house. If you're not familiar with this story, it's like you're like confused, right? If you've been here, you know these two. So if y'all don't know, this man, the way he met this girl, he was love bombing her. Love bombing her. His dad is a bishop. He took her to church. He had her baptized. He had her give her life to Jesus. Okay. By the time they got to I think like before even year 7, he traumatized this girl. Woo, I monetized it. He traumatized this girl. Like he put her through hell. The guy she met the first time, the man she ended up marrying, 2 different people. But he's a good man, Savannah. Yeah, right. Whatever. He reads the Bible. His daddy's a bishop. He goes to church. I just got baptized. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. She said people romanticize from Romeo and Juliet, but they both ended up dead. Exactly. Yeah, they have kids. When she had her last baby, he didn't even want to hold the baby. I think he was gonna file for divorce when she was in the hospital. He said he's filing for divorce. Okay. Like, yeah. Like, what in the world? He's crazy.
What do you mean different?
You were just like, he was a gentleman. When he approached me for the very first time, he came up to me like grabbed my hand lightly, was like, "Excuse me, miss, what's your name?" And that was not normal, you know.
Grab my hand gently.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, this is new." And so to me, that was
the bare minimum. She was impressed by a man saying, "Excuse me, miss, can I grab your hand?" And that just like, oh my gosh. Like I said, the bare minimum. This is just crazy. Because he's being polite. Just because somebody's being polite does not mean they're good. Anybody can be polite. I even said even serial killers. A lot of serial killers are very charismatic. A lot of serial killers are very polite. Okay? But look, he's nice. He's nice. He reads the Bible. I don't fall for that stuff. Let me see your work ethic real quick. Let me see some.
intriguing and also his persistence, because when we first met, it was like game on. He was like, "I'm gonna hit you up every single day."
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
How did you meet him?
So we met at a Diddy party.
Yeah.
Diddy was in town in Detroit. Go Detroit. And so he was having a party for Ciroc or whatever, and she was one of the promotional modeling girls. And so I walked in. I came in the door. I was very tired because I just came in from LA. And so I was tired. I didn't even want to go that night. But obviously, I saw my fellas getting ready, and I'm like, you know what? I ain't gonna be the person that's still at home when everybody else out having fun. So I got there, and as soon as we pulled up, I was like, oh my God, I should have just stayed home. I just felt a bad vibe. It's like, this is just go home right now. Literally was about to go home.
Really?
Walk in the door, and about 125 feet away, there is this beautiful woman that like was so intriguing, almost like a light around her, that I said within seconds, I said, there goes my wife. And that night, you know, I saw her from afar. I text my boys like, "Yo, I just met my wife."
How would you say you just met your wife and you just see?
I just saw her. You said what?
Yeah.
Like,
how would you think that was your wife?
It was like a straight download.
Well, what if she was already married?
It didn't matter.
he was gonna steal it.
For real though, it was like a straight download. I don't. Men talk about like love at first sight. Is it real?
Yes.
That day, I swear, I saw her from 125 feet. She was up in the VIP area. I saw this woman, and I've seen beautiful women. I've traveled across all the world. I've seen beautiful women. They come and go. But this one from afar was just like, I was like, that's your wife.
And you saw. So is this a packed club? Is it?
So he's at a Diddy party. This is the son of a bishop. Okay. This is a son of a bishop at a Diddy party. And he's saying, well, he's at a Diddy party. God said to him, that girl up there, that's your wife. These people are crazy. He said, I travel all around the world. I met a lot of pretty ladies, but this one right here, my girl, and that's what he told her. She was impressed because he compared her to other women. And then he said that she's the most beautiful he's ever seen. And she fell for that stuff. Goofy stuff. These people are crazy.
Is this an event where there's a lot of people at?
A lot of people at. A lot of people at.
And it's dark. Like how did you see me?
Man,
how did you see me?
Man, you had on this blue dress. It was
I know
all the details. I know all the details. Your hair was slow. It was dark. She used to wear dark hair, and she had dark hair. She looked as pretty as she did now. And I saw her, and I was just like, "That's my wife."
You just looked at her and said, "That's."
Looked at her. I told my boys. I text my boys. I just saw my wife.
So would you casually throw this stuff around in the past? See a woman and say, "That's my wife"?
No.
So you was never that dude.
No.
Yes.
They knew. They thought I was joking, and the only reason they thought I was joking was because not that I would say something like that. I've never said anything like that before. But the fact is that I said I just saw my wife and hadn't even said anything to her. They were a little like, okay, whatever, whatever. And so, within 10 months we were married.
All right. So how did you get from I see her to I talk to her? What happened?
Man, so I was strategizing that night because she was 125 feet away and she was in the VIP section with Diddy, and I was supposed to be in that section. But I knew if I went into that section, then it's kind of like I'm amongst everybody else. I wanted a moment that I knew that it was just gonna be me and her. So I waited and
he wanted a moment where he didn't have to compete with other men with higher value. Do not fall for this. Because at a Diddy party, it's a lot of rich dudes up there, right? Basketball players, ballers, shot callers, you name it, right? So he once said, I just didn't want to go up there because you didn't have pockets to even go up there. Be quiet, okay? Be quiet. If he had the money, I'm telling you, if he had the money, if he was a millionaire, he would have gone up there. But he didn't have it. So he had to wait for the end of her shift so he could approach her to make sure nobody else who had the money talked to her already. He's a coward. He don't compete. Child, please. You see something you want, you're not gonna go talk to her. You're gonna wait for her to come back with that way. I'm talking to her by myself. Child, your pockets were low. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full blown. Okay, and the ladies, leave your man at home because it's 11:30 and the club is bumping. Okay, he went to the club with the ballers, the shot callers. Okay, he didn't have it. He didn't have it.
I kind of looked, got closer and closer, kind of looked, but didn't want to see, two stalkers. She was coming down the steps, and then that's when I took my opportunity to talk to her.
And did that whole hand thing, excuse me.
So that means he was not in the VIP section. Because unlike his daddy, okay, he's the son of the bishop. He ain't the bishop now. Because the bishop would have been up there. Because the bishop got the money. Because the bishop is the high value man. Okay, this dude right here. Oh yeah, he's foolish. He's very, very silly. You think he's slick?
Yeah, that's when he gently put his hand on you. Yeah. So what did you think when you first met him?
Nothing.
So nothing.
Oh man,
I didn't.
America, the world. Did you
I know.
hear that?
I'm so sorry.
Here I am saying,
okay.
I see my wife 125 feet away, and she's like, "Oh, yes, okay."
I'm serious. I mean, that's just where I was.
Were you used to guys hitting on you all the time?
Yes.
And so, how did you view that? Was it like, were you the type that says, "I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go to work. I don't want no guy trying to talk to me"?
Well, yes. At that moment, I was at that because I had just got out of a really bad relationship.
Okay.
So I was done with guys. Period. I was done with life, and I was.
Were you done with guys? Were you gonna go to girls at that point?
No, I was just done, just in general dating. Right? Yeah, you do. I know, right?
And women like, I'm done with guys. So
no, I was just done with life, and I wanted to escape. So I was like, I'm gonna move to Miami. My brother's out there. I can do fashion out there. I can do modeling out there. I just wanted to escape what I was in at the present moment.
But you also said that you told me before that you didn't even care if you died. Correct. In a sense, like
wow.
You didn't care
what
happened.
So
what was making you give up on life?
Toxic relationship. And I had been in relationships where I was cheated on, lied to, and I was just done because when I get in a relationship, I'm loyal, I'm committed, and I give. Well, I thought I gave my all, but I gave my all, and I was hurt for the last time, and I was like, you know what, I just need to be single, and I just need to enjoy my singleness, because it's almost like I got into a serious relationship, like one after another. And so, yeah, I was just going to escape. And I was on a path of making a lot of really reckless just decisions. And so when he came up to me, it was kind of like a breath of fresh air because it was different how he approached me. And so something felt different there. But
you didn't want to make the
I didn't want anything serious. If he asked me for my number, sure, here you go. I'm gonna give my number to whoever asked me tonight. I don't care. I don't care. Who wants a number?
Oh, man.
You get a number. Man, you get a number. Everybody get the number.
Make me look not memorable right now. Like make me look real bad.
Hey,
but
you
it's
are
all good.
still here.
I am still here. You are right.
You the one.
And so the next day, after we meet, she texts me and she's like, "Can you send me a picture of you?" And I'm like,
it was dark. I was working. I was busy. I didn't know which one you were.
This just came to my mind. She didn't remember who it was.
Oh yeah, because Dimples.
Yes, because I had called her Dimples.
Yes.
And she said somebody else that night had called her Dimples. So she's trying to figure out which dude is it. And I'm like, how many dudes did you give your number to last night? I'm thinking this was the most memorable experience.
You see, that's what he was afraid of. Mm-hmm.
I met my wife. She knows I'm
I'm sorry, babe. We were in two different places.
Yeah, we were.
Two totally different places.
And so she asked for a picture. Did you send her a picture?
I sent her a picture. I was at the Mercedes-Benz dealership. I had a Benz at the time. And so it was in service. So I took a picture like this, smiling. But I didn't know that the Benz...
Yes, you did. Don't even lie. You went like this. You can see, right.
What angle is this? No, so I took the picture. And so, so she must have liked the look.
I did. So this is what I said. I was like, okay, he's cute. I can talk to him. But I didn't like, I felt like he was trying to show what he has. And I'm just not that girl. Like, I don't care what kind of money you got. All that. I want your heart.
Well, answer this, because women say that, and you see a woman as attractive as you.
Uh-huh.
Women say that stuff.
Don't it sound good?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah.
But is that a really true statement?
Ask him about my past, who I dated before.
Okay. Has she dated guys?
I don't know them personally, but I just know I've seen them.
But I'm talking about financially, where were they?
But I mean, I was young. Like, I was in my early 20s. Like, who is really financially stable?
Well, I'm talking about you have some little dope boys. Like, you grew up in Detroit.
So she said earlier that she had bad relationships, reckless relationship, right? And guess who she was dating? Bunch of broke boys. So I'm like, to say that finances don't matter, like, I'm like, child. Okay. Mm-mm.
Oh, you may have some little dope boys, and they really trying to shoot their shot at girls like you. So at the end of the day, you're telling me in the state that you're at, and you're at a party hosted by Diddy.
Right.
So you're meeting these industry people with money. You tell me in your mind, you look at those guys and be like,
yes, I would get approached by celebrities,
That's what I'm
basketball players. It just wouldn't faze me. That was not impressive. You had to stand out in some way. Like, your money was not going to talk to me. It just doesn't.
She says that. I can't vouch for it because I wasn't there during that time period, but she has told me that, countless people, because I basically did, when I met her, I did, how you get a job and then they do this search to make sure that you ain't committed no felonies. I did a search through every athlete, every friend, every person I knew to see if there was some history. Did anybody know who Tatiana Thomason was? And there was no history. There was no history. So I'm like, I'm in the clear. So it must have been because she can't, as beautiful as she was, just not just on the outside, but also on the inside. I knew for a fact that somebody must have known her or talked to her, but it really came down to like.
Let me fast forward a little bit to when he started like traumatizing her. Hold on.
Why is your wife really leaving you? Is it because you have constant fighting and bickering?
I told you I was in a bad place.
She was in a place and she said, listen, I ain't got nothing to give nobody.
However, I will say this, that the more he stuck around, because he was so persistent, I did start to be like, okay, I'm done with you.
Yeah.
Mom.
Yes.
As if she was part of the family.
Yes.
What? He's only a couple hours old.
I made myself very comfortable.
Like, literally, we had the picture today. She's like, as if she was already in there.
So what made you do that? What made you?
Hold on. Let me see.
It was a huge wedding.
Yeah. And that's another thing I remember, even from the first moment I stepped into the
like, it's just
when he touched you, and vice versa. When she touched you,
no, I'm serious. It was like literal butterflies when I would kiss him. It was like heaven. Do you know what I'm saying? It felt so good. So I was like, okay, we gotta do this right.
But in your mind, what would you adopt? Was there such thing as a right in your mind, just coming out of the world, so to speak?
No. So this is the thing. He started to now. I had Bible study now every day with this man.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you see? What I tell you? What they're doing? They're doing Bible study together. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. She said, we're doing Bible study. Did y'all hear this? They're doing Bible study. Hold on. I told y'all. I said, these people are crazy. Do not Bible study. Yeah, right. It's not going to be me. You're crazy.
But it was the fact that she said, for whatever reason, I'm being drawn to the God in you. I don't even know it's God, but it's something.
I'm being drawn to the God in you. God, forgive me. Lord Jesus, my poor baby. You meet a man at a Diddy party, and you talk about there's God in him. Girl, there's lust in him. Go sit down somewhere. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. The God in him. The God in who? A man you met at a Diddy party? Girl, if you don't go to sleep, you are insane.
these fruits of the spirit that you're exemplifying.
Yes.
She don't know it's fruits of the spirit.
Right.
She's just feeling something that's different from these other trifling dudes I done dealt with. But I feel a drawing towards you, and then she ended up falling into a relationship with God.
Yeah.
That is absolutely beautiful.
Look at God.
Look at God. Look what he did.
And he will. That's the thing. He will do
And
it.
so you said, and so now y'all are dating each other. Y'all had that bump in the road. Y'all come together through this level of vulnerability. And then what did it look like? What made you say, let's get married pretty much within the first year that we met?
So we were actually looking to get married the following year.
Okay.
But my father said, when I see y'all might want to get married now.
A little quicker.
Y'all might want to get married
much
just a
temptation.
little quicker. I don't really think it's wise. That's why you got to have spiritual wisdom in your life, right? He's like, I don't really think it's wise for you to be like,
She's smart. You know, we had to do some things too. Like we purposefully, we were very intentional on not kissing.
Y'all wasn't kissing?
We had stopped kissing. We had stopped like having even like close proximity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it was like fire there.
Yeah.
Like if I touch her, it's just like fire, just burn. Like it's just
when he touched you, and vice versa. When she touched you,
yeah.
No, I'm serious. It was like literal butterflies when I would kiss him. It was like heaven. Do you know what I'm saying? It felt so good. So I was like, okay, we gotta do this right.
But in your mind, what would you adopt? Was there such thing as a right in your mind, just coming out of the world, so to speak?
No. So this is the thing. He started to now. I had Bible study now every day with this man.
Really?
Yes, because I was on fire.
She said we have Bible study every day. I told you, don't you dare do Bible study with a man. Girl, this is spiritual warfare. Don't do it. Bible study my behind. You got me messed up. Okay, hold on.
Kindness, these fruits of the spirit that you're exemplifying.
Yes.
She don't know it's fruits of the spirit.
Right.
She's just feeling something that's different from these other trifling dudes I done dealt with. But I feel a drawing towards you, and then she ended up falling into a relationship with God.
Bible study now every day with this man.
Really?
Yeah.
She said, okay. So she said, what? Hold on. Oh, this is too funny.
I mean, there was like fire there.
Yeah.
Like if I touch her, it's just like fire, just burn.
Bible study now.
She said Bible study. My Lord.
Now I had tasted something I had never had before.
Yeah.
And I was so intrigued. And so he would give me these quizzes, and I wanted to learn.
She wanted to learn.
I really did. I hadn't had a Bible, so I didn't even know like the books of the Bible and all that. But when I start reading and like getting understanding, now I'm on fire. Now I just want to know some more because it's all so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you said you wanted to get married the following year. Your dad said, speed this up.
Yes.
Y'all got married in 10 months.
He doesn't believe in long engagements for that reason.
Yeah. And then
He's like, if you intended to marry,
wait.
and you have the means to get married, what you waiting for?
Yeah.
So it's wisdom.
So, and then when y'all got married, what were naysayers saying then?
I don't think anybody was saying it. Not on my side.
Like was people, because now you done got married. At first they see you walking around in church with this woman, and now you actually get married. And I know they announced it at the church. They said this stuff.
No, huge wedding.
It was a huge wedding.
No.
And that's another thing I remember, even from the first moment I stepped into the church, is the welcoming and the love that I received.
So you received love?
I received love.
Yeah.
There may have been some people, with a face.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let's fast forward.
Yes.
Expedia helps you find the right time to book.
She said my cousin was trapped the same way.
If you think you're beyond help,
I'm not doing Bible
watch
study
this
with you.
movie.
Had our third kid.
This fly's getting on my nerves.
Man, this fly is legit.
Yeah,
it's going all around in
yeah.
circles, but I'm focused in.
Go ahead, focus in.
It's probably on my head right now. But yeah, so I think it was a lot of different things that were happening. And you get to a point where you're like, man, did really God tell me this was my wife?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. What is he saying now? What is Bible study husband saying now? Hold on, 57. Okay, let's go right here. Okay. Where is he at? 57:22. Did God really tell me that this was my wife? Hold on, let me fast forward a little bit. Make sure I can do this. Let me start here.
Any other way?
There it is. So you said year 7 was a very rocky year. What happened in year 7 where y'all felt like it's time to walk away? Well, at least you said you wanted to walk away. I don't know where Tatiana was.
She put too much salt on my French fries.
I was trying to poison the man.
You know how it gets to a certain point where you're just going at each other. That it doesn't matter what it is. It becomes so much bigger. It was things like that. Obviously, I'm joking about this all the French fries, but I'm using it as an example to say it was basically anything and everything. We got to a certain point where pride was in the way. Now we had just had our third kid.
This fly's getting on my nerves.
Man, this fly is legit. It's going all around in circles, but I'm focused in.
Go ahead, focus in.
It's probably on my head right now. But yeah, so I think it was a lot of different things that were happening. And you get to a point where like, man, did really God tell me this was my wife?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure, God?
I would ask him that.
Are you sure it's not my wife just for the first 7 and then I got somebody different for the next 7? But yeah, it was really me thinking, is the grass really greener on the other side? And as most people say, no, just the other grass, somebody's fertilizing it. You start fertilizing yours.
There it is.
And so, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to tend to my grass. I didn't want to tend to this relationship. I didn't want to make things work. You start sabotaging, and you get to a point where you start sabotaging what God has blessed you with. That's a hard thing because God can only work with what you give him. And if you ain't giving him your marriage, and if you know, I just want to say something. If you don't give him yourself, there is no way for him to then help you out to then bless that.
Yeah.
Because you got to work on self. And if I don't work on me, I can't be the husband I'm supposed to be for her.
Facts.
I think we had a lot of expectations on each other too. Like I was expecting you to perform a certain way. You were expecting me to perform a certain way. And we weren't really internalizing and taking in what it is. Like you said, like doing that self-work on ourselves and realizing like, oh, we actually got some, work to do on ourselves before we start pointing fingers at somebody else.
And y'all had how many kids at this time?
We have 3. We have 3. So the third one just comes in. And I want to make a point because I told her this. So we've had 2 girls up front, Lillian and Christina. They're so beautiful. But we had got to a point that even in my mind, you know how when a baby's delivered. So here's my boy I've been believing for. And I'm a son that was prophesied over before I was here. Back then, you couldn't tell whether it was a boy or girl.
Yep.
My dad told the church, I'm having my son. This is my son. He's going to be born on my birthday. People laughed at him when he said that he was going to have a son because he had girls prior. But he's proclaiming, this is my boy. And so he took that as, I'm going to have so much faith. That boy going to be born on my birthday.
Sure.
And
You're born on his birthday?
I'm born on my dad's birthday.
This man stood up in front of his church and said that.
Right.
And then I was born on
that's a whole
lot of faith. And then I was born 2 hours or 3 hours before service. So he was with me an hour and a half and then goes and preaches.
And said, what did I tell y'all? Here's the receipt.
The message was, you can have what you say.
Wow.
So I'm brought up out of faith. So here I am, like, yes, I finally have my boy. I'm happy. I'm excited. And then even when the baby came out, when Andrew came out, it was like an hour and 15 minutes for me to even hold my son.
Wow.
And
because the baby's on me. They put it,
they put the baby on a woman. Yeah. And then it was like, oh, we got to clean him off. We got to test them. And I'm like, nobody cares if. And so it was just like, I'm using every single thing that is happening. It's just like, you know what?
He was done.
I was done.
He had checked out for real.
I'm like, you know what? As fine as you look, it don't even matter no more. As nice as you are on the inside, that's cool too. But I don't want to meet you no more.
And he would look me dead in the eye, holding our baby, like, I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
Not when the baby was born, not at that time.
Not them, but I'm saying like with one of our children, just like it was nothing. I don't want to be with you. And I'm like, wow.
How did you feel hearing
that? I was broken. I was.
Okay. So let's recap what the husband from the Bible study said. When he first meets her, of course. When he first met her at the Diddy party, oh, you're my wife, you're my wife, you're my wife. I was texting all my boys, you're my wife, you're my wife. I've been around the world. I've met all these beautiful ladies, but none of them compared to your beauty. Womp, womp, womp. Then they start doing Bible study every single day. They do Bible study in the morning. They do Bible study at night. They get married within 10 months. Okay, oh, the Bible, the church, the baptism, Now, 7 years in, she's at baby number 3. Wow, she just had the baby. This is at the hospital. The lady just had the baby because they're taking too long to get the baby together. It's like an hour and a half, he said, whatever. He looks at this woman who just delivered a baby. And he says to her, no matter, I mean, I guess you're fine and everything, but I don't want to be with you anymore. Just like that. Just like that. Yeah, just like that. That's why I say like all this, he's a nice man. He reads the Bible. We do Bible study together. Womp, 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 womp. This is a spoiled daddy's boy. He is a spoiled preacher's kid, right? That's what he is. That's what we say. Stay away from people who don't compete. Stay away from men who don't compete. He love bombed this girl. He love bombed her so much, she converted to being a Christian. She's not a Christian at first. She's not a Christian at first. He puts her in this religious weird stuff. He makes her do Bible study all day. Next thing you know, she's like, okay, I give my life to Jesus. Then she gets baptized. Then they keep doing more Bible study. Then she agrees to marry him. She meets his family. Because even initially, he was hiding from her that his dad was a bishop. Okay. All right. That's why I said, like, no, go do Bible study with men. We're not doing Bible study together. Okay. Now she's having the third baby at the hospital because it's taking too long. He's like, oh, I don't care how fine you are. I'm done. I checked out. I don't want to do this. She just had the baby. This dude is crazy. He really is crazy. He was going to file for divorce right after she had the baby. That's what he's telling her.
Was like dying inside.
So you wasn't at a stage where you felt the same way?
It had gotten to that point, yeah, because it's almost like if he gonna be like that, then I'm gonna be like that.
Right.
I'm sick of being the stronger one, or I'm sick of feeling like, oh, I need to try to work on it, and you don't even care. So yeah.
And if you remember, she said, oh, I don't care how much money you make. I just want you to love me, love all this goofy stuff, right? Oh, I have butterflies when I kiss them. I thought he was my Prince Charming, my knight in shining armor. I don't care about money. I don't care about how much money he makes. Okay. As long as, like, you know, he's his daddy makes money. He lives off his daddy's money. He doesn't compete. All right, there you go.
So it was very hurtful.
Of course.
But something inside, once again, like deep down was like, but God gave you a promise. So before I had even gotten saved and all that, God had told me that he was my husband. So, and he gave me confirmation with visions of
God did not God didn't tell you he was your husband. This man had you in a whole religious cult. Like, he had you in a whole movement. So, like, yeah, she was Scorpio. I'm like, no. This man was, I'm like, you guys, he was all up in her space because I didn't play the whole thing. You can watch the whole thing later. Like, when they started talking, he would drive to her house every single day. He was at her house every day. When he could not be at her house, he was on the phone with her for hours. Like, child, like, he just sucked her into his orbit. So to say that, oh, God told me, how do you know? You were like, he was around you all the time. Okay. So I'm like, it's very easy to think it was God, but I'm like, no, he was so much into your space. Like, she couldn't even breathe. Then he introduces her to religion, to Jesus, and the only reason why he introduced her to Jesus, because as a pastor's kid, he knew his dad was not going to be okay if he married someone who was secular. So he had to quickly, like, turn her into a Christian. It's a lot. It's a lot of spiritual. It's a lot of religious manipulation going on here. So I'm like, she cannot say that God told her. God told you what? Girl, please. He smothered you. Like, she was smothered. Yeah, he really was love bombing her, because I didn't play the whole thing, but you guys can watch it later. He was at her house every day, all the time. If he was not at her house, he was on the phone with her for hours. So because he didn't want her to talk to any other man. So he completely, like, infested, like a roach infestation. Like, she was infested by his presence. Okay. You know? So I'm like, you can't really say when you're constantly with someone all day, every day, then you do Bible study every day, all day. You read the Bible all day, every day. And you feel like, oh my gosh, he's so different than my exes. That, you know what he's giving? Devon Franklin. Like, the more I feel like, yes, that's exactly what Devon Franklin did to Megan Good. Okay. That's it. This dude right here, that's exactly what he did to this girl. Okay. I'm like, that's it. This right here. They love bomb you. They put you in religion. Like they're responsible for your conversion. How can your husband be the one to introduce you to Jesus, do your altar call, baptize you, then marry you? Like, that's too much. Yeah, that's exactly what Devon Franklin did to her. She stopped smoking. She became celibate, allegedly, because they were in a bed together, right? She started reading the Bible. She started being baptized. She confessed. She did the altar call. Like, Devon Franklin, he loved Megan Good, and he put a lot of religion into it, you know? So I'm like, child, what are you doing to this woman? Okay. You know? And then like, a few days before the 10-year anniversary, you file for divorce, and she finds out on Instagram. Like, you scammer, go somewhere. Like, you're crazy. Hold on, where is it? Hold on.
I saw vividly us with a child on the pulpit.
Or something.
Yes.
Before you got saved.
Correct.
On the pulpit.
But this is what I used to pray, and this is before salvation. I used to pray for a man that would teach me things. And now this man comes and teaches me the things of God. God says to me, what better thing can a man teach you than the things of God? And I was like, oh my God.
But okay, hold on. First and foremost, if you want a man to teach you stuff, sis, you can go sign up for a college degree. Okay, so that way there's no sexual exploitation. You want to learn some things, go to school. I don't know why people hate going to school like this. Okay, you want to learn something, go to school. You want to learn something from a man, usually like major in the sciences, like math, engineering, computer science. Most people there, most professors are male. Okay, so that's that. Now you say you want a man to teach you things of God. Find a great church. Find a great church. You can have a great pastor. You can have great deacons. Like, okay. But to put your lover in a position to also be your teacher, that's a very dangerous power dynamic. Because imagine that. You put your lover in a position to be your teacher of spiritual things. Now you're going to feel like, oh, he knows more than me. He can talk to God better than me. He can receive dreams better than me. Want. That is very dangerous. That is seriously dangerous. No, thank you. I'm good. I can talk to my pastor. Okay? No. Because human beings always look to exploit power. No. No.
Oh my God, I have to marry this man.
Oh,
so that's what I went through in the beginning.
Oh my gosh.
So now we're going through this craziness. And I'm like, Lord, what is happening? Because you told me this is my husband.
There you go.
Why are we going through this? And I'm not realizing that God's saying, you know, we're going to go through tribulations and all that, you know, but so I'm mad at God. And then he gives me clear instructions. He's like, okay, Tatiana, you got some work to do. And
imagine you decide to give your heart to a man you met at a club, and now your marriage is wonky and you're mad at God. Girl, you're silly. You met your husband at a Diddy party. You married a man you met at a Diddy party, and now your marriage is wonky, and you're mad at God. Girl, you are insane. Like, you're crazy.
Thinking like
you are crazy.
It was toxic though.
It was bad.
For how long?
Oh gosh.
Years.
Yeah, up and down.
From what? Say from year what to what? Was 7 to 11?
Yeah. No, for real.
Maybe 17. Maybe
17.
17. Toxic.
10 was rock bottom.
Don't like each other.
10 was like,
we were not sleeping in the same bed. We were disrespectful, like even in front of the children. Like, I was basically jumping out of the car. Like, I didn't even want to be with him. You know, it was.
You talking y'all driving down the street like, pull up,
in the driveway. Like, it would still be moving, and I'd be like, I'm out. Like, just jumping out. Just nasty.
Were y'all going to counseling at all?
No. So this is the thing. I wanted to go, and I'd be like, John, let's go, and he was not willing.
Why not, Jonathan?
Because he didn't want to be exposed. Because she put him in a position where he's her spiritual leader. He's not going to go. He's not going to go. Because if he goes, because you go to a therapist, she's not involved in y'all's religious, weird-ass, cultish shit. She's going to call it out for what it is. Because see, where he thrives is in a spirit, like in a religious environment. He has all the answers, right? You take him out of this religious environment where he actually has to deal with professionals, people who don't believe in his Bible and whatever he says about his Bible, right? He's going to be exposed. That's why you don't make a man your spiritual leader. We're not doing Bible study together. I don't think so. You need to know God for yourself. Your lover cannot be, oh, I'm going to introduce you to Jesus. I'm going to deliver you. I'm going to give you your altar call. I'm going to be the one to baptize you. Then I'm going to be the one to marry you. Then I'll be the, no, that's just too much that's just excessive. Like, that's why we have 3 branches of government. Like, you got to have checks and balances. That's just too much. Yeah, it's too much. It's too much.
I didn't feel like there was anything to counsel.
Of course you didn't.
I had made my decision.
Do you see what I had to deal with?
I had made my decision that I didn't want to do it.
So why didn't you file?
Why didn't I file?
Yeah.
Because it was easier to stay?
Because you talking about year 7. You talking about 3 years?
Right. So when you have kids,
yes,
it becomes so hard to walk away.
Yes.
Because you're looking at their faces.
Yep.
Yeah.
And anytime that you feel like, even when you were a kid, when things would just be disappointing in your life, you'd be like, oh, you go to your parents for that covering, that love.
Yep.
And they were just like, looking at our kids, I just can't walk away right now. That would be the excuse.
So was there
and do not fall for this. He didn't care about his kids. If he really cared about the kids, he would have made it work. Because if mommy is jumping out of a moving car, you guys are fighting, you're toxic. Y'all so toxic. She's jumping out of a moving car in front of the children. So if you say, oh, I love my kids and I really want to be there for them, you would have worked on your relationship to make it healthier. You didn't want to walk away because you didn't want to pay child support. We will not be bamboozled, right? Because if you love your children, you don't want your kids to witness domestic violence, right? So why you stayed was, with 3 kids, you knew you were going to have to pay child support. And also because your dad's the bishop, right? You being the son of the bishop, because one thing too, like I didn't play the whole thing, but he's supposed to inherit the church. So whenever his dad is no longer bishop, he's going to be bishop of the church. So you like, the Black church is a family business. Your dad's the bishop, right? If you have a divorce like that, it affects the brand. You know, it can split the church. It will affect the church. So I'm sure his dad also talked to him. And his dad said, no, you can't divorce her. Because he lives off his daddy. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not a good look. Because the church going to talk about it. The people going to talk about it. Social media going to talk about it. So this thing about, I'm just here for my kids. No, he's full of crap. This man is not to be believed. Keep it a buck. If I love my kids so much, do I really want us to be yelling and screaming and fighting? You're going to be like, you know what? Let me be the first person to say, fine, let's fix this, right? But she's jumping out of cars and you don't want to go to therapy, but you love your kids. Child, bye. Number 1, you feared your dad because he's going to take you off his will because y'all going to split up the church. Then the tithes money, the bishop love offering, all that stuff going to start looking funny. The church might even split, right? There's going to be drama. It's going to be on social media, okay? So you got to protect the brand. Got to protect the family business, which is the church. Number 2, you divorce a woman with 3 kids and she's a stay-at-home mom. You're going to pay child support. You're going to pay alimony. And because you are a dependent of your father, you don't want to pay the money. So you're going to stay in this marriage and act like a child because you are always a child. Nobody meets a woman. You can't, oh, she's my wife. You barely even know her. Don't even know her name. How do you know she's your wife? Like, what the freak? And my thing is, you see her. You are in LA at a party. How you know she's not a transvestite? How do you know? Like, I'm like this day and age, like, oh yeah, that's my wife over there. Because you see a pretty thing. Get closer. She might have an Adam's apple. Okay? Get closer. She might have a penis. Like, how you know that's not a man? Like, I never fall for that stuff. Oh, when I saw her, I knew she was my wife. Child, please. She could have been a transvestite for all you knew. She could have a whole Adam's apple. Okay? Then would you have married her? So shut up. Be quiet. You're crazy. I knew the moment I saw her, she was my wife. Shut up.
A countdown to when they got 18 and moved out?
In my head.
Because a lot of parents do that.
A lot of parents do that.
Yeah.
In my head, somewhat. Sometimes. But then there are other times where I'm like, yo, I'm about to call this divorce attorney.
Yeah.
And we about to just handle this thing. But it really was the God in her that switched everything.
How? Tatiana, what you do?
She begged.
I was obedient.
Uh-huh.
So God was like,
Oh God, here we go.
Tatiana, you just need to get back to the foundation.
Oh.
Your foundation of your marriage is me. And I'm like, but I'm praying. What's wrong? Yes, you're praying, but you're not standing in faith. He's like, wake up early in the morning before anybody wakes up. This is during summer, so the kids don't have to be up. And I don't like to wake up. So now you're telling me, God, to wake up early, and I don't want to.
Yeah.
So I wake up early. I go outside. I don't know what's going to happen, but I just am obedient. I go out there with the journal.
But you said you weren't obedient at first.
No, it took 2 days. So I pressed snooze. I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm tired. Third day, I finally go out. And I take a notepad, a pen, my phone, because I wanted to play some worship. And so I start with worship. And then I start to feel at peace. And God starts to download to me and talk to me. And I'm writing everything down. And now he's putting me into a place of like hope and peace and reassurance and confidence and reaffirming me of who I am in Christ, because he had been, making me feel like I'm worthless of a woman and a wife. And I'm feeling like I'm nothing at this point. Like this man don't even want to be with me anymore.
You see, do you see like the contrast from the first time he met her? And once he finally had her, how he started to treat her. So when he goes to this Diddy party and he sees all these ballers, shot callers being attracted to her, he's like, oh, wow. Because now there's a challenge there because all these guys that have a bunch of money are interested in her, right? So now he wants to feel like, yeah, I can be one of those dudes too. But because he's a coward, he waits for her to come out the VIP section. He catches her around the bar, the stairs somewhere, because he don't compete. He's a coward, right? His daddy competes. His daddy built the church. He's going to inherit the church, but daddy built the church. Right? All this money he's taking to fly and go places is daddy's money. Mercedes car he driving, daddy's money. He don't work. He a pastor kid playing Playboy. He not serious. Right? He's little punk. Now you bamboozle this girl. You marry us. You know she's secular, but because you know your dad won't approve, you come up with a scheme to turn her into a Christian in less than 3 days. Right? Then you marry her and all this religious, secular, like religious culture stuff. He marries this girl in less than 10 months. He gets her pregnant. They by 5-6 years, they already have 3 kids. And now he's like, I'm done. I'm done. Because it was all a game to him. It was all a game to him. Now he tells us, yeah, I know I was toxic. After he told us at the hospital, yeah, she just gave birth. And I said to her, I can't do this. I'm done. I'm not going to do this no more. Then he says, but for my kids, I didn't want to walk away from my kids because of my kids. Boy, shut up. Go feed that mess to somebody else. Me, I can't be scammed with this stuff.
And so now I'm holding on to these moments with God that were so precious. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I was lacking this intimacy with you. I didn't realize how much I needed this in order to stand during these tough moments. And that's the only thing that saved me during that time in our marriage. Because in our home, it was like hell. I just did not want to be in it. And so every day I got addicted to it because I was like, oh my gosh, if I just am out there, now I'm in peace and now I'm in hope. And it was a pivotal moment for me because when I would step back into the house, I was able to stand a little more boldly. And God affirmed me, said, I gave you a promise and I just need you to stand on it. And in my time, I'm going to turn it around. So then when he started to look at me and say, I don't want to be with you, in my mind, I would be like, it's just a matter of time. This is just a fake.
You see, he took a pretty girl that he couldn't get. He took a pretty girl that he could not get. Because he knew. She's not on his level. She's too much. She's like, He took a pretty girl he couldn't get. Turned her into a religious idiot. Married her, put a bunch of babies in her, broke her self-esteem. She forgot who she was. Yeah. And now look how he turned her. Oh no, be with the man as long as he's nice, as long as he got a good heart. Da, 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 da. As long as he reads the Bible and we do Bible study together. Shut up. That does not work over here. How crazy. Hold on.
Phase. This is just a moment. This is just a season. And in this moment, on the other side, we're going to be stronger and we're going to be better. And we're going to have a testimony from the test that we've been put through and a message from the mess that we've been in. And so I would still like love on him and I would put little notes and he wouldn't pay them no mind. And I would still make him dinner and he wouldn't eat it. And he would leave the house and not tell me he's leaving. And, you know, but I wanted at that moment now to be like Christ. I was like, Lord, you went to the cross for us. You died, you buried, you held everything for us. I need to be more like you. And so now he's showing me how to be more like him. And he started to notice that, right? And that kind of was because he didn't, it's almost like he didn't know how to receive that. He was like, how do I receive this love? And I'm acting crazy towards this woman now.
I didn't know where it was coming from.
Listen, my pastor preached a message this past Sunday. Pastor Evan preached a message. He was talking about serving your spouse as if you're doing it unto God.
Yeah.
You know? And he said, I know you probably stopped fixing your husband's dinner and you like, I don't know, this man crazy. He treat me like trash. I'm not finna do it or whatever. He said, but if you change your heart posture and you fix that meal and you go, here you go, baby, here it is. And he'll start looking and he'll be like, well,
it'll do.
And then he'll start changing his heart. And so this is a real life example of that. So Jonathan, what happened in that moment?
So for me, it started, God started to speak to me and say,
shut up.
Where did you go wrong in this? Because if you're supposed to love her as I love the church, you shouldn't be. I'm not leaving my church. I'm not leaving the body of Christ. I'm there for it. I'm the covering. I'm the head. And so, seeing her act the grace of God and allow the grace of God to flow through her, it's like, man, God, you got enough grace on me,
yes,
for us to get this thing right. When most women probably would have walked out and said deuces.
Yep.
Now, obviously, there's stuff that was happening this way too, but it wasn't about that, because as the head,
there it is.
It was up to me to set the tone and how this thing was supposed to go.
Yes.
I represented Christ in the beginning and said, hey, you plus me, this is what God can do for me and you, and this is how he will represent for us. And so losing sight of that, because even as a pastor, I can go preach messages, I can do a lot of different things, but to see the God change in her life where no matter what I said, it was almost like Teflon. It was coming, it was being blocked right off. Dinners was like looking good. I was like, man, let me just eat it because it looks like it was made with so much love. Let me just eat it. And seeing that really started to create intimate moments for us. And I remember I told her, I said, I apologize. And I said, I'm sorry for the missed moments.
That was big for me receiving that.
You said the missed moments?
Because when you think about when you're acting out of pride and you're holding on to a grudge that really you kind of made up in a sense. And yes, there could have been some reasons why, could have been valid. But God was like, nah, this is not what has been happening is not a result of what I wanted for y'all. And so I said, sorry for the missed moments. I'm sorry for the missed intimate moments. I'm sorry for the missed times that we could have had. I'm sorry for the missed moments of us just looking at each other and growing and maturing instead of we've been tearing down each other. Yeah. I'm just sorry because I'm held responsible as the man of this family. I'm sorry.
He said, what did she see in the slow talking fake chorus Bojo? He really is. When I tell you girls need patriarchy, y'all think it's a joke. He's full of crap. You guys, I swear, like, you know, I am proud to be a Christian. I can't deny this, but I do feel like religion has caused a lot of damage. Like, I don't know how else to say it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Religion has caused a lot of harm. People can become so spiritual, they become stupid. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I am so sorry. But, you know, that's why, like, when I hear people talk about religion too much, I get scared. Like, this is you. You're too much, because God gave us the ability to think for ourselves. Like, you have a brain, you know, you have a brain. Like, use your brain. God told me. God told me. Why does God have to tell you, like, you can't think for yourself? Right? You can't think for yourself. Everything you God. Yeah, it really has damaged people. It has damaged people. It holds Black people back. So me, it kind of like, that's why I said I don't want to do Bible study with you. Like, I believe in stoicism, because people will use religion to turn you into an idiot, you know? So like, you gotta be very careful. You know, this is a man who was doing Bible study with her. When he wanted to date her and be with her, and he wanted to commit, he wanted her to be his wife, he was doing Bible study with her every day. Bible study. When he could not go to her house and do Bible study, they would do Bible study over the phone. Right? Then once she agrees to marry him and step into the church and embrace that lifestyle, he puts 3 babies in her. She probably started gaining weight. She probably didn't look like the way she did when he met her at the Diddy party. Now he's staring at her. The lady just had a baby an hour ago, and he says, I don't want to be with you. I don't care how good you look. Want. What? You're crazy. Like, you are seriously crazy. Yeah. You know, because he's a spoiled brat. This is not okay. How can you tell a woman who just gave birth to a baby, and he said, oh, we have 2 girls because the last baby is a boy, right? She gives you your son, and then you say to her, I'm done. At the hospital. He said this at the hospital. My God.
And so that was a big moment for us, where we both looked at each other and said, now everything wasn't like, okay, 100, we never had an issue.
Right.
But that was a turning point in our relationship that turned us not towards one another, but turned us more towards him.
Yes.
And that is the difference maker. When you turn towards God, man, relationships. That's why the enemy doesn't want them to go further. Why? Because it's a.
And the real thing about him too, he reminds me of most kids, most boys, whose fathers are very successful and they like purpose. That's why he acts like this. He has no purpose. His daddy's very successful, because I'm sure the daddy built the church himself, right? Now the church is really big. His dad's probably a big bishop in Detroit, whatever, right? Like him, what does he have going on for himself? And that's what happens with a lot of these rich kids. Like, they're robbed of purpose. So when they grow up, they're womanizers. They play with women because they have nothing else going on. Got nothing else going on for yourself. Because he's not a competitive man. His dad is the one who compete, you know? So he has an easy life because of his dad. That's why he plays games like that. Yeah. Like, these people are crazy. Hold on.
The powerful force when 2 are walking together as one.
Yes.
And so realizing that, and then God used that the words that she wrote.
Yeah. So 2 years later, God's like, you got a whole message in this journal that I gave you. So
that you were writing outside that whole time.
I had no idea. I was using it as a saving grace, and now he's like, you got to share.
Is that your book?
World. Yes. Yes. That is my book.
Why I ain't got the book right?
It's right there.
Hey, I need the book. I need the book. Just slide on here, walk out on the camera. This. I remember you had your table set up, and you this. Oh, girl, that was the best commercial ever for this book. Brianna, can you hand me that? Come around the backside and grab that.
One is for you. One is for you, though.
Yeah, so
is that the one for you?
No, that's the intimate.
Is that the one?
Is there a message in there?
No,
so yours is the other one. Yeah.
Man, yeah, that little stand where the pen is at in front. This man, look. This is
And
crazy.
see, those are the notes right there that I was writing.
Wow.
Those are the actual. That's some of the actual notes that I wrote. And
Great are you, Lord.
Everything in there is from there.
Man, I love it when something has a story to it. You know, I love this heaven on earth. So God told you to take all that and write this devotional.
Yes.
God told her. She didn't. So we're supposed to sit here and be like, somebody who's in the church, you're part of the church family. Your father-in-law is the bishop. I'm supposed to believe that you don't know how you can monetize your pain and talk about God did this. Girl, there ain't no God in this. Okay, that's how the church goes. You guys sell everything. You sell cloth, you sell oils, you sell water, you sell tapes, you sell CDs, you sell books, you sell videos. Like God, God. But the problem with God is, God, he don't send cis and desist to people. You know, a lot of people, like, God does not protect his brand. I tell him that all the time. I say, God, Jesus, y'all need to protect your brand. Y'all need to start sending out cease and desist because it's a problem out here. Like, Louis Vuitton would not be down with this. You can't be using their names for foolishness. You know, but it's like, God does not send out cease and desist. You know, you're not going to get a defamation lawsuit because you're lying on him. Jesus does not send out cease and desist. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can say whatever you want. Okay? There's no lawsuit. Okay? So it's like... So it's like God and Jesus, they have the worst brand. Like, they don't protect their brand. So anybody can lie on them. Okay? But I'm like, if it was any other corporation out here and you out here lying on their product, their formula, whatever, you're going to get sued for defamation. You're going to get sued. You know, but religion, when people do too much religion, they really become dumb. You know? Everything, oh, God told me, God. Like, so you never have a moment where you can think for yourself and take ownership of your own thoughts. Like, everything is God or it's the enemy. That's how they talk. Like, when it's good, it's God. When it's bad, it's the enemy. So these people, they're never responsible for anything. Like, you're insane. You are truly crazy. You are crazy. You are seriously crazy. And God told me to write this book and to sell this book. Girl, be quiet.
Yes.
16, cast all your cares on the Lord. There are evil spirits all around. Depression is real and is a sense of complete loneliness. Yes. It's a sense of heaviness. Thank God that we do not have to conform to these feelings and carry the weight of the world. The Lord tells us to cast all our cares and give all our burdens to him. He cares for us and he loves us so much. The Lord himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. As difficult as it may be, we have to keep ourselves fixated on the things that are good. Be intentional about surrounding yourself with things that are positive and uplifting. Whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable. If anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about these things. The enemy wants to keep us in a place away from God so that we feel separated, left out, unloved, and not cared for. He wants us to feel stressed, heavy, and burdened. But God, he gives us a way out of no way. He has a solution to every single problem we will ever face. With God, all things are possible. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Forever yours, Lord, Tatiana. Let me tell you something. That right there, I was about to cry, but Jonathan, I kept my gangster. I kept my gangster. I was about to break down.
For y'all,
let me tell you something. That whatsoever is true, whatsoever is lovely, that right there will put you in a mind posture and a heart posture to literally lift up whatever depression you're going through. He says, think on these things.
Right.
Oh my goodness, these people are draining. People are draining. So, okay, hold on. Now let's move on to, hold on. These people are they're just scamming. Now, let's move on to this. That's it. Everything at church is for sale. They sell everything at church. Everything is for sale. They sell everything. Even prayers are for sale. Because the more money you give, the more they'll pray for you. If you don't pay enough tithes and stuff like that, they're not going to bless you. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, like, religion, like, nah. It can be very toxic. It can be very unhealthy. And I can see why Black people are more attracted to cults because the church itself is a cult. Like, it really is a cult, you know? So it makes sense. It's sad. It really is sad. It's sad. But now let's go to Megan, another one. I need to get to this Megan story, right? But here comes Megan too, another one. With her spiritual, religious babble. I'm like, Megan, you are doing too much. Like, hold on. Let me see. Let me go to her channel. Where is she?
I like to ask people, what did you learn about yourself from your past marriage?
I learned that first of all, it's impossible to have healthy love without the Lord.
Oh God.
Like, I feel like it is impossible to have a healthy love without it being rooted and grounded in Christ. I learned that I can be manipulative.
Ooh.
I can be passive aggressive.
Ooh.
I can be defensive.
Ooh.
All the things. Like, you learn.
I want people to hear this because, see, a lot of men, y'all don't think women can be accountable. Now, look at this. I know you heard that on social media, like, women can never be accountable.
Oh, mouthy, disrespectful, all of the things.
You said manipulative.
Mm-hmm.
What does that look like in a relationship?
I think I'm really good with my words. So, like, the thing that you're gifted in, I feel like is the very thing the enemy tries to attack you in, and he'll. So the very thing that God wants to use you for.
You see, no accountability. So if she misbehaves, if she cuts you out, if she says bad things or she's rude, it's not her, it's the enemy. I'm like, these religious people, they never take on any type of accountability. The enemy. What enemy? I'm like, sometimes I feel like sometimes the devil even says, like, now, how did I get in this? Right? People want to blame everything on the devil. People want to blame everything that's bad in their lives on the devil. And I'm like, not everything is Satan. Not everything is the enemy. It's you. If you choose to cut somebody out, that's you. If you choose to be rude, that's you. Like this is who you are. Right? It's not the enemy. Like, I'm like, Satan isn't even worried about y'all. No, the enemy. I'm like, do y'all really think the devil cares about you like that? Like, if you say, like, oh, the enemy is using, like, Nicki Minaj, or the enemy is using, like, Joe Biden, like, people who truly have, like, major influence over the world, politics, culture, I could be like, okay, I could see how the devil would have a plan to go attack these people because they have so much power, they have so much money, they have so much influence. It's like you with your regular self. Like, what? No. I'm like, even the devil, he has goals. Like, he has, like, hashtags. He's like, girl, I don't even know you. Okay. Everything is the enemy, the devil, the enemy. I'm like, you're not that important to Lucifer. Like, chill. It's you. You are the problem. Yeah, I feel like he's tired of being blamed for everything. I'm like, not everything is him. Take accountability for yourself. You know, if you're rude, that's you. If you don't have manners, that's you. If you treat your friends horribly, that's also on you. Like, oh, it's the devil. I'm like, child, who are you? Like, okay, let's say the devil's using you to gain what? What is he to gain? If the devil wants to use, like, Kim Kardashian, at least Kim has like 300 million followers. I could see the interest in the devil. Like, yeah, this girl, we got to go for her. Because she has so much influence, right? I could see the devil saying, okay, I'm going to go for Cardi B. I could see the devil say, I could go for Trump. I could go, like, people who truly have a lot of power, a lot of influence. I get that. But you're a regular person, though. What can you do for him? Like, I'm like, people are crazy. Like, I'm like, this is just like, everything is the devil, the enemy. I'm like, I don't think he knows you. I don't think he does. What do I know?
For his glory and for his kingdom is the very thing that the enemy wants to use you for his agenda and plan. And so when my heart is far from the Lord, I can be manipulative in conflict and trying to be defensive and trying to get you to come to what I want you to come to.
Every second that escapes without. I like to ask people, what did you learn about yourself from your past marriage?
Hold on. Now let me play this part.
did you know you can learn 100 songs on piano in 1 hour? No way. All you need to learn is 4 chords.
To do next, do the last thing God told you to do. And so if he hasn't given you anything new to do, just obey the last thing he told you to do until he says something new. And so I prayed and approached God often about what am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do, Lord? And am I supposed to continue? Am I not? And that was very clear, like, do what I told you to do. The last thing I told you to do, and it was to share my journey and be transparent. So
how'd you feel going from having a co-host and then doing a solo?
I hated it.
Yeah.
I hate it. So I mean, I need to watch my words. I don't hate it, but it's a challenge.
Very uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable, and it's a challenge for me. Because I never, imagined a life where I would be doing this on my own. I just never imagined that.
Right.
Why not? Why is it? Why? I'm like, B. Simone is not your Siamese twin. It must be funny, but why can't you as a woman, like, you have so much of God in you? Why is it that you as a woman, you can't stand by yourself? I'm like, what? I never imagined I would do this alone. Girl, you were born alone. You're going to die alone. In this life, you'll have to do most of the things alone. You never imagined doing a podcast alone. Like, girl, it's not that deep. It really ain't that deep.
And so to be thrusted into something like that, it was just something that I wasn't expecting.
How's your healing journey been going since that? I mean, because you experienced a loss of a best friend, a loss of a podcast that you're working on, a loss of a husband, all around the same time, within the 1 year span or whatnot.
Yeah.
How did you reconcile that?
I think that knowing that God is sovereign and he's like not caught off guard by anything, that he knows everything and knows the days ahead of me, and you know what I mean? So I think I found comfort and safety knowing that God wasn't caught off guard by anything, and yet he still loves me, and yet he still has called me, and yet he still has, ordained me to do something specific in this time. And so I think grappling with the fact that the Lord actually loves me has been the biggest part of healing from all of those things, is knowing that God loves me. That was like my biggest thing.
Was that something that you wrestled with growing up, God's love?
Yeah, I don't think I really, I don't think I ever really like came to terms with the fact that God loved me, because the enemy was so after my thoughts in the opposite and causing me to feel unworthy because, my dad wasn't in my life the way he should have been. And so when your father, that's the foundation of how you kind of receive love, whether he's present or not. Like that role and that position in your life, it matters.
Yeah.
And I think, me and my dad have a great relationship now, but he's human, and his humanity affected my humanity.
Yeah.
And it was hard for me to know that I was actually worthy of being loved. And I didn't come to that realization until last year.
Were y'all able to since then, has you and your biological father reconciled it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We're really, I mean, me and my parents are so close. Like, I'm really close to my parents, and I'm so thankful for that. But I mean, it took hard conversations.
Yeah.
Me and my dad are very similar. We are hot-headed people,
Megan, you hot-headed? I can't see that in you. You seem so meek and mild.
The Lord does a work.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on. There's a part where she talks about like she's bipolar or she's suicidal.
You've been, matter of fact, just share that with the people that don't know. What has been your journey with mental illness?
I probably since I think I told you since I was about 16, I struggled really bad with depression and suicide. So at that time, both sets of my parents, so my mother and my stepfather, and my father and my stepmother were getting divorced at the same time. The same exact time, I think they were like a month or two apart from each other. So life was just like, and I'm 16. And so I don't know if anybody knows, but like scientific facts show that girls at the age of 16 are like mentally, what was it, Jordan? Like they're mentally, clinically insane. They're clinically described as insane because of their hormones are so our hormones are so crazy and we're growing. So
that's what was wrong with my daughter around that age.
Imagine being 16 and going through both of your parents getting in a divorce. You know, it was hard for me, and feeling like, you know, I felt like at the time my parents were so focused on their divorces that I was just a casualty, and they weren't really focused on the effect that it had on me, which I totally have grace and empathy for because they're human, right? So like, I'm going through it right now, so I get it. You know what I mean? So I have grace and empathy for my parents, and I know they, you know, especially my mom, like she did what she could. She did her best. But I just felt like I kind of got caught in the crosshairs of all of those things. And
okay. So you heard her say she is like depressed. She struggled since she was 16. She struggled with depression and deleting herself, right? Because I was like, that's really important, because I'm like, it helps to understand why B Simone was overwhelmed with her. Because I'll be overwhelmed too. Okay, now let's go over here because we're getting bored. Okay.
that now or before?
Just in general, throughout our relationship.
It hasn't always been the easiest, no.
Okay.
It hasn't always been the easiest.
Okay. Well, I'm open to the truth now. We ain't got no option now. We're gonna have to, you know, I'm open to that now. I'm verbally saying that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, like I said, I think when you realize some hard truths about yourself, and that's already a hard thing to deal with in general, just like being open and honest about you, and then having to be open and honest when there's so much uncertainty, that's a little bit uneasy. That doesn't always feel good. Even though it's necessary, it just isn't easy.
You're saying uncertainty as far as where we're standing?
Yeah. It just feels very uncertain.
Really?
Yeah.
Even with like me saying this is how I feel, this is like being very upfront with that?
As far as what?
Our conversations and stuff. Like, do you feel like I'm not clear when we have dialogue on where I stand? Or
I feel like, I mean, without trying to divulge too much, I feel like in recent conversations, you've been very clear about wanting a business relationship only.
Right.
So, and I think that that's going to be very difficult to navigate. I just think that conversation is difficult. I don't know how you go from somebody being, you know, such a good friend to I don't want a relationship with this person anymore.
Well,
ever.
I never said I don't want a relationship.
Well, you said I want I just want
to focus on the purpose.
Yeah. Well,
which is no for sure.
Picking up pieces as they fall. You know, when things just don't go the way that you plan, you know, I often feel like I'm just picking up pieces as they fall. So
me too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I at least wanted to hit on that and talk and be honest with y'all, and y'all could probably feel the energy anyway. So it's no need to not address it. Yeah, we're committed to going to therapy and working on our relationship. And
because I feel like we have a healthy business relationship. Like the business is great. Business is thriving. There's tons of great things happening. Nothing kind of gets falling off. Nothing, you know, like we're able to come together and get a job done. Some days are more difficult than others because there's so much that happens outside of.
My thing is, well, then why are you acting confused then? Because I'm like, to me, the first time I encountered this girl, I said, this girl's a lot. She's very heavy. She's very high maintenance. Like she needs a lot. She does, right? And then I'm like, okay, B Simone said, let's focus on the purpose. Let's focus on the podcast, right? So you say, oh, all you want to have with me is a business relationship. Kind of make it seem like, oh, B Simone is kind of cold and she doesn't care about you. Then a few seconds later, you say, we have a great business relationship. Exactly. So if you have a great business relationship, you have a great podcast, you have a great product, and it's both making you money, that is the rational, reasonable thing to do. But you see, when you're dealing with someone who's so into religiousness, being a zealot, being overly spiritual, and then on top of that has like mental health issues, right? It's a lot, because I'm like, how do you build with such a person? You know, and I understand a lot why like business people don't want to go into business with Christians and people who always talk about religion, because you're not going to be able to do what needs to be done, because you're trying to, when it's time to be about business. You know, it really is time to be about business. And like B. Simone, she don't talk about God and God and God. Like, it's too much. Like, you have a job to do. You need to get the job done. You have a great business relationship. It makes sense to just focus on that, because everything else, the spiritual, cultish, weird stuff is draining. It's truly draining. It's a lot. I don't know. To me, honestly, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's hard to work with people like that. It's hard to build a business with people like that. It's hard to be married to someone like that. I'm sure it's hard to have a friendship with someone like that, because he said, I'd rather be with a materialistic woman. Okay. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I even feel like if you're with her too, if you're her friend and you know that she struggles with like mental issues and, you know, she wants to unalive herself, I don't even know that I would feel comfortable telling her how I really feel, because God forbid you say something and then she goes and she does something to herself. You know, like, that's a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot. I'm like, that is a lot, because, you know, I'm just saying, like, if you know that, oh, this friend right here, she has thoughts of self-deletion, do you want to tell her how you really feel? You know, do you want to be honest with her? Because, you know, she's fragile. You know, and I'm like, that has to be a lot, because you constantly have to think, if I say this, she might do this to herself. If I don't treat her this way, she might do this to herself. If I don't do everything she wants me to do, she might do something to herself. And I'm like, whoa, that is a lot. Like, that's a lot. Yeah. And so I was like, wow, like, be Simone, that's a lot, girl. That's a lot.
Of the podcast and outside of the business, that I'm like, we're still human. You know what I'm saying? So
what do you mean happens outside?
Just the
separation,
what that looks like. I don't think a lot of consideration has been taken into the totality of the impact of the separation between the two of us. And it just has gotten messy in areas.
I don't think B. Simone said she wants to separate. So I feel like with her, if she doesn't suck you into her crap, she feels like you're separating from her, as opposed to a healthy distance from your orbit, because your gravity is too much. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like Mars, Pluto, Venus. Everybody has their own orbit. Like, you know, because I'm like, if you're sucked into everything she got going on, I don't see how you will even be productive, because she's draining. So like, B. Simone never said she didn't want to be your friend anymore. Right. But like, let's kind of take a little breather, because it's a lot. Even for me, it's a lot. I don't feel comfortable telling you everything, because I know that you could self-delete. Right. So I can't say how I feel. If I do say how I feel, you might self-delete. I don't want that on my conscience. Okay. So let's take a healthy break. But while we take a healthy break, we can still do the podcast, because when it comes to the podcast, it's nice, it's friendly, it's fun. We have a good time, you know, like, you know, because it's a lot. Yeah, I feel like she weaponizes it. And like she said with on the Dear Wifey podcast, she said she's manipulative. She said it. You know, so I feel like even the stuff she's doing here too, I feel like this is also a form of manipulation. For me personally, because I feel like when you start telling people you're going to unalive yourself, you're putting pressure on them. Right. And that's what was it yesterday or was it today when we looked at the whole like lesbian violence thing, that they have issues with separation. They threaten to unalive themselves. Right. I think, is it Priscilla who told that girl she's going to do something to herself if she leaves? You know, so it's like, That's why sometimes you wonder if these girls are not lovers. Like, it's just very bizarre. But it's like, you know, as soon as a friend says, I need a break from you, you're like, you're losing it. Like, you're about to lose a lover. Like, she's not your lover. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a form of violence, Kevin, because it's like you are being held captive. Because now she's making you responsible for her mental health. She's making you responsible in case something happens to her. Well, because you didn't cater to me, so I took my life, or I cut myself, I cut my wrist. It's like, that is really serious. That's some serious thing. And they're like, I don't know, these two, like, they low-key give like lesbian. I think maybe and the thing is, like, you know, maybe, what do I know? But maybe Megan was in love with B. Simone. Because a lot of these girls would, like, they call it best friend. But sometimes I wonder, like, if they're not lovers, or if, like, one girl is not in love with the other girl, but she just calls her best friend. But she's really hoping, like, to turn her friend out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody wants to say, I need a break from you. You act like you don't lost the husband. Like, it's just very bizarre. It's very bizarre. But it's like, when we looked at the whole lesbian violence thing, right? It was saying that they will threaten you if you say you're going to leave. You know, as you say you want to leave, now they talk about, well, I'm going to do something to myself. I'm going to do this to myself. Like, why would you do that to yourself, though? Where was it? Was it self-harm? Child. It was here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, you see this part? Okay. Lesbians who abuse another woman may do so for reasons similar to those that motivate heterosexual male batterers. Lesbian abuse their partners to gain and maintain control. Lesbian batterers are motivated to avoid a feeling of loss and abandonment. Okay. Therefore, many violent incidents occur during threatened separations. Okay. So that we go back to this one, and it's like, as soon as B. Simone says, I need a healthy break from our friendship, this girl right here, she loses it. So now I'm like, were you in love with her? You know, were you in love with B. Simone? So maybe that's why you're so mad that she's not reciprocating. She's not, you know, because I'm like, the way she was talking, the stuff we watched yesterday, like, it was really giving, like, girl, she's not your husband. Like, this is weird. You know? Hold on.
And so there's a human aspect that comes into that. So when you have to bring those feelings and experiences into the work environment, sometimes that's really difficult.
Right.
But as far as the business is concerned, like,
well, yeah, the business is thriving.
I'm like, we have a healthy business relationship.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In my opinion, we have
You want more. You want more. I think she did. Because she wants more than a business relationship. I'm like, okay. I don't know. Oh, she said that? Girl, no. I don't keep up with her. I don't keep up with these girls in their podcasts. They're full of crap. They're BS advice with no degrees. Oh wow. So she said she would. Yeah. Because I'm like, that's the same thing. Like, you got the BTaylor here. Her marriage falls out. Now she's into women. Like, make it make sense. He said, when bisexual women have tumultuous relationships and it doesn't work out, they're lost because they can no longer blame men. And that's more traumatizing than anything. You are crazy. Because I'm like, what? Like, what is happening?
Healthy business relationship. I don't think there's anything wrong.
I'm saying
with the business,
not with.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all. I didn't got to the bottom of it.
So it's like, I think she was in love with this girl.
I think
about it in detail on the mic until we figured out things personally first, so we actually can not have therapy on the mic, but we actually agreed to go into therapy. So I think that's a good step.
Yeah.
To where we are going. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I agreed to go to therapy a while ago. So I think, you know, It's just about
but actually doing it.
Yeah, it's about timing. And I think in this, whatever, navigating through whatever this is, it's kind of, well, at least from my position, is I kind of let you take the lead because I didn't initiate the separation, you did.
Right.
So I
Agreed.
just kind of fall back.
Even the way she's calling it a separation, you would think it was a relationship. A separation. Girl, what are we even talking about? And I'm like, girl, you have a husband. Like, why don't you fight this hard for your marriage? But I'm like, Megan could be, I think she was in love with B. Simone. Because this is weird. A separation. Let's go to therapy. I'm like, are y'all lovers? This is weird. This is so weird. And I don't think B. Simone is realizing that. I think this girl's in love with you. Because this is weird.
I'm like, whenever she wants to, then we will. And if she doesn't, then we won't, you know.
As far as therapy?
Just as far as whatever the progression of the relationship is. So like I said, like I agreed to go to therapy a while ago. And I think you're coming to a point where you're maybe open to that now. So
well, no, I'm open. I've always been open to it, but I thought it was very important that we went separately before we jumped into therapy together. And I feel like we've both been doing that.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I know you've been in therapy separately from me, and I've been in therapy weekly for months. I felt like that was important too, to do self-work separately before we were like, let's fix this. Let's try to see what's going on individually and then come together.
Yeah.
So I felt like this was a better time. And it's like outside of work, our relationship isn't the best right now.
Well, we don't have one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Which means it isn't the best.
Yeah.
we don't talk outside of work. We don't see each other outside of know for sure. So I feel like therapy is like the last thing to mend it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, all right, we really need to, if we want to fix this, mend it. And I feel like that would be a good next step.
Yeah. I mean, I think therapy is helpful in general. I think that you have to be in like the right mind space for it, because sometimes truth is just not easy to hear. You know what I mean? And I think both people have to be willing to hear hard things. And I don't know if we've been in a place to hear those things yet.
You don't think I am?
I don't think neither one of us have been.
Really?
Well, I'll just speak for me.
Okay.
When the separation started, I wasn't in a place. It was just bad timing. I wasn't in a place for it. And there's so much that has transpired throughout that time that more hard truths will have to be said. And I think that when you don't know a person anymore, it's like, I don't know what that is gonna do to the relation. Like, well, not to the.
It's very manipulative. What do you mean you don't know the person anymore? Okay, what do you mean you don't know her? Like, that's B. Simone. Like, what the heck? That's your friend. She just said she wants a break. She's tired. Like, your orbit, your gravity is just too much. She wants to be in her own little orbit for a minute. Like, what's the big deal? I'm like, why can't a friend take a break from another friend? Like, and she keeps calling it the separation. I'm like, you are not in a relationship with her. She's her own person. She needs a break. She wants a break. Can she have a break, damn it? I'm like, what in the world? Like, I'm like, this is bizarre. Like, the separation. If y'all were really separated, she would not be sitting on this couch with you talking to you. She's talking to you. She just needs a break. Why can she not have a break? You had a break for 10 years. You were married for 10 years, living your best life. And now it's like, no, I got to be in your life every second, every day, every hour. Girl, do you need to come out the closet? Like, what is this? I'm like, this is so draining. Like, you can't give people a break. People need breaks. Yeah, it's just weird. It's like, yeah. It really feels like a husband and wife talk about what went wrong in their marriage and they got a divorce. Like, this is, separation. She never said she'd ever want to be your friend no more. She needs a break, but she'll show up for the job. Like she'll come to work. But right now she needs a break. She needs a break. You're too much.
Relationship.
That
now or before?
Where was
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let's go here. Let's go to part 2.
In detail on the mic until we figured out things that
now or before?
Just in general throughout our relationship.
It hasn't always been the easiest, no.
Okay.
It hasn't always been the easiest.
Okay. Well, I'm open to the truth now. We ain't got no option now. We're gonna have to, I'm open to that now. I'm verbally saying that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, like I said, I think when you realize some hard truths about yourself, and that's already a hard thing to deal with in general, just like being open and honest about you, and then having to be open and honest when there's so much uncertainty, that's a little bit uneasy. That doesn't always feel good. Even though it's necessary, it just isn't easy.
You're saying uncertainty as far as where we're standing?
Yeah. It just feels very uncertain.
Really?
Yeah.
Even with like me saying this is how I feel, this is like being very upfront with that?
As far as what?
Our conversations and stuff. Like do you feel like I'm not clear when we have dialogue on where I stand? Or
I feel like, without trying to divulge too much, feel like in recent conversations, you've been very clear about wanting a business relationship only.
Right.
So, and I think that that's going to be very difficult to navigate. I just think that conversation is difficult. I don't know how you go from somebody being, such a good friend to I don't want a relationship with this person anymore.
Well,
ever.
I never said I don't want a
Well,
relationship.
you said I want a health. I just want
to focus on the purpose.
Yeah. Well,
which is no for sure.
Picking up pieces as they fall. When things just don't go the way that you plan, I often feel like I'm just picking up pieces as they fall. So
me too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I at least wanted to hit on that and talk and be honest with y'all. And obviously y'all could probably feel the energy anyway. So it's no need to not address it. We're committed to going to therapy and working on our relationship. And
because I feel like we have a healthy business relationship. Like the business is great. Business is thriving. There's tons of great things happening. Nothing kind of gets falling off. Nothing, we're able to come together and get a job done. Some days are more difficult than others because there's so much that happens outside of the podcast and outside of the business that I'm like, we're still human. You know what I'm saying? So there's
what do you
still
mean
that
happens
human,
outside?
Just the
separation,
what that looks like. I don't think a lot of consideration has been taken into the totality of the impact of the separation between the two of us. And it just has gotten messy in areas. And so there's a human aspect that comes into that. So when you have to bring those feelings and experiences into the work environment, sometimes that's really difficult.
Right.
But as far as the business is concerned,
the business is thriving.
I'm like, we have a healthy business relationship.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In my opinion, we have a healthy business relationship. I don't think there's anything wrong.
I'm saying
with the business.
Not with the business, but our relationship in the business still has to be fluid. That's why I said having a healthy business relationship, going into therapy. That
now or before?
Just in general. Isn't okay.
Yeah, but if that's not going to be okay and we're not putting that as a focus, then I guess I don't know how it will be any different. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what we have a healthy business relationship. Our personal relationship affects our business relationship, but our personal relationship isn't a focus.
But
do you see what I'm saying?
No, I do understand what you're saying, but I'm saying the point of going to therapy is to hopefully mend that. It's going to look different. I don't feel like it's going to be exactly the same. We went through so much. We're two totally different people. It can still be mended in the midst of therapy, but I do feel like the focus is the purpose. And I feel like our focus is no for sure. You get what I'm saying? Negative feelings, negative emotions, negative.
I don't think that was the intent, but it definitely spiraled into, I think that was a part of it. I think it came, I don't think it was the intent, but it definitely has been a part of it.
Well, yeah, it's been super difficult. You know what I mean? But initially, I feel like it had to happen.
No, something happened.
Feelings that outside relationship isn't okay.
Yeah, but if that's not going to be okay and we're not putting that as a focus, then I guess I don't know how it will be any different. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what we have a healthy business relationship. Our personal relationship affects our business relationship, but our personal relationship isn't a focus.
But
do you see what I'm saying?
No, I do understand what you're saying, but I'm saying the point of going to therapy is to hopefully mend that. It's going to look different. I don't feel like it's going to be exactly the same. We went through so much. We're two totally different people. It can still be mended in the midst of therapy, but I do feel like the focus is the purpose. And I feel like our focus is no for sure. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, we just see it too differently. No for sure happened because of our friendship. At the end of the day, we weren't two strangers that came together and decided to do a business. We were best friends who built this business off of our relationship. So that is KFS.
Right.
But if we don't have a personal relationship, I don't know how we have KFS.
We will have a personal relationship. Having a personal relationship doesn't mean it looks like exactly what it was.
Right. But I'm saying what it was is what built this.
Which is fine.
That's what I'm saying. It just is totally different now. And it's it feels like the purpose is the purpose shifted.
Is honesty, transparency, truth, and healthy relationships. And for us to have a healthy relationship, we have to do the work, and we've committed to doing the work. So I feel like that's as transparent as it can get. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We're going through a major conflict. We've decided to share that. We've decided to do the work personally. We've decided to do the work together. That is what KFS is about. Mm-hmm. Truth, honesty, doing the work, and maneuvering through conflict, whatever that looks like.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we can still categorize as we're going through a conflict. Because we're not right now. There's nothing that's conflicting right now because we just don't have a relationship. So I don't know if that's necessarily a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you made a decision and we're just going off of what you decided, and everyone is just trying to pick up the pieces as you decide. That's what it feels like. I'm just saying there's so much that's affected because of that decision. It's not just you and I that are affected by it. Our team is affected by it. The people that work for us, the people that were in our lives personally have been affected. My children have been affected by it. So there's so many people that have been affected by it, and everyone is picking up the pieces as you decide.
Right. But you don't think I made a good decision?
I feel like for you, as long as it's good for you, I think that's all that matters for you.
I think it's good for totality. For everybody.
So Diana feels like they hooked up. Diana said they hooked up. That's where the tension is from. Okay. One wants things back to normal. The other wants possibly a relation. Something is bizarre. Something, because she keeps saying the separate. It's bizarre, you guys. I'm telling you, it's giving like two lesbian lovers out here, and one got turned out, and there's like, I think I like men more, because something is weird. Because this is weird. Because I'm like, what the heck? What is this?
How it happened, I wouldn't agree, but yes, it has been good because God turns all things works all things together for his good. I think that thank God that he has been present for it to be good. But
like it wouldn't have happened if I wasn't honest, if I wasn't truth about my feeling, if I just held all that in and kept going with the flow, that would have been way worse than bringing this issue to the table and saying, we have to fix this.
Right, but we didn't, but it wasn't, we have to fix it. It was, I'm done with you. I don't want a relationship. I'm separating
that
myself.
That wasn't it at the beginning.
It was.
Yes. That's how you took it. It wasn't.
What was it?
It was, I'm setting space, time, boundaries, and honesty as we work on ourselves to make a better relationship. That was at the beginning.
Right. But that's not what it is now.
As of 2 weeks ago, no. Or a week ago when we had that conversation, this has been 3 months. So 7 days ago, that was the last conversation that changed. Do you get what I'm saying?
So initially, it changed in a week. So you're saying a week ago it changed for you?
The last conversation we had. Yes, that's the first time I ever said, let's focus on the purpose. That's the first time I ever said that.
Right. So I'm saying that changed for you a week ago. I know that's the first time you said it. I'm saying, when did that change for you?
Yes.
A week ago.
Yes.
Okay. So what happened a week ago?
I don't know if anything specifically happened. I'm saying that is what I felt needed. God told me.
So
needed
God
to happen.
told you, don't worry about a personal relationship. Focus on a business relationship.
The last thing I heard was focus on the purpose. I don't know if he said don't focus on. I don't know if he said don't do. Focus on the purpose is what I got. You get what I'm saying? And to focus that.
You see, this is why I talk about people don't want to take personal accountability. Why does God have to tell you to focus on the purpose? It's making you money. Of course you want to focus on that. Like, I hate when people do this. Like, it's like people want to say something, but they don't want to be judged for what they're saying. So, well, God told me. God told me. How can you prove to us that God told you? Girl, shut up. Like, take ownership for your decisions. Like, no, I want to focus on the purpose. That's it. That's that. And she should be woman enough to respect that. You don't have to say, oh, well, God told me. And the last thing God told me, you don't have God's phone number. Stop. Like, there are kids dying in Palestine. Like, you don't have God's phone number. You're not that special. God really was sitting there on the couch and had a private conversation with you. Okay. Okay. Like, and he said, oh, yeah, just focus on the purpose. You want to focus on the purpose because that's what you want to do. It's better that way. Right. So that's it. Just say, no, I want to focus on the purpose. Stop saying God told me and God told me. Shut up. Y'all always put everything on God. Do you not think for yourself? Like, is there anything in your life that you are personally responsible for? Are there any decisions in your life that you are personally responsible for? Because at this point, it's like, okay, just give up your brain. Because if all you do is wait for God to tell you, God told me, like, what the heck this is? You're a grown-ass woman. You're 30-something years old. Stand on business. If all you want to do is focus on the podcast, then that's it. Why you got to put sprinkle of God in there to make it legitimate? Like, it's weird. Yeah, I hate this. Yeah, they do speak Christianese. God told me and the last thing God told me is like, shut up. You want to focus on the podcast. That's it. She needs to respect what you want.
That is not initially how this conflict started. Initially, this conflict started, let's separate, work on ourselves, and come back together for a healthy friendship. We've even said that on the podcast. That was initially the goal. And I'm not saying that's not changed. Recently, focus on the purpose was the last instruction I got. Recently, yes. And if focusing on the purpose can get us back to a healthy friendship, so be it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't feel at all like this was negative. This is outside relationship isn't okay.
Yeah, but if that's not going to be okay and we're not putting that as a focus.
Negative emotions, negative.
I don't think that was the intent, but it definitely spiraled into, I think that was a part of it. I think it came, I don't think it was the intent, but it definitely has been a part of it.
Well, yeah, it's been super difficult. You know what I mean? But initially, I feel like it had to happen for a healthier relationship. That was the goal, you know. But yeah, like I said, we have these conversations personally through text. We've had a few on the phone or in person, but we need a mediator. We need somebody, you know, and I recommended my therapist, which I totally understand. And I recommended your therapist. Megan wanted to, which I 100% agree with, go to somebody spiritual, a spiritual mentor, a spiritual guide, which, you know, is what we need. We need a mediator so we can both be heard and maneuver through it.
Yeah. I think it's
So you want to take,
I've focused on.
hold on.
Feeling
You want to take B Simone to a spiritual mediator, like what? Like a guru, a spiritual guru. So they're going to beat the Bible into her to force her to see things in your perspective because you choose to be hyper religious. God, this is so much manipulation. And people learn this crap in the church. That's some serious manipulation. Why do we have to go to a mediator that has religion? Like, why we can't go to someone who just focuses on what truly matters? Like, let's just get to the point. No, you want someone who agrees with your spiritual ideologies, and then they're going to beat that crap into B Simone and make her submissive to what you want. Girl, you're crazy. No, I'm not going.
Feelings, negative emotions, negative.
I don't think that was the intent, but it definitely spiraled into, I think that was a part of it. I think it came, I don't think it was the intent, but it definitely has been a part of it.
Well, yeah, it's been super difficult. You know what I mean? But initially, I feel like it had to happen for a healthier relationship. That was the goal, you know. But yeah, like I said, we have these conversations personally through text. We've had a few on the phone or in person, but we need a mediator. We need somebody, you know, and I recommended my therapist, which I totally understand. And I recommended your therapist. Megan wanted to, which I 100% agree with, go to somebody spiritual, a spiritual mentor, a spiritual guide, which, you know, is what we need. We need a mediator so we can both be heard and maneuver through it.
Yeah. I think it's important also to, you know, state, because I think that a lot can get interpreted, especially in the way that you present the conflict, that I have been extremely respectful of your space and have not tried to invade your space and not tried to force myself.
I don't think you've done that at all.
I'm just saying that I want that to be said because it kind of comes across as, you know, differently. And I just want to make sure that, you know, I have been, and that you acknowledge that I have been respectful of your space and not tried to invade your space.
Feel like that at all.
And so I think that that's important.
Yeah.
To say, but yeah, it is what it is. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know. Like I said, things feel a little bit more uncertain now than they have before. But yeah, it sucks. I feel bad for our audience. I feel like my heart kind of breaks for them.
Really?
Yeah. Because I just don't think that this is what they expected. And I know how many people.
It's not what we expected either. Yeah.
I know how many people, you know, have looked to our relationship, and based off of kind of the feedback that I've gotten from you and your experience, it just feels like, dang, was it what they thought it was, you know, or what I thought it was?
Absolutely.
You know?
It was everything it was in that moment. You know what I mean? Moments change. And I don't feel bad for our audience at all. I think it's beautiful to document this. I think it's beautiful to show them the truth. I think it's beautiful that we show up every week and we're vulnerable on the mic. I think it's beautiful to show that neither one of us has gave up and walk away and said, fuck this shit. I think that is what KFS is about. The truth, honesty, being transparent, and maneuvering through difficult times. And that's what we talked about when we were in a good space. And it just happened that this has happened in the middle of us having a podcast and building our platform on those truths. And we get to show it. I don't feel bad for them. I feel like we're doing something honorable. I feel like we're doing something honest. I feel like we're showing up and we're being honest with them. I feel like we're going to be victorious. You know what I mean? So whatever that victory looks like, I feel great that they can watch this and listen to this and be like, things aren't perfect, but they're committing to showing up and trying to do it the right way, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot, y'all. But like I said, we're both committed to being honest on this platform. We had that conversation the other day, which I feel like we have been, you know, we haven't, it's no secret that this has happened in our relationship, but figuring it out off the mic to me is pretty important. And not trying to have.
Well, this would be the first time that we've tried to figure it out off the mic. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
It hasn't been a focus.
Yeah.
In the last 5 months. So if it becomes a focus now, then we'll see what happens. And, you know, we might get to a place where it doesn't work. And it's just like in the podcast and, you know, go our own separate ways.
Yeah.
But
I feel like it's been a focus. It's been a focus individually.
The relationship has not been a focus.
Negative feelings, negative emotions, negative.
I've focused on me. Well, you can't focus on something that you avoid.
Well, it's not
not
avoiding. I feel like healing yourself and doing the self-work is to have a healthier relationship. That's my opinion.
Right. But I'm saying and this is not, I'm not comparing it to this, nor am I trying to make it this, but I'm saying when there is a purpose attached, say for instance, a marriage, if there is a marriage, you don't go work on your marriage separately.
But like,
you work on your marriage simultaneously as you're working on yourself, but you don't separate yourself to work on your marriage. And if the purpose of us coming together, if God brought us together for a purpose and that purpose came through a friendship, then you can't say that we're working on a friendship and avoid each other.
Yeah, that's how I feel like. I feel the opposite. I feel like a relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, we're going to break up, work on ourselves. And hopefully when we come back together, we're healthier and better.
I'm saying once God has identified a purpose, then that's a purpose that comes together, right? What God brings together, let no man tear apart, right? That's biblical.
Okay.
So if he brings that together, you don't go.
But this right here, what God put together, let no man lay asunder. That's for marriage. That's not for a business or like a friendship. What is she talking about? I'm like, is she in love with this girl? I am so confused. Because I'm like, why are you quoting like biblical scriptures about marriage when it comes to your little friendship in your podcast? Like, it's a friendship. It's not a marriage. So it's like you should have that mindset about your own marriage, but you filed for divorce. You're divorced there. So you laid that asunder. But when people say like, oh, the Bible says what God put together, let no man lay asunder, it's referring to marriage. You're not married to this girl. Yeah. Like, she's a lot. Like, she's really like, she really is a lot. I think she's in love with B. Simone. Like, if it's just a friendship, it's okay. We don't have a friendship, but we can still work and we have a great relationship and y'all can make a lot of money. Why would I not make money because I'm in my feelings? Like, that's not that deep. It really is not that deep. But it's like, I'm like, are you in love with this lady? Hold on, y'all.
Work on that together separately. We have separated and worked on ourselves, and that's great. But I'm saying it's just now becoming a focus to work on it together.
Timing. Yeah. I feel like in the separation, the purpose of the separation and the self-work was to come back together. So in my mind, as I'm working on myself, hopefully when we come back together, we're better.
But when did you feel like that was going to start? Because that only came because our team has brought it up. Like now it's only a focus because I feel like our team brought it up and they're like, this isn't going to work. So now it was like, no. Because that wasn't a conversation
I just think
prior.
What?
Us working on it together. Like it wasn't a focus of us working on a relationship together.
Focus on the purpose came before that. Jazz brought that up at all. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know that because that wasn't, I'm just saying as soon as she brought it up, that's when it was like, okay, we should go to therapy. So it felt like it was initiated because our team brought it up. Just perspective. I don't know what goes on your side. I don't know what goes on in your head. So I don't know where you are.
Yeah.
But it seemed like once she brought it up, then it was like, oh, we need to go to therapy. Then it became a focus.
Yeah.
But prior to it, it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, one of our first conversations in this conflict was therapy. We both agreed to it months ago. I just think it's timing. I think it's time. Like there hasn't been.
Do you think it's time just because we have so much coming up together and it's like, let's hurry up and try to fix it?
Hell no. I think it's time because we have a business together.
That's what I'm
You get what I'm
saying,
saying?
because we have a business together, and it's like
Not because we have
these-
so much coming up. Just at the end of the day, we're business partners. So we have to continuously show up as business partners, even if our personal relationship isn't okay.
But we've been business partners for over a year, and this separation has been over 5 months.
It's been 3 months. Started in May.
Yeah, May to June, July to August, August, September. So 4 months. So I'm saying it seemed like it became a focus when the team brought it up that it's affecting them too.
I feel like it's been affecting them. That's
no,
not
I know,
new.
but I'm saying, but they brought it up, and then it became a focus to go on there to go to therapy.
I think that's just your perspective on timing. I don't think that was like that. You get what I'm saying? I think it happened simultaneously.
Okay.
Because my focus on the purpose happened not way before, but before Jazz brought that up.
So when were you planning on saying anything? Or were you waiting
I don't know.
for the right time?
Yeah, just waiting till I was moved. And I didn't know what focus on the purpose looked like. Does it mean just continue to show up? Does it mean I don't know what that looks like, you know? So yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. It's difficult.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. And two, because we never wanted to be that podcast that, you know, and this is probably why they say don't start a podcast with your friends, because, you know, people change their mind. And then it's like you got this business together and you got all these people that are like,
well, I haven't changed my mind.
Well, I mean, I'm just
You're
saying,
just saying things happen.
Well, you changed your mind. You changed your mind about me. You changed your mind.
I changed my mind about how I could handle our friendship.
Right. So you changed. I mean, that's the same thing.
I know,
you changed
but
your
you're
mind
saying it
about,
like, well, people change their mind. Like I was just like giving up, or I didn't want to do it anymore. That's not the case. It's not.
That's not how it felt. I'll just say that. It definitely didn't feel that way. But, you know, when you have something that people are kind of hopeful for, you know, it does.
Ooh, I gotta stop drinking water.
It does feel, you know, I don't know. I don't want it to, you want it to be genuine. I want it to be genuine. I want us to be authentic and genuine in our approach to it.
Yeah, she's been.
But like I said, there's a human experience that is happening simultaneously that is very difficult to navigate through, especially when you've been the villain or the bad guy. It's very difficult to navigate through that. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, how many minutes are we at, B? Okay.
I've focused on me. Well, you can't focus on something that you avoid.
Well, it's
And
not.
we
It's not.
avoid
It's not avoiding. I feel like healing yourself and doing the self work is to have a healthier relationship. That's my opinion.
Right. But I'm saying if it's, and this is not, I'm not comparing it to this, nor am I trying to make it this, but I'm saying when there is a purpose attached, say for instance, a marriage, if there is a marriage, you don't go work on your marriage separately.
But like,
you
it's
work
like
on your marriage simultaneously as you're working on yourself, but you don't separate yourself to work on your marriage. And if the purpose of us coming together,
We're not married though. Like that's what I'm saying. She keeps talking about relationships, separation, marriage. I'm like, girl.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask you the elephant in the room, the question of what happened in that relationship and your friendship.
to be honest, I just think that you grow, you know, and I don't know if it's one specific thing. I think that you just grow and you realize, you know, maybe this doesn't serve me anymore on both sides. And so, you know, you just want the best for people, and then you just kind of move on for whatever God has for your life, and you bless, you know, whatever they got going on. You just bless them and you move on.
How did that feel though? Because
it's painful. It sucks.
It felt like a death.
It is. It absolutely does. I mean, it still feels like a death. You know, it sucks. It's not easy.
Is there times where something happened, you want to pick up the phone and call your best friend, you be like,
no,
that don't, you pass that stage?
Yeah, no, there's none of that, but there is, it's grief, and there's stages that come in grief. There probably was a time where I wanted to do that. I'm not at that place right now. But it's grief. You go through it, you go through the stages of it. But I think more than my attention being on those things, my attention is on the Lord. My attention isn't on those things anymore, of how I feel, like making it all about me, how I feel, what this felt like, what they did to me, it's just like my focus is on the Lord.
Let me ask you this, because sometimes it sounds like we over spiritualize real emotions.
Exactly.
When you say my attention is on the Lord, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask you the elephant.
My attention on the Lord, girl, please.
On the Lord.
Let me ask you this, because sometimes it sounds like we over spiritualize real emotions. When you say my attention is on the Lord, but this is a real loss you lost from a friendship. This is a loss you lost from a husband. Now you're in a co-parenting situation. Holidays come up. You got to negotiate where the kids go, all that type of stuff. How do you process that real stuff? Because sometimes as Christians, we can over spiritualize, and people are going through stuff right now. They're like, I'm trying to put my attention on the Lord, but I'm physically hurting right now because I'm mourning the loss of this man or woman that used to lay beside me in the bed. Like I'm mourning the loss of that. My kids are saying, is daddy coming home? I'm feeling like, am I going to ever get married again? Whatever these questions are. And then people be like, well, Jesus is my husband. Well, truth be told, people don't really want Jesus to be their husband.
Yeah, I mean, okay. That's what y'all want. I mean, I think that it's okay to acknowledge and be aware of what you feel.
Facts.
Right? But I do believe that feelings are temporary. I really do believe that. And I do believe that when we stop and pause, right? Selah, pause and consider and ponder on what God says towards what we feel, about what we feel. That's what I mean by that. I'm not ignoring, and nor do I,
Do you see how like always mentioning God and God and God? Do you see how it just becomes nauseating? It's like, it's just, I'm like, this religious stuff is just weird. Callie, you want to say something? Because I'm like, oh gosh, it's so draining.
Hi, Marlene. Can you hear me?
What's up?
Hi. I just want to first say congratulations on your baby.
Hey,
You're
thank you.
Yeah, and you've been on a roll. I've been enjoying these lives. They've been fire. Oh my gosh, this is so draining. Like,
It's so draining.
Insufferable. She's so insufferable. I don't know how that relationship lasted this long. Honestly, I would have ended it long time ago. I would have been out. There's no way. She's so passive aggressive, and the way she articulates is very manipulative. And everything she says, oh, I'm sad that the podcast is going to end, but she's not doing anything to save it. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Whew. Anyway, B Simone, she did the right thing, I think.
Yeah. And the problem is that, like I said yesterday, because B Simone, people don't like B Simone because she's, I think, the plagiarizing of her book, the comment about the 9 to 5. So when stuff goes wrong, people automatically assume B Simone is in the wrong. But I was like, in this situation, though, I didn't think Simone was wrong at all because she made a lot of sense. Right now, our personal stuff is not working because it's a lot. But we do have a great business relationship and it's doing good. And we have a great podcast. So let's just focus on that. She's like, no, because if we can't have the friendship, then we can't have the business. I'm like, but why not, though? Why not? So you're going to destroy the business because you can't have a friendship with B Simone? Like, you need to stay up, huh?
Exactly. Yeah.
But you say you're a Christian. How are you a Christian? You don't know how to focus on what truly matters. Your personal stuff could go through something, but right now you have a great business. You have kids to feed. B Simone has bills to pay for. Focus on the business, make money, and maybe in 6 months or a year, y'all can come back together. But why does it have to be, if you don't give me friendship, I'm not coming to work? Like, girl, what? Because I'm like, it's a business. And my thing is like, you guys, you do have staff. Like, you have location you have to pay for. You have staff you have to pay for. So it's like, you're willing to have people lose their job because you can't have a friendship with B Simone? You're not serious. Like she's really not. I'm like, this girl, she's really draining. And she puts God in everything. Every other word is God and God and God. I'm like, are you part of a cult? Like, it's weird. I'm like, no, it's just like, it's oh my gosh. Hey, do you want to say something? Go ahead. Like, this is just crazy.
Yes, I am so thankful. Thank you so much for allowing me on.
No
I'm new to StreamYard, so I'm sorry about the little intro that we had there. But I just wanted to say that it does seem that Megan probably had an idea already in her head as to what their friendship was without B. Simone even knowing. And that's the
So what?
reason
It's
why
a
she kind of,
lover? Like, you think it's a lover thing?
yes, like I think she just had her own relationship built in her head as to like what they were going to be doing with the podcast and whatever else. And it just didn't work out that way because B. Simone has pretty much like a type A personality it comes across. So she probably was let down because she wasn't getting what she wanted from that friendship. And she comes across as very, like I said, like she's just unstable. Like she doesn't know how to properly regulate her emotions to get through the business, to get through the work part of it. So it's just, it's so distasteful. It's very distasteful and it's just draining. And she just seems like she is just a very overwhelming
Yeah.
person to just be around and to converse with and to all of that. It's just too much. It's way too much, especially for a podcast.
Mm-hmm. And then when she tells you that she has like self-deletion tendencies, it's like,
Yeah, this is,
I
yeah, it's a little too much.
because that's a lot. That's a lot to put on your friends. Like, hey, sometimes I think about taking my own life because it's like, okay, what if I say something to her tonight and then she goes and hurts herself tomorrow? Like
Yeah, I
nobody
mean,
wants that.
that creates a lot more emotional baggage for someone who has to lead a business where they got to worry about their friend in the background, that they're going to
Yeah.
harm themselves, especially if you love and you care about your friend and they tell you something like that, you're going to take it serious.
Yeah.
So for her to even bring that up, it's just too much. It's too much anxiety. It's too much to worry about. So, creating some distance is probably what B. Simone is doing, which I think is a healthy thing to do for her, and especially for her brand and whatever else. But yeah, that's a little too much.
And I also felt like because they hadn't talked for 10 years. And I feel like once they got back together, maybe they rushed into it. And Simone didn't take enough time to get to know this girl because I'm like, this is a lot. Huh? Yeah, because
No,
someone you haven't spoken to in 10 years, like you don't know who they became in 10 years.
absolutely. And she reconciled with her in her divorce, right?
Yeah,
Which
it's
is
like
even
around the
worse.
divorce time that they
Yeah.
kind of linked up together. But it's like you don't know who you are. Like after you reconnect with someone after 10 years, it's like take your time to really get to know them. Because and then I feel like the more they got to work together, then it's like, oh wow, we've changed. We're not the girls we used to be 10 years ago. They're very different.
And as you get older, you get so much to do as well. Like you got Megan is going through a divorce, she's got kids, and B. Simone's sister's got cancer. So it's like, how much can she give to Megan, really? It's a bit much. I think she's definitely codependent, Megan. I think she definitely was looking for another supply emotionally. That's what I think. So B. Simone came at the right time.
Yeah.
But
See,
pretty
now I
sad.
didn't even know the whole detail about B. Simone's sister because I don't really dive
Yeah.
too deep into all of this. But now that you're sharing this, Kelly, that is also very, very horrible because dealing with a sick family member and then you're coming to me with this energy seems incredibly selfish and it seems very manipulative and very draining. This is it's just horrible all the way around.
Because you're
All the
going
way
through a
around.
divorce, but nobody's dying. I'm trying to be offensive, but
Right.
B. Simone, her
Right.
sister really has a life-threatening disease.
Right.
You see what I'm trying to say? Like you can find another husband. You know what I'm saying? It's not like B. Simone can go find another sister. So it's like when you compare what you got going on and what B got going on, it's like her stuff is real. That's why she cut her hair because since her sister's going through chemo, she cut her hair in solidarity with her sister going through chemo. So we don't know if the money from the podcast, B is also using that to help her sister with her medical fees. And here you are willing to destroy a stream of income because you can have a friendship with someone. Like that's crazy to me. Hold on, let's keep going with this.
B. Simone ends
on the Lord.
Let me ask you this, because sometimes it sounds like we over spiritualize real emotions. When you say my attention is on the Lord, but this is a real loss you lost from a friendship. This is a loss you lost from a husband. Now you're in a co-parenting situation. Holidays come up. You got to negotiate where the kids go, all that type of stuff. How do you process that real stuff? Because sometimes as Christians, we can over spiritualize, and people are going through stuff right now. They're like, I'm trying to put my attention on the Lord, but I'm physically hurting right now because I'm mourning the loss of this man or woman that used to lay beside me in the bed. Like I'm mourning the loss of that. My kids are saying, is daddy coming home? I'm feeling like, am I going to ever get married again? Whatever these questions are. And then people be like, well, Jesus is my husband. Well, truth be told, people don't really want Jesus to be their husband.
Yeah, I mean, okay. That's what y'all want. I mean, I think that it's okay to acknowledge and be aware of what you feel.
Facts.
Right? But I do believe that feelings are temporary. I really do believe that. And I do believe that when we stop and pause, right? Selah, pause and consider and ponder on what God says towards what we feel, about what we feel. That's what I mean by that. I'm not ignoring, and nor do I, I'm not recommending that anybody ignore what they feel, but take what you feel, take inventory, and now compare that to what the word of God says about it, and stop making it so much about me, me, me. Will I ever get married? Will I ever do this? Well, what is the will of God for your life? And that's what we need to be asking for. God, what is your will for my life? Because a lot of times we find ourselves in pain and in situations that if we would have considered God in the first place, we probably wouldn't be in these situations. So instead of focusing the attention back on you, focus the attention on the Lord. God, I feel this pain. Now, what do you want me to do with it? Because the Bible says, cast your cares on him, for he cares for us. So here, Lord, here is my pain. Here is my anger. Here is my resentment. Here is my vengeance that I want to give to someone. Here is my offense. Here is my unforgiveness. Help me. Like, we need help from the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't do it on our own. And so I think that's what I mean by my attention is more on him than focusing on how I feel. You know what I mean?
I asked you a question and I love the response. I don't know if you're going to get the same response when I did the pre-interview, but I said, you're single now. How many kids do you have?
I have 3.
You have 3 kids.
3 boys, yeah.
And having a single woman with 3 kids, and what are the ages?
My oldest is 13. My middle is 11. And my youngest will be 10 in May.
And I ask you, do you feel like it's going to be difficult for you to be remarried being a single woman with 3 kids?
I don't, because I believe that the person that I will have next will be from God. And I believe that when God brings that person into my life, he would have already had his heart prepared for who I am and for what I am. I am interested in, and I desire to be with somebody who seeks the Lord for me, like for my heart on the Lord.
Let me ask you this, because sometimes it sounds like we over spiritualize real emotions. When you say
bunch of spiritual babble, ladies, go ahead if y'all want to intervene. This is a bunch of spiritual babble. This is just, you are crazy. You are really, really crazy.
She has a 13-year-old acting like that. That is just wild. Like, how is she supposed to recognize when God is sending her something when she's not acting godlike? Like, she is being so manipulative, so divisive, just insidious with her behavior. She's just a little emotional vampire.
Yeah, she's draining.
Like, oh my God, I feel bad for the poor kids.
Yeah. And with 3 boys, I don't even know how she had this much time for B. Simone. Because I'm like, B. Simone should have been the one asking for more friendship. Because if you have 3 babies, you have 3 sons to take care of. Like, you don't have time for B. Simone. So it's like, it makes sense. Like, focus on the money, focus on the business, make money, take care of your boys. But the way she's like obsessed with this relationship with B. Simone, you would think she has no children. I'm like, that's crazy. Rhoda, you want to say something? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think, well, hey everyone, but I just wanted to say, like, I've realized in like women friendships, a lot of women, I don't know why this happens, but a lot of women end up seeing like their friends, especially like their best friends, as their man, like their everything. And it ends up becoming like too intense where they rely on you for way too much. And it becomes draining as a friend. I've experienced this throughout my life, and I've had to sit down with certain friends and say, like, I can't be your everything. I'm just your friend. I'm not everything. So yeah.
And that's why I'm so careful with girls who say, I don't need a man, because they'll say that, but then they'll try to get that from their girlfriends.
Yes.
So it's like, no,
and then when they get a boyfriend, they still rely on you for things that they should be relying on their partner for.
So I'm like, no, everybody needs partnership. Do not say that. You need a man. Go get your man. Because she'll say that because she thinks her girlfriends are supposed to fulfill that for her. You know what I mean? And I'm like, no, that is not fair. That is not fair. Like, even when I see like these birthday dinners or like girls trip and things like that, I'm like, these are girls that should be working on finding a male relationship. You know, because then they excessively lean on each other for a gift, for this. I'm like, yo, like that's what your man needs to be doing for you, not me.
It's not a male relationship. They definitely need to be doing a lot of self work because a lot of them are.
No, because the thing is, it's not even just the self work, babe. Like they want companionship, they do, but they don't want to have to go through what it takes to make a relationship successful. So either they're obsessed with Jesus because he's not. I can't say he's not real. He's not physical, right? So it's easy to be in love with someone that can't talk back to you, right? Or they're obsessed with their girlfriends because they don't want to have to go and deal with the man that they truly want. First, I think a lot of these girls do not want to compete for the men that they want. Number two, they don't want to have to change their behavior or whatever to be able to be relationship material with a man.
You know, it also seems that she doesn't understand what boundaries are. So
No,
like
she
when you
doesn't.
don't understand, like when you don't have a clear understanding like what boundaries are, especially emotional boundaries, because she is overstepping quite a few with B Simone, especially impeding on the fact that she might have a lot on her plate dealing with her sister, this new podcast, knowing that she's going to take a couple of hits from whatever this interview is that she's doing right here. I don't even know how long ago this was, but she doesn't understand what boundaries are. She has no respect for that at all, and it is very apparent.
She thinks B Simone should be her everything.
Yeah,
And that's not fair to your female friends.
not at all.
That is not fair. That's not fair. Like if you need a relationship, like please go work on that. Do what it takes to make your relationship work with your man, but don't try to turn your girlfriends into a man, like into your man. You know, or like sometimes they'll try to raise their kids, like raise their children with their girlfriends. And I'm like, she's just your friend. Like this is just too much. And I don't even think it's healthy for your children to be this attached to your female friends. Like she's not the daddy. She's not the father. Like, what is wrong with you? Hold on, let's see this.
B Simone ends podcast with her best friend. B Simone couldn't cancel herself any further in 2020.
To be honest, y'all, I am glad the Know For Sure podcast is over.
B Simone has been getting a ton of backlash all week over some of her comments in relation to the type of men she dates. But now people have a whole new reason to slander the Ivy comedian.
We need to get in there. Right now, we need to go.
Ever date a man with a 9 to 5?
What happened with Know For Sure podcast?
B Simone, plagiarism. Tell us what happened.
Do you have any original content?
Over some of her comments in relation to the type of men she dates.
They're ready for you.
You okay? How do you feel?
Okay. All right, 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm about to now. I'm a little nervous, but I'm ready. All right, I love you too.
Talent flying in.
Thank you. Hey, good to see you.
Quiet on set.
Hold on. Wait, what's going on with this?
Sound speed. Camera speeding. Action.
Let's try this again.
Let's Try This Again podcast with your host, B Simone, April 8th. Coming to a podcast platform near you. Resilience has never looked so good.
These girls are so
Simone ends podcast.
They stop being friends. They throw so much shade. It's crazy.
I'm put my glasses on because I'm so nervous. I don't want y'all to look at me. I'm back. I am really a podcaster. It is 7 months from me potting. I couldn't think of names. Let's Try This Again was so fitting. Miscarriage, friend breakup, failed business. Sometimes you just got to get back up alone and walk down that path alone. Welcome back to the Let's Try This Again podcast with B Simone. We're not doing all that. We at the crib. Me and my sister, we sit together. Jordan. You're flat. You don't need to start over every single time. Where do I start? Together. You said I called the police? Do you have any happy memories of us? Okay, well, what happened with the other platform? It was not an impulsive decision. I have long-term relationships. Any relationship I'm no longer in, a man, a business, a friend, I have walked away from. Ain't no walking away from me. Smash your pass. I'm already harass me. Harass me. I'm going to boogie. I'm diddy bopping, but this is a dangerous space. I'm a smash stories. Aesthetically, yes. Mentally, now the look is there, but that mind, I don't know. Let me tell you something. If you didn't know me before now, I am so sorry for the inconvenience. Can you please? I cannot. God bless you on your journey. I don't even remember my journey.
Okay, B, that's a lot. It's a little. Let's see what this one said.
With somebody who seeks the Lord for me, like for my heart, for to know me and to know how the Father sees me and how He wants him to respond to me. So I believe that if it's meant to be, these kids ain't about to be an issue, and they're older. It's like we ain't changing no diapers. They're fine. They can make their own grilled cheese, their own chicken nuggets.
Okay, so we're going to go to this one. Let's see this one. This will be our last video for tonight. Hold on. Turn this on. Okay.
That my whole purpose is just killing people through laughter. Yes. Comedy, podcast, my platform. It's a platform for me to heal people with my jokes and my laughter and my personality. But I also believe as I go through things and as I go through tests, once that test becomes a testimony and I get out of it, I truly believe a part of my purpose is to share my testimony with you guys, is to share my pain and let you guys know what I've been through. Yes, I'm just a person just like you. Yes, I go through trials and tribulations just like you, but my testimony will also let you know you can make it through. So I truly believe that is a part of my purpose, share what I've been through. And sometimes that's why I don't share everything when I'm going through it, because I ain't made it through it yet. Or I'm right at the beginning of the storm and my emotions are everywhere and I don't just want to talk about it when I'm full of emotions. Sometimes I have to go through certain things and get through it and understand actually what I'm going through before I speak on it. And that's why I am here to encourage you guys. Do not lose your vision. Do not lose your vision. Do not let the enemy take what you thought. One day you thought you could have it. You believed.
But when she says the enemy, so who's the enemy? Megan? I'm like, this is very shady. They love to, I hate how people use religion to shade other people. That's just crazy.
There was a point where you believed. There was a point where you saw the end of the tunnel. There was a point where you saw yourself on that stage, owning that business, where you saw yourself having that family, having those kids, where you saw yourself getting out of poverty, breaking generational curses. And you get tainted, you get hurt. Time goes on. It doesn't happen when you think it's going to happen, when you want it to happen, and you have lost your vision. Get your vision back. It is time to get your vision back. You guys, I went through this recently. I went through this. I have always been a visionary. Never in my life have I not been a visionary. From when I was little, I've always had an entrepreneur mindset. Always. I didn't know it was entrepreneurship at the beginning. I was selling candy at school. I was making bracelets and having people buy bracelets from me, like selling bracelets to girls. I was selling stacks, selling chips. Back then, I just thought I was trying to get $1. But now, looking back, I'm like, I was always an entrepreneur. I always had an entrepreneur mindset. I've always had vision. If I go back to my yearbook in school, baby, I wasn't only the class clown, okay? I always was making people laugh. The teacher used to kick me out, like, go to the hallway, B. I would go to the hallway. She'd be like, you funny, but stop talking during my damn class. I get it. You want to make people get it. You want all the attention, but stop talking during this test. It's a science test. Like, ma'am, I wasn't talking. I was cheating. I was trying to get the answers, bitch. Now, let me go back in there and give me an A on this test, please. So I've always been the class clown. I didn't.
Expedia helps you find the right time to book.
He said, I don't see a hustler the same as an entrepreneur.
To get class clown in the yearbook, I got most likely to succeed. I got most likely to be famous. So that shows me what I still had that vision even back then in high school, in middle school. I've always had vision. I've never not been confident. I've never not been bold. I've never not used my voice. That's what got me to this point. That's how I got my platform, making viral videos, using my voice, having my personality. I've never been muted in a certain area, but I'm saying all this to say, get your vision back. Why? Because I had to fight for my vision back. Because one time, I've never experienced this. Last year, I lost vision. I lost it. The enemy tried to mute me. The enemy really been trying to mute me since I was a kid. Honestly, if we go back to the root of where this all started, in my childhood, with an adult
that was around me, that was supposed to be there to lead me as a woman and cover me and help raise me in a certain environment, just didn't do that. I was scared of that person. I wasn't myself around that person. I was timid around that person. And that person caused me to be a people pleaser, have lack of boundaries, always try to make people happy because I knew how to maneuver in that environment because that's how I was around her. Not only did it do that, it made me latch onto women, wanting acceptance from women, or looking at them like, dang, she's so smart in this field, I trust her here. Dang, she's smart over here, I trust her here. Latching onto them and thinking they all had something that I didn't have, which really, it was just deep inside of me. Everything that I latched onto these women for, I had. I just didn't know I had it, right? So going back to the root of where this all started, the enemy has been trying to mute me since I was a child. That scenario, that person when I was younger. And that manifested in my relationships with a few women that I can think of, I can count on one hand, over my lifetime. And I have never lost my vision until last year. When I went into a dark space, going through so many things publicly, going through so many things privately, I was like, yo, like, for the first time ever, I'm telling you for the first time, y'all, when I say I had never said something and not believed it, billionaire B, I believe it. I'm going to have $1 million before my 30th birthday. I believe it. We're going to have the #1 podcast in the world. I believe it. Visions of me in an arena. I've been in arenas. I've opened up for Martin Lawrence. I've opened up for all these people. I've never headlined an arena. I can't bring no 30,000 people out yet. Okay. I've never not believed that for my life. My faith has always been massive. But for the first time last year, I lost a vision. I lost it. I lost it. My pastor, Darius Daniel, says this all the time. Sight and vision are two different things. Sight is what you see with your own eyes. You can see me right now. You see the mic, sight. We all have sight, right? Not everybody has vision. Vision is more faith-based. It's what you see with your heart. It's what you believe with your heart before you can physically see it in the flesh. And I've never lost my vision until last year. The enemy truly had me thinking, okay, maybe you're not good enough. Or maybe you've reached the peak of your career. Maybe just this is it. Or you start thinking about people that have fell off, or people that, nobody cares about anymore. People that don't have longevity. I want longevity in what I do. And for the first time, I started to doubt that. Okay, everything you do, it doesn't work. You messed up with your book. Look what happened with that. Look what they thought about that. You messed up with your last podcast. Look what happened with that. That ended. Look at this relationship. Look at this friendship. Look at this ex. You can't keep a man. You still single. I was like, yo, I have never doubted if I was going to be a wife. I've never doubted if I was going to be a mother. Last year, I was like, well, maybe it's just not for me. I have never doubted if I was going to have longevity in my career. Last year, I was like, well, maybe this is just it. Maybe God is just going to use me and I'm falling on my ass. He's going to keep me on my ass and I just have to accept where I am. And this is going to be my testimony. I'm just going to be at the bottom and I just have to praise him in the middle. No. That is not the life God wants for you. It's not. Get your vision back. Get your vision back. Get your vision back. God intends on us having an abundant life on earth as it is in heaven. Not just in heaven. I don't just want the pearly gates and the mansion and the streets of gold after I die. I want all of that now. And I'm not just talking about materialistic things. I'm talking about mentally, spiritually, physically, and financially, and materialistically. I want it all. I want everything that God has for me in this lifetime. And to have that, you have to keep your faith. And your faith gives you vision. So I lost that, y'all. Like, man, that mind, me and Vina talk about this all the time. Your mind will take you down a rabbit hole of negative thoughts. And I have to combat it. You have to combat it. Sometimes when I don't know what to say, my mind is just going crazy. Well, maybe this. They'll never like you. You're not good enough. Well, you see, go read the comments. Look at that negative comment. Look at how bad you are. Look at how ugly you are. Your mind will just go and go and go. It is a choice to dwell on that. I saw this recently on social media because the word says meditate on the word, meditate on good things, right? People, I don't know how to meditate. I do not know who this girl is, but I saw a clip. It went viral on Instagram. And she said, well, a lot of people say you don't know how to meditate. You know how to meditate because you're meditating when you're thinking negatively. It's a meditation. You're meditating on darkness. You're meditating on negative thoughts. You're still meditating. Well, I can't rest my mind. I don't know how to meditate. You're meditating on something. You're thinking about something. So you have to shift your mindset. When those negative thoughts start to come in, baby, let me tell you, I start. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. I am blessed, I am healed, I am set free. And one of my homegirls told me this recently. Sometimes when I'm thinking negatively, I try to just shift the negative thought to a positive. Open up your mouth. Open up your mouth and combat it verbally. If I'm thinking a negative thought, I'm ugly, I'm not successful, everything I do fails. Boom, open up your mouth. Well, I know that's a lie because God already told me I'm abundant. God already gave me my vision. It's coming. I am blessed. I have faith.
I'm even if you don't believe it, say it until you believe it. I am confident. I am bold. I know how to articulate myself. Those are the things I've been working on. So I want people to know you're not alone in the season. If you have lost your vision, get your vision back.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Big Wireless has once again raised their prices. In response...
Okay, so she's finally done. So one thing I did look up, hold on. One thing I did look up, Callie, hey, if y'all want to say something, jump in. These girls are funny as heck. They crack me up. So B Simone, like based on her birthday, I looked her life path number up because I was like, I need to understand who you are for real. Because she's an Aries, but you have to go a little deeper. So she's the life path number 1. And so I found this and I was like, this is pretty interesting. Let me see if you guys can see this. Okay, so people born with life path number 1 are on a lifelong mission to exert their independence and step into their personal power. Okay, they carry a natural air of authority as leaders who likes to be the first to try something new. A strong desire for manifestation keeps them moving and improving. B. Simone did have a book for manifestation, so I'm like, okay, that makes sense. People with numerology life path 1 are born to act quickly and have no problem changing course and starting down a new path. A secret fear of failure makes them ultra driven in every endeavor they pursue and will often make themselves victorious. As soon as one finish line is reached, they are already running towards another. Okay. Feeling of isolation may follow people with this life path, but it's also what helps them to progress. Cooperating with other people in romantic relationship or teamwork settings can be difficult for number 1 people who prefer to go their own way. They don't identify much with other pursuit and only feel free when they are unattached. Well, that's why she couldn't keep up with Megan no more. A thriving love life is not usually one of their goals. Okay, they only care about money. Life path number 1, numerology likes to move quickly, and this can come across as impatience or short-sightedness to others. However, it's this trait that makes people with a 1 life path number the early birds who are the first to take advantage of new opportunities and the first to reap the rewards. While other people are weighing their options and making long-term plans, those with a life path number 1 are already in motion, confident they can make things up as they go along. Okay. So I'm like, this seems to describe her. I don't know what you guys think. Panel, what do you guys think? But I'm like, this sounds like her. So I'm like, yeah, I can see how she focused on the money.
All I know is with all of those positive affirmations she just spewed out, I'm wondering if I say I have the power, if I could just foster the power of the sun and obliterate all of their asses, I would be so happy. Like, she just sounds like she had a lot of babble, just nonsense that she needed to just create some self-assurance that what she was doing was the right thing and that she's on the right path. But she just sounds so delusional. Like, it's just so annoying. And I wish all of these people on these podcasts would just shut up. They are so annoying. And I hate the whole podcast thing anyway, but she is just annoying.
Yeah. But I think delusion is part of the game. Like, you got it. I think people are attracted to delusional people. Megan, I don't know. I didn't do Megan. Callie, you can go. I didn't do Megan. What's Megan's birthday?
I agree. I didn't know it was this bad, honestly. Until you did all these lives, I thought it was just the men and their podcasts that were the problem because I did not know the women are just out of control. Like, this
they're really out of control
stuff. I don't know where this is coming from. This is a phenomenon because Marlene, I thank you for opening my eyes because
you know, I said this earlier. I really do believe, like I said earlier in the chat, that a lot of people are really hustling. They are hurt. They are hustling for their worthiness. They are hustling for their belonging. They are hustling to be validated, to be seen, to be heard, in whatever way that they're going to go about doing it, whether it's this positive affirmation, podcasts, speaking into the manosphere, the pink pillars, the red pillars. It's all the same thing. These people are operating from a position of lack and insecurity and worthlessness. And it's just sad. And it comes across as anxious and obsessive and controlling. And it's just so distasteful. It's actually scary to watch these people spiral out of control like this, to be quite honest with you. It's just very, very scary.
It's very scary. Yeah, it is. And it makes me worry who is watching them. Like, I would love to know the demographics of people watching them. I pray it's not young girls, because if this is what they're soaking in, I don't know.
But it's young girls, it's grown women, it's broken women. Their demographic are females. Like, it's a bunch of women. Because we have told women it's okay to be delusional, be delusional. Why would you not be delusional? Manifest, you know? So it creates an environment where predators, like, you know, take over. Because all this stuff is very predatory. And they're always they call themselves healers. They're healers. I have a healing ability. I'm like, you what? You're not a healer. Like, this thing is just so weird. You know,
Can somebody help me understand, like, when did this really all take off? Like, when did these people really start to do this and expand on this? Was it like like 4 or 5 years ago? People were not this wrapped into their spirituality like this. Like, it was just a very small sector of people that were mixed in with the vegans and the plant-basers. And now it's just, you know, I'm being facetious there, but I really want to try to understand when this really took off, and now it has become very rampant.
It could have been COVID, like people been quarantined at home.
Yeah, but you think COVID, like people being locked down and then they just sprout outside. Now you get locked down for 30 days and then you just come outside and you a healer? Like,
because I feel like during the quarantine, they had nothing to do but be on social media all day and be indoctrinated.
I was going to ask.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, like, you going to be indoctrinated to be a healer? Like, that
where they
giving you? I think people were locked up and people became extremists.
Wow.
I think they just
it happened that fast. That is crazy. It happened that fast. Wow. Okay.
Because people were just at home, not doing anything, just consuming social media. A bunch of quacks, a bunch of charlatans, a bunch of religious weirdos had a hold of them because they couldn't go outside.
Is this a spin-off of the Dr. Sebi type people?
Maybe.
No.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
But it's like
no. This is something else. Like, this is a spiritual war of people who just, I think, are very, very weak and very just open to just any type of thing coming in and taking over their concept, their perceptions, their frame of thinking, and all of that. So, and I'm not a very religious person, but it just seems what my perception is of what is happening from person to person, from podcast to podcast. Because all of the themes are very common. They're all the same. They're all talking about the same thing. They're all wanting what seems to be the same thing, which is to be seen and validated and accepted and heard and whatever else. And it just seems like people are just so weak. I'm sorry to say it.
People truly are.
They are so weak. They're spiritually weak. They are mentally weak. They just...
And they are seriously vulnerable to predators. They are really, really vulnerable. And they don't even realize that they are. Because these people are really good at finessing, manipulating, pretending to be Christians, pretending to be esoteric healers, pretending to burn blue candles, you know. It's just like a bunch of hocus pocus weird stuff. Like, you know, and these girls, like, they fall for that stuff. I'm like, how is this even possible? You know, and they make a lot of money off these girls. Like, they make a lot of money off these girls because they buy the stuff. They buy into it. They buy it. They purchase it. They show up for it. And it's like, it's just really toxic.
I guess it's an age-old trick, isn't it? It's when you tear people down, you tell them all their problems, and you're the solution. You're the only one that has the cure. You're the only one that has the, you know, the answers. I think that's an age-old grift. Is basically that's been recycled here.
Yeah, but you want to know something? I tend to. So here's the way I process it, right? Like I can't allow somebody that's within my same age group try to, you know, indoctrinate me about life, and you've only lived it up to the same point that I have. So you can't tell me something about life that I had. Like you may have had a different experience, but on a spiritual level, I'm not about to let you lead me down a path that I know you ain't go down yet. So it just is so. It's just baffling to me that people are so easily manipulated and they are so vulnerable and they can be just taken so easily.
Mm-hmm. And people are also very lonely. I think this generation, they said, is like the loneliest generation ever. People don't go outside. People don't know how to have like relationship with people outside. Everything is virtual for the most part. You know,
I mean, I
and
tend to
so
think that's a choice because you
I
can
think,
also choose to do things differently.
yeah, but the people today have the social skills to know how to meet people outside.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, and so when you just like the people that you look up for on social media, they're curating their image. Like these are just curated personas. You don't really know these people. But we people don't know how to go outside anymore. So you're more likely to be swallowed up by one of these gurus. Yeah. And be part of a cult or movement, a sisterhood. I mean, you name it. So it's like, child, this is a lot. This is a lot. But I'm like, these girls, honestly, they should be focusing on themselves. Like they have no business like having podcasts and movements and retreats. I'm like, y'all need the most help. Y'all need the most help.
I mean, what happens at a let's do this again retreat? Like what would go happen at a know for sure retreat? Or I don't like what are people charging to go and sit at somebody's conference or retreat or talk? Like what
Well,
is the take home?
well, when you cut, I think like what's her name, Priscilla, her virtual, like her online webinar is $250. So if people are charging $250 to just meet online, in person, it could be in the thousands. But I know,
But
like,
I mean,
Coach,
like, so do you get a pamphlet or do you get like what do you get when that is all over?
well,
Like what do you
I think she said like they're gonna give them advice on like real estate. They'll have a packet on real estate, how to do like auction or like tax auctions or tax liens, whatever. You know, but usually these girls don't get a whole lot. They just pay that you pay to be in the presence of these people, take pictures, just hear them ramble about a bunch of nonsense. Yeah. Like Coach Stormy, she charges like $10,000.
Oh my God, I am gagging.
Yeah.
I am
Sometimes it's
gagging.
like
Wow.
2,500, 3,000, but it can go up to like 10 grand. You know?
Wow.
Like the
Okay.
sisterhood, like the sisterhood is like you're pledging for a sorority. Like it costs money. The sisterhood is not free. And it's not for those who are broke. Like if you're broke, then no sisterhood for you. You have to pay. You pay a lot of money to join, to
You
be part
know,
of
you
this.
have a point. You have a point. Because there was a time when I had gone to the Essence, I think it was the Essence Festival. There, it was down in New Orleans, and I promise you, it was not a great experience because the women, the cliques, the groups, the sororities, the women, the it was just so awful. They were not welcoming. They were charging upwards of $400-500 just to have a tea and sipping tea and talk about how they're going to do. And I'm like, wow, there's no
Yeah,
way.
there's no sisterhood for broke people. Like if you're broke, ain't no sisterhood for you. You're on your own. And like if you watch them on TikTok, you have to send them gifts like roses, bears, lions. I mean, you name it. If you watch them on YouTube, you got to be a membership, like a member. You have to send super chats. Like it costs money. It's not it's a grift. Like there's no real love. Like they're not. It's just everything costs money with these people. And they tell you like, oh, the men are bad. We're good for you. We're good for you. Like we are what you need. Like you don't need a man. You as long as you have us, you'll be good. But to have them in your life, like you're constantly paying. It's not free.
Yeah, but it may not even be a matter of people not having the $250. It's just I'm not paying you $250. Doesn't mean I don't have it. I want to make an
Right.
investment in something else. I'm not going to give somebody $250 to sit across the table with them and eat cucumber sandwiches and hear about tax liens. That's free information. Like you can go
Well,
down to your local city government, your local tax office, and you can sit with somebody for free and they can tell you about all of that. It is
but
free. So
the way the way they work is they make you feel like without them you can't do this by yourself. So you're not encouraged to be independent. Like you have to mean like you need them. Like because Priscilla said she had a book in case you like if a man comes up to you and you don't want to give your number, she wrote a book about that. So she's like, well, if you don't pay for it, then I guess you want to be knocked upside your head. So
Yeah,
if you
but
don't
where
pay,
you? But all men are going to be assaulting. She wrote a book about that, and she's
yes,
selling a book.
yes, and if you don't pay for the book, she's like, well, I guess that means that you want to be knocked upside your head. That ain't my problem. He gonna knock you upside your head. You gonna get knocked upside your head. I'm like, what in the world is wrong with this lady, right? So they were shaming people for not buying the book. So that's the thing. It's not just like, oh, you don't have to pay for it. We understand if you don't want to and do it on your own. No, you are shamed. All you broke heifers, you broke bees. Y'all just sitting here thinking this is free. We out here trying to give y'all game. We out here trying to make y'all better. Huh? And all y'all do is just come here and not give no money. You broke. Like they will call you broke. Like they're mean. Like they're seriously mean and disrespectful.
And
Yeah,
mind
but
you,
the
book sorry, mind you, the book isn't written from experience. It's written from ChatGPT, apparently.
Yeah. And it's $30.
You're lying.
No.
You're
Yeah,
lying. You're lying. It's
and
written
it's
from AI chat GBT. You're lying.
Yeah, apparently.
So that's how
and
we're
if you
writing books now.
and if you don't pay for that book, you're gonna get cussed out. And she was like, oh, that's why there's a girl out there who has gonorrhea in her eye because the man, you know, with his semen in her eye. I mean, like they'll make fun of you, they will drag you, they'll call you broke, they'll call you unambitious, that you're not driven, you don't really know what you want. They'll say it takes money to make money. You don't want to invest. That's how they get you. Like it's an investment in yourself. So why would you not invest in yourself? The girl said it's just like putting money into a candy machine. If you don't put the money in the machine, how you gonna get the candy? Okay, so they really do shame you.
Exactly what I said. They tear you down. They attack.
Yeah, they tear you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to be. I mean, I know their audience has to be very young girls who are.
No. There you got people in
These
like
are
their 30s,
all.
in their 40s. No, it's like it's like it's a wide range of ages. Like you have grown women in there. Like these are some people that are like getting divorced, married. Like these are not little people.
I would really like to look at the pathology of the overall environment right now of millennials, boomers, and just try to understand how could you be so vulnerable and not have basic critical thinking skills to understand when somebody is really trying to pull the wool over your eyes, because it would be very, 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 very difficult for me to, and I know I'm just using myself and I shouldn't be, but for many of us, it would be very difficult for the logical thinkers to be sitting in the presence of somebody like Priscilla and think, yeah, I think I should get her book because, yeah, I don't want to get hit in the head from somebody who I don't want to get my phone number to. So it makes sense. I probably don't know everything I need to know about not getting slapped. So let me just go ahead and get her book so that that doesn't happen. That is just, I just can't. I can't.
Yeah, but
Like,
she
where are you
makes
going where the men are slapping women for not giving? Like, you're just out in those type of environments where you're getting slapped or you're getting assaulted or.
But she makes you feel like the way, I don't know if you've seen Priscilla, but she makes you feel like she's smarter than you. And she knows more than you. And she's more intelligent than you. They make you feel like you're less than. So you're like, oh, maybe she knows better than me. Maybe she knows more than me. But they really do break you down. They break you like they, they break these women down because a lot of them, like, they've been through a divorce, they had a bad breakup, they, like the baby daddy, not like they're hurt. These women are hurt, they're broken, they have low self-esteem. So it's like she already believes she's not enough. And when you have someone like Priscilla with that deep voice, with the deep bass, that's very commanding, you're like, oh well, maybe she is better than me. Like it's mean. Like it really is mean. It is seriously mean. It's really mean. They're mean.
And she's
Like
allowed to, like, and there's no regulation on that, I guess, because we live in a
there
country where there
isn't.
is freedom of speech. You're
Yeah,
allowed to just run a conference and sell books that have this type of rhetoric to people.
Yeah. And these women too, like whether it's their family, because BTaylor, her family told her, be careful. This girl is toxic. She didn't listen. They get so swallowed up in these people, like they don't listen to family. Their friends can't talk to them. Their husbands can't talk to them. Their kids can't talk to them. They're so obsessed with these parasocial relationships they have with these weird gurus. There's nothing you can tell them. Yeah, there's nothing you can say. So I'm like, it's really, it's sad. And I hope that a lot of Black women wake up from this toxic sisterhood because it does not serve them. It does not serve them. And this notion that, oh, a man is dangerous, but a woman is safe, like that's just crazy to me. It's like it doesn't serve you. All they'll do is just take your money, break you down, and just make you worse than when they first found you. So it's like, why are you hanging out with these people? They're mean.
I haven't had any type of, it's been years since I've had any type of like social media. YouTube is the only, I still consider YouTube to be social media. But as far as like Facebook and TikTok and Instagram and all of that, it has been well over 10 years. So I'm like out of the loop on a lot of this stuff. So the first time that I even seen Priscilla was on a YouTube short, and she was just going on and on about women, and it almost sounded as though she was trying to be for the girls, like she was in support of women and women's independence and empowerment and things like that. But I was just like, my intuition is telling me that there's something going on with her. Like she gives off a little too much masculinity for me to be listening to her and take her seriously.
Yeah.
And it was just a little off-putting. But anyway, I digress.
No, but she starts off by being like for a woman, and then once you let her in, she switches up on you. That's the grip. That's how it goes. So it's really crazy. But Callie, you want to say something before we go? I'm like, child.
No, not at all. I'm gonna tune into the next live.
All right.
What else we're gonna discuss? Yeah, but it's good to talk to you.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys too. So guys, I hope you enjoy Sunday service. It was a long time, job. Yeah, they prey on people. They're really, it's sad. And like I said, I hope a lot more women wake up to this madness, this scam, and this abusive behavior, because this is seriously abusive. It's nothing but abuse and manipulation. And they use God, they use healing, esotericism, and I don't know, the chakras, whatever. But ultimately, these people just want your money, and they want your money because they want to get rich off of you. They don't care what happens to you. They really do not care. So you guys enjoy. I hope you have a great Monday. Maybe I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm trying to go live every day for the month of May. So let's see how that goes. Okay. So thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. Have a great Monday. Okay. Yeah. Have a great Monday. And so I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Okay. But yeah, just a bunch of predators. Period. Okay. Have a good week, y'all. Start your Monday off great, and then may God bless you. Okay. Bye. Bye-bye.